Lin Chen, single-handedly kill the king of the centipede. This super creature is equivalent to the Holy King. The sky is full of attribute light balls scattered in the void, and the Taishi ancient dragon dances under the starry sky. Princess Xingyue was stunned for a while. The young man is wearing a golden light armor, and his brilliance is magnificent. The fragments of the Zerg King are like stars all over the sky. And the magnificent and gorgeous light blooms under the starry sky, complementing the golden divine light, like the stars supporting the moon. The Taishi ancient dragon under his feet is as spiritual as it is, and it roars. In the sky, the dragon roar shakes the universe, as if announcing the arrival of a new overlord. The ancient dragon and the god of war are so commensurate and mysterious. It seems that this person is a dragon, completely natural. Luo Shueiyue stared at his side face with her wonderful eyes, and while she smiled knowingly, her eyes were even more splendid. If Lin Chen only had 990,000 zune, it would be extremely difficult to kill the king of the 10,000-footed centipede. Even if it is the most unexpected sneak attack, the probability is not even 10%. Killing a Saint King realm creature is too difficult. Even if it was seriously injured and on the verge of death. A wounded male lion is still a male lion, not a strong rabbit. The power of 990,000 and 1 million is a shocking gap between the peak of the half-step Holy King and the Holy King. Lin Chen aimed at its old injury and attacked violently from the beginning. Moreover, in addition to pure power, Lin Chen has two major means of restraining it. It is Destruction Fissure and Destruction Blast. With the talent of extinction, if the host inflicts wounds on the enemy, the wound will expand with the passage of time, and cannot heal itself within the duration. Destruction Explosion Talent. All hostile attacks of the host have a 10% chance to cause a 50% penetration of the enemy's first layer of defense, causing the hostile target to have a devastating explosion. The two major orange level talents are simply taking advantage of your illness to kill you. Once triggered, they are like snowballs in the mountains, destroying the dead. Under Lin Chen's fierce attack all the way, old injuries piled on new ones. And they continued to superimpose. The most ruthless thing is that it cannot be cured. A generation of insect kings, even the will of Shenlong did not take it down, but was beaten and crushed to death by Lin Chen. The host has obtained 20 million points of holy essence, 29 million points of holy blood, 40,000 top talent points, 1,200 top level of heaven. The host opens the treasure chest of utensils and obtains a holy artifact. Promotion coupon. Using this coupon, you can increase the level and quality of the holy artifact, only for the holy artifact. The host opens the treasure chest of utensils and obtains a holy artifact. Promotion coupon. The host opens the treasure chest of utensils and obtains a holy artifact. Promotion coupon. Its clone swept the attribute light ball all the way, and the quality of each attribute light ball of the one-footed centipede king was extremely high, and it was not inferior to the Holy King. Moreover, the most important thing is that when Lin Chen killed Son of Heaven and the four great sage kings instantly with the talent of ultimate heaven rebel, he was in the state of God Killer. During the period when the Godslayer talent is activated, growth type attribute values will not be dropped. And the 10,000-footed centipede king that Lin Chen is killing now is a real ball of light with attributes when a holy king falls. The attribute light ball this time will lay a huge foundation for Lin Chen's accumulation of acupoints. The host gets a random orange level talent treasure chest. After opening, you can randomly get the orange level primary and orange level intermediate talents, with a small probability of obtaining the orange level advanced talents. Note, this talent treasure box can be used for fusion. The more the number of fusions, the higher the probability of advanced talents appearing. At this time, Lin Chen's clone gained a special attribute treasure chest. Lin Chen thought to himself, my dear, it turns out to be a special talent treasure chest. But I have to keep it. The ordinary orange level talent doesn't affect me as much as it used to be. I need more advanced and powerful orange level talents. When Lin Chen turned around, he glanced around and said with a joking smile, why, I've never seen such a handsome boy before. Luo Shueyue, who had turned into a human figure in the distance, curled her eyebrows, and said with a rare but particularly bold and charming smile, I really haven't seen it before. Lin Chen clicked his tongue in admiration, Miss Luo, I have long seen that. You are not an ordinary person. Now it seems that you not only have vision, but also knowing Jia with a keen eye, which you admire and admire. This compliment of people can still be praised in disguise, but I never imagined that people can be so brazen and shameless. Lin Chen laughed, don't let the battle stop, let's kill these Zerg. After losing the 10,000-footed centipede king, the worm tide became violent and unruly. Lin Chen and the Holy Dragon showed their stunts, and the slow rune and the bloodline supernatural power took turns to play. Moreover, Lin Chen fought against the enemy with the 5-piece set of the God of War. 990,000 gods pushed the sun and the moon across the galaxy, annihilated hundreds of millions of Zerg, and entered the worm tide, as if entering a land of no one. In less than a day, the 8 descendants of the divine dragon were like a dream, once again admiring Luo Shuiyue's vision and Lin Chen's abnormality. It took them less than a day to build a worm king's lair. You must know that this record is enough to be recorded in the annals of history, even in the Dragon Clan, and the level of a new Dragon Clan title can be conferred. Let those old monster-level dragons come to encircle and suppress them in person, and they may not be able to do better than Lin Chen. Lin Chen, although his personality is unpleasant, his strength is indeed abnormal. My son is convinced. With that ultimate move and his avatar's unique skills, if he wanted to come to the main election meeting that day, he simply kept a few hands. I questioned Elder Tongshuan's decision before, it's really stupid to think about it. Ha ha ha, with Lin Chen here, we will be much safer than those descendants of ancient dragons? Are you sure? In case he runs to another Worm King's lair later, will you talk about safety by his side? Sorry, I drifted away. The descendants of the dragon sighed so much that Lin Chen was so busy that he was too busy to pay attention to them. And when Lin Chen got the blood marrow crystal jade of the Yin and Yang good fortune dragon, the internal attribute rays of light were immediately absorbed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the dragon-level bloodline. Attribute value, bloodline supernatural power, immortal creation. This bloodline supernatural power can reverse the power of good fortune, create endless vitality, regenerate blood and make flesh, restore muscles and bones, and it's a fleeting thought. Refining conditions, divine dragon first grade, Yin-Yang good fortune dragon bloodline. Because the host dragon's body originally contains the blood of the Yin and Yang fortune-telling dragon, the host needs to upgrade the bloodline level in order to absorb this bloodline supernatural power. Lin Chen was pleasantly surprised, good thing. When the dragon's blood marrow crystal jade is the power of the blood of the Yin and Yang fortune-telling Dragon, the attribute light ball in it is the blood magic power of the yin and yang fortune-telling dragon. In this way, Lin Chen has another divine dragon bloodline. Moreover, it will also have the divine dragon bloodline divine ability of the Peerless rank, and the combat power of the holy dragon will definitely increase. At this time, Lin Chen's holy dragon was refining a large amount of holy level Qi and blood attribute values. The Qi and blood attribute of the one-footed Centipede King was not low, and he could only hide it in Lin Chen's body in the form of a holy dragon possessed. As soon as he thought about it, Lin Chen put away the four-piece suit of the god of war, wearing a silver robe shining brightly, the stars twinkled, and he was in high spirits, causing several beautiful and enchanting goddesses to turn their eyes to him. Princess Xingyue was stunned for a moment, and then immediately warned herself, this rogue is just being good-looking. Using external force to defeat the insect king still cannot change the fact that he tainted the blood of the ancient dragon. After collecting the attribute light ball, Lin Chen smiled boldly, the roadblock has been settled, let's move on. I know that the tombstone of the ruins you want to go to is probably around here. Everyone nodded, invisibly a little more awe of Lin Chen. If the elders of the dragon clan from the outside world saw the obedient appearance of their gods, they would be shocked. In the ancient dragon clan, the descendants of the dragons disagreed with each other. After all, it is comparable to the existence of the human race saint talent list, and the arrogance of the heart is unusual. The defeat of the main election meeting did not completely convince them. But now, when Lin Chen's trump card can kill the insect king, when they realize that it is difficult for them to catch up with Lin Chen, they now have a sense of sight based on his horse's head. This is like seeing a toad flying in the sky and a sow climbing a tree in Shenlong descendants. Luo Shuiyue was amazed, the gods were silently subdued. What a terrifying guy. Immediately afterwards, Luo Shuiyue and Princess Xingyue led the way, passed through this area, and arrived at a vast nebula. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. If you watched from before entering, the position you are in now is the position of the Dragon Head Nebula. Approaching the Dragon Head Nebula area, the pressure of the dragon increases sharply. However, this is not too stressful for the descendants of the dragon, but not for the Zerg. Without the strength of the insect king, it is almost difficult to fight against the mighty dragons. And Lin Chen's clone has practiced the Tai Ifu Tianju, and the power of the dragon is not a big problem. Call out. Call out. Call out. One after another sonic boom roared, and Lin Chen's clone retreated. It's not that the clone can't hold the power of the dragon, but Lin Chen is racing against time to decompose more scales and feathers of the dragon. After all, this opportunity to enter the Shenlong ruins is no longer missed. When entering the Dragon Head Nebula, the 9 descendants of the dragon showed pious and admiring expressions. They gazed admiringly at the continental plates in the Dragon Head Nebula. As each continent slowly revolved, terrifying dragon energy was overflowing, like a giant dragon hissing. Here is the divine dragon ruins. When a group of divine dragons were about to die, the last splendor and brilliance left to the dragon family. In dozens of continents, each continent is very likely to inhabit the will of the ancestors of the dragons. Shenlong is the supreme existence of today's dragon family. Even though they are descendants of Shenlong, there are very few dragons who can truly become Shenlong. Therefore, being able to contact the will of the Shenlong ancestors will likely change their future heights. Brush. 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 The gods and Lin Chen just arrived, and several figures entered the dragon Head nebula area, from different directions. It is the descendants of the arrogant ancient dragons. A full 8 descendants of ancient dragons arrived almost at the same time. However, when their eyes looked at Lin Chen and others in front, they were full of astonishment. What's the situation? These guys actually arrived before them? The location over there is the lair of the king of insects, the king of 10,000-footed centipedes. It is almost impossible to avoid the perception of the insect king's lair and enter here. What kind of shortcut did they take? Seeing the stunned and doubtful gazes of the descendants of the ancient dragons, several descendants of the divine dragon all had a look of pride on their faces. There are even 2 descendants of Shenlong pretending to sigh. Oh, it's so annoying. It's too tiring to kill a 1,000-footed centipede king and clean up those little zerg. Next time I won't do such tiring work again. It's better to do things like the insect killer king less, and you have to retain some strength. Hearing the dull sighs of the 2 of them, the corners of the mouths of the descendants of the ancient dragons twitched. You don't need to make drafts for bragging? What a joke. Did you kill the centipede king? I am afraid to live in a dream. Lin Chen, good guy, let them say everything, it has my own taste. Before the descendants of the ancient dragons could question them, a group of figures appeared behind Lin Chen's team, far away. There are actually 15 descendants of dragons. Ha ha ha. Luck, I can't believe that the king's lair of the 10,000-footed centipede has disappeared. It must have been deterred by the mighty dragons of the ancestors, the Zerg. Are not in the mainstream. The 8 ancient dragon descendants were completely shocked. Entering from the front again? Could it be that the lair of the 10,000-footed centipede king was really taken over? But it's impossible. They know more or less about the combat power and means of the 9 descendants of the dragon. If the 2 sides really fight, their 9 descendants of divine dragons will not necessarily win against their 8 descendants of ancient dragons. This team does not have the possibility of running in troubled waters or killing the lair of the king of centipede. Between the electric light and flint, all the descendants of the ancient dragon looked at Lin Chen in unison. As soon as he saw the gazes of the descendants of Gulong, Lin Chen suddenly pretended to be depressed and sighed towards the sky with the charm of standing at the top of the peak. The descendants of the ancient dragon were immediately shocked, confirming the thoughts in their hearts. Could it be that it's this human race? According to the combat power he showed in the main election meeting, it was not enough to take over the insect king's lair in one pot. Could it be that he still has reservations? It's good to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. They even missed it. This Lin Chen is very tricky. These guys can come over, and 9 out of 10 have something to do with this. Son. Humph, they actually let them hug a thigh. I'm waiting for this detour to act like a fool, human Lin Chen, we have recorded this account. The descendant of Gulong felt that he had taken a detour, and his face could not be hung, and Lin Shui forced another blame. Numerous gods enter into the tombstones of many gods, and each continental plate contains the breath of gods and is where the tombstones of gods are. The 9 descendants of the dragon say goodbye to each other. Everyone, do your best. I hope we can get the guidance of our ancestors and reach the top. And Your Excellency Lin Chen, if it weren't for you, we would never have arrived so quickly. I wish Your Excellency an adventure too. The descendants of Shenlong even said goodbye to Lin Chen and conquered others with their strength. The descendants of the 7 divine dragons flashed and searched for the dragon tombs of their ancestors, leaving Princess Xingyue and Luo Shuiyue alone. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and said with a joking smile, I said that this. Princess, you don't want the inheritance of your ancestors? You still want to stay by my side? You won't fall in love with me, will you? I was handsome and forced you to like me secretly, but you can't fall in love with me. Falling in love is a very bad habit. Enough. Princess Xingyue scolded coldly with shame and anger, don't be too affectionate, I'm just preventing you from secretly attacking other descendants of the dragon. It is my responsibility and obligation to monitor you. Lin Chen smiled and said, don't you still think I'll hit you guys? Princess Xingyue snorted coldly, who knows? You human race, you know people and faces, but don't know your heart. The seniors in the clan told me that the most filthy people are your human race, and most of them are deceived people. Lin Chen, huh? Princess Xingyue turned her head away, of course, maybe it doesn't include you, but I still can't complete you. Lin Chen, yeah. Lin Chen suddenly said, your vision is not good, you should learn from Miss Luo Shueiyue. As the saying goes, the bigger the chest, oh no, the bigger the heart, the bigger the tolerance. Princess Xingyue, go away. Luo Shueiyue supported her forehead. Princess Xingyue has always been known for being calm and composed, but meeting Lin Chen is like meeting a nemesis. Luo Shueiyue led the way to a vast and mysterious water continent, where the sea was raging and the waves rolled for hundreds of millions of miles. Lin Chen's holy dragon also has the bloodline of the extreme prison water dragon. If he can obtain the bloodline attribute value of the extremely prison water dragon, then this time, he will obtain multiple dragon bloodlines. In the history of the dragon clan in the present world, there is no dragon clan that can possess multiple divine dragon bloodlines. Boom! A raging wave shook the sky, and there was a magnificent palace on the sea. The palace was cut and cast like crystal clear and gorgeous. Lin Chen, Luo Shueiyue, and Princess Xingyue came. Then, Luo Shueiyue stepped out one step, and the transparent and soft water dragon breath rose from her palm, condensed into a dragon talisman, suddenly burst open, and released the infinite brilliance that enveloped the palace. The beautiful woman said softly, my descendants, Luo Shueiyue, pay homage to my ancestors. I would like to ask my ancestors to go out and bless my dragon clan. As soon as the voice fell, the stormy waves and waves on the sea suddenly stopped. Brush. A stream of water rose from the sky and descended in front of the palace. An elegant and noble woman was dressed in an azure blue palace dress. Her hair was light, her eyebrows were picturesque, her lips were embellished with cherry red, and her azure blue jade-like dragon eyes looked straight at Luo Shuei. Moon et al. She smiled softly, are you the descendant of this life? Yes. Before she could finish speaking, the beautiful woman's cheeks showed a bit of astonishment, and when she stared at Lin Chen, she exclaimed, Tai Shi Gulong? Could that senior have found a descendant? However, the grade of bloodline seems to be very unusual. Lin Chen said with a smile, Senior, don't be surprised, in addition to the blood of the ancient Tai Shi dragon, I also have the blood of the extremely prison water dragon. After finishing speaking, Lin Chen, possessed by the holy dragon, stimulated the bloodline of the extreme prison water dragon, and the strengthened plus 17 bloodline of the extreme prison water dragon would not lose to the 9th rank. Holy bloodline. This scene made Long Tong, a beautiful woman in palace dress, tremble. As a former Shenlong, she knows very well what it means to have multiple bloodlines. Princess Xingyue suddenly said, Senior Water God Dragon, he is a human race. If you want to teach him the secrets of the water dragon family in the extreme prison, please think twice. For the first time, a trace of displeasure appeared between Luo Shuiyue's eyebrows. Lin Chen has repeatedly helped many gods, and his position is very clear, but Princess Xingyue has been chasing after him again and again. Humans? The beautiful woman in the palace dress looked at Lin Chen in surprise. There would actually be a human race in the Shenlong Plain? And she can't even see through it. Lin Chen didn't intend to hide it either, and smiled generously. Yes, that's right. If it's fake, I'm indeed a human race. After all, Lin Chen separated the holy dragon from his body. His holy dragon's head bears the fire of luck of the dragon clan, but Lin Chen has no fire of luck. At a glance, Lin Chen is indeed a human race. The blood vessels of the root bone are extremely clear. Luo Shuiyue hurriedly said, Ancestor. Lin Chen entered the divine dragon plane only after he obtained the confirmation of the high-level dragon clan. And when he entered, he protected our 9 descendants of the divine dragon many times, and even killed one of the insect kings. Only then can we arrive at Shenlong Tombstone early. Hearing this, the eyes of the beautiful woman in the palace dress brightened. A human youth who masters the blood of the ancient Taishi dragon, the blood of the extreme prison water dragon, and also has the ability to destroy the insect king. The beautiful eyes of the beautiful woman in the palace dress were like stars. And after pondering for a while, she suddenly smiled and said, Young people of the human race, since ancient times, although the human and dragon races have not had a war on the surface, there are a lot of secret battles. If this seat helps you, will you repay? If not, isn't it a powerful opponent who will shape the future of the dragon race? Boom! The sea waves went against the waves, rolled up 10,000 weights, turned into 100 water dragons, and attacked Lin Chen angrily. The pressure of the dragon dropped sharply, and they wanted to suppress Lin Chen. The beautiful woman in the palace dress covered her mouth and smiled. A trace of coldness flashed across her brows. In other words, this seat will destroy you here. Eliminate a future scourge for my dragon clan. Lin Chen suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, I like the character of the senior. Let's get straight to the point. If I get the guidance of the senior, I, Lin Chen, can do my best to help the Geo Prison Water Dragon clan in the future. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he said with a cynical smile, If I want to leave, the senior may not be able to stop me. Moreover, if the senior destroys me, the dragon clan will have no future. The beautiful woman in the palace dress became more and more curious. With you alone, there is no future for the dragon clan. After Lin Chen put his hands together, he waved his hands sternly. By me, it's Lin Chen. Brush. As soon as the words fell, Luo Shuiyue's bloodline power suddenly soared. Her bloodline level, in just a few dozen breaths, has risen all the way, and has increased her potential by a full 10%. The beautiful woman in the palace dress was stunned for a moment, and then she was completely shocked. With a wave of your hand, you have enhanced the potential of the dragon bloodline of your descendants? What kind of handwriting is this? Although she could achieve a similar effect if she made a move, she would definitely not be able to do it as lightly as Lin Chen. Luo Shuiyue's pretty face was full of surprises and surprises. When she looked at Lin Chen with her wonderful eyes, it could be said that she was full of autumn water, and her eyes were full of tenderness. Princess Xingyue lightly covered her red lips with her hands, and her wonderful eyes were filled with disbelief again. How many hands did he hide? Could it be that the reason why the executives agreed to Lin Chen is because he can improve the quality of the dragon's bloodline? Thinking of this terrifying possibility, Princess Xingyue finally knew why the top management chose Lin Chen so firmly. Talking and laughing can make a dragon of divine dragon blood break through the boundaries. This method is too perverted. It is not an exaggeration to call the dragon alive. Lin Chen smiled lightly and said, I can make the dragon clan regain its glory, and I can make the dragon clan fall into reincarnation forever. Senior, do you need any answers now? Ying, a beautiful woman in palace dress, turned around and smiled. You too, come with me. With a flick of her sleeves, the gate of the palace opened. Lin Chen smiled knowingly, clasped his fists, and cupped his hands and said, Senior's kindness, Junior, remember it. The beautiful woman in the palace dress looked back and smiled, charming and beautiful, and smiled sweetly, Human Lin Chen, please take care of my descendants in the future. Lin Chen smiled and said, definitely. In fact, the beautiful women in palace costumes had already trusted him more than half. The previous fake threat was just to test Lin Chen's temperament and the background of his hand. He can obtain the bloodline of Taishi Ancient Dragon, indicating that he has been recognized by that senior. In addition, he can enter the plane of the dragon, the outside world senior. Dragon clan must have a lot of considerations. Therefore, she didn't need to test Lin Chen's son, the water dragon of the extreme prison, who had witnessed too many heroes of the human race in that era. Loyal or traitor, you can tell most of them at a glance. Lin Chen suddenly asked curiously, by the way, senior, there is a dragon tomb of the Taizhou ancient dragon here. The beautiful woman in the palace dress gave him a surprised look and said indifferently, there is no dragon tomb of Gulong here, Gulong will not die here. There is only the dragon stone stele left by the ancient dragon, which records the blood magic power and the method of use of the ancient dragons. And the descendants of other ancient dragons only come for them. Lin Chen frowned, it seems that the plan didn't go so well. When Luo Shueiyue looked back, she whispered, Lin Chen, I heard that you still want to contact the will of other divine dragon ancestors. You have to be careful, not all divine dragon wills are so easy to talk. Lin Chen nodded and smiled, I will convince them, you can retreat in peace. Luo Shueiyue and Lin Chen's holy dragon entered the palace of extreme prison together. As soon as he entered the palace, the holy dragon, part of Lin Chen's body, immediately sensed the position of the bloodline attribute light ball. Well, the holy level qi and blood of the one-footed centipede king has not been refined yet. If I can obtain the blood of the divine water dragon, this time it is equivalent to having two kinds of dragon blood and one ancient dragon blood in one breath. Within the same level, my holy dragon will be invincible again. When the holy dragon entered the palace to receive instructions from the will of the dragon, Lin Chen sat cross-legged and sat outside the palace. Collect the scales of other dragons in the Shenlong ruins and hand them over to the clone. Lin Chen didn't decompose the dozens of nearby tombs of dragons. Anything in the tomb of the dragon still has divine nature, more or less the will of the dragon remains, and it cannot be decomposed. Lin Chen concentrated on refining the massive amount of holy blood in the remaining holy dragon, and thought to himself, my other dragon bloodlines have already been strengthened to +17 in advance. If they can be transformed into the dragon bloodline, it is to increase a variety of +17 bloodlines in one breath. Divine dragon bloodline. Lin Chen flipped the palm of his hand, and the dragon jade blood crystal of the Yinyang fortune dragon that was stolen by the one-footed centipede king appeared in the palm of his hand. Seeing what was in Lin Chen's palm, Princess Xingyue's heart throbbed, and she lost her voice in shock. Good luck, dragon blood. The next moment, when Princess Xingyue witnessed Lin Chen actually taking the dragon blood crystal into her palm to absorb it. When she looked at Lin Chen, it was as if she had seen a ghost. This guy can't think of God. The bloodline of Taishi Ancient Dragon and Jiyu Water God Dragon is not enough. He still needs the bloodline of Yinyang Good Fortune Dragon. In this way, Lin Chen began to absorb the divine dragon's blood jade, refining it into the dragon's body, while assisting the holy dragon's body to absorb a large amount of holy blood. In the Shunlong ruins, when time passes. On the other side far away, the place where the Zerg fell. A huge Kudu Jiu-Ji Scorpion Emperor swiftly swept through the air, and when it arrived in the dim nebula, it crouched slightly in the air and hooked up its scorpion tail. This was a gesture of respectful submission. The Kudu Jiu-Ji Scorpion Emperor said respectfully in the Zerg language. Lord, there are currently more than 700 insect kings, one insect king, willing to participate in the war, and the news is still spreading farther. The dim red nebula, suddenly thunder and lightning, exploded with rolling starburst-like energy, sweeping the starry sky like a hurricane. The red venom Scorpion Emperor was silent, not daring to make a sound. Inside the red nebula, a pair of star-like eyes opened. It's not enough. This power is not enough to destroy the Dragon Clan guy. And the descendant of the Taishi Ancient Dragon, I want more. The eyes in the nebula were fierce, and he said coldly. You go to report another piece of information. If anyone can join the team of this seat and serve for this seat, they can get the blood of this seat. As soon as these words came out, the face of the red venom Scorpion Emperor changed greatly. Lord, in your current situation, do you still want to donate your blood? Isn't that? The Great Will in the Scarlet Nebula exploded with anger. The red venom Scorpion Emperor immediately shut his mouth and was so frightened that he shuddered. Sir, please calm down. The will said in a stern voice, blood is not important, this seat is. Powerless to return to the sky, I just want to kill the descendants of that guy before dying. If you serve this seat well, this seat can give you a chance to succeed. King's chance. The red venom Scorpion Emperor was ecstatic and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, Lord. In the Shunlong plain, there was an earth-shattering news that shocked countless Zerg. A wave of horrifying insect waves rushed in a certain direction, condensing, gathering, as if brewing, the most fatal blow. Time flies. 3 months later. The holy world of the human race, the Holy Kingdom. Genesis Alliance headquarters. The Alliance has encountered great resistance recently, and their plan to purge the mortals has actually failed. There is a special team, as if it is specifically aimed at the Genesis Alliance. Whichever domain the team goes to, the opponent will appear in the corresponding area. What the Genesis Alliance needs is not only to exterminate mortals in large numbers, but to select the lost geniuses when they exterminate the world with the poison of poison. Even if the Genesis Alliance dispatched several Taishan Beta level mathematicians, they would not be able to deduce the opponent's position. However, some people in the Alliance have witnessed the people who interfered with the Alliance's actions. Shenyan Palace, returned to Lin Chen. And what hindered the Genesis Alliance's change? All the Alliance powerhouses could see that it was Lin Chen's team. The top management of the Genesis Alliance seemed to have received a new order. When Lin Chen's team blocked the plan of purging the mortals, not only did they not increase their strength, but they reduced their investment in this area. It's not that the top leaders of the alliance have changed their minds, it's that they have more important things to implement. Just 2.5 months ago, the Genesis Alliance frantically plundered the resources of a large number of forces. Especially the medicinal resources, almost as much as there are. As long as it is a holy level treasure, whether it is a holy level 1st grade or a holy grade 8th grade, the Genesis Alliance needs all of them. Boom. In the Holy King domain, a gloomy and monstrous aura rose into the sky, and the sky was dark. The powerhouses and countless alliance headquarters fell into the illusion that the world was spinning. This was the oppression and illusion caused by the birth of the extremely strong primordial spirit. Genesis, the top of the mountain. The mountain was named the center of Genesis, and only the top level strong can enter here. However, on the top of the sacred mountain at this time, all the saints have solemn expressions on their faces. The list of saints who are pretentious and extremely rebellious, but at this moment are serious, staring at the other side of the mountain. I saw that 17 figures appeared on the top of the mountain. The 2 of them have recovered a lot of injuries, their breath is in full swing, and they have a taste that is approaching the heyday. One person, a black robe and a cloak, a sharp face like an eagle, a pair of sword eyebrows, and the eagle eyes gradually appear. The other person, Hafa Tong Yen, with a red face, red robes like fire, has the vicissitudes and indifference of the game world, only the evil killing intent flashed from time to time between his eyebrows. In the eyes of the saint talent list, they are not ordinary geniuses, but a group of living legends. The old man in the black robe and the cloak laughed and said, "The pill recipe handed down by the alchemy god is really good. The old man has recovered more than half, and he can even refine the 8th rank holy pill." This person, title, Wu Tian Dan Xing Yin Mi Tian. Before the creation of the human race holy world, the ancient times have been famous for eternity, the most powerful person who shocked the human race, the 9-turn Saint Cultivation Base. The most important thing is that his alchemy strength has reached the ranks of the 9th grade. 9th rank Saint level Alchemistine Mitian. When another old man with a childish face, with a crane-haired face looked up at the starry sky, his pupils actually turned an astrolabe, and there was a tinge of red in the pupil astrolabe. He smiled evilly. I can't imagine that the human race has such an interesting mathematician. Haha, I just met such an interesting opponent just after leaving the customs. The saints suddenly felt a tingling sensation, and even their spirit and consciousness had a sharp tingling sensation. It seems that under his gaze, all the secrets are invisible. It seems that with just one glance, he has insight into the endless secrets. In the ancient times, the former number 1 mathematician of the human race, Heartbroken Red, a handsome, bright and jade-like sage, clasped his fists respectfully and cupped his hands. Senior Heartbroken Red, you can confidently deduce the base camp of those thieves. Broken Heart Red said with a half-smile, it's not a problem to deduce, as long as you help me heal my injuries and holy power. 2 other saints bowed and said, Senior, don't worry, the resources will be delivered continuously. And because Tian is here, in a short period of time, our alliance will do our best to help you all. Broken Heart Hong Fusho smiled and said, yes, young people today are very good. I like your Genesis alliance. If the old man recovers, remember to bring a group of female virgins to the old man. The old man wants their blood. Talking about this, the Heartbroken Red and Scarlet tongue licked, making many girls and saints horrified. Then, he said again, let's ask, who is the other party's mathematician? What kind of arithmetic is used? The two saints looked at each other and said in unison, it should be Jiang Taishu of Shinji Pavilion, and the technique he used is star arithmetic. Broken Heart Hong raised his eyebrows. Oh? Shinji Pavilion? What kind of garbage sect is this? Can a mathematician with such a character be produced? Times are changing so fast, that's all, let the old man come and meet him. Well. At this time Inmi Tian chuckled lightly, I heard that there are also 9th-rank saint-level pharmacists there? The eyes of the saints met, and a beautiful and refined saint said earnestly. Those fellows alchemists are the fortune-tellers of the pill domain, you. Xing Xing. As for whether it is a 9th rank, maybe not, or maybe it is. But even if it is not, ranking 9th grade is not far behind. Yin Mitian smiled playfully, then it seems, the old man has to be more serious. Seeing the team behind the two, the powerhouses at the top of the alliance held their breath. They never dreamed that in this era, they could actually see the legend of the year with their own eyes. Behind the two, there are still 15 people. In addition to Yin Mitian and Heartbroken Red, those 15 are also super legends that are not inferior to them at all. Every one, whose name was the existence that shocked the ages. It can be called the strongest under the true God. A blue-clothed young man on the list of saints said in amazement. The man in white above should be Zhou Baichuan, the only descendant of the space-time silent God, who is in charge of the time-space magic. That beautiful woman must be the woman who observed all the forbidden techniques of the ancient Buddha in the ancient times, and has a talent beyond the past. She has already understood the forbidden technique of the 5 realms of hell, the mad flower, the black rose. The two with golden and silver horns on their heads are rumored to be conjoined holy babies born in the ancient times. After separation, they are still one-hearted golden horns and silver horns. The other saints nodded and said solemnly, I have heard the elders in the clan mention that these two brothers can work together to exert a combat power that is more than 10 times stronger than that of the bright side. They are the only peerless partners today. In the ancient times, even the Xian killer who once assassinated the holy king was a nightmare that made the top powerhouses terrified. At this time, the two saints turned their eyes to the other side. There is a tall figure standing high in the sky. This person is the holy king of body refinement who took the power of 10,000 calamities, the cosmic storm, and the blood of the mutant demon dragon of heaven and earth to refine the body. It's really terrifying. It's not just as simple as having talent. Refining the body with the power of cosmic storms and catastrophe, and daring to refine the blood of the mutant demon dragon, what a naked lunatic. The eyes of the two saints were full of awe. If he hadn't been detained in the devil's eyes of the holy prison, I'm afraid his current achievements would be unimaginable. Next to Qing Wangu, a handsome man in a blue shirt stood with his hands behind his back. His hair is light and graceful. It is as swift as wind and howl as thunder. Carry a bow that breaks the sky, pull the sky with one bow, and break the sky with one arrow. It was Tang Fenglei, the son of Fengshen, who shot down 99 stars with one arrow. There is also Xiang Bei's, the founder of the Wandao Guizhong formation. It is rumored that he has even comprehended the formation method to kill all living beings except the true God. If you can meet some of the sky-defying formation requirements, you will have the power to kill gods and defy the sky. In the ancient times, he created the evil way of bloodthirsty and refining fire, the peerless evil talent who wrote the orange-level advanced mental method, the holy king who was in charge of 10,000 fires, and the fire. Madness who devoured half the sun is innocent. And after the ancient times, Lin Guang, who possessed the bright god blood of the god of light, traveled through time and space in an instant like a light of God. There is also the only beautiful snake and scorpion woman who has comprehended the Devil Emperor's unique technique, reincarnation of the devil's way, a thousand faces and a delicate moon. In addition, there are two more mysterious existences. They have no body. Their lower body is like a cloud of smoke, their appearance is like a country, and their appearance is like sinking fish and geese. The two sisters live forever in the form of Yuan Shen. They were originally holy peaches, but they were able to gather spirits because of a chance encounter, and they cultivated by absorbing the spirit of the human race. In the end, he turned into a primordial spirit, invisible and intangible, but he could practice the top cultivation technique of the human race, and became the strongest existence between heaven and earth at the fastest speed. Yuanshan Taya flowers fly thousands of miles, Taoyayao, Ta is easy. And the only descendant of the supreme fist god back then, the One Punch King Yi Qianshuan. He doesn't have any unique skills, and the mind and exercises he cultivates are only for the ultimate punch. Although he has not yet reached the Holy King's cultivation base, he has killed the Holy King in the ancient times. With one punch, everything is silent. Heaven and earth return to chaos. You must know how difficult it is to kill a Holy King. At the beginning, the Holy King Haoyan was hunted down by two Holy Kings and a large number of strong men. The 100-footed worm died without becoming stiff. It may not be difficult for some peerless saints to defeat or win the first line of the Holy King. But if you want to kill alone, it's too hard, almost impossible. And Yi Qianshuan only needs one punch. He also only has one punch. However, such a perverted character is not the most amazing among these 17 people. The strongest are the stern man in black armor and the elegant boy with evil temperament at the back of the team. The two of them stood here, as if they had opened up the whole world. Sword intent pierces the sky, and sword intent slashes down 9 heavens. Son of sword god, Jin Tai Chu. Descendant of the god of swords Jiang Pui. As arrogant as the list of saints, in front of these two people, he had to restrain his arrogance. These 17 people are all amazing saints, ghosts, and extraordinary talents who have been famous for eternity, before the creation of the holy realm. At the beginning of the Jin dynasty and Jiang Pui, in the ancient times when the holy world of the human race had not yet been established and 100 flowers were blooming, these two were already recognized as the strongest holy kings. If the strongest holy king of that era is restored to its heyday, no one can imagine how terrifying this team will be if it returns to its heyday. In addition, the Genesis Alliance has helped this time and joined the United Holy Prison. This time, no matter how strong Lin Chen is, he will definitely be powerless in the face of this legendary team. The situation is getting more and more chaotic. Boom! A real dragon flew down from the sky, the real dragon disappeared, and the stern real dragon, Holy King, and the evil and beautiful Qianhu, Holy King, appeared. The true dragon Saint King walked in front of the 17 people and said indifferently, "Everyone, I hope you know what the purpose of releasing you this time is. If you have 2 hearts, you don't need to say much about the end. If you cooperate with us well, everyone, it's more of an opportunity." 17 people frowned immediately, and their eyes flickered and changed. The 9 chakras in the bodies of these 17 people are the sacred Seals of the holy prison, which are different from the 9 chakras of ordinary criminals. Their 9-chakra divine seal penetrates deep into the bone marrow and origin. And only true gods can understand them. The Holy Dragon King and the 1,000 Fox Holy King only have the right to control and have no right to cancel. The Holy King of 1,000 Foxes giggled and smoothed the game. We have already found the medicinal materials and resources for you. It won't take too long, and you will be able to return to your heyday. He looked at Mitian and smiled without pretense. Your Excellency Mitian, after you recover, I will trouble you. Wu Tianpil Saint Mitian laughed and said, no problem, this old man has re-emerged from the human race, and it happens that his alchemy skills are also unfamiliar, and his hands are itching. If there is such an opportunity for alchemy, I will not let it go. Just say hello. Shh. The sound of breaking wind came, and a crowd of people flew from the top of the mountain. It is the representatives of the 9-pin sects of the United Genesis Alliance. They brought with them the massive resources they had recently collected, as well as the information and treasure trove of their subordinates. It just so happened that they had to come and see for themselves whether the so-called cooperation was worth the cost and resources they paid to help. It's actually Black Rose, she really didn't die. It's sad that a vision appeared every day. It turned out to be Zhou Baichuan, the only successor of the god of time and space. He really still lives in this world. Golden Horn and Silver Horn, the most terrifying killer in the history of the human race, has also been born. My good fellow, the Overlord is eternal. The madman who refined his body with the power of 10,000 calamities is not dead. The son of Fengshen, Tang Fenglei. It is said that before he was captured, he had a lore shot and abolished nearly half of the 9-rank sect. The strongest holy king, Jiangpui, Jin Taichu. When the representatives of the 9-rank sects that joined, they were completely shocked when they sent the resources. They also questioned the holy prison before, and when they actually met, all doubts were dispelled. Horrible, this team. If they return to their heyday and destroy Lin Chen and others, if the holy prison chooses to fight against the Genesis Alliance, I am afraid. At that time, the number one enemy of the Genesis Alliance will be the holy prison instead. The Holy Dragon King was very thoughtful and deliberately let these 17 people show up to let the Genesis Alliance know their bargaining chips. However, he naturally knew what the Alliance would be afraid of. The Holy Dragon King showed a smile for the first time in history, and bowed slightly to the representatives of the 9-rank sect. Everyone, my holy prison only needs the life of Lin Chen's son, and I will give you an explanation for the great creators of the world. The holy prison will not interfere in the hegemony of your Genesis Alliance. This seat can sign a contract with you. If you violate it, you can act according to the rules. A contract between holy kings needs to be guided by blood and blood. If you violate the contract, you will lose at least half your life. The binding force is extremely strong. With this promise, the 9th rank representatives are a little relieved. At least now, they will not have second thoughts. The most important thing is to heal these 17 people first. With the former number 1 mathematician of the human race, Broken Heart read. It is only a matter of time before Lin Chen's team and Xinyan Palace are found. Wuji Temple, Taiji Temple. The old man Wuji is watching the new Tai chess game. There are 4 colors of pieces on the board, which are complicatedly intertwined. When the Wuji old man was studying a new way to break the game, suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and he turned to stare into the distance, looking through the very distant place in the void, and muttered to himself, another mathematician was born. Could it be the strong man of that era? The comers are not good. Qianningshue, who was sitting beside her, asked, curiously, Grandpa, what do you mean by bad people? Since Qianningshue was defeated by Lin Chen, she returned to the old Wuji's side, and she became honest. The old man Wuji smiled and said, Hee, come, let's see the game between the blue chess and the red chess. Qianningshue pointed to a part of the chessboard, puzzled. Grandpa, you asked me to regard the red chess as a demon race, but the red chess is so weak, yet it can stray between the black and white chess? Is this chess technique? Did something go wrong? The old man Wuji said with a smile, the game of chess seems to be out of order. In fact, the hidden interests are intertwined, you see. He raised his hand and placed a blue chess piece in the center, blocking the other three colored chess pieces. When Qianningshue took a closer look, her pretty face changed slightly. The blue chess seems to be facing black and white, but in fact it is secretly protecting the red chess. Qianningshue exclaimed, Lan Hong? Who is Lan Qi? Who can protect the demon race? Could it be that it's the demon race? Qianningshue Bingxue is smart and extremely talented, and she immediately thinks of the main point. When the demon race was first born, it was weaker than any other race, and it had insufficient background, which logically was not enough to succeed. However, the current demon race is growing stronger and stronger. The demon race can grow unharmed among the various races, perhaps it is the protection of the demon race. Qianningshue said in surprise, Grandpa, do you mean that the demons protect the growth of the demons, and they want to include them as part of the demons? The old man Wuji smiled and said, have you ever seen a chess piece that has changed color? If so, there should only be 3 colored pieces at the beginning of this game. Qianningshue's pupils trembled, and she repeatedly pondered the words of her great-grandfather. The old man Wuji looked into the distance and sighed in his heart, the gods created the evils of the demon race, but let the mortals of all living beings carry the burdens. The gods of the holy world, like the gods, are greedy and selfish. They claim to be the supreme and pure gods, is more like a monster that only pursues power without bottom line. Boom. At this time, in the promised palace, a majestic bell rang. The moment he heard the bell, the old man Wuji changed his expression. Qianningshue was stunned, she had never seen such a great-grandfather. The Wuji old man flashed shock, fear, and even panic in an instant. Grandpa. Qianningshue wanted to speak. With a swipe, the Wuji old man disappeared. At the highest point of the Tiangong, there is a huge golden bell. The old man Wuji came to the side of the golden bell with a particularly solemn expression. Qianningshue followed closely behind, standing behind her great-grandfather. It only rang once. The old man Wuji stared at the golden bell and fell into deep contemplation. This is the Wuji heavenly bell, which connects the luck and fate of the holy world one after another. It is the strongest fortune teller for the Wuji old man. Even if there is a catastrophe in the holy world, it will not make a sound, it will only vibrate. But just now, it beeped. The old man Wuji looked into the distance and muttered to himself. A ringing sound means that someone from the god realm has descended. Although it is only for a moment, it is true that a creature from the god realm has descended somewhere in the holy realm. There are souls from the God realm descending into the holy realm. Even if he hides it very well, he has not escaped the prediction of the old man Wuji. After all, who is? However, the old man Wuji was still calm. What Wuji Tianzhong can perceive indicates that the other party is not too far beyond his deduction range. What is terrifying is that when some creatures in the God realm come, even the infinite sky clock cannot perceive the existence. She said with lingering fears, "Grandpa, is there a strong man from the realm of the gods coming?" The old man Wuji shook his head. "I don't know, it's not clear whether it is an enemy or a friend." Qianing Xue said hesitantly, "But there are strong people in our holy world. So we should." Ing Xue. The old man Wuji gave her a serious look. Qianing Xue was stunned. It was the first time she saw her great-grandfather showing this look, which was far more serious than when she saw Lin Chen punching a holy king. Don't scrutinize the creatures of the God realm with common sense. We are three-dimensional creatures, they are four-dimensional. Dragon realm. Boom. Outside the Dragon King Hall, a splendid dragon's might with infinite anger was released, shaking the space and suppressing all directions. Damn, so far, you are still arguing. Do you still want to protect the evil human race? The anger spread outside the hall, and countless dragons were dizzy and horrified, and immediately stayed away from the vicinity of the Dragon King Hall. Forget it, it's useless to count on you. I will take care of this kid myself. After he comes out, no matter his secret or position, this elder will take it directly. Pass on the order of the elders and summon the Dragon Kings of all races. A big storm is brewing in the Dragon clan, with Lin Chen as the center. It is brewing more and more violently. Lin Chen didn't know what was waiting for him in the dragon world. The plane of the dragon, inside the nebula where the dragon head is. Outside the azure blue palace, when Lin Chen opened his eyes, his pupils turned from azure blue to black and white, and finally returned to the usual black eyes. Congratulations to the host for successfully improving the bloodline and possessing the bloodline attribute value of the extreme prison water god. Dragon, 5 billion points. Enhancement levels are automatically synced. All the supernatural powers of this bloodline possessed by the host, the Azure Dragon Sword, have been upgraded to the extraordinary level. Extreme Prison Heaven. Prison, promoted to Peerless rank. Congratulations to the host for successfully improving the bloodline. Possessing the attribute value of the bloodline of the Yin and Yang fortune. Telling Dragon, 5 billion points. Enhancement levels are automatically synced. The bloodline supernatural power attribute that has been automatically inherited, immortal creation, grade, Peerless. Lin Chen sighed, and when he got up and looked at himself, he said with joy, "My dear, I like to mention 2 divine dragon bloodlines, and the holy dragon has broken through the limit of 500,000 gods." Lin Chen's current holy dragon, after killing the 10,000-footed centipede king and decomposing the scales of countless divine dragons, the power of 500,000, the pure power alone can compete with the half-step holy king who has just opened the 100th holy cave. However, 500,000 venerable power is a limit, and if you want to improve it later, even the extremely talented ancient dragon is quite slow. This is also the reason why many dragons have not become dragon kings. 500,000 to 990,000. 990,000 to 1 million are 2 big boundaries. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose, the scales of the dragon that the clones have decomposed during this time is a bit terrifying. The speed of killing the Zerg is completely proportional to the speed of decomposing the scales of the dragon. And Lin Chen's palm rested on his dantian, which was the position of the acupoint. Of the 46th holy acupoint, the accumulation has almost reached the limit. Brush. Inside the Azure Palace, a streamer flew out. It was Lin Chen's holy dragon. The holy dragon has completed the transformation and baptism of the bloodline. The focus of Professor Jiu Water God Dragon is Luo Shueyue, and Lin Chen can only be promoted incidentally. Today's holy dragon has been transformed into a human shape, with a pair of yin and yang twin black and white dragon eyes, blue dragon horns, and a tall and slender body covered with golden dragon scales. Lin Chen patted the holy dragon and was very satisfied. Well, I'm almost 1/10 as handsome as me, and it is indeed one of my signature giant dragons. He was about to take action, and Princess Xingyue followed closely, and said, in a condensed voice, "What are you going to do?" During this time, Princess Xingyue also accepted the inheritance of Yutian Jinlong sages, but she would come back to monitor Lin Chen every 1 month. After all, Lin Chen's combat power is still too dangerous. If he has unreasonable thoughts about other descendants of Shenlong, and leaves the tombstone of Shenlong, except for the dragon seal in the hands of Princess Xingyue, it is difficult to limit him. She will be responsible to the end of the tasks that the dragon clan entrusted to her. Lin Chen jokingly smiled and said, "Is it possible that I'm going to hush-hush and also report to you, not Princess Xingyue?" Princess Xingyue snorted coldly, vulgar language. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Hush-hush is considered vulgar? Then what about? He. Princess Xingyue. Lin Chen chuckled and did not continue to tease her. With a wave of his hand, the holy dragon was incorporated into the body. He turned into the appearance of a holy dragon, soared into the sky, and swept to other dragon tombs. Princess Xingyue followed step by step, staring at Lin Chen with almond eyes. Lin Chen arrived at a gray-white continent, and at the end was a majestic mountain peak. There seemed to be a world-destroying energy hidden inside the mountain peak, which was shocking. When Lin Chen came to this time, the gravity suddenly increased. At least, an increase of 500 million times the weight. You must know that in the screening of the Wanlong conference, the Heavenly Man plane entered, but the gravity is millions of times, and there are hundreds of millions of times here. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. Is this the dragon tomb of Tianyue Zenyalong? His primordial spirit power can sense that a frantic dragon-breathing storm is raging among the ups and downs of the mountains. You must know that in the plane of the dragon, such a solid space, as well as the 500 million times the weight in the dragon tomb of Tianyue Zenyalong, can still wreak havoc. You can see how terrifying the energy here is. Lin Chen rubbed his chin. My dear, the energy here is so full, it can be seen that this Tianyue Zenyalong may be among the fallen dragons, and the will of the dragons, with the most remaining power. A pair of dragon eyes opened in the mountains, and when viewed from a distance, they were as huge as the sun, moon, and stars. Is the royal golden dragon clan and the descendants of the ancient dragon. What is the so-called coming here? It is the voice of Tianyue Town prison dragon. In its deep voice, there is an undisguised disappointment. The descendant of the prison dragon clan in Tianyue Town, it has been waiting for countless years, but it never came. This means that in the future, there are no descendants of the dragon who can enter here, which is the proof of the decline of this family. Lin Chen and Princess Xingyue handed over at the same time. Then, Lin Chen said seriously, Junior Lin Chen, I'm looking for a senior to borrow something. The will of the dragon of Tianyue Zenyalong said indifferently, descendants of the ancient dragon, what do you want? Lin Chen said, the marrow of the bones of the senior's body. Shenlong will, huh? It has long since fallen, the Shenlong body has long been crippled, and most of its flesh and blood has been swallowed up by the dying insect god. The marrow of God's bone, it does still exist, but not much. If this son is the descendant of its Tianyue town prison dragon clan, it would be fine to give him, but it is not. Shenlong said lightly, this seat has it, but I don't give it. You go back. Lin Chen said solemnly, maybe this junior can make an equivalent exchange with the senior. Shenlong's will said coldly, if you say you don't give it, you won't give it. Lin Chen, is there no room to talk? Shenlong's will, no. Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. He said bluntly, can seniors tell me the reason? Shenlong will, because of you, you are handsome. Lin Chen. Damn, it makes sense, he was speechless. Lin Chen calmed down and said with a smile, Senior, this thing of being handsome is innate and can't be changed. Why don't we talk about other bargaining chips, maybe this junior has something the senior needs here? Shenlong's will roared, shaking the space, don't talk about those useless. You have no interest in this seat. Is it possible that you can't repair this incomplete will? Go. If it is the descendants of other ancient dragons, Tianyue Zenyalong's will may be considered. But this kid is from the bloodline of Taishi ancient dragon. Whenever I think of Taishi Gulong, it can always think of the days when the elder sister used it as a sandbag to play hands. The Tianyue suppressing prison dragon is born with the strongest defense. Needless to say, the suppressing prison dragon in the divine dragon realm has an excellent defense at the same level, and few opponents can break it. However, this does not include Taishi Gulong. Taishi Gulong is an ancient dragon known as absolute attack and absolute defense. Attack power and defense power are known as the best in the ancient dragon class. Every time Taishi Gulong wanted to practice his hand, the target could only be the Tianyue Zenyalong with a strong defense. It happened that he was training head-to-head with big sister Gulong. She could impress herself, but she couldn't impress her by herself. Therefore, whenever Taishi Gulong is mentioned, it is a history of blood and tears for Tianyue Zenyalong. It has great opinions on Taishi Gulong. If Lin Chen knew the reason, he would be so angry that his mouth would be crooked. Princess Xingyue looked at everything in her eyes, and seemed to be hesitant to think about whether to tell the fact that Lin Chen was a human race. Boom. 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 Violent tremors and distortions came from the space. The will of Lin Chen and Tianyue Zenyalong were vigilant at the same time. This shock is very terrifying, it is a large area and multiple directions, and it comes from a very distant time and space. Everyone is still far from the location of the tombs of the dragons, but things are definitely not simple. What happened? I seem to have been forcibly interrupted by the ancestors just now. There seems to be a powerful energy approaching. It's not the right way, it seems to be more than half a star. More than a dozen descendants of the dragon swept out of the dragon tomb. Brush. Lin Chen also flashed outside the starry sky for the first time. Immediately afterwards, a sturdy man in a black robe appeared beside Lin Chen. There are dragon horns on his head, his arms are as black as ink, his 5 fingers are claws, and his eyes are staring into the distance. It is the will of the primordial spirit of Tianyue Zenyalong. It and Lin Chen said almost in unison. It's the Zerg. As soon as these words came out, many descendants of the dragon were horrified. The space vibration just now, at least the power of shattering thousands of stars in an instant, turned out to be a Zerg? Zerg attacked it this time? Bad visitor. The other party came with a plan. Every time the plane of the dragon is opened, it is the weakest moment of the will of the dragon. Because of their incomplete will, they also have to teach and guide the descendants of the dragons, which further weakens the already incomplete will of the primordial spirit. Lin Chen and Tianyue Zenyalong looked at each other. Senior, the Comer is not good. The latter nodded and said, indeed, this has never happened before. Brush. At this time, Ping Ting, a beautiful figure, stood pretty, but her mental state was not very good, standing next to Lin Chen and Tianyue Zenyalong. It is the water dragon of the extreme prison. She said solemnly, the situation is not optimistic, the Zerg is coming for real. All our dragon enchantments have been torn apart in different ways. It's a good thing for the remaining old guys. The dragon race has the remaining will of the dragon, and the Zerg also has the will of the primordial spirit of the insect god that survives. But the remaining will of the insect god is not as good as the dragon family. Lin Chen suddenly said, they are going to launch a major attack. My clone was outside, and was suddenly ignored by the Zerg, and a large number of Zerg were coming here. Tianyue Town Prison Dragon looked at the Water God Dragon. How many of those old guys are still active? Dai frowned, and Shui Shenlong said seriously, there are not even 7 who can really leave the dragon tomb. Tianyue Zenyalong said, these old things are so sinister. This time, it was made clear that the dragon race was to be forced to death. But it was chosen to be on the Shenlong Plain for more than 3 months. When the will of the Shenlong was being passed on to the descendants, the weakest period came. This can be regarded as the last counterattack. However, even though the dragon plane has been opened so many times in the past, the Zerg has never launched a major attack. Why is it like crazy this time? At this time, a hoarse voice came from the distant Dragon Tomb continent. The directions that were broken first, give us a few old things. The remaining will of a few old opponents has also awakened. The Zerg wants to destroy our descendants. Boom. The power of the dragons that shined brightly in the world was like a flower. And they descended into the distant time and space in all directions. Lin Chen's primordial spirit power, sensing the will of several dragons, equivalent to the extreme prison water dragon, swept away in different directions. Tianyue Town Prison Dragon waved his hand and let out a low roar. All the descendants of the dragon race obey the order, and this Tianyue Suppression Dragon has officially issued an order to you. Before our old guys block all the gaps in the enchantment, you should go to one of the gaps to meet the enemy and persist until we repair them all. Until the boundary. All the descendants of the dragon received it at the first time and went out, one after another. This time, the will of the dragon to leave the dragon tomb, including Tianyue Zenyalong, has a total of 8, and they are swept away in 8 different directions. When he was about to leave, the water god dragon of extreme prison turned his eyes, stared at Lin Chen, and said suddenly, little friend Lin Chen, at this moment, the future of the dragon clan is entrusted to you. Lin Chen nodded and said, Junior must do his best. A light of water escaped, and when the will of the water dragon of the extreme prison just left. Quack. Dragons, today is the time to destroy your descendants. Let you taste the anger that my Zerg has accumulated for countless years. Even if you die, you will have to pay the price in blood. Several shrill hissing sounds that shocked the ages spread all around. It is the will of the insect god of the Zerg. They actually went to the location of the dragon's tomb in person. when the terrifying divine might descended to suppress all the descendants of the dragons. Boom. 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 An afterimage of the divine dragon suddenly swept across the sky, suddenly opened the dragon's mouth and exhaled suddenly, and collided with the extremely distant insect god. Like countless real dragons colliding, the distant time and space are constantly flashing with bright aurora, which is extremely dazzling. The aurora continued to spread like a starburst, and it was especially terrifying. It was shocking to see the descendants of the dragon. This is the battle of the gods. It's so terrifying, every thought and every move has the power to destroy the world. The continuous will of the dragons is resisting the invasion of the will of the many insect gods from different directions, and is rapidly repairing the enchantment. Lin Chen and the descendants of the Shenlong retreated again and again until they retreated to the position of the Dragon Neck Nebula of the Dragon Nebula before they were completely away from the battlefield. At this time, the universe's starry sky suddenly dimmed. All the starlight has been covered up. Boom. The pupils of the descendants of the dragon shrank. They sensed the endless Zerg, sweeping the sky and covering the earth. The number is not only billions and tens of billions, but also hundreds of billions and trillions of units. It has reached an almost limitless level. At least most of the Zerg in the Dragon Plane have gathered here. The Zerg god made a move, and as soon as he made a move, he would cut the grass and eradicate the roots. However, when Princess Xingyue saw Lin Chen out of the corner of her eye, she was completely stunned. I saw someone from Lin's mouth open wide, and his expression was so excited that he looked like an old man who hadn't touched a woman for hundreds of years. Suddenly saw a group of big beauties swarming in, showing a lunatic smile. Crazy. Must be crazy. The endless wave of Zerg is like a giant storm in the universe, comparable to a nebula-like object, rolling along with the power to push the 1,000 layers plane. There are 5 poisonous bees, thousands of fantasy butterflies, and violent sword mantises. There's Mistcracker, deadly blood leech, and more. There are too many Zerg. It is almost all the Zerg of all dynasties. However, when some descendants of dragons who were good at perception sensed that this was just the first wave of vanguards, their dragon pupils could not help but tremble. It's as vast and stalwart as returning to the genocide battle between the dragon and the Zerg. This power is too terrifying. So much so that there is a smell of exterminating the dragon clan. For the first time, all the descendants of Shenlong and ancient dragons felt the taste of a desperate counterattack. They may be destined to return without success this time, and use the space jade slip to escape. This is simply not something that their dozens of descendants of the dragon can compete with. Only if it is replaced by the high-level gang of Long Zun and Dragon King can they live in the field. However, Lin Chen couldn't help swallowing. It's too much. These Zerg are all over the attribute value. Below the monster rank, all are heavenly values. Above the insect king, there are all kinds of attribute values. Pa. With a snap of fingers, the clones gathered together. Lin Chen laughed proudly. I'll do it first, you can do whatever you want. Tear. The rolling sound blasted away the airwaves. Lin Chen actually took the lead. Alone, the holy dragon came out of the body, and the main body took 7 clones and a holy dragon to kill it. Damn, he's crazy. No, we don't have a choice. We have to give it a try. Now use the space jade. Slip to leave, and we will give up all our efforts. Ollie, fuck you guys. I bloom in slaughter, like a flower in a worm wave. Let this prince come to experience the legend of this Zerg. The handsome dragon has already done it, and the ugly dragon is still hesitating. Few of the descendants of the dragon are too stage fright, and their hearts are also the best of the dragon race. How can you be intimidated by a war? Luo Shueyue and Princess Xingyue transformed into a vast dragon body, followed by the descendants of other dragons. A group of giant dragons soaring across the starry sky were born, as if returning to the ancient times when the dragons were at their peak. By changing the main body, their attacks can be maximized, their firepower is fully activated, and their lethality is maximized. Lin Chen's recklessness aroused their arrogance and bloodliness as a dragon clan, and turned on the Lin Chen Hua of all members, and all of them rushed up. In less than a quarter of an hour, Lin Chen rushed to the front of the insect tide for the first time, and countless monster insects swept in like a hurricane, trying to devour Lin Chen directly. Slow rune. Lin Chen started with a slow rune, and 8 burning dragons burned up on top of his head, and a primordial spirit, Fenlong Tianin, suddenly roared broken. Xinghe. The clone raised his hand and held the knife to right a sacred tear, and the fragments of the knife chi poured like rain. An arrow that burns the sky like a meteor pierces the night sky, and the sword shadow is like a superfast aurora. There is also a holy dragon showing its body. Taishi ancient dragon was born, sweeping the sun, moon, and stars with a tail swing. The dragon tail transforms into a sword, the dragon light is azure blue, and the extraordinary azure blue dragon sword is divided into 5, slaying countless Zerg. Immediately afterwards, Xinglong released the extreme prison in one breath. The boundless raging waves of the sea are like waves that cover the stars, and cover the moon, and build 5 huge prisons. Now that it has absorbed the bloodline attribute value of the water god dragon, the bloodline supernatural power of the holy dragon's extreme prison is a peerless rank, and its power far exceeds the previous extraordinary rank. Coupled with the instant light splitting shadow, and the 500,000 strong dragon pulse, this hand stunned all the descendants of the dragon on the spot. The descendants of the dragon suddenly felt their scalps go numb. This guy's Taishi Gulong, how did his strength skyrocket so much in 3 months? This at least spans 3 grades. Boom. 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 Lin Chen's series of stunts exploded, and the rolling offensive destroyed the sky and the earth, crushing the front row of insects to explode. Its talent, destruction explosion, is triggered twice, blasting the fins and feathers all over the sky, raining blood. The atmosphere was particularly embarrassing for a short period of time, and the mighty giant dragons froze in the void, with a demeanor as if they had seen a ghost. For a time, Lin Chen actually blocked the first major attack of the insect tide with his own power. That's right, Lin Chen really doesn't have the combat power of the Holy King yet, but he has achieved records and effects that the Holy King has not achieved. His 7 phantom clones, 7 people and 7 moves, superimposed the talent of instant light splitting shadow, and the 7 moves become 35 moves. This is Lin Chen, who is most not afraid of group battles. In addition, destruction and explosion is brilliant in this group attack. And a single triggering of the defense will trigger a chain reaction. Triggering, extinction crack, and super chaos, and immediately broke the formation of the insect tide, and suddenly fell into confusion. Because of Lin Chen's actions, hundreds of millions of Zerg died in the worm tide, and more than 10 billion Zerg fell in a blink of an eye. Outside the distant void, among the nebulae that exploded like starbursts, the will of the dragons who were repairing the barrier and delaying the battle all looked sideways. Human race? The descendant of this Taishi ancient dragon is actually a human race. This little guy blocked the first wave of attacks as soon as he shot. Good guy, it's terrifying. It is rumored that this kid killed the thief's 10,000-footed centipede. And it's true. Tianyue Zenyalong was frightened and angry, and the descendant of the ancient dragon who dared to ask him for the marrow of the god's bone was actually a human race? Lin Chen's explosive power attracted the attention of the powerhouses in the strongest circle. The will of the insect gods who had turned into half-humans also looked sideways. How many ways? Why are there people here? Where is the strange flower? You old man, don't you mean that everything is under control? Only the red-eyed man in the front, the upper body is humanoid, the lower body is scorpion body, and the violent pupils burst with monstrous aura and murderous intent. Red Scorpion God. It is the leader who planned all the actions, a crazy insect god will. At this time, the will of the Scorpion God was completely split. The blood of the Taishi ancient dragon was actually acquired by the human race. I want to kill him completely. Boom. The colorful divine dragon's breath turned into a long shadow and held, and the will of the divine dragon struck again. You won't have a chance, something lingering on. My dragon clan can destroy your clan and suppress you forever. Today, our descendants will also destroy your race devourers forever. Die. The war broke out again between the two sides, and the power directly stirred. The galaxy, and countless stars were shattered into powder in an instant. The space-time near the Shunlong ruins distorted and collapsed, and even light could not escape this distorted space-time, as if the end of the universe was coming. The other side. After a brief shock, the descendants of the dragon joined the battle, and the second wave of the worm wave was surging. The dense Zerg army was neat and sharp, attacking Lin Chen and his clone like a wave of ants. Lin Chen and all the clones focused their firepower on it. The trend of this attack was obviously not as devastating as before, and it became much slower. Luo Shuiyue's dragon body soared, and when approaching Lin Chen's side, a voice transmission said there are a large number of insect emperors in these insect waves, and their combat power has increased too many times. Your human moves are responsible for attacking the insect waves, we the Godborn and your ancient dragon are responsible for attacking the direction of the insect king. Lin Chen smiled and said, it's so smart, I'll treat you to a late-night snack when you're free. Luo Shuiyue rolled her eyes. This person has no sense of crisis yet. Between the lightning and flint, Lin Chen and his phantom avatar reacted quickly, and turned around one after another. When their eyes focused on the descendants of the eight-headed dragon, their eyes flashed with divine light. The host activates the shape-shifting talent 8 times, consuming 2,400 top talent points. Brush. Lin Chen and his clones, and the spatial orientations of the descendants of the dragons, exchanged in an instant. This scene made the descendants of the dragons stunned. They quickly reacted and adjusted the offensive, aiming at the insect emperor in the insect tide to explode bloodline supernatural powers. Extreme prison, chaos. Lin Chen used the Holy Dragon to control the extreme prison Sky Prison. At the same time, the Sky Prison crushed countless Zerg, and at the same time, he shot and swept out countless Aurora water blades, penetrating all the insect emperors. The Insect King's combat power is comparable to that of a rank 1 to rank 7 saint, but at this time it was like killing a chicken, being crushed and killed by Lin Chen's extreme prison. Even if some other Zerg Emperor has a special talent and is penetrated by the attack of the extreme prison and does not die immediately, it will gradually lose its combat effectiveness and eventually turn into blood. The talent of Extinction Crack is always alert to the opponent who is fighting against Lin Chen. Looking at the arrogant attribute light ball in the sky, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. The cultivation level comparable to the half-step Holy King to display the Peerless supernatural power, what a pervert. Not to mention, the strengthened plus 17 bloodline of the extreme prison water God Dragon. The extreme prison of this move is truly terrifying. If Lin Chen's previous, enhanced plus 17, extraordinary level prison cell had a power factor of 100, then now, the power factor is 9,999. This is still not counting the half-step Holy King's cultivation base increase, but only on the transformation of bloodline supernatural powers. Lin Chen Xinglong's lethality has multiplied many times. Now the cultivation base, below the peak of rank 9, is trapped in the extreme prison, that is, 100% waiting to die. It would not be better for a half-step Holy King to be trapped in any extreme prison, and it would be extremely difficult to attack by force. With Lin Chen's Holy Dragon in charge, in less than a day, the second wave of the insect tide was resisted by Lin Chen and the descendants of the dragons. This wave of resistance, Lin Chen's Holy Dragon has 60% of the credit. All the descendants of the dragon and all the clones of Lin Chen combined can't compare to the Holy Dragon. Just finished. The attribute light balls scattered all over the sky, and when Lin Chen divided a large number of primordial spirit clones to plunder. Laugh. Laugh. Many of the unique combat skills that Lin Chen's clone broke out have all shattered and disappeared, disappearing into nothingness. All the descendants of the dragon's eyes narrowed. Lin Chen's attack was actually broken? I saw that in the surging mass of Zerg, groups of Zerg kings were discharged. And hundreds of huge Zerg were surrounded by stars like the moon. The descendants of Shenlong were full of dignity in an instant. Lin Chen was a little surprised. Peak Insect King? Every Peak Insect King has a combat power comparable to that of a rank 9 Saint or even the peak of rank 9. The army of insect tides led by each of them can be described as impregnable. The ordinary moves of the descendants of the dragon and the power of Lin Chen's combat skills are almost useless. Lin Chen's avatar's holy cave cultivation base, counting the skyrocketing element attribute value, the ultimate lethality that can burst is only about 70,000 Zun. Even with the blessing of instant light splitting shadow, under the premise of being singled out, the power will not be able to threaten the grade of the rank 9 saints. Unless all the clones focus on attacking one, they can wrestle with the 9th turned saint, but at this time the number is ahead of the other party. And although Lin Chen's primordial spirit is powerful, the foundation depends on the combination of the host's holy power to exert its power. Primordial spirit realm is now more of an auxiliary means for Lin Chen. No matter the creature of any race, a powerful cultivation base can also compete with the power of the primordial spirit. The enemy's spiritual realm is weak. As long as the cultivation base is strong enough, it will not become a shortcoming. If the primordial spirit is compared to a sharp blade, then the cultivation of holy power is the power of the holder, and only enough power can make the blade display its edge. Therefore, the only means of fighting against these peak insect emperors are the 5-piece God of War set and the Holy Dragon with 500,000 strengths. A ray of golden light flickered, and the might of the God of War was invincible, suppressing the eternal undefeated Lin Chen's 5-piece suit of the God of War appeared possessed. If you want to resist the third wave of insects, you must use the god of war. Suit against the enemy. Boom. At this time, Lin Chen's dantian actually agitated the holy power fluctuations of the mountains and rivers, and the strong holy power shook the surrounding distorted void, and the space as strong as the dragon plane also wanted to tear open. Lin Chen's pupils shrank, and he muttered to himself, "Damn, no way. Is this the juncture?" Boom boom boom. The space vibrated, and the super-large insect tide was overwhelming, and it struck again like a destructive force. This time, the descendants of Shenlong did not dare to attack rashly. The pinnacle insect king, an opponent that only the dragons of the dragon race can suppress, this opponent is too far away for the current descendants of the dragon. 3 black, blue, and purple beams of light suddenly bloomed in the insect tide. The 3-headed behemoth was born. The purple light is a scorpion, with a beautiful shell like jade, the scorpion tail outlined sharp blood-colored tail thorns, and the moon-shaped pattern of the worm's pupils releases the power of the soul, the king of insects, the king of purple moon and jade. The azure light is a bee, and the wings of the bee, as thin as a cicada's wings, tremble into a turbulent hurricane. An insect king, a black electric mad bee. The blue light is a butterfly, and the beautiful and enchanting butterfly wings are blooming with a mandala-like demonic light. When its huge body stands on the rolling butterfly waves, it is actually a blue butterfly king, eclipsed by the moon. Hundreds of peak insect queens face, there are actually 3 big insect kings controlling the insect tide. Even if you can beat hundreds of peak insect kings, it is impossible to beat the 3 big insect kings. In this battle, unless the dragon kings personally take action, it is impossible to compete. The descendants of the dragons have a particularly solemn expression. The ancestors have not yet gathered the space barrier. If this goes on, they will have to be teleported away. But, if you leave midway, everything you gain from the dragon plane will automatically be summed up in the dragon ruins. Fall short. Damn, you lose both horizontally and vertically. Before I leave, I have to destroy a group of his mother's Zerg. It's hard to get the bloodline with the ancestors, and I have to go back to the original point. If I don't do the Zerg, this prince can't swallow this breath. When the eyes of the descendants of the dragons were flickering with fierce light, they were planning to burn all the jade and stones to the end. The boys' hearty laughter spread throughout the consciousness of all descendants of the dragon. Everyone, start now. It's not your turn to take action, stand aside. I want to give all the Zerg a great gift like no other. It's Lin Chen. He stepped on the dragon, Taishi Gulong carried him and stood in front of the insect tide, the corners of his mouth raised, and his eyes flashed with the same madness as always. What does he want to do? Does he want to single-handedly take on the insect tide? What nonsense. Didn't he see the 3 kings of insects? Some people are crazy, and some people are more than a little crazy. When Princess Xingyue stared at Lin Chen's back, her eyes were slightly suspicious, and she muttered to herself, even if he has the strength to kill the one-footed centipede king, this battle is not comparable to the wounded one-footed centipede king. When the descendants of the divine dragon were wondering, someone Lin jumped out of the top of the holy dragon's head, skillfully wearing glasses in the void, and smiling sternly. Take off. Boom. Taishi Gulong let out a long whistle and suddenly waggled its tail. Bang. With the dragon's tail swept away, Lin Chen was blasted out by his holy dragon's tail. Lin Chen's whole person was like a streamer, and he shot away the insect tide. He compares the insect tide alone, like the difference between gravel and the sea of stars. There is no comparison. All the descendants of Shenlong were stunned. What is the number of ways this is? When Lin Chen swept towards the insect tide, his hands became imprints, and the imprints changed rapidly. Tai Yi Futian, sealed acupoints lifted. Unprecedented big explosion, start. Lin Chen, what is a surprise? What is a surprise? What is a special surprise? Lin Chen turned into a faint meteor under the starry sky, hitting the super large insect tide head-on. Tai Yi Futian, sealed acupoints lifted. Lin Chen's hands formed a seal, and under his dantian, the light of the 46th holy acupoint instantly soared. The power of the primordial spirit between the eyebrows spread out like ripples, and when Lin Chen controlled his holy acupoint with all his heart, he slapped his chest suddenly. Slow rune. The host activates 2000 points of holy rune energy and starts to continuously activate slow runes. Lin Chen, start condensing the acupoints. Start to control the 46 holy acupoints that burst out of your own desires. From the time the bug wave appeared, his accumulation was close to the limit. Now, there is no better time to condense acupoints than this moment. The holy dragon possessed the body, and the red golden divine dragon light circulated throughout the body. Lin Chen used all the remaining dragon veins of the holy dragon to condense and activate the strongest Taishi divine light. The Taishi divine light, caused by the 500,000 strong dragon veins, is as strong as the holy king and cannot be broken at the first time. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Chen, who blessed Taishi Shengguang, took a few breaths and swept into the insect tide. Boom! 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 The huge impact crushed all the zerg that blocked Lin Chen along the way. Let the Insect Emperor and the Peak Insect Emperor make violent shots, he can't break or even stop his progress. Lin Chen sang all the way, and went straight to the core of the insect wave. His primordial spirit power is dedicated to pulling the holy acupoint of liberation in the body. Lin Chen calmed down and concentrated his whole heart. If his holy acupoint cultivation base is a spring with great tension and toughness, then this spring is now compressed to the extreme and it is time to rebound. In terms of the accumulation of holy power, I challenged many strong people in the holy prison of Xinyan Palace, and later refined thousands of high-grade different crystals, and killed the Zerg King with no talent restriction, and crushed the Valkyrie clone and the will of the 10 true gods head-on. Under the holy realm, no condensation realm can have this accumulation. In addition, Lin Chen decomposed more than 10,000 dragon scales, and the holy essence obtained is no less than killing a holy king. The next time Lin Chen opened his eyes, there was a divine light in his eyes, and his brows were full of domineering arrogance. When the 3-3 insect king saw Lin Chen in the posture of absolute defense and crushed into the rolling insect tide, the insect king flew into the sky. They were preparing to join forces to break Lin Chen's defense, and Lin Chen's Taishi divine light was automatically lifted. At this moment, the sky is falling, and the divine light comes into the world. At the moment when the Taishi divine light was released, a huge and vast 9-color vortex revolved like a roulette wheel, emerging around the sky, covering a large number of Zerg. OM. The dazzling 6-pointed star is like a sudden bloom under the night sky, and the huge and vast 9-color vortex trembles violently, blasting the infinite holy power. Lin Chen's 7 phantom clones suddenly came to Lin Chen's side, crossed his knees, and assisted him in rushing to open the holy cave. Lin Chen roared and shook Jiuxiao. The 46th holy cave, open it for me. OM. With a touch of aurora, boundless holy power poured into Lin Chen's 46th holy cave. Boom. Boom boom boom. 1,000 sounds in an instant. Unprecedented explosions of holy power swept through the sky like a hurricane. Lin Chen's condensed cave erupted into a hurricane that sank into the rivers, sun and moon, crushing all the Zerg below the monster worm cultivation level. In an instant. 2,000 times, 4,000 times, 6,000 times. The lightning-like explosion, a series of resounding waves resounded in the divine dragon plane, detonating the holy power that sank into the 1,000 layers plane. At one time, hundreds of peak insect emperors were all shaken back. The entire time and space of the dragon plane is trembling and throbbing, as if the gods came to the world, the heaven and the earth are crawling. The descendants of the dragons retreated again and again, terrified. The descendants of the arrogant ancient dragons also showed some fear and fright. My divine dragon ancestor. He Lin Chen only has the condensation realm. How is it possible for this human race's acupoint vision to be able to smash the insect king into the air, crushing countless insect races? The descendants of the dragons twitched at the corners of their mouths. The amount of information is too large, and they can't slow down all of a sudden. Princess Xingyue's beautiful eyes flowed, and she muttered to herself, 7,000 times. It is said that the top 10 talents of the human race can break 10,000 times, and the remaining 10 times of total condensing points are also, but thousands of times. Lin Chen's first wave of condensing holes exploded from the worm tide, and the shattered Zerg disappeared like a sea. Bang! With the last explosion, Lin Chen's 9-color vortex expanded by half. His 6th time condensing acupoints was as high as 9,000 times. Lin Chen's 6th acupoint expansion was 2,700 times, corresponding to the 6th condensing acupoint, 9,000 times. This holy acupoint alone has added a holy power comparable to 12,150 gods. It's not over yet. Let the storm come harder. Lin Chen's shoulders trembled sharply, his aura soared to the sky and the ground, and he vigorously urged the movement of Tianguang Yunying, turning it into an endless blood shadow, and even rushed in the direction of hundreds of peak insect emperors. Boom! Time and space trembled, the world shook. The 9-color vortex, comparable to dozens of huge stars, started to expand again. Hundreds of peak insect emperors and massive insect races were suddenly enveloped in the 9-color vortex. Lin Chen looked up to the sky with a long smile and shouted, the 47th holy acupoint, broken. Sigh. Boom. 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 In the vortex of 9-color holy light, thousands of sounds erupted in an instant. The Zerg was blown up with blood and rain, and the armies advancing trend was interrupted for the first time. Luo Shueiyue lightly covered her red lips with her hands. She knew that Lin Chen had never acted according to routine, but she never thought that he would be so defiant. 6,000 times, 8,000 times, 10,000 times. Lin Chen's 7th time condensing acupuncture points, unstoppable rushing. More than 10,000 times. With the last explosion, countless monsters turned into powder, perished, and turned into endless attribute light balls. For the 7th time condensing acupoints, Lin Chen rushed directly to 12,000 times. Corresponding to the 7th expansion of acupoints is 3,500 times. This time, the condensing acupoint has increased by 21,800 rune. The 47 six-pointed stars in Lin Chen's body turned into the most dazzling polar stars in the world, and the vast holy power that was rolling like a celestial dragon poured into the 48th holy cave once again. The 9-color holy light vortex rapidly expanded again. This time, the fearless Zerg tide finally showed fear. All the phantom clones concentrated their energy, controlled the emerging holy power with their primordial spirit power and holy acupoints, and slammed into the 48th holy acupoint. Boom! Boom! The 48th holy cave was swept away by the phantom clones in one fell swoop, and the vortex of 9-color holy light made a terrifying explosion one after another. This time, it was even more terrifying than before, and it directly blew the giant army of insects back. Lin Chen turned into endless blood and cloud shadows, and when he swept through the insect tide, the laughter overflowed and spread all over the starry sky. Ha 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 ha. Zerg, don't run, come and play. Aren't you very fierce just now? Don't go, even I can't kill a condensing cave. What kind of insect emperor are you? Bah. You lost the face of your Zerg ancestors. Isn't the Zerg better able to fight? Brother Zerg. I, Lin Chen, itchy skin. Please hammer. When Lin Chen's perverted Yuanshan's laughter echoed in the boundless dragon plain, all the descendants of the dragon felt numb in their scalps and chills in their backs. Too terrifying. Just relying on the vision of the condensate point, all the Zerg in the dragon plain were pressed and beaten. Hundreds of peak insect emperors, even Lin Chen can't even get close. As soon as they get close, they will be blown up by the terrifying acupoint vision. The 8th time condensing the acupuncture point to destroy the rotten knuckles, it is still better than the past, reaching 15,000 times. Unprecedented. The 8th time condensing acupoints corresponds to the 8th time expanding the acupoints by 4,500 times. Without calculating the increase of the mind, it has broken through 33,750 dignified powers. It's not over yet. Lin Chen's movement was fully opened, and Tianguang Yuning's movement reached the highest realm, light instant. Under the terrified eyes of all the descendants of the dragons, Lin Chen seemed to be able to die endlessly. The holy force broke through the 9 heavens, and rolled into the next holy cave. The 49th holy cave, break it for me. Boom. Boom. The vortex of 9-color holy light expanded rapidly again. At this moment, Lin Chen's 9th time condensing acupoints can be said to be endless starbursts, subverting the universe. In the vortex of the 9-color holy light, the sky is full of blood and rain, and the broken wings are turned into powder. If it is said that the condensing point just now was Lin Chen's own power to shock the army of insect tide, then the current congealing point is the time to really start destroying the army of insects. Every time the explosion of the acupoint is not weaker than the full strength blow of the holy force caused by the current Lin Chen. The descendants of the dragons didn't even care about the time to be shocked, and hurried to flee. The vision of Ning Point has begun to spread to their side. Boom. 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 8,000 times, 10,000 times, 14,000 times, 18,000 times. Lin Chen's 9th time condensing acupoints, reaching 18,000 times. The vast army of insect tides was completely destroyed by Lin Chen's acupoint vision. This is a Zerg that has survived countless years in the Dragon Plain. Now, Lin Chen has wiped out half of it just by the vision of the acupoint. The 3 Worm Kings were caught off guard before, and in order to protect their peakworm kings, they lost countless elite warriors. Most of the Zerg with the Insect Emperor cultivation base died. 18,000 times the 9th condensing acupoint corresponds to the 9th expanding acupoint 5,600 times. The 49th holy acupoint has increased 50,400 powers without calculating the increase of the mind. The 3 insect kings burst out with a sharp long howl. Human, hateful Terran. This king's army of phantom, flaming poisonous moths actually only has more than 100 left. This king wants you to pay for your life. You should have eaten away your human race first. Boom. Eclipse Moon Blue Butterfly King trembled his wings, full of magical light. Like a mandala, flashing in an instant. The black electric mad bee worm body swirling around the blue and black electric light turned, and it carried the infinite mad electric thunder light to destroy Lin Chen. The purple moon, Jade King Scorpion, turned into a ray of moonlight, and wherever it passed, the space was corroded, swallowing the stars and accepting the moon. The 3 insect kings are out of the insect tide and are officially dispatched. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with monstrous fighting intent, and he smiled sternly. I'm afraid you won't come. The 7 phantom avatars around him follow him like shadows, and the handprints change again. Hundreds of millions of holy level essences are transformed into holy power and injected into the 50 holy acupoints. The time and space in Lin Chen's heart opened up like the main body, and the 50th holy acupoint was faintly formed. The holy cave in time and space is several times stronger than the main body. A ray of holy power is like a sea. Staring at the imposing manner of the insect king, carrying more than 400 peak insect kings, Lin Chen laughed. This time, you must accept it well, insect kings. Brush. Clang. 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 The god of war is possessed by golden light, and Lin Chen is wearing a 5-piece suit of the god of war, and his pure power is soaring all the way. When Lin Chen stepped on the golden light, urging pure power to swept straight towards the insect kings, he concentrated his holy power with his avatar and aimed at the 50th holy acupoint. All the accumulation, all the polishing, all for this moment. Without the holy level essence attributes converted into holy power, Lin Chenka still has half of it. The will of the 10 true gods who killed the Valkyrie clone and the holy prison made his accumulation too strong. As a result, Lin Chen's accumulation made some top-grade holy pills aimed at condensing points lose their effectiveness. On the basis of tens of thousands of times of condensing acupoints in a single time, the benefits brought by any holy pill aimed at breaking the congealing realm are equivalent to nothing. Throughout the ages, there has been no more perverted condensation realm than him. At least, none of the previous generations of human races in the Kamigawa galaxy would have such a heritage. The better the foundation of expanding acupoints, the stronger the foundation of condensing acupoints. Lin Chen's 10th expansion of acupoints was 10,000 times more. Then his 10th time, condensing acupoints will reach a new height in history. This time I will do my best if I don't have any regrets. Lin Chen's eyes, like a sharp sword, locked on the Ziyue Jade King Scorpion, the slowest one of the 3 insect kings. System, life and death. Sigh. Lin Chen's whole body was burning with the orange flame of life, which was fused with the endless golden blessing of the god of war, like a god, like an undefeated god of war. Consumes 15,000 top talent points, the host activates the life and death talent, and begins to increase the host's power, 30 times, 50 times, the host is concentrating on burning the vitality speed 500 times, 1000 times. Lin Chen even used Death to Death and God of War 5-piece set. He wants to use all his life potential, background, and all, to fight this strongest acupoint. The more vigorously Lin Chen's vitality burns, and the faster it passes, the more dazzling his 9-color vortex flickers with stars. Finally, when all the preparations were condensed to the peak, Lin Chen suddenly shook the holy body and released hundreds of millions of holy lights to cover the stars and cover the moon. His avatar and body condensed Yuanshan, pure power, and holy power, and all rushed into the position of the 50 holy acupoint. The 50th holy cave opened for Lao Tzu. Boom. Clang. At this moment, the space of half the dragon plane is shaking, and the 9-color holy light vortex expands at a terrifying speed. And Lin Chen, without hesitation, rushed to the 3 kings of insects. The 9-color vortex revolves like a constellation, and it collides with the rolling power of the 3 insect kings. Boom. 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 The power of the acupoint exploded in an instant. The terrifying explosion of galaxies collided, like a storm swept across the universe. This condensing point, even the will of the dragon and the will of the insect God who entered the white-hot battle, paused a little. When the splendid and magnificent 9-color holy light vortex of Xinghua came, it pushed the 3,000 worlds horizontally. The 3 insect kings were horrified and finally realized the seriousness of the problem. Every time it exploded, more than one pinnacle insect emperor was seriously injured or fell directly. The aura of the acupoints this time is more than 10 times, even dozens, hundreds of times more than before. Even the pinnacle insect king, who is as strong as the rank 9 saints, can't defend against this terrifying storm. The destructive holy light vortex crushed all the remaining Zerg into nothingness this time, and the explosion of the holy light was like a starburst, completely shattering the superlarge insect tide. 8,000 times, 10,000 times, 15,000 times, 20,000 times. The trend of condensing acupoints, destroying the dry and pulling the rot, is unstoppable. Cannot stop at all. Lin Chen's 10th time condensing acupoints was too brutal, subverting the common sense of all living beings. This human race is weird. Hiss, can't, hard top. Tie your hands, withdraw. The 3 worm kings suddenly felt bad, and turned around and fled frantically. The descendants of the Shenlong who returned to the Shenlong ruins were completely dumbfounded at this moment. Their cognition and worldview collapsed directly. Just by the vision of Ningxue, the legendary insect king was scared away. What kind of god is this goddamn? Until the end of the last blast of the acupoint, all the descendants of the dragon could not calm down for a long time, and they fell into a blank mind. Transformed into a human form, Luo Shueyue, who was suspended in the air, has a pair of blue eyes and autumn waves, and her delicate hands lightly cover her red lips, which is hard to hide the shock of her heart. 35,000 times. Boom. When all the 9-color holy light whirlpools were incorporated into the body, Lin Chen's body stood up straight and stood upright, as if one person stretched out the universe. His whole body was burning with orange firelight. He was wearing a golden armor, and shone with 56 pointed stars. The Taishi ancient dragon, which was flowing with divine light, carried him and danced proudly, as if standing upright and proclaiming to the universe that the history of the 9 clans had opened a new era. Lin Chen condensed acupoints for the 10th time, reaching 35,000 times that of ancient and modern times. integrating all kinds of accumulation into one, coupled with the assistance of phantom clones, the 5-piece set of God of War, and the burning life force of dead life and death. What is finally achieved is the perfect ending. The 10th expansion of acupoints, 10,000 times, corresponds to the 10th condensation acupoints of 35,000 times. With only the 50th holy acupoint, Lin Chen obtained holy power equivalent to 175,000 holy power. This is just the strength held by the main body holy cave. When the 5-piece suit of the God of War was removed, Lin Chen's eyes showed terrifying confidence. As if the world is under control. His desperate life and death are about to burn his life to the end, but he is in a state of desperate life and death, but he has never had such a calm moment. Lin Chen clenched his 5 fingers intoxicatedly, feeling the surging holy energy in his body. Such as the sacred acupoints that are reborn in the universe, with the remaining power of destroying the world and opening the sky. This is Lin Chen. The power he has never had before. The 46th holy cave, 12,150 strength. The 47th holy point, 21,800 strength. The 48th holy point, 33,750 strength. The 49th holy point, 50,400 strength. The 50th holy point, 175,000 strength. If you count the blessings of the Tai time and space and the extreme God possession, talents, it is 4 times the original basis. The current holy king, in Lin Chen's eyes, is no longer an existence that can only be resisted by external forces. Lin Chen's eyes instantly locked on the fastest black electric mad bee in front of Ziyue Jade King Scorpion. Lin Chen soared into the sky, and the holy dragon wandered in the void, responsible for collecting the attribute light ball after the swarm of insects had vanished. Transfiguration. Lin Chen's figure disappeared instantly. Consume 20,000 top talent points to activate the talent for shapeshifting. Immediately afterwards, the huge worm body of the black lightning crazy bee appeared in Lin Chen's previous position. Not only the black lightning crazy bee was stunned, but even the descendants of the Shenlong were dumbfounded. Princess Xingyue's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. This trick is. When Lin Chen and the black lightning crazy bee switched positions, they just appeared in front of the purple moon, Jade King Scorpion. What? The Zyweibi King Scorpion was startled, and the scorpion's tail, which was shining with beautiful and splendid poisonous light, stabbed at Lin Chen inspiringly. Lin Chen's right arm flashed with the light of thousands of high-grade different crystals, and he shot out with a palm. The immeasurable holy power penetrated through time and space, and all the holy caves rushed out, burning roaringly, condensed the palms and patted them, and a giant palm that shook the sky burned with 9 layers of holy flames. 9-fold burning heaven palm. But Lin Chen's palm has an all-powerful aura that burns the universe. One palm is divided into 5 palms. Boom. Boom. The 9-layer burning heaven palm smashed back the purple moon Jade King Scorpion of the Insect King rank in front of it. It burst out with a sharp scream of pain, bursting the holy flames all over the sky, and lit up the night sky one after another. Lin Chen's movement was like light, turning into clouds and shadows, spanning millions of miles, but within a breath. Lin Chen appeared on the top of the Ziyue Jade King Scorpion's head like a ghost, mobilized the holy power, and punched down. Boom. The hard scorpion shell trembled violently, and when it was beaten with blood, Lin Chen's hands suddenly condensed into giant hands of holy light and grabbed its scorpion tail. In a desperate state of life and death, Lin Chen laughed jokingly, turn Around the magic of love. The giant hand of the nine-color holy light held the scorpion tail and spun it. A dozen times in the air, like a windmill, it rolled up a big storm, and suddenly threw it away. The scorpion body flew upside down, smashing 4 or 5 huge stars with a bang. It's not over yet. Isn't the Zerg King only this level? Lin Chen laughed frantically, pressing step by step, holding the demon slayer spear with 5 fingers and 1 spear. The spears were slammed, and dark thunders across the starry sky came into the world. Its guns are as fast as lightning. Every time the shot hits the Ziyue Jade King Scorpion, there will be a thunderstorm. Boom. 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 The starry sky shook. Lin Chen had a gun in his hand, like an undefeated god of war. He would crush the purple moon and Jade King Scorpion all the way. All the descendants of the dragon were stunned, their teeth trembling. Beat up really. It's so strong. Unbelievably strong. The dignified generation of insect kings, in the heyday, was hanged by a congealing realm. Princess Xingyue stared blankly at his flashing back. She knew very well that the situation this time was completely different from that of the one-footed Centipede King. Lin Chen didn't rely on the golden armor of the previous divine brilliance, and completely suppressed the Ziyue Jade King Scorpion by his cultivation. The Sage's 4th level cave expansion, the Sage's 5th level condensed state, and the Sage's 6th level life and death realm. The Sage accepts the star state in 7-fold, the Saint in the 8th state of mind, and the Sage in the 9th layer of heaven. And now Lin Chen, just with the condensed state of perfection, has the cultivation level equivalent to that of a holy king. Above the condensation realm are life and death, Naxing, Sacred Heart, Kaitian, 1 turn to 9 turns, and finally the Holy King. This is so special, it is no longer a step-up challenge to describe it. It has surpassed the 5th and 49 levels. Realm, in front of him, Lin Chen, seems to be a joke. The beautiful golden eyes of the princess shone with extraordinary brilliance, and she clenched her jade hand tightly, muttering to herself like a dream. How many secrets does he have? This scene fell into the distant nebula, and the will stronger than the dragon all looked sideways in horror. The primordial spirit of the insect god is even more stagnant. The leading red scorpion god, the huge primordial spirit, even laughed at himself in disbelief. Is there such a thing? Has the current human race reached such a level? How beautiful and powerful the dragons and insect gods were in the past. They have a wide range of experiences, and they can read the history of various ethnic groups and read all the past and present. They have seen the ancestors of the insects, Kaitiandi Zerg. I have seen that Zulong bears fire and breeds all things. I have seen King Azura splitting the Chaos Sea into the God realm. I have seen the sages and gods of the human race. I have seen the devil race emperor chasing the God King. However, they have never seen such a human being. It can suppress the life of the Holy King with the congealing point. In time, if he bestows the Holy King and becomes a god against the sky, the Shinha galaxy may no longer be invincible, overthrowing the history of all races in the ancient world and entering the four-dimensional god realm will no longer be a legend only belonging to the great insect ancestors and ancestor dragons. Ziyue Jade King Scorpion was beaten to pieces by Lin Chen's slaughtering spear. It waved its venomous pincers wildly, and the strong wind and poisonous gas slashed like a blade, and wherever it passed, the stars burst. Ziyue Jia Wang Scorpion swooped in the air again and again. Lin Chen's movement was too fast. With his current cultivation base, to use his body technique, there are few Strong people in the holy world of the human race who can compare to him, Lin Chen. This has almost evolved into a fighting trend, that is, only if Lin Chen beats it, the Purple Moon Jade King Scorpion, it can only be beaten. Completely cornered. The blood of the Purple Moon Jade King Scorpion is maddening, turning into an attribute light ball that fills the sky. Lin Chen wielded his spear and stabbed him, dancing his spear like a dragon, with an aura like a rainbow, crushing him all the way. Every one of his moves has the trigger probability of destruction crack and destruction explosion, not to mention his momentary shadow splitting, one move tops 5 moves. No matter how powerful the defense of the Ziyue Jade King Scorpion is, it will not be able to withstand Lin Chen's mad attack. The huge worm body of the Ziyue Jade King Scorpion was full of blood, and its skin was ripped apart. Lin Chen was beaten all over in less than 100 rounds. The effect of destroying the cracks made it almost desperate. Squeak. This king is fighting with you. With a roar, the Purple Moon Jade King Scorpion condensed all the energy on its scorpion tail. Brush. Lin Chen didn't need a gun, a starlight appeared out of thin air. Lin Chen grasped it as if he was in control of the power of star fury, turning it into a star bow. The bowstring is full. Lin Chen shingly condensed the arrow burned the sky with red fire. Suddenly, the scorpion-tailed thorns attacked, gathering the lifelong power of a generation of insect kings. Lin Chen pulled the strings full of strings, burning the sky with one arrow. Divide into 5. Boom. Chi. An aurora suddenly bloomed between the sky and the earth, and immediately turned into a billowing flame, burning under the starry sky. The proud scorpion tail of the Ziyue King Scorpion was shot through by 5 arrows and exploded inside and out. The host triggers the destruction explosion twice, the enemy target has been eliminated, and the life and death are relieved. After the desperate state of life and death was lifted, Lin Chen's holy power was slightly weaker by 10%, but it was still very powerful. The next time you activate desperate life and death, if you burn your vitality based on your current cultivation, the increase will be more than 10%. Simple. Died. The Worm King, who is comparable to the Dragon King of our clan, can't even hold out for 200 rounds in the hands of his Lin Chen. How defiant his growth arc is. The descendants of the dragons were terrified. This human race is so terrifying. At the moment when the Purple Moon Jade King Scorpion died, the remaining 2 Worm Kings felt horrified. The Eclipse Moon Blue Butterfly King is okay, it at least escaped a considerable distance. From the beginning, the Black Lightning Crazy Bee was stubbornly delayed by Taishi Gulong with 5 extreme prisons, and he didn't have time to escape very far. Lin Chen smiled sternly. In addition to being fair, I am also very fair. Since the Jade King Scorpion is dead, it must be reigned and do evenly, and everyone is fair. Lin Chen raised his hand slowly, and laughed jokingly. The 2 insect kings are not qualified to escape in my hands. The corners of his mouth rose wildly, and his laughter spread across the starry sky with rolling holy energy. If you hang like me, there are 7 more. Pa. With a snap of his fingers, the divine light came into the world. The host consumes 140,000 holy level rune energy, activates the 8th level Phantom Rune, and is synchronizing the host's strength. Call out. Call out. Call out. Lin Chen's 7 phantom clones suddenly skyrocketed in cultivation. Almost 1,000th of the breath has the same prosperous state as Lin Chen's body. The descendants of the dragons are all crazy. What's the situation? Even if your Lin Chen body is so perverted, is your avatar so defiant? This is so special, that the dragon is not allowed to live. How could the human race have such a monster? This kid is from the God realm. Lin Chen's current holy acupoint cultivation base, if he increases according to the Tai time and space and extreme God possession. In theory, it should be comparable to the holy power of 152-5970. That's right, the power of millions is the limit of the Holy King. However, Lin Chen's holy force lethality did not reach 1.5 million or more. From the actual combat just now, the lethality of the holy power that Lin Chen felt was around 1.1 million. And the removal of desperate life and death happened to be the lethality of the million Zuanli. The blank 500,000 power during the period is a huge boundary between 999,999 power and 1 million power. This limit is the gap between the peak of the half-step Holy King and the real Holy King. And the theoretical 500,000 power just fills the gap between the half-step Holy King and the higher Holy King. Therefore, Lin Chen was 50 holy acupoints, plus the virtual holy acupoints in Tai time and space, all add up to just over the lethal power of 1 million gods, reaching the limit of a Holy King. The condensation realm is complete with the holy power equivalent to the Holy King. The current Lin Chen can have the combat power of the Holy King without resorting to a series of killers. His many orange-level talents will make his combat power several grades stronger than the ordinary Holy King. Brush. In an instant, Lin Chen's phantom clone split into two. 4 clones went to chase the eclipse moon blue butterfly king, and 3 went to surround the black lightning crazy bee. Lin Chen's holy dragon, although injured, has the talent of the yin-yang good fortune dragon bloodline to recover on his own, which is harmless. On the contrary, he quickly collects a large number of attribute light balls for Lin Chen. Princess Xingyue looked at Lin Chen's back, slightly stunned, her eyes fascinated. A human race that has the blood of the ancient dragon of Taishi and brought the blood of the ancient dragon to a whole new level. A saint can kill the human race that kills the king of insects with a 5-layer consummation. Such a man will definitely be the leader of the human race in the future. Princess Xingyue recalled Lin Chen's words. It's not the question of whether I, Lin Chen, are worthy of the ancient dragon bloodline, but this ancient dragon bloodline, whether it is worthy of me, Lin Chen. The beauty smiled bitterly. He actually said the truth. Unconsciously, Lin Chen's impression in Princess Xingyue's heart quietly undergoes some kind of miraculous change. A moment later, just as the descendants of the dragons secretly breathed a sigh of relief, they felt the joy of being robbed of their descendants. When they thought it was all over, Lin Chen turned around abruptly. His eyes were staring at the top battle circle at the dragon head nebula from a distance. Several descendants of ancient dragons looked at his eager eyes, and their hearts throbbed. Hey, can't you? Does this kid want it? Boom. Lin Chen's figure flashed, and the clouds and sky shone in the sky. He held the slaughtering spear that circulated in red light in his hand. Dressed in the robe of the moon and the sky, and killed the top battle circle of the Dragon Head Nebula. Hiss. This time, all the descendants of the dragon took a deep breath. Today's descendants of the dragon have been subverted several times. All were frightened by Lin Chen. His grandmas, this kid is for real. He rushed to the battle circle of the dragons. This is a special 9 heavens. Proud as the descendants of ancient dragons, at this moment, I have to admit that Lin Chen is an unprecedented monster in all aspects. He's too hung up. Why is he so fierce? If this prince refuses to accept anyone, he will accept Lin Chen. Grandpa set it up. You're hanging, why don't you go straight to the 9 heavens? As soon as the Qinghua condensation realm is complete, it is necessary to dry. The will of the primordial spirits of the insect gods. Are you a human? Lin Chen, take off, let's not talk about it. Boom. Hundreds of millions of cloud shadows are in the sky. Lin Chen has a gun in his hand, steps on the cloud shadows, and rides the sky, swept the top battle. Circle. This time, it was the turn of the insect god and the dragon's will. Good guy, dare to intervene in the battle at the level of the gods? Even though the dragon and the insect god have fallen for countless years, the will of God is still God. A tiger is still a tiger when it is about to die, but the dust of non-ants is reversible. The war of the will of God is definitely not the level that the Holy King can intervene. But Lin Chen took the gun and went up to do it. How is this not ignorant? Stronger than all the dragons and insect gods, 5 saints who have never seen such a wild and daring sage. Lin Chen ran the Tai Fu Tian art, and he did not change his face when he resisted the divine might of the gods. However, Tianyue Town prison dragon was the first to react. Its vast and stalwart Yuanshan dragon head, covering the stars and covering the moon, the sound transmission Lin Chen of the urn. Kid Lin Chen, let's delay this red scorpion god, it is the mastermind of this operation. It is willing to share its worm blood with other worm gods. It seems that it is the strongest in the current battle, but in fact it is the most powerful. Weak. This seat will delay it for you, and you will slap it. Lin Chen laughed proudly, ha 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 ha, Senior Zenyalong is refreshing. It's a promise, if you don't break the chrysanthemum, you won't return. Boom. The offensive of Tianyue Town prison dragon suddenly skyrocketed, and the dragon light was as pitch black as an abyss, and it was torn off with one claw. This claw, like the sky is tilted, the entire starry sky is overturned. The red scorpion god's galaxy-like primordial spirit worm body violently flicks its scorpion tail. The scorpion god's tail stabbed hard against the dragon's claw, and when he resisted this claw, the red scorpion god was forced to retreat again and again. The humanoid appearance of the upper body of the red scorpion god appeared. And he gritted his teeth, this old man even has this level of power, didn't he just use his full strength? When the scorpion god saw Lin Chen attacking it, he grinned and said, I can't kill you, but you brought it to the door yourself. Boom. A dark storm engulfing the starry sky swept over. The red scorpion god immediately changed his face, and he opened his mouth to spit out a blazing red light. The breath of the red light could even corrode the space of the dragon plane into a vacuum. When the red light collided with the dark storm, the world was silent, and all the space debris seemed to disappear in an instant. The primordial spirit of the red scorpion god will concentrate on dealing with the Tianyue Zenyalong, and it will not allow it to be distracted at all. As for Lin Chen, he didn't take it to heart at all. No matter how strong he is, his combat power can only threaten the Holy King. God realm, he is still 108,000 miles away. Potential is potential, combat power is combat power. It's a two-concept thing. Boom. 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 When the crimson scorpion god was repeatedly repelled by the Tianyue Zhen prison dragon, suddenly the red scorpion god's tail curled into the sky, piercing the defense of Tianyue Zhen prison dragon's primordial spirit. On the arm of the Yuanshan dragon of Tianyue suppression dragon, the red light flickered violently, and a series of blue smoke appeared. The primordial spirit of the red scorpion god grinned, do you really think This seat can't beat you, this poison is enough for you to enjoy for hundreds of years. Unexpectedly, a piece of Yuanshan dragon scale that was corroded and smoked fell off the stalwart dragon body of Tianyue Town prison dragon, and the corner of its mouth rose slightly. The scorpion god's pupils shrank. It actually predicted its own hand? OM. A touch of the ultimate holy light, blooming with beautiful starlight of 9 lights and colors. It's Lin Chen. In the palm of his hand, he held a group of 9-colored starlight, as beautiful as a meteor, as gorgeous as a star sand. The scorching light, the beauty is like a god. The 9-colored starlight set off the boy's wild smile, and he slammed his arms to the sky. Brush. The night sky was pierced, and 9-colored stars lit up the universe, slamming into the primordial spirit of the red scorpion god head-on like an ant shaking an elephant. Buried. The red scorpion god didn't understand why this sun was immune to its divine might, and the opposite Tianyue Zenyalong smiled knowingly. As expected, the prison-suppressing dragon quickly retreated, the primordial dragon body flashed, turned into several times the speed of light, and instantly retreated and fled away. OM. The 9-color starlight was divided into 5, and 5 beams of 9-color beams of light suddenly bloomed. The 9-color beams of light stretched out between the universe, and the dazzling holy light bloomed, covering more than half of the primordial spirit of the red scorpion god. The light beam slowly rotates with the breath of the world, twisting into everything that is covered by light, and annihilating everything. Lin Chen was panting, his face was unusually pale, and there was a sense of detachment. He quickly retreated, but his eyes flashed with extremely excited light. 9 Tribulation Star has always been one of his trump cards. The strength of the power is directly linked to the origin and cultivation of Lin Chen's holy acupoint, the power of the primordial spirit, and the element attributes. In terms of primordial spirit, today's Lin Chen is not weaker than most of the holy kings. In terms of holy power, he has reached the destructive power of the holy king. Not to mention that Lin Chen absorbed thousands of high-grade different crystals and decomposed tens of thousands of dragon scales. Lin Chen looked at the 9-color beam of light that continued to expand, and the holy cave quickly absorbed the massive amount of gold coins from the Qi transport capsule, and thought to himself, if you don't use other trump cards, this is my strongest attacking move at this stage. It is as strong as a frontal defense of a holy king, and it is also a 9-death life. Unless it's an old monster of the level of the chief elder of the Shenyan Palace, you will be seriously injured if you don't die, but I don't know how effective it will be on the will of the upper insect god. This 9 robbery stars condensed all the sources and holy power of the holy acupoints that Lin Chen could use, and it was the strongest blow that almost hollowed him out. Boom! A scorpion tail swept the sun, moon and stars, crushing countless stars in the nebula, and 5 beams of 9-color light beams were twisted by it, and they were directly crushed. Lin Chen frowned, can't you? However, in the broken 9-color star, Lin Chen saw a huge amount of attribute light. His face was happy, as long as there is an attribute light ball falling out. It proves that it is not ineffective. I saw the scarlet scorpion god at this time, the primordial spirit was a little thin, and its eyes full of ferocity and brutality glanced around, looking for Lin Chen's figure. Lin Chen's 9 Tribulation Star triggered Destruction Fissure and Destruction Explosion, giving and causing a certain amount of damage to it. Boom! At this time, the wills of the 7 great dragons gathered and surrounded the Primordial spirit of the red scorpion god. His demeanor suddenly became gloomy. The will of the insect gods that it called, all ran away. When they realized that they could not win the battle, their consciousness was highly unified and they retreated directly. TSK, 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 a bear commander, this seat will see how you want to turn the waves. This kid from the human race is really amazing, he can actually cause damage to the will of our primordial spirit at this level. Well, it has the taste of the ancient dragon back then. Given time, it will definitely subvert the forces of various ethnic groups. Oh, that's not something we can worry about. The will of the 7 dragons looked at the red scorpion god, sneered, and swarmed up. The red scorpion god burst out hysterically and roared unwillingly, damn. Again and again. Taishi Gulong, this seat can't win you, could it be that you can't even kill your descendants? This seat doesn't believe in evil. Boom. 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 The red scorpion god fought against the will of the 7 dragons, but he became more and more frightened. This led to the opportunity to take advantage of the will of the 7 dragons. With a loud bang, the primordial spirit will of the red scorpion god was besieged to death. It can't even break out of the siege and want to pull Lin Chen to death. At the moment when the scorpion god was destroyed, the divine dragon wills cast an indescribable admiration, surprise, and shock to Lin Chen. The man in the black shirt that Wang Tian had transformed into hovered in the air, and couldn't help but give Lin Chen a thumbs up. Boy, you are really strong. Lin Chen grinned across the air. Small tricks made all the Shenlong seniors laugh. If it wasn't for Lin Chen's magnificent and majestic move just now, which ripped open many incurable openings for the Scarlet Scorpion God, they would not be able to kill the Scarlet Scorpion God so quickly. It can be said that Lin Chen contributed a lot. Lin Chen sighed, it's a pity, I can't give the Scorpion God the last blow. Otherwise, with its will, I don't know what good things will fall out. However, at least Lin Chen knows his current limit of combat power, and the attribute light balls dropped by the red scorpion god are extremely rich, which can be described as massive. Boom. 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 When a series of spatial vibrations occurred, the Eclipse Blue Butterfly King and the Black Electric Mad Bee, the 2 insect kings, fell almost at the same time. Lin Chen's clone besieged them to death. The holy dragon swept through the air, incorporating infinite attribute light spheres, as well as more than a dozen attribute treasure chests. The host gets 1.2 million intermediate enhancement points, 209 holy level thunder energy, 100 holy wind energy, 8,000 top talent points, 20 million holy essence, 90 million holy blood. Obtain 2 exclusive treasure chests for orange level talents, open to get random orange level primary to intermediate talents, and a small probability to get orange level advanced talents, can be merged. The host opens 7 treasure chests of utensil attributes and obtains 7 holy artifact promotion coupons. Using this coupon, you can increase the level and quality of the holy artifact, only for the holy artifact. The host obtains 4 specific attribute value treasure chests, and obtains 2 billion intermediate strengthening points. The host obtains 3 specific attribute value treasure chests, and obtains 900,000 top-level Tiandao values. Lin Chen's attribute value was soaring all the way. Now, he already has the combat power to take down Holy King-level characters alone. These attribute light balls are no longer out of reach. The attribute value dropped by the Insect King will make his background more powerful. This time, Lin Chen's acupoint was too terrifying. His combat power has soared by an unknown number of levels. If it is said that Lin Chen, who is in the condensation realm, does his best, he is only comparable to a holy king. The current Lin Chen, under the premise of doing his best, without 10 holy kings, he can't stop him at all. A real difference. At the end of the battle, it took Lin Wang nearly half a day to collect the attribute light ball dropped by the insect tide. In the void, when the divine dragon wills constructed the enchantment again, they met with Lin Chen together. On a top of the mountain, the will of the dragon and the descendants of the dragon who can lead the dragon tomb are gathered together. The beautiful woman transformed by the yin and yang creation dragon gave a phantom smile. Little friend Lin Chen, this time I will write more about your help. Lin Chen smiled and said, Senior is joking, I am a bit more down to earth. As soon as this statement came out, everyone smiled. This kid is so real. After this battle, all the dragon clan realized Lin Chen's powerful and terrifying potential. Tianyue Town Prison Dragon said this seat doesn't like to owe others, no matter what you say today, you have saved my dragon clan, so they won't let them run away in vain. If you want the marrow of this seat's bones, it's for you. Lin Chen cupped his hands and clasped his fists, and said with a smile, refreshing, I like to deal with people like you, Senior. The beautiful woman in the palace dress frowned and said, Brother Tianyue, your state has gone through the battle just now, and you are the one who has contributed the most. You must not hurt your muscles and bones in a short time, otherwise you will hurt this last trace of primordial spirit. Tianyue Zenyalong raised his hand, indicating that she didn't need to say more. He stared at Lin Chen with burning eyes, and said seriously, Lin Chen, this seat can give you the marrow of the divine bone, but this seat needs you to answer a question truthfully. Lin Chen didn't change his face, and smiled casually, Senior speaks bluntly. Tianyue Zenyalong said word by word, will you become the enemy of the dragon clan in the future? Or, can you guarantee that you will never be an enemy of the dragon clan in the future? As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere was very quiet. All the descendants of the dragon looked at Lin Chen in a daze, almost holding their breath. The will of the dragons is also very intriguing to look at Lin Chen. That's right, to put it in a big way, this issue is related to the life and death of the dragon family. Lin Chen's foundation is too terrifying, and it is unique. As long as he doesn't die, he will definitely be the new overlord of the human race. Leading the human race to a new height is no longer an extravagant hope. At that time, if he turns to target the dragon clan, the will of the remaining dragons will be cultivating powerful enemies for him. If they were still alive, they could completely kill Lin Chen in the cradle. Or maybe there are 100 ways for him to make a sufficiently binding promise. But now, they are just a trace of the dragon's remnants, and they can't even leave the dragon's plane. Even some dragons' wills can't even leave their own dragon tombs. This era is no longer their world, and the will of the ancient dragons has deeply realized this. Lin Chen suddenly smiled and said, If I said yes, are all of you here going to cut the weeds out of me? The man in the black shirt shook his head and smiled, Little friend Lin Chen, you don't have to be so aggressive, even if you say yes, we won't touch you. The beautiful woman in the palace dress said helplessly, From the moment you dare to rush to us and fight against the will of the primordial spirit of the Red Scorpion God, not only can you be immune to our dragon's might without resorting to the possession of the ancient Taishi dragon, you can also intervene to this battle. We know very well that you still have trump cards. Even if we join forces, we are not 100% sure that we will keep you, and we will offend you and cause trouble for the dragon clan. Lin Chen gave her a thumbs up, and then glanced at a certain princess. Jokingly, look at people's eyesight, it's just different, after all, it's a character from your ancestors' generation, you still have to learn. Princess Xingyue spit out the cloves, made a face at him, and turned her face away, as if in disgust. Luo Shueiyue was helpless. Immediately, Lin Chen put on a serious look. Seniors, you can more or less feel the way I am Lin Chen, from the battle. I disdain for evil people. If you want to do something to your dragon clan, when you come in, I will arrange the descendants of your dragons. He smiled sincerely and simply, I am a person, I have always been a person who doesn't offend me, and I won't offend anyone. If someone offends me, I will cut the grass and root out. I can't prove the guarantee that my predecessors want. I have people I love and people I want to protect. If one day the dragon clan moves the person I want to protect, I will do the same. So I can't give the seniors an absolute guarantee not to be the enemy of the dragon clan. I can only guarantee that as long as the dragons don't provoke me, I will not move the dragons. I can even help them improve their bloodlines, like this. Lin Chen flicked his fingers, and a blue light of attribute hovered above the heads of the 3 descendants of the dragon, and when they instantly merged into their bodies, boom! The bloodlines of the 3 descendants of the dragons have the potential to skyrocket by 10% in an instant. The might of the dragon is pure. The 3 were ecstatic, and quickly thanked Lin Chen. Except for the beauty of the palace dress, the other dragons were stunned. And this kind of operation? To enhance the bloodline potential of the descendants, they can also do it during their lifetime. But they can't be as light as Lin Chen. How many secrets does this kid hide? Princess Xingyue smiled bitterly. How many times he sees these methods, his heart can't stand it. Luo Shueiyue, who was on the side, gently stroked the ends of her ears, and smiled sweetly. He has always been like this, never playing cards according to common sense. Princess Xingyue suddenly looked at her and said with a smile, you seem to know him very well. Luo Shueiyue smiled slightly. A little bit. On the other side, Lin Chen shrugged and smiled at the Shenlong wills. This is the answer I gave to the seniors. As long as the dragons don't offend me, I will not be enemies of the dragons, and I will help you. Even if the dragon clan really does attack me one day, as long as it doesn't involve my bottom line, I can let them go and spare others. After speaking, Lin Chen poured himself a cup of hot tea on his own. Holding the tea in one hand, Lin Chen savored it carefully, very comfortable and leisurely, waiting for the answer from the dragons. The wills of the dragons looked at each other, and after several voice transmission conversations. It is good. The black-shirt youth headed by Wang Qingshenlong nodded and said, we only have one small request, and I hope you will improve the descendants of the dragons here, little friend Lin Chen, and we will try our best to meet your request. It's a deal, so what? The Shenlong wills have seen the background of Lin Chen, and they also want to leave some self-protection strength for the descendants. Lin Chen smiled and said, everything, you guys have quite a big appetite. Tianyue Town prison dragon scratched his head in rare embarrassment. However, Lin Chen was very happy. He tapped his fingertips to activate the attribute transfer function, and he could immediately strengthen the bloodline for them without the target's consent. Brush. 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 The 69 descendants of the dragon have all obtained the effect of bloodline enhancement +1, and they are ecstatic. 8 arrogant descendants of ancient dragons looked at Lin Chen with complex eyes, and they didn't even dare to think about the potential of their bloodline. After all, there is no dragon tomb here for the ancient dragons. They want to improve their bloodline. It is not that simple. Give Tianyue Town prison dragon's hand through a jade box to Lin Chen. The treasure box is surrounded by black light, and a faint red glow hides inside the treasure box. It is a piece of white and reddish divine bone, and there is a dazzling the marrow of the divine bone inside. Here it is. And it is several times more than the number requested by Longjiu Mountain. Lin Chen nodded his head and thanked, "Senior, thank you." Tianyue Zenyalong got up. He was in the shape of Yuanshan, his face didn't seem very good, and he waved his hand before leaving. "Kid Lin Chen, if you have the opportunity, support me and support the descendants of the outside world." Lin Chen remembered that the prison-suppressing dragon was gone. With this one thing, his team will have another Holy King-level combat power. Then, Lin Chen looked at Wang Tian again. "Senior, I still need the bloodline of the heavenly god dragon, and my ancient dragon can be compatible with more than one kind of divine blood." As soon as these words came out, the corners of the mouths of the Shenlong wills were twitching wildly. "Listen, is this human? Can have more than one kind of dragon bloodline. What is the origin of this kid? If it wasn't for the fact that he was a pure human race, they would even suspect that this kid was the reincarnation of Zulong. The blood of the dragon is absorbed and played." The man in the black shirt smiled helplessly. "No problem, I still have some blood in the blood pool. If you have the bloodline of King Shenlong, it shouldn't be a problem to merge in." Lin Chen snapped his fingers and said with a smile, "Perfect, it's not in vain to improve your bloodline this wave. Since that's the case, there's one last question left." He said word by word, "Excuse me, Senior Shenlong, do you have news about the ancient dragon in the universe?" In an instant, the top of the mountain fell silent. The eyes of Shenlong's will are more dignified than the other. Among them, a man in yellow robe, Jiuyo Huang Chuanlong's will opened his mouth and said, "Little friend, what are you doing with the news of this?" "Senior Gulong," Lin Chen said, "I need its bloodline and ability, which is very important for me to improve my strength." The will of the dragons stared at each other in amazement, and finally the dragon raised the sky and said, "Little friend Lin Chen, the ancient dragon does not have any dragon tombs here. The Taizhou ancient dragon is the strongest among the ancient dragons in charge of space, time, dimension, and the 3 most powerful domains, and is also one of the most mysterious existences of the dragon family. As far as I know, the old man once went to the distress plane of the Hell Galaxy, and disappeared. I know this plane." Luo Shueiyue took over the conversation, her wonderful eyes flashing with a rare fear. Hell Galaxy is one of the most terrifying galaxies in the universe, and the plane of disaster is one of the core areas. It is said that the current Hell Galaxy is inhabited by a group of powerful and terrifying races. Luo Shueiyue stared at Lin Chen, and said earnestly, word by word, "Devil race." Lin Chen was startled. She advised Lin Chen, "Lin Chen, your strength is very strong, but not everyone can approach the Hell Galaxy. Today, the Hell Galaxy is the domain controlled by the demon race, not to mention the powerful demon empress. The 4 major demon races respect the elders, and they have the strength comparable to the dragons of our race. The dragons sighed that such a weak race in the past is now so powerful." Lin Chen suddenly said, "The Hell Galaxy is full of demons?" Luo Shueiyue shook her head, not necessarily, but it must be under the control of the demon race. If you want to go to the plane of distress, you will have to pass through the core area where the high level of the demon race circles. Not to mention you, even the gods of the human race, may not be able to get in. Lin Chen looked down at the magic seal in his palm. The beauty of the beautiful and charming world appeared in his mind, and his eyes were in a trance. I don't know, what happened to Yaoer? He put away his thoughts and smiled. Okay, thank you, this news is very useful to me. Senior Qing Tian Shenlong, take me to the dragon tomb. He thought to himself, it seems that after this trip, I have to find a time to go to the Hell Galaxy and go to the demon race's territory. Lin Chen followed Qing Tian Shenlong into its dragon tomb, and his clone sat cross-legged, floating in the void. The clone has to be refined, and the holy level qi and blood attribute values dropped by the insect tide, the 3 insect kings, and the red scorpion god. 3 months passed in a blink of an eye. During this 3-month period, the situation of all ethnic groups has undergone an earth-shattering change. Wild Demon Realm. In Tianma Mountain, a shadowy figure leaning on the sky and covering the earth was born, and the demonic energy was as majestic as a dragon flying. When all the demonic energy was incorporated into the body, it became a 4-eyed demon. It looks like a humanoid, stern and straight, wearing black armor, and its 4 rotating magic eyes are monstrous. Fu Tian Prince. Well, the black-armored prince said slowly and calmly, Father called me out. What is the important thing? The 2 peak demons respectfully handed over a portrait and respectfully said, Master buried heaven and the major demon emperors have an agreement. Whichever demon clan kills this son first, whoever will get 1 inch of the 9-layer demon jade and 100 demon cores. This is a drop of the emperor's blood. Lord Futian hopes that the prince will go out of the customs in person, use this son as an experience, sneak into the human race, and take the head. The prince in black armor looked down at the handsome young man's face in the portrait, and the corners of his mouth rose. Interesting. Bloodthirsty demon realm. Boom. A sea of blood rolled up a blood wave that covered the sky. A slender figure swelled in the blood wave, and the lilac tender tongue licked the fingertips, and the wicked and enchanting walked out of the sea of blood, with a charming smile. A human race actually let the major demon emperors personally issue a killing order, hee, ha 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 ha. Interesting, really interesting. The red-robed beauty waved her hand, and the sea of blood violently tossed. And the endless demons appeared out of the sea. Little ones, set off and go to the holy land of human race, to play. In the heavenly demon realm, a group of stalwart demon palaces stands. Quack. This human Lin Chen must have a big secret. Being him, with our background, the holy king has eaten several people back. Then, and are you still afraid of him being a human kid? The magic sound shook the sky, and countless unparalleled trolls came out one after another. It's not that simple to attract the attention of the Devil Emperor. Let's wait for the prince to leave the customs. The prince fought against their human race saints list, and even the 5th-ranked Peerless saint can't help. The prince. Human, can you finally sneak in? I'm already hungry and thirsty. In the past 3 months, the 4 major demon worlds are completely boiling. A human race reward order caused the demons to riot, and the heavenly demon lord was born. The Devil Emperor personally bestowed a reward on Lin Chen. This news is undoubtedly the most grand news in recent times. Those who kill can obtain supreme adventures and many rare treasures, and it is not a problem to change their lives against the sky. Countless unparalleled demons, with the 36 domains of the human holy world as their destination and Lin Chen as their ultimate goal, quietly launched their actions. Dragon Plane. Outside the Qingshenlong tomb, Lin Chen's figure appeared, and his phantom clones descended one after another, appearing in an instant. In March, he has never been idle. In addition to being baptized with the bloodline of the dragon god, his clone also captured and disassembled all the scales of the dragon inside and outside the ruins of the dragon. Lin Chen opened the system in a single thought. Tiandao Pickup System version 8.0. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, Sacred Realm 5-layer consummation, Sacred Essence, 14,675.5 billion points. Ultimate Strength, 450,000 Zunli, Meat Shell Awakening, plus 400%, Saint Level. Qi and Blood, 18,404,000,000 points. Saint Level Spiritual Power, 924 billion, Early Stage of Yuanshan. Saint Level Cultivation Technique Soul, 9.2 million points. Saint Level Rune Energy, 17.88 million points. Top Heavenly Dao Value, 21.9 million points. Top Talent Points, 78.76 million points. Set Essence, 377 billion points. Intermediate Strengthening Points, 42 billion points. Holy Elemental Energy, Fire 3.42 million, Earth 2.52 million, Wood 1.99 million, Gold 3 million, Water 2.8 million, Thunder 3.99 million, Wind 3 million, Light 2.44 million point and Dark are 2.89 million points. Set Column, Gold God of War Set 5-piece set, incomplete. Treasures with special attributes, Orange Rank Top-level exercise fragments. 2/3, 17 Holy Artifact Promotion Coupons, 5 Orange Rank exclusive talent. Treasure chests, more than 4 treasure chests, there will be high-level Orange Rank talents, and there is a very small chance of Orange Rank appearing. Top or Orange, Top one-time talent. Talent bar, Bloodline status bar, Exercise status bar. Life Awakening column, Nirvana column, Characteristic Rune column. Godhead column, Idol 2 of 3, Godhead fragment, cooling, remaining, 177 days to activate. Properties skyrocketed. The massive dragon scales that Lin Chen decomposed and the attribute light balls obtained by killing the scorpion god and other superpowers are simply abnormal. Lin Chen was amazed. It's really amazing, killing 3 insect kings. Although the insect kings are not based on the essence of the holy level, but the value is not comparable to the ordinary half-step holy king. My 51st and 52 holy caves have already begun to show signs of transforming the energy of life and death, and they may rush out at the same time. The higher the foundation, the higher the requirements for breaking the border. Lin Chen's foundation can be said to be the highest among the 3-dimensional human race. If he wants to become the realm of life and death, the accumulation that he needs is countless times more difficult than reaching the sky. System, I want to awaken the 5 stages of spirit. Consume 2 million top-level Heavenly Dao points, awaken the spiritual realm of the spiritual host, and increase the instant spiritual speed to 1,000 times. 5 stages of spiritual awakening. With Lin Chen now, only the aura reaction can truly match the Holy King or the top Holy King powerhouse. This is also the reason why Lin Chen needs to separate 3 to 4 phantom clones to besiege the 2 insect kings. The phantom clone only fought against Lin Chen's combat experience by instinct, and there was still a slight gap with Lin Chen's body. Under the premise that the aura's reaction speed was insufficient, it could be filled in. quantity. But not anymore. If I really want to kill a holy king, there is also a greater possibility of 2 phantom clones. Lin Chen continued, the system will automatically strengthen the blood of the ancient Taishi dragon. Start the automatic strengthening function, consume 2 million intermediate strengthening points, the strengthening fails, and continue to strengthen. Strengthened successfully, Taishi Ancient Dragon Bloodline, plus 17 completed. Increase, 150%. A total of 340 million enhancement points are consumed, and the total increase, 670%. Lin Chen's Ancient Dragon Bloodline has finally been strengthened to the upper limit. With the improvement of the holy level Qi and blood attributes of the 3 major insect kings, the giant insect tide, the more than 400 peak insect kings, and the red scorpion god, Lin Chen's ancient dragon is now 990,000 powerful. In terms of cultivation, it is also a dragon venerable in the dragon clan. 1 step further is the dragon king. But hitting the boundaries of the dragon king is not trivial, especially the talent of the ancient dragon blood. After Lin Chen felt the boundaries of the Dragon King, he turned the remaining holy blood into the body to absorb. There was so much holy blood in this battle, and even Lin Chen's body refining power was boosted by several grades. Lin Chen rubbed his hands, and excitedly issued an order, system, I want to use the holy artifact promotion ticket to upgrade all my existing holy artifacts to rank 9. The Holy Artifact Promotion Voucher is a new attribute treasure obtained by Lin Chen, which can force the rank of the Holy Artifact to be improved. A piece of Holy Artifact can only be used once, and 1 coupon can improve 1 rank, so it is most suitable to use it on the 8th rank Holy Artifact. Begin to upgrade the host's existing sacred weapons, Ju Yan Knife, Frozen Heaven Sword, Jiaoxiao Star Fury Bow, Demon Slayer Spear, Lei Flying Knife, Lingxi Flying Knife, Burning God Flying Knife, Star Chasing Tianqian Robe. A total of 8 Holy Artifact upgrade coupons are consumed. The upgrade is successful, and all the upgraded Holy Artifacts have automatically inherited the original enhancement level. Boom! The star-chasing Tianqian robe on Lin Chen's body suddenly shone with stars, like colorful stars and sand shrouded in splendor, and when he finally returned to calm, his grade was even higher. Lin Chen clapped his hands and exclaimed, my dear, this thing can also be used for other people's sacred artifact, it's really a priceless treasure. 8 rank to 9th rank, 1 step has crossed the biggest gap. The corners of his mouth rose, revealing a coquettish smile as always, Zhu Xing Tianqian is now a 9th rank defensive holy weapon, with an external reinforcement of plus 17, this is sour. TSK, it started 3 steps faster than before, and I'm harder than before. It's gone. The difference between the 8th rank and 9th rank sacred artifacts is huge. A 9th grade holy weapon can increase the Holy King's combat power by about 30%, which is evident. But Lin Chen now has 8 9th grade holy artifacts, so why are they plus 17? It can be said that the strongest 9th grade holy artifact in the holy world is now in Lin Chen's hands. Lin Chen looked at the 5 options of orange rank talent exclusive treasure chest and hesitated. This attribute treasure is a real treasure, and Lin Chen can only drop it if he kills the strong person of the Holy King realm. If you choose to merge now, you will definitely add a new orange level advanced talent, and it is not an exaggeration to become a new killer. However, whether it is the ultimate heavenly rebel who breaks the defense and kills instantly, or the extreme god possession that affects Lin Chen's Foundation, they are only high-level talents at the orange level. Lin Chen has never had the top talent of the orange rank. Whether it is one-time or permanent, the top talent of the orange rank is like a legend. Lin Chen even killed the blood clone of the god of war and the will of the gods, and he has not dropped the top talent of the orange rank. It can be seen that the talent of this rank is extremely difficult to produce. He put away the system and chose not to integrate the exclusive treasure chest of the orange level talent for the time being. The new high-level orange talent is tempting, but now I already have the combat power to kill the Holy King. As long as I collect a few more orange level talent treasure chests, I can try to integrate top-level orange level talents. If the top-level orange level talent is permanent, talent may become my new ace. Lin Chen walked out of the Qingtian Shenlong tomb slowly, and a shadowy figure swept across the starry sky in the distance. It was Luo Shuiyue who received the guidance of Shenlong, and her temperament became a hollow orchid, even better than before. Lin Chen was about to say hello when suddenly, his face changed greatly. Is something wrong with Bingxin Palace? In Lin Chen's primordial soul consciousness sea, there are many servants. Zhoutian death seals, at this time, more than half of the spirits are bleak. This proves that their lives are at stake. And, most importantly, Lin Chen's primordial spirit clone is gone. Just in case, Lin Chen will leave his exclusive primordial spirit clone at the location of Bingxin Palace and Xinyan Palace, to be used for super-dimensional teleportation, and superdimensional talent to be sent back. However, this is a last resort. The distance between the dragon realm and the human race sacred realm is too far away. If he is sent back with 2 talents, Lin Chen's top talents will be exhausted all at once. Lin Chen's expression instantly became solemn. My primordial spirit clone has been destroyed? I can't even perform superspace and superdimensional teleportation. There may be a drastic change in the Bingxin Palace. Could it be the ghost of the Genesis Alliance? The destruction of the primordial spirit clone is not the most important thing. The most important thing is Lin Chen's servants. During Lin Chen's retreat, the servants didn't even pass on the crisis to Lin Chen. On the premise that both sides have the seal of death on the day of the week. If it is not a big crisis, there is enough time to pass the news of the accident to Lin Chen being Xian Palace. Seeing the sudden change in his demeanor, Luo Shuiyue asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" Lin Chen's eyes were deep, and he didn't answer Luo Shuiyue, thinking in his heart, I didn't even have time to tell me the crisis, that is to say, it was a sneak attack. But according to common sense, even if there is a sneak attack by a powerful holy king, Jiang Taishu will not be able to escape. He lingers. Calculations and perceptions are correct. Meet a tough character. Lin Chen deduced almost instantly that Bingxin Palace was in big trouble. Just because Jiang Taishu did not calculate this crisis is enough to prove that there are masters on the enemy's side. And still, not inferior to the level of his team. Lin Chen immediately said, I'm leaving the dragon plane, the human race is in a hurry. After that, Lin Chen didn't even give Luo Shuiyue time to react, and swept into the space channel opened in the Shenlong ruins in a flash. Luo Shuiyue hurriedly caught up and exclaimed, Lin Chen, wait. After the two left, Princess Xingyue and a group of descendants of the dragon appeared. Princess Xingyue rolled her eyes and said with a frown, Lin Chen? Why is he in such a hurry? He's really an idiot. He hasn't given him the hand letter from the ancestor of the dragon. Princess Xingyue also immediately entered the space channel. Dragon Realm, Dragon King Palace. Today's Dragon King Hall is eerily silent. It was like the calm before the storm. When a beam of space beams of light blooms, the first descendant of the divine dragon and the second descendant of the ancient dragon are teleported out. Then, when more descendants of the dragon appeared to the Dragon King Palace, they were full of puzzled eyes. Strange, where have the elders gone? A few dragon lords and 4 dragon kings who greeted him are gone too. When all the gods were surprised, suddenly a very strange figure appeared in the void. The gods were startled, the figure seemed to already exist, but it didn't show the slightest breath and space ripples. The old man was holding a cane in his arms, with benevolent eyes, white hair, and long beard, and a childish face, with crane hair. He sat on the clouds, immaculately clean, like an amiable old man, smiling slightly, playing in the world. However, when they saw this old man, the pupils of all descendants of the dragon shrank. They immediately saluted and bowed slightly, "Meet Elder Tianyu." The rebellious gods even showed a bit of fear. Elder Tianyu smiled and said, "Haha. It's very good, this year's divine dragon plane, your harvest is not small." Elder Tianyu's very kind affirmation made all the gods break down in cold sweat. He waved his hand, "Go back." All the gods bowed their hands and left carefully. More descendants of the dragon descended from the Dragon King Palace one after another, teleported back, and all were taken away. Brush. When the 2 space beams of light came, the silver robe was rolled up, shining brightly. The young man had a handsome face, a cold temperament, his waist was straight, and he slowly walked out of the space beam. It was Lin Chen. The space was distorted in an instant, and the figure of the elder Tianyu appeared like a ghost, and a vigorous and powerful horizontal palm suddenly crushed Lin Chen. The power of the palm wind is not strong, but wherever it passes, the space is crushed into a fragile paste, which is especially terrifying. Between the lights and flints, Lin Chen backhanded a 9-fold burning heaven. Palm. Sigh. Boom. The burning flames in the sky rolled away, and Lin Chen instantly stepped back 10 steps and stood still. Every step, stepping on the temple foundation, the ley lines cracked and shattered, and the space was violently turbulent and distorted. Lin Chen's blood was churning, his holy power trembled slightly, and his eyes instantly became very sharp, and even had a bit of violent killing intent. Damn, that slap just now completely killed him. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, it would be better than his current cultivation base to take that palm and be seriously injured. Huh? Wearing a 9th grade defense sacred artifact, there is a treasure of the highest quality. The other party was startled. Sigh. Tear. The space was torn apart brutally, and the withered and old palms carried infinite blazing light, and took pictures of Lin Chen's head with his head. Brush. One palm smashed a large amount of cloud shadow afterglow. Lin Chen fully opened his body, stepped on the cloud shadow, and retreated to the outside of the Dragon King's palace. I saw that the space near Lin Chen quickly split open, like a chain of dragon claws madly torn apart. Too fast. Even Lin Chen couldn't help but look sideways. There was someone who could keep up with his movement. His Cloud Shadow and Skylight Enhancement Plus 17 is displayed with the current cultivation base, and the blessing of the auxiliary cultivation technique. Ambilight, even the holy kings are few who can keep up with him. Lin Chen. Boom. Lin Chen mobilized his holy power with all his strength, and when he turned to avoid the dragon-scarred claw again, he said in a cold voice, "Does your Excellency want to do something?" What is a sneak attack? Handsome to accompany you to the end. Be careful. At this moment, Luo Shueiyue exclaimed in a tender voice, wanting to remind Lin Chen. The black lightning-like streamer traveled through the void in an instant, and the speed was even faster than Lin Chen's movement technique. Brush. The pitch-black dragon tendons shot at Lin Chen like a coiled dragon, swirling around him for a moment, restraining Lin Chen. The black rope released the mighty force that bound Zhou Tian, and bound Lin Chen tightly. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the black dragon tendons on his body. This is a divine special treasure. The figure of the elder Tianyu Taisheng appeared in the void. Different from the amiable appearance just now, his face became hideous and distorted, his dragon eyes flashed violent and crazy, and he roared with bared teeth. Damn the dirty human race, how dare you try to defile the great dragon ruins of my dragon race? This old man will destroy you today. Lin Chen recalled what Luo Shueiyue told him, one of the first elders of the Dragon Ball hated the human race. He had few rivals as early as the Holy King realm. Hearing that the human race was going to enter the dragon plane, it is very likely that they would come out to deal with him. Is that the first elder he is? No wonder he can keep up with my movement technique. What a mad dog. Lin Chen was burning with anger, and when he was about to send him a 9 tribulations of stars brush, a beautiful shadow turned into golden light and came through, and immediately blocked in front of Lin Chen. It's Princess Xingyue. Princess Xingyue stood in front of Lin Chen, and raised her hand and raised an object in the face of the aggressive elder Tianyu, and said coldly, "The 7 great dragons are here, Elder Shi, please stop immediately." The scene fell silent for a while, and Elder Tianyu roared in disbelief. Spirit of the dragon? Outside the Dragon King Hall, the Black Domain. In the sky, there are many dragon races in the form of human and dragon, all of them are elites of the dragon race, thousands of them, arranged into a large army, forming a siege situation of heaven and earth. And in the Black Domain, there are hundreds of elders of the Dragon Clan, all from the ancient Dragon Clan. All of them are comparable to the rank 9 saints of the human race. Outside the Black Territory, the dragons who formed the encirclement network communicated with each other. I said, it's just a human race. Is it necessary to set up such a big battle? You just joined the Elder Hall and you still don't understand. Elder Shi has always acted cautiously and hated the human race. If he escaped, it would be a great shame for the dragon race. At first glance, you can tell that it is a stupid dragon who only knows how to retreat. Take your head and think about it. A human race that can sneak into the dragon world, will he have the means to be comparable to ordinary human races? No matter what, even if he is the king of heaven today, he will not be able to escape the net of the dragon world. In the Black Domain, in front of the elders of the Dragon Clan, a group of dragon venerables were blocked from the outside. Dragon Kings, you all know what you are doing. Yeah. Little friend Lin Chen is a friend of our Dragon Clan. Today, the situation is different. We should cooperate with talented people. Even if you don't think about yourself, why don't you think about the young people of the Dragon Clan? Confused? Great Dragon King, you are confused. You can't just impose the blood revenge on Lin Chen's son because of your own prejudice. Outside the enchantment of the Black Domain, dozens of dragon venerables and Dragon Kings scolded and protested. In the void, there are 10 figures suspended in the air, all of them are magnificent, and the sun is shining. Just standing here has shocked the universe. These 10 people are male and female, and the breath is like a sea, and the mountains and seas are not comparable to 1/10,000th of it, such as the unparalleled dragon family. The 10 ancient dragon kings. The elders' meeting of the ancient dragon clan is generally determined by the important affairs of each clan, and the dragon lords and dragon kings representing the various clans are present. However, among the various races, the one who can really decide major events and hold the power, the strongest is the great dragon king. There are dozens of dragon lords and many dragon kings in the ancient dragon clan. But there is only one great dragon king, who will rule the entire clan. Today, the 10 great dragon kings of the ancient wilderness were invited by the elder Tianyu to expel the Presbyterian Council, and the old man personally took down Lin Chen. Elder Tianyu has a good-natured appearance, and he really wants to do something. Long Wan doesn't say much, and if he disagrees, he will do it. The decisiveness of killing, the dragon clan was frightened. If he doesn't go out, it's time for something big to happen. The headed Jiuyo Huangquan Dragon King said in a stern voice, I don't need you to teach this king to do things. No matter how big the secret of this human race is, if you win him, it belongs to my dragon family. The blood of the Taishi ancient dragon should not be controlled by the human race. This is the supreme ancient dragon of my dragon clan, representing the glory and status of the dragon clan. If you dare to force your way in today, don't blame this king for going to your clan and dismissing you from your positions. The major dragon king scolded, and the dragon venerables were slightly repelled, their faces slightly ugly. Jiuyo Huangquan Dragon King turned around, looked at the silent elder Tongxian, and said indifferently, Elder Tongxian, leave this matter to us. You can go back and rest. Boom. Before the words were finished, the azimuth space of the Dragon King Hall shook suddenly, and a violent dragon breath suddenly burst out. It's up. The same thought flashed through the minds of almost all dragon lords and dragon kings. If Elder Shi takes action, Lin Chen's son can only be suppressed in an instant. Boom. An afterimage of the dragon's tail swept away the sun, moon, and stars, and suddenly cut open the barrier, and Tongxian Chongqing made a divine light and escaped. The speed is so fast that even the major dragon kings can't stop it when they react. Stop this old guy. If he wants to turn the tide by himself, it's too much to think of himself. The 10 dragon kings swept away, and the dragon kings and dragon lords of all ethnic groups immediately chased after them and headed to the direction of the Dragon King Hall. Dragon King Palace Square. At this time, a 7-colored spinning dragon seal was circulating in the palm of the beautiful woman's palm. The divine might was vast and the dragon energy was pure, which shocked the elder Tianyu. Lin Chen, who was bound, looked at Princess Xingyue in surprise. He really didn't expect that this woman would stand up to help him. Princess Xingyue scolded coldly, Elder Tianyu, Lin Chen is a close friend of my dragon clan, and he has received the handwriting and approval of the 7 ancestors of the dragon. Except for the current Shenlong in the dragon clan, no one can threaten him. Elder Tianyu's demeanor was uncertain, and the Shenlong Shoyu was left by the genuine will of the Shenlong. Although he could wield power in the dragon clan and call for wind and rain, he was not qualified to ride on the head of the ancestors. Otherwise, if the superior finds out, he will have to step down and go to jail. But if he wants to let this human race go, he can't accept it. At this time, a group of figures flashed outside the Dragon King Hall. What happened? This seems to be the decree of Shenlong. No, little friend Lin Chen was captured. It is the 10 ancient dragon kings and the dragon kings and dragon lords of all ethnic groups. The strongest of the dragon world, gathered together. Immediately afterwards, a group of mighty dragon teams gathered from all directions. Lin Chen was surprised. Oh? Interesting, in order to catch me, did you dispatch so many dragon powerhouses? The great dragon king of the Golden Dragon clan, headed by Yutian, is dressed in golden armor, has a majestic appearance, a pair of sharp brows, and he is not angry and arrogant. When he saw that his daughter was protecting this human race, he couldn't help shouting angrily, "Xingyu, what are you doing? Don't you know what this son did?" Princess Xingyue faced her father and said, "Father, I really hate him. But this can't erase his help and contribution to our dragon family. He shouldn't be treated like this." Even the ancestors of the dragons recognized him. The dragons should treat him as an equal existence. Lin Chen, who was behind the beauty, said with a smile, "I didn't expect Princess Xingyue to speak for me as a rascal. I'm really flattered." Princess Xingyue rolled her eyes at him. When is this person, and he still has the mind to joke? Seeing that the divine dragon's hand decree was in front of him, the elder Tom Xian and the other dragon lords immediately sent a sound to the elder Tianyu. "Elder Shi, please think again. Shenlong's hand decree is one of the highest orders of my dragon clan. Shenlong cannot interfere with its orders. You should be very clear about it. Little friend Lin Chen has been recognized by the ancestors of the dragon. This fact cannot be disobeyed. It is enough to see that this son is worthy of our clan's friendship. Not only the dragon gods and dragon kings, but also the descendants of the dragons shouted loudly. Elder Shi, Lin Chen has indeed improved the bloodline level for all of us. My Gulong family has also received a lot of favors from Lin Chen. He has no ill intentions, and I implore Elder Shi to have a sincere talk with him. Lin Chen is very kind to me. If it weren't for him, we would have even been ambushed by the insect wave and returned with nothing. I also asked the elders to evacuate." Facing a lot of voices supporting Lin Chen, the 10 dragon kings frowned slightly. There are also those dragon kings who support the 10 dragon kings of the ancient times. Their eyes are full of surprise. This son actually did so much for their dragon clan? Enough. Elder Tianyu's demeanor was hideous, and he said fiercely, "A group of trash who took a little favor and turned their backs on the human race. What the stinking human race did to us, have you all forgotten?" Lin Chen frowned and thought to himself, "Damn, this old man has given up thinking. Maybe he's not going to let me go and force me to take action." Consciousness connected to his phantom avatar. If there is any situation, Lin Chen will no longer leave any sympathy for the dragon family. "Get out." Elder Tianyu pointed at Lin Chen and smiled madly. "I can't believe that your kid can still deceive my clan's dragon. Do you really think that if the dragon protects the old man, you won't be able to move you?" With both hands open, a beautiful and exquisite treasure box appeared in the hands of Elder Tianyu. Boom! The pure and mighty power of the divine dragon descended on the entire dragon King Hall, with a radius of tens of thousands of miles, covered by the divine light of the divine dragon and the talismans of the dragon family. The dragon venerables and the dragon kings are terrified. The expressions of the dragon kings are also very exciting. This old guy actually took that thing out. Elder Tianyu grinned and said, "The will of the Shenlong wants to protect you. So I will hand it over to the adults who are also Shenlong to judge you." Elder Tianyu suddenly opened the treasure box. With a bang, endless dragon energy gathered in the sky, forming a dragon-shaped altar faintly. In the treasure box, there is a vast and pure divine dragon and heavenly power, and the desire to suppress everything in the world, all the dragons. Feel the coercion of the strongest. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky. In the dragon chi altar, he felt the breath of the Shenlong. Princess Xingyue's face turned pale. She turned to Lin Chen and hurriedly said, "Go away, Elder Tianyu has used divine blood." She wanted to untangle the black dragon tendons that bound him, but her pretty face changed slightly. "Shenlong tendons? Elder Tianyu actually used this thing to deal with you?" Lin Chen grinned and said, "Princess Xingyue, I don't see that you still have some vision." Xingyu scolded, "Are you stupid? It's been a while and you're still not serious." Princess Xingyue. Lin Chen's star eyes are particularly deep. He quietly stared at Princess Xing Yu, staring at the unexplained throbbing of the beauty's heart. She had never seen Lin Chen like this. Lin Chen said seriously, "Stay away now, and don't come near me if anything happens." Lin Chen looked at the sky, and his expression flashed a fierce killing intent. Princess Xingyue bit her teeth lightly and usurped her jade hand tightly. Boom! The stalwart Shenlong altar descended from the sky. The dragon roar shook the sky. The dragon's breath was strong, and the dragon's breath turned into a dragon-shaped detachment inside and outside the altar, and hundreds of millions of dragon talismans evolved the civilization of the dragon race. Tianyu, this seat is still in the outer galaxy. What we'll call this seat? Inside the altar, a dragon head with blue light appeared. When he opened the dragon's eyes, he gave Elder Tianyu a condescending look. "Meet Lord Shenlong." All the dragons knelt down on one knee and bowed to the mighty dragon. Luo Shueiyue clenched her teeth tightly. This time Lin Chen is in danger. The divine dragon's hand decree can keep the senior leaders of the dragon clan from moving Lin Chen, but it cannot limit the great divine dragon. But this dragon also hates the human race quite a bit. This divine dragon's will is one of the divine dragons in charge of the dragon world, and it is different from the divine dragon's will in the divine dragon ruins. The Shenlong in the Shenlong ruins is a Shenlong that has already perished and died, but the will of this Shenlong, his body is the overlord that still exists in the world. The difference between the two is like the difference between clouds and mud. Luo Shueiyue quietly crushed a blue water jade in her palm, and said in her heart, "Ancestor, you must bless Lin Chen." Elder Tianyu bowed and clasped his fists respectfully, and sent a sound transmission to the Shenlong altar, saying all of the inside and out. "Huh? Can I raise the blood of my family's dragon and sneak into the dragon world to bribe the human race of the elders?" The eyes of the dragon head in the altar burst into flames, looking down at Lin Chen and Princess Xingyue's hand in the palm of the dragon's hand. Then, the deep sound of the dragon in the altar spread all around. "Tianyu, this seat grants you the right to judge, and take this son for this seat." Elder Tongxian and others suffocated. "It's over," a dragon made a statement in person. Elder Tianyu was ecstatic. "Thank you, Shenlong." He turned around and grinned, staring at Princess Xingyue. "Little baby, did the old man crush you and get out of the way, or do you get out by yourself?" Waiting for Princess Xingyue to express her position. Boom! Lin Chen stepped out one step at a time. The ground shook and the mountains shook. He glanced at the outside of the Dragon King's palace, standing tall and domineering. "I promised the 7 dragons that they would like to communicate with the Dragon Clan, but now it seems that the Dragon Clan does not need communication." Lin Chen sighed sternly. "Today, if you dare to block me, then I will Overturn this dragon world. Since the dragon clan refuses to accept it, then Lin Chen will fight until they do. Why not turn over the dragon world? Godslayer. Lin Chen snorted coldly, resounding through the dragon realm. Zhou Tian. Boom. Between the electric light and flint, a red gold talisman burst open on the top of Lin Chen's head, glowing with endless fighting spirit. Qixia rolled into the body, and Lin Chen's cultivation level skyrocketed in an instant. The host consumes 14 million top talent points, activates the Godslayer talent, and is hostile to the host. 1642, 982 top level 8th order dragons. For the first time using the permanent orange rank, Godslayer talent, the consumption of talent points is simply terrifying. All of Lin Chen's top talent points are only 90 million points, which is nearly 1/6 less this time. Boom. 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 Time and space are distorted, and the universe trembles. As if half of the dragon world was trembling, the Shenlong tendons that bound Lin Chen exploded into powder in an instant. A ray of red light opened up the world, and with Lin Chen as the center, it suddenly bloomed in the dragon world. Lin Chen's whole body madly grows boundless holy energy, the blazing light flies, the red glow covers the sky, it soars more than 10 times 100 times in a blink of an eye, and instantly rushes through the 51st and 52 holy acupoints. Qixia surged, and it was incorporated into Lin Chen's primordial spirit, holy cave, and holy body, and it skyrocketed in an instant. Lin Chen's primordial spirit, like the universe covering the entire field. His fighting intent gave the entire dragon race a powerful pressure, even approaching the altar of the dragon, and the fighting intent was soaring. Lin Chen's primordial spirit realm temporarily soared to the peak of the middle primordial spirit. His holy body, standing on the ground, breaking the galaxy alone, swallowing and absorbing the air, the storm disturbed the sky, and the time and space collapsed. Pure power temporarily breaks through the million power. Activate the Godslayer talent successfully, the overall increase power, 6622 times, the cooling time, 28 days. When Qixia disappeared, a silver-robed figure shrouded in starlight stepped on the top of the Dragon King's palace, stunned the world and stunned the world. His eyes swirl with the golden light of killing gods. Lin Chen stepped on the Dragon King's palace, with a gun in his hand, his domineering intent was soaring. It seems that the dragon world is about to be played. When he looked up at the sky again, he smiled sternly, and all the dragons trembled. Lin Chen's whole body flashed a full 110 six-pointed stars. Each holy cave is shrouded in the magnificent holy power that covers the stars and covers the moon. However, although there are 10 holy caves, they have an illusory taste. When all the dragons saw the number of his holy caves, silence. Eerie silence. All the descendants of the dragon and the strong dragon clan looked at the silver-robed boy who was stepping on the Dragon King's hall, dumbfounded, and their scalps numb. He actually has reservations. Oh my god, how many trump cards does this guy have? Boom. Boom. Outside the Dragon King hall, all the buildings turned into powder, and were instantly shattered by Lin Chen's holy power. Lin Chen's previous 100 holy acupoints holy power has broken through the holy power level, comparable to 1,000,000 gods. And although there is a breakthrough in the pure power of body refining, it is only 450,000 powers even if you count meat shell awakening. Now, with the activation of Godslayer, even the pure power of the holy body has temporarily risen to 1,000,000 powers. This means that Lin Chen does not use holy power, and can compete against a Holy King, with pure power. When Lin Chen stepped on the Dragon King's palace, he felt the soaring holy energy in his body, which was contaminated with a breath of life and death, becoming full and powerful like never before. The realm of life and death is complete. This time the Godslayer talent, let me temporarily open 10 holy caves. The holy cave opened by the Godslayer talent cannot be absorbed by time and space. My current holy cave cultivation base should be Saint 6th layer, life and death realm, open 10 holy caves, a total of 5 times the holy power below the life and death realm, can be increased. Lin Chen's condensed realm's complete combat power is 1 million zuns strength, and under the premise of 5 times the increase, that is to say, the current Lin Chen's ultimate lethality of holy power can reach more than 6 million zun strength, far beyond the ordinary holy king. The peak of the Yuanshan realm in the midterm, the body refining million power, and the holy cave holy power reached the realm of 6 million power. The pure power of body refining and holy power complement each other, and Lin Chen's combat power will be even higher. Lin Chen's eyes swept away, and the whole audience was shocked. The corners of the Dragon King's mouth shivered, and a chill went straight to the sky from the soles of their feet. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they couldn't even believe the scene in front of them. This is no longer a shock, but a naked fright. Strength suddenly soared several grades. Who has seen such a monster throughout the ages? What? Elder Tianyu was stunned and said in a stunned voice. Actually, there is actually such a human race. The pupils of the 10 Dragon Kings shrank, and they stared at the flickering holy acupoint on Lin Chen's body. As strong as the leader of the ancient dragon clan, the existence of the great Dragon King has never seen such a monster. Isn't the cultivation system of the human race holy land up to 100 holy acupoints? The question is, what is the situation with the 110 holy acupoints? 110 holy caves? What a joke. The human race actually gave birth to such a monster. No, it's very wrong. His 110 holy acupoints are still only a complete life and death? The big Dragon Kings lost their voices and were shocked, and the dragon eyes were full of misunderstandings that subverted cognition. As strong as the will of the dragon on the altar of the dragon, he also felt the pressure of Lin Chen's unique, holy power. Not only can this son resist his divine might, but even the power of the holy acupuncture point is far beyond that of an ordinary holy king. This seat has played against so many human race true gods, and I have never seen such a human race. 100 holy acupoints, become a holy king. This is the only way for a human race to become a god, but this child has surpassed the existing human race cultivation system. Shenlong's will was moved, and he thought of an extremely terrifying possibility. Could it be that he created a brand new cultivation system that can nearly double the amount of holy acupoints? If this is the case, this son will surpass any previous human race, true god in the future. Boom! Lin Chen swung the demon slayer spear lightly, tearing apart a large space in the dragon realm, and laughed sternly. I'm about to go. Everyone in the dragon world, are you ready? When Lin Chen took a step, the flash disappeared in an instant, and the after images of blood in the sky bloomed in an instant. Tear. Lin Chen saw the divine dragon's might over nothing, with a spear in his hand. He was in front of the heavenly light, and he was instantly killed in front of Elder Tianyu. He swooped and stabbed away with a single shot, and hundreds of millions of thunderbolts exploded like a dragon. Elder Tianyu turned his palm into a dragon's claws, and tore it off abruptly. Boom! Boom! The Dragon King's hall rolled up the infinite thunder and light in the sky. Like a sea of thunder, tearing the barrier of the Dragon King's hall high in the sky, and all around, wisps of dark thunder swept across the sky like electric snakes. A figure retreated violently, and when all the dragon clan looked closely, the one who was repelled turned out to be the first elder, Tianyu. Elder Tianyu traverses all walks of life, and there are very few who can compare with him in the realm of holy kings. This time it was Lin Chen who had the upper hand. Tear. Lin Chen stepped on the cloud shadow, with a gun in his hand, he flashed behind Elder Tianyu and shot 1,000 shots in a flash, with 1,000 shots in a row. Lin Chen swung his hand swiftly, the Demon Slayer spear opened like a peacock, and his marksmanship was superb. Lin Chen wielded his spear or picked, slashed, hacked, stabbed, and moved to death, advancing layer by layer. His marksmanship is smooth and hearty, as if no one is in a realm, beating Elder Tianyu all the way. Roar. I'm too angry, child of the human race, this seat wants you to die. Elder Tianyu roared, the sky shattered, and many dragon clans were so roared that their eardrums hurt, and they hurriedly retreated. Elder Tianyu transformed into a dragon body. The scales of the dragon are blue and blue, the face has long beards, and the body is like a long snake. It is like an undefeated dragon descending into the world. Its dragon body dances in the sky, and it is actually a desolate ancient blue dragon, with a divine dragon-level bloodline, but a holy dragon closest to the divine dragon. Die. As soon as the dragon's body appeared, Elder Tianyu's aura soared by 30%, and he swept down with one claw. Tear. With one claw sweep, it crushed Lin Chen's bloody afterimage, and it was torn apart. The silver robe was rolled up, Xinghua was shining, Lin Chen was holding the demon-slaying spear and standing on the dragon head of Elder Tianyu. The speed was so fast that even his old man was dumbfounded. Lin Chen sneered coldly. Pretend to be your uncle, get out. Give the shameless old thing. OM. Lin Chen's Yuanshan condensed into 8 burning dragons, and when Yuanshan and burning dragons gathered into his fists, together with holy power, pure power, and Yuanshan power, they condensed one punch and beat him down. Boom. 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 The ancient Songlong's dragon body exploded, and Lin Chen's 3-in-1 punch, with all kinds of power, directly triggered destruction crack, and destruction explosion, and injured Elder Tianyu with one punch. Before Elder Tianyu was injured, a curling tail in the sky crushed Lin Chen like lightning. Boom. Lin Chen fell to the ground, and the ley lines collapsed violently, like a meteor descending into the world. However, apart from the turbulent qi and blood, Lin Chen was unscathed, and the power of the 9th-rank chasing star celestial robe was fully revealed. We're going to. Don't let this kid act recklessly. Lao Jin, you block those guys. 10 Dragon Kings start action. When Elder Tongxian wanted to stop the battle from getting worse, a gray-robed Supreme Elder stopped him. He was one of the 3 elders who opposed Lin Chen's entry into the dragon plane. The gray-robed elder smiled grimly. Tongxian, this son's life must stay here. Elder Tongxian said solemnly, you are pushing the dragon clan to death. The gray-robed elder said, the human race has no possibility of saving the dragon race. The dragon race should rely on itself. Take action, let the old man see how much you have grown compared to the past. The 2 elders clashed in an instant. The dragon kings and dragon lords who supported Lin Chen from other tribes were also stopped by the teams and Dragon Kings dispatched by the top 10. Dragon Kings, one after another. A great battle broke out from within the Dragon realm. On the other side, the 10 major Dragon Kings attacked aggressively. The great Dragon King of the Yutian Golden Dragon clan opened his mouth and spit out a bunch of Gengjin sharp storms, which were invincible, and suddenly slashed at Lin Chen. Lin Chen stepped on the cloud shadow, and when he dodged in a flash, the cold shout spread throughout the dragon world. Dragon Realm is going to fight? Then don't blame me for setting off your Dragon Realm. With a cold shout, the dragon world was shaken. Lin Chen shot dark thunder. Wan Jun and Wan Lei descended into the world and smashed into the head of the elder Tianyu. The thunder light penetrated all the way, tearing the dragon scale defense layer by layer. The expressions of countless descendants of the dragons changed slightly. They had never seen such an elder Tianyu before. It will be unilaterally pressed and beaten. If the ordinary Holy King has Lin Chen's current holy power cultivation, he may not be able to suppress the elder Tianyu, but Lin Chen is completely different. Not to mention that all his exercises have been strengthened, the power has been doubled in various ways, plus the 9th grade Holy Spear, enhanced plus 17. And various orange-level talents. It is simply monster-level power. Lin Chen thief, don't be presumptuous. Mere human race, don't come to my dragon world to be arrogant. This is not the place where your human race is arrogant. Boom. Among the top 10 Dragon Kings, there are 5 Dragon Kings that have transformed into their own bodies. The dragon body covers the stars and covers the moon. The great Dragon King, each one's strength is close to or equal to the elders of Tianyu. The last time they besieged a certain creature at the same time was during the last 9 clan wars. Clang. Lin Chen didn't use the spear, and replaced it with the Juyan sacred sword, which slashed horizontally and suddenly. Pfft. Hum. 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 The extremely fast rotating blade air is like a wave of blade waves, rotating at an extremely high speed, and it is divided into 5. Next moment. Bang. The rotating blade air suddenly exploded, and pieces of blade air like broken jade bloomed inside and outside the entire black domain, and suddenly twisted in the direction of the 10 Dragon Kings. At this moment, all the dragon's pupils shrank. Your uncle, what kind of perverted offensive is this? All of Lin Chen's previous offensives will condense a little, even if the lethality is strong, it is only displayed in a small area. But God Tears is the exact opposite type. The lethality of Shen Lei's group attack, when used by Lin Chen's holy power, that is now comparable to 6 million, is simply a dragon hell. Especially the Dragon Kings, they almost reacted between lightning and flint. Quick! Quickly protect the gods. Damn, is this a human attack? All the Dragon Kings stopped the civil war, or released the dragon energy, or changed the dragon body, developed the defense skills of housekeeping, and protected their own descendants of the dragon. The number of blade gas fragments is more than 100,000, completely millions. Each piece of sword chi contains sharp Yuanshan sword light, strong energy, shattering light, and holy force sword light, which makes the dragon clan hard to guard against. Boom. 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 The splendid and beautiful pieces of knife gas like broken jade slammed into the positions of the top 10 Dragon Kings and the elders of Tianyu, causing panic inside and outside the dragon world. Inside and outside the black domain, wolves are billowing, space is disordered, and storms are raging. With Lin Chen's current cultivation base, he casts a sword of God Tears, a Real supergiant natural disaster. One knife can obliterate countless stars. The 10 Dragon Kings were repelled head-on for the first time. Some of them forcibly defended, some revealed their bodies in order to protect the descendants of the dragon, and some covered the retreat of the elders of Tianyu. Not right. The 10 Dragon Kings suddenly felt an abnormality. Lin Chen's offensive actually had a taste of affecting time. Let the big Dragon Kings vaguely feel the flow of time, which almost led to a misjudgment of the timing of defense. However, even Lin Chen himself is not clear about the wonderful changes brought about by his holy artifact. When most of the wolf smoke disappeared, all the dragons took a deep breath. When they sensed the situation nearby, the entire black domain was directly razed to the ground. You must know that the space in the black realm of the dragon realm is solid, but second only to the space of the Dragon King realm. It is stronger than the Holy King's domain in the human race holy world. In terms of area, it can be compared to 10 stars connected. Such a huge area and space was wiped out by Lin Chen. What kind of monster is this guy? This handsome stunt is more than that. When the wolf smoke filled the air, Lin Chen held the Jiaxiexing angry bow in his hand and aimed at the 10 Dragon Kings awe-inspiringly. Burning sky arrow. Lin Chen pulled the bow full, his palms were full of brilliance, and shot the 10 Dragon Kings with one arrow. A meteor that fell into the world and burned in the sky flashed. Wherever it passed, Ruihua rushed to the sky, burning the black domain and the inside and outside to a crimson. The next moment, the arrow light is divided into 5, there is a shocking domineering that shatters the world and runs through the universe. Human kid, don't be too arrogant. It's just because we want to protect these young descendants, do you really think you can deal with us joining forces? Among the 10 Dragon Kings, there are 4 Dragon Kings who are about to stand up and confront Lin Chen head-on. Boom. Tear. A mind-opening dragon claws tore down from above Jiao Xiao, crushing Lin Chen's world-shattering arrow. Huh? Lin Chen looked solemn. On the altar of the dragon, a figure finally walked out, leaning on the sky and covering the earth, and became the center of the black domain of the dragon world for a while. Dragon Clan Divine Dragon, Desolate Ancient Songlong. His clone is finally about to shoot. Previously, the descendants of the Dragon Clan were here, and he respected his identity. He believed that there were 10 Dragon Kings in charge. Elder Tianyu and elders of various clans were here. No matter what happened, he could win this son. But Lin Chen's explosive background and combat power completely amazed him. It is true that if the 10 Dragon Kings don't have to protect the descendants of the dragons, if they are fully fired, it may not be too difficult to take down this son, but it will definitely pay a certain price. In this case, he can only do it. The ancient Songlong said in a cold voice, "Young man of the human race, this seat recognizes your combat power and potential. In time, if you are given enough time, it is not impossible to surpass the gods of the human race and even surpass this seat. However, you must to stay in the Dragon Clan forever." Boom. The ancient blue dragon drew a finger in the air, and the sky split open with a golden rainbow. There are no skills, only pure power condensed to the extreme. The clone of the ancient Songlong is not like the will of the dragon in the Dragon Plane. He is now in its heyday. Burning Sky Arrow. Extreme K Kai Tian Divine Power Breaking Heaven Sword. Lin Chen pulled his bow and shot violently, an arrow that shook the sky. Ruihua's blazing fiery arrow shot towards the ancient Songlong. Immediately after that, he changed to the Frozen Heaven Sword in an instant. slashing horizontally with one sword. This sword condenses pure power, primordial spirit, and holy power, exerting it with all its strength, splitting the surging waves, condensing it into a sky-shattering giant sword, and violently slashing the ancient blue dragon. All of Lin Chen's offensives were divided into 5. The 10 dragon kings reacted very quickly, or spread their wings, or breathed, unfolded enchantments and barriers, and protected all creatures inside and outside the black domain. Both sides offensive, head-on collision. Boom. 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 An energy storm exploded, throwing millions of zhang billowing hot waves. Fragment-like sword lights were scattered everywhere, and the solid space of the black domain turned into powder, shocking. For the young master, climb. With one shot, a few shattered sword beams were ejected, and the corner of Lin Chen's mouth bleeds. He stepped on the cloud shadow and swept away, and rushed towards the direction of the ancient Songlong clone without retreating. Those who want to block me, Shenlong Jiaohui. Oh, come again. The youth's silver robe flew over, and the red glow rose all over his body. His fighting power was invincible. He swung his guns with both hands and rushed into the energy storm. He was invincible, with an aura that he wanted to overturn the dragon realm. This scene made the dragon's legs and feet tremble. Lin Chen's domineering and ferocity made all the dragons tremble. In the face of the dragon clone, it is also correct. Why is he so fierce? Tear. The dragon clone, wearing a green robe, pulled his hands horizontally, tore through the energy storm of the sky, and understood Lin Chen, who came from the void. His face sneered a little. Dare to be arrogant when you take a casual blow from this avatar? Over your own power, court death. The dragon's clone rolled up the tail of the dragon behind him, and slammed it abruptly, as if it was slashed with a knife, and the speed was so fast that it split the sky of the black domain in half. This tail is enough to kill the holy king. Suddenly, a gray-white talisman covering the stars and covering the moon fell from the sky. The host activates the 8th level slow rune, which consumes 1.7 million holy level rune energy. A note that shakes the ancients and shines today, the slow rune that stagnates. In the infinite void was born, and the dragon is sealed. When the slow rune burst and opened, the sky became particularly stagnant and solid, as if all the space debris had been frozen. If the rune of slowness is used directly on the strong man above the holy king, the effect is not great, but if it is used to disguise the opponent's offensive, it still has a miraculous effect. Huh? Shenlong's clone narrowed his eyes, and felt a little pause and stagnation in his dragon's tail. Sigh. Boom. 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 When the dragon's tail smashed the space where the slow runes were stagnant, the dragon clone obviously felt that the attack power was weakened a lot. A bunch of dark thunder and lightning dragons stabbed with a sharp spear, and it was divided into 5. Clang. With a sound like a crisp cracking sound, Lin Chen's demon slaughtering spear was bounced off by the dragon's clone, and his whole body felt like he was hit hard, and he vomited blood and flew out. The dragon clone flashed and sneered, "Human, no matter how powerful you are, as long as it does not exceed the scope of the holy king, this seat will always be stronger than you." When he dodged in front of Lin Chen, he patted Lin Chen's Tianling cover with a palm over his head. Too fast. So much so that when the major dragon kings reacted, the divine power contained in their palms was enough to destroy the ghosts and gods, and they had already beaten Lin Chen's heavenly spirit cover. Boom. Lin Chen was blown away by a palm. Do not Two almost desperate women's cries echoed between heaven and earth. However, Shenlong's avatar's pupils shrank, as if he realized something. The Lin Chen, who was blown up, has no blood. There are such exquisite clone skills in the world. He quickly released the breath of the dragon, swept across the black domain, and sensed another location of Lin Chen. In the headroom directly above him. When the dragon clone suddenly looked up, the young man slapped his palm violently, and a beam of 9-color aurora shuttled between the heavens and the earth, and shot towards it. Tasked this, the dragon clone of the dragon family. The 9-color starlight was divided into 5, and the pupils of the dragon clone shrank. Space trembles, time and space are distorted, as if everything between heaven and earth will turn into nothingness. 5 9-color beams of light bloomed in the black domain of the dragon realm, magnificent and majestic, reaching the sky and the ground. Even if there are dragon clones in front of them to resist, but the enchantment of the 10 dragon kings almost collapsed. When the starlight dissipated, all the dragons held their breaths and looked at the sky. No way. A big dragon king said in disbelief. I saw that the clone of the ancient blue dragon, the shoulders were split, the dragon scales were split, and a blood line was faintly split on the chest. A large number of attribute light balls are dropped, and there are even 5 attribute treasure chests. He actually injured the dragon clone. The dragon body of the elder Tianyu in the black domain was shocked, and his pupils showed unconcealed horror. Lin Chen's move just now, if he is alone, I am afraid that even if he defends with all his strength, he will lose half his life. The host triggers extinction crack twice and destruction explosion talent once. When Lin Chen quickly refined the gold coins and recovered, his expression passed a trace of happiness. If it wasn't for triggering a destruction explosion talent, he could only inflict 1 injury on the opponent at most, and the dragon clone is really powerful. If it is a real dragon, I am afraid that his all-out 9 robbery stars are not enough to scratch the itch. The ancient Songlong looked at the wound of the clone, slashed with anger, and felt an unprecedented shame. First fake a shot with the clone, so that he has no chance to escape, and then hurt himself with the ultimate move, as if he was being played by a creature that is countless times weaker than himself. Very good, very good. Dare to hurt this seat's clone, there are no such characters in many eras, you are worthy of this seat's full effort to kill. The ancient Songlong laughed in anger, dragon scales blooming all over his body, the dragon's claws probed, and the dragon's tail swayed angrily. He wants to turn into a dragon. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and in one thought, the god of war 5-piece suit was possessed. Stop. The azure blue dragon light appeared out of thin air, dressed in a phoenix skirt palace costume. 2 strands of jade danced in the sky, the jasper Chanwan was elegant, and the phoenix eyes stared at the ancient blue dragon. In the sky, Luo Shueiyue in the distance was finally relieved when she saw that beautiful woman with a fairy-like appearance. You can't move him, Huatsong. The woman was radiant, graceful in temperament, noble in phoenix, and said coldly, I have received the order from my sister, this son, I am the god of water and dragon protection. Not to mention his great contribution to the dragon family, even if he did not contribute, I have to protect his life. 2. Lin Chen was surprised, this is actually a dragon clone. Extreme prison water dragon? Why did she help herself? This may have something to do with Luo Shueiyue and the will of the dragon in the Shenlong ruins. The ancient Songlong raised his eyebrows and sneered, why, do you like this, kid? The old cow eats the tender grass? When will it be your turn to teach me how to do things? Hurry up, or I will beat you. The woman in the phoenix skirt smiled sweetly, revealing a chill to the bones. Oh? You are very hard, try it? Just try it. Huang Songlong burst into anger, and let out a long roar. The 10 Dragon Kings and Tianyu listen to the order and take this kid down. For this seat. Still fighting. The ancient blue dragon, today is determined to take Lin Chen's life. Lin Chen suddenly laughed and said, no need to fight. Boom. 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 Suddenly, dozens of earth-shattering explosions erupted one after another in the Black Domain. It shook the entire Earth's crust to the point where it burst into smoke. Oops. The prince is gone. I just saw a shadow of blood flash past. It's a hit. This kid deliberately let us take the shot when the princess and the gods are gathered together. Where's the man? Where did he go? It's too fast. Does this kid still have help? A group of dragon elders cluttered together. Brush. I saw that there were 4 phantom avatars around Lin Chen, as well as his ancient dragon avatar. 100 Zhang water prison is suspended in the void, and countless water blade chains are spurted out of the water prison, binding more than 50 descendants of ancient dragons in the cage. Seeing this scene, the face of the 10 Dragon Kings changed. This move, even the 10 Dragon Kings did not expect. Lin Chen's breath concealment is too perfect. After all, it is also the assassination technique of the strongest killer from the Heavenly Sanctuary. Lin Chen smiled slightly, the smile was simple and bright, like a rose. Everyone, I said, I can make your dragons rise to the sky, and I can make you fall into nightmares. I don't care if you want yourselves to be invincible. These carefully selected descendants of the dragon are the elites who can enter the plane of the dragon. If it's gone in one breath. Lin Chen sighed, I gave you a chance, but you don't cherish it. All Dragon Kings suffocate. That's right, Lin Chen now holds the lives of most of the descendants of the dragon. He didn't use the phantom clone just now, he just kept a hand for himself. Some avatars lurk to take down the descendants of the dragon, and some avatars are responsible for quietly fleeing, always ready to turn on the superspace talent and superdimensional teleportation to teleport to the location where the avatars escaped secretly. A lot of avatars are good things to do. Including cool time is also doubly happy. Some great dragon kings tried to activate bloodline supernatural powers to quietly rescue the descendants of the dragons in the water prison. Lin Chen said with a wicked smile, don't waste your efforts, the means you left to them will not be able to escape from my extreme prison. How can it be said that it is a peerless supernatural power? Who do you look down on? The faces of the 10 dragon kings are ugly, and their throats are so hot. Lin Chen turned to look at the ancient Songlong, raised his eyebrows, and said with a joking smile, how about it, do you want to try to see if your claws are faster or my big black spear is faster? I am a person who can be fast or long, with a free rhythm. Don't be afraid for a long time. Is your excellency Shenlong interested in taking a gamble? The ancient Songlong did not dare to act rashly this time even if his anger flared up again. 1 or 2 descendants of the dragons are fine, but there are dozens. There are also several descendants of ancient dragons, and they are all elites who have entered the ruins of the dragon and have been taught by the dragon. If you push this kid in a hurry and kill him in an instant, it will be a heavy blow to the dragon clan. Perhaps in a short period of time, with the current background of the dragon clan, it would not be a problem to lose these dozens of descendants of the dragon. And the problem will gradually be exposed later, and it is especially serious. The dragon family has no new blood to replenish, and the loss of the top layer is particularly serious. These gods will become dragon kings and even dragon kings in the future. At that time, his ancient Songlong will have to bear the main responsibility. And facing the suppression of the dragons of various races, he will also be unable to bear it. The same is true for Elder Chanyu. If these dozens of descendants of the dragon die, he will have to rest. Unless he can break through and become a generation of dragons. Shenlong, think twice. My clan cannot lose them. Shenlong, let this son go. If the gods are killed, we don't know how much energy and epic we will have to spend to cultivate this new batch of new forces. The 10 dragon kings were all subdued and transmitted to the dragon. Lin Chen observed his words and continued to laugh. I want to use the fastest space channel in your dragon realm. Before I officially leave the dragon realm, the lives of these people are in my hands. If you dare to act rashly, I will kill you immediately, and it is all. He half smiled. Don't do anything fancy with me, you have no room for manipulation. What? The ancient Songlong was furious. He didn't care about the lives of the dozens of descendants of the dragon, but these guys couldn't die because of him. The beautiful woman in the phoenix skirt stood in front of him and said coldly, enough, this is the end, don't forget that they are just exploring the ruins of the God Emperor. If you come back and let them know that you have touched their descendants, it's not that you don't know those guys. Temper. Huang Songlong's eyes flickered a few times, his tense appearance finally loosened, and he said coldly, Lin Chen, this seat can let you leave, but you must hand over half of the hostages first. What? Lin Chen sneered. Lord Shenlong hasn't been born for too long, has he lost his mind? Or do I think too highly of your IQ? Before I leave the dragon realm, I won't let you go. If I leave the dragon realm safely, they will you can come back completely. Songlong was furious. You dare to insult me? Why should I trust you? Lin Chen snorted. Just because I have more credibility than your dragon clan. If you don't believe it, you can take a gamble. The powerhouses of the dragon clan saw their eyelids twitching wildly, and the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. Lin Chen is tit for tat, and he really doesn't even give any face. Silence. Suffocating silence. Huang Songlong was so angry that he wanted to slap someone Lin with a mean smile on his face. After so many epochs, this is the first time he has been pinched by such a hairy boy. That's it. Go away, this seat will let you go, these guys want to kill or cut, do as you like. The ancient Songlong left with a flick of his sleeves, turned into a puff of smoke and returned to the altar, and finally vanished and disappeared. At least he spared Lin Chen here. If Lin Chen slaughtered these descendants of the divine dragon afterwards, he, Lin Chen, was also responsible for this blood feud, as long as the main responsibility was not on him. The woman in the phoenix skirt looked at Lin Chen and said softly, little friend Lin Chen. Lin Chen raised his hand. No, senior, I have a name gun, no appointment. The woman in the phoenix skirt, Lin Chen said, senior, I'm in a hurry. The woman in the phoenix skirt gave him an angry look. Come with me. After Lin Chen released his clone and Shenlong quickly took away the attribute light ball, he didn't care what he got, and ran away. Your Highness, the water god. The 10 dragon kings want to speak. The woman in the phoenix skirt stopped them and said, you should stabilize the black domain first. This seat will be responsible for the safety of these gods to the end. If there is a mistake, this seat will guarantee it. The 10 dragon kings all looked at each other, only to take orders. Elder Chanyu looked at Lin Chen's leaving back, his old face was hideous, and his heart was full of unwillingness. Lin Chen, this elder remembers you. For such a shameful humiliation, my dragon clan will pay it back. Dragon Realm, Sky City. The woman in the phoenix skirt personally led Lin Chen to arrive here. This is one of the spatial strongholds of the Dragon Realm, connecting the outside world, and it is the fastest place to go to the Shinha Galaxy, where the great wilderness and the human race sacred realm are located. The woman in the phoenix skirt stepped onto the Sky City and apologized to Lin Chen. Little friend Lin Chen, what happened today? Lin Chen smiled casually. The situation of the Dragon Clan is complicated, I understand. After finishing speaking, Lin Chen lifted the extreme prison and released dozens of descendants of the dragon. The woman in the phoenix skirt was surprised. You just let them go? Aren't you afraid of me? Lin Chen nodded. One thing, but even if you attack me, now I have enough confidence to get away. It's just a waste of time, and I believe in the vision of me and other descendants of the dragon. After all, without their cooperation, I can capture half of them. Cooperation? The woman in the phoenix skirt was stunned, and then looked at the descendants of the dragons in amazement. Are you caught by him on purpose? Yes, I hope the water god Venerable understands. A handsome and refined goddess clasped his fists and said sincerely, friend. Lin Chen has helped my dragon clan many times, and he has cooperated sincerely with my dragon clan. We should not treat it with prejudice. Regarding the dragon clan, allies should beware of today's, the situation is right. Although the descendants of the dragons present are arrogant, they are also the most elite dragons selected by various ethnic groups, and their vision and experience are comparable to those of ordinary powerhouses. Lin Chen convinced them, and they also saw endless possibilities in Lin Chen. And they were determined to befriend Lin Chen. That's why they pretended to be prisoners before, but in fact they secretly helped Lin Chen escape. The woman in the phoenix skirt sighed. With you in the dragon clan, I can retire with peace of mind. Lin Chen smiled at Luo Shueiyue. Did you call the senior here? Luo Shueiyue shook her head indifferently. It's fine if you have nothing to do. Don't act like this next time, be arrogant. Brother Lin Chen. At this time, the descendants of the dragons cupped their hands and clasped their fists and said respectfully, I hope you don't take the matter of the dragon clan today. From our standpoint, you are always welcome to come to the dragon world. Lin Chen smiled and said, quick talk, I like it. See you later, in a hurry. Let's go. When he turned around handsomely, Luo Shueiyue stretched out her hand to speak. Wait a moment. The person who opened the mouth was actually Princess Xingyue. She blurted out subconsciously, will you come back in the future? As soon as these words came out, the descendants of Shenlong were all teasing or slightly ambiguous, staring at Princess Xingyue. Lin Chen waved his hand without looking back. It's the same if I don't come back. I'll either die in the future, or my stories can be seen everywhere in the universe. When Lin Chen just entered the space passage of Sky City, dozens of stars fell from the sky and fell on the heads of the descendants of the dragons. With a bang, the blood pressure of all the descendants of the dragons present soared again. Their bloodline level has soared again. This is. Your Excellency Lin Chen helped us improve our bloodline again. This is the opportunity given to us by Lin Chen's friends. The descendants of the dragons are full of ecstasy. The woman in the phoenix skirt showed a rare expression of horror, staring at Princess Xingyue and Luo Shueyue. The bloodline of these two people has improved the most, and it has more than doubled in almost a short time. Human Lin Chen is really a magical human race. No wonder Luo Er sent me the message. Long Yuzhong, my sister asked me to focus on this young man. It's true. The host has obtained 2 exclusive treasure chests for the orange level. Talent. The host has obtained 4 holy artifact promotion coupons, holding a total of holy artifact promotion coupons, 11. The host has obtained 2 billion intermediate strengthening points. In the space channel, the system light screen bounced, and Lin Chen took back the clone hidden in the dragon world. He flawlessly took into account how many attribute light balls and attribute treasure boxes he had acquired. Godslayer state, during the duration, Lin Chen cannot obtain growth attribute values, and the dropped attribute values will be reduced to a certain extent. At this moment, his face was full of solemnity. According to the clone of the water god dragon, it takes 7 days for the fastest space passage in the dragon realm to reach the great wilderness, and it takes too much time to enter the holy realm from the great wilderness. He needs to return to the holy realm to know the exact location of the servants through the Zhou Tian death seal. If not, the distance is too far, even Lin Chen's primordial spirit can't perceive it. Godslayer talent still needs to cool down for a while. This time, my ultimate combat power is also clear. If I deal with the Genesis Alliance, it should be enough to unite with everyone. A sharp killing intent flashed in Lin Chen's heart. Everyone, you must be safe and sound. Lin Chen took the time to restore the holy power of the holy cave and released the God Killer state. Then, Lin Chen turned on the system. System, I want to awaken the 5th stage of Meat Shell. Having previously injured Elder Tianyu and the dragon clone of the ancient Songlong, Lin Chen obtained a large amount of top-level Heavenly Dao value. And he just had more than enough in his hands, so he simply woke up again. Consumes 3 million top-level Heavenly Dao points. The awakening is successful. The host flesh shell progresses to 100% in the 5th stage, and the total pure power increases by 500%. Lin Chen's pure power has soared to 499,000 power. 500,000 strength is a limit. If we talk about Lin Chen's basic strength and the multiple of the flesh shell awakening, it should be 540,000 strength, but obviously, the extra strength has not broken through this limit. When Lin Chen efficiently improved his strength. Holy Realm, Battlefield. Battlefield Panlong Mountains. Come on. Have a good fight. Damn, do you think I'm afraid of you? It's 2 shoulders and 1 head. Who's afraid of who? Believe it or not, I cut down your genealogy with 1 knife. In the Panlong Mountains, the 4 long-established sects, the disciples of each sect fought in chaos, both inside and outside. In the void, countless young talents crisscrossed each other, using many advanced purple level and top level exercises, and from time to time, 1 or 2 amazing half-orange level exercises appeared. Stop. At this time, when a lazy and elegant voice echoed in the sky, strangely, the battle of all the geniuses came to an abrupt end. It was as if the whole world had fallen into a state of stagnation. Not to mention the Emperor of War, saints, even rank 9 saints, saint kings, can't shake this stagnant space and time. Everyone felt the stillness of time and space, but could not resist. Their eyes widened, full of shock and panic. Aren't these people there? They haven't been in contact with the chi and luck of the stars. The mortal world is as many as Hengsha, and the area has been searched. There is no news from this holy world. Where should I go to find him? Qin Ye's lazy voice sighed slightly. Another melodious voice said slowly. Three-dimensional creatures really like to fight, like the boundless sea of the gods. Qin Ye's lazy voice asked, curiously. It is said that the plane here has also descended on the ruins of the god Emperor? The woman's voice was a little disdainful, the ruins of the god Emperor. Here, but the demons here are pulled from the space-time gap of the higher planes. Compared to the real god Emperor background, it is not even a drop in the bucket. Go. It's nothing more than a bit of a broken spiritual fate. Qin Ye said in a clear voice, that's right, above the true god is the god King, and above the god King is the god Emperor. If this plane can hold the breath of the god Emperor, then my sister doesn't have to spend a lot of time on the stars. All the saints inside and outside the Panlong Mountains widened their eyes. Their pupils were filled with unconcealed fear, and they trembled all over. They clearly sensed that within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, there was no space to change, and no new creatures came. Why can I only hear his voice, but not feel the breath and existence of the other party at all? Not even a single ripple in the space could be noticed. Could it be that the legendary saint came to the ninefold? Or the nine-turn saint? Or the Holy King? But it's not right. If the Holy King wants to transmit sound, more or less, they can perceive the direction of the sound transmission. It's like a gust of wind, you can't see it or touch it, at least you can feel it. But now, they only ask their voices, and they don't know any movement. Plus the still time and space, it's so weird. Let's go to the next area. We can't easily interfere with the fate of three-dimensional creatures. Everything has been decided in the dark. This so-called human race has no future. Hey, nephew Xingchen, where are you? If I can't find you again, there will be no place for the Lin family in the God realm. When the two delicate voices of jade sound went away, the stillness of time and space was lifted. Boom. The offensive of the many geniuses that had been static before collided with each other, and the momentum was not received. After a while, everyone stopped. Everyone has lingering fears, everyone can't imagine what they have just experienced. What else did they seem to have heard of God realm? What human holy world has no future to speak of? 7 days later. In Xuanyu, outside a sky-splitting abyss, there are hurricanes everywhere, and in the space shrouded by wind blades, there is no cave, and a huge canyon is hidden. The two sides of the mountain are half-moons, and the center is a beast tomb. At this time, the beast tomb has been razed to the ground, and two palaces, one ice and one fire, stand here. Between the two palaces, many figures flew back and forth, and the atmosphere was particularly tense and urgent. In the two palaces, many seriously injured powerhouses collapsed in the main hall. It is Lin Chen's servants. They were raided and battered unexpectedly. Inside Bingxin Palace and Xinyan Palace. Has everyone evacuated safely? They've all been evacuated, but Senior Linger's injuries are so serious that she's still in a coma. Hey! Senior Xiao Linger paid too much for the transfer of Xinyan Palace and Bingxin Palace. Your Excellency Zi Qianqiu is also in a coma, it's too serious. It's just that the other party came when Fang Ling and Senior Lang Fanyun left. Jiang Taishu's qi was like a gossamer. At this time, he was also seriously injured, and he still insisted on presiding over the overall situation. Everyone, it's not appropriate to stay here for a long time. Maybe we have to Change our strategy and give up something. The other side has an equal-minded mathematician who can deduce this place, but it's a matter of time. Jiang Taishu spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. The two servants hurriedly supported him and handed him 2 holy pills to take. In Xinyan Palace, in a formation space where the holy fire was burning, the supreme elders of Xinyan Palace guarded a beautiful figure like a fairy, urging the holy fire to protect her lifeline. It was by rune. But she fell into a coma, not knowing her life or death. There was Fairy Crimson beside her, who cooperated with the elders' Xinyan Heart Sutra to protect her heart. Shenling Xuan accompanied by rune all the time, with tears in her beautiful eyes, self-blame and unwillingness. Sister Rune is trying to protect me. If I wasn't so weak, if I could be as strong as my master, this kind of thing wouldn't happen. Shenling Xuan's hair was shrouded in a divine light that was as crystal clear as snow, and her star eyes flickered with a strange divine light. Ling Xuang. Shang Guanju patted her on the shoulder, and Shenling Xuang was interrupted, looking at herself and Shang Guanju blankly and suspiciously. Shang Guanju sighed, "Don't blame yourself too much, you still can't fully control your own martial god bloodline, and this time the other party obviously has intentions, and you are one of the other party's action targets." Shenling Xuang said with a weeping voice, "But, because of me, sister Rune, he silly child." Shang Guanju hugged her and smiled slightly, "Because she protects you, you can't live up to her high hopes for you and give up on yourself." Shenling Xuang hid in her arms and sobbed, while Shang Guanju pressed the wounds in her body to soothe her. "Your sister Rune will be fine, she has the eternal holy fire to protect her lifeline, but this time the injury draws out the greater power of the holy fire, just to be in a coma for a while." Nearly 10 days ago, Xinyan Palace and Bingxin Palace were ambushed. The enemies come from the Genesis Alliance and the Holy Prison, and they are led by 5 holy kings, and the lineup is terrifyingly powerful. If it wasn't for Lin Pingyan, Shang Guanju, the chief grand elder of Xinyan Palace, and the servants fighting to the death to escort everyone out with their lives, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, what surprised Jiang Taishu and the others the most was the opponent's method. Xinyan Palace and Bingxin Palace have set up multiple protection measures in Qiyu, and it is reasonable to say that it is extremely difficult for the Holy King to completely avoid it. In front, there is Zi Qianzhou's Gemini Dao Palace formation to search for the enemy, and then there is Xiao Linger's 1,000-layer space eye, and Jiang Taishu's arithmetic covers up the fate of everyone, plus the destruction of the sky and the earth. The art of hiding the breath of the genus. Logically, under such multiple protections, even if there is an enemy coming, it should be discovered in advance and transferred in advance, which is foolproof. But the arrival of Genesis is too fast and too sudden. Almost no reaction time for Bingxin Palace and Xinyan Palace. In addition, more than half of the main force of the servant team is not in the team, which led to the occurrence of this tragedy. Jiang Taishu is almost certain that the opponent must have a very powerful mathematician, and his comprehensive strength and ability are definitely not inferior to him. However, according to Lin Chen's previous instructions, Xiaolinger built a number of space passages, and the space coordinates were particularly secret. After being attacked, at the top of the Xinyan Palace, a group of elders rushed to help immediately, and cooperated with Lin Pingyan to cover the departure of the servants. Most of the Jia Tower, the Pil Domain elders, and the many 8th rank Powerhouses gathered here were scattered in various domains in advance and did not suffer this attack. Although the price was heavy, more than half of the people were injured, and 4 servants on the 17th floor and 10 servants on the 16th floor died. The main force still survived, and was diverted out by Xiao Linger and Zi Qianqiu. Inside the Bingxin Palace, Jiang Taishu said to the 2 servants, "Leave me alone, go see Miss Ling Yueqi and Miss Bai Ruoyan. There must be no mistakes between them." Outside the Xinyan Palace, the blood-stained robes of Fei Wuxuang stood in the gorge, with delicate hands dancing gracefully, fingertips shining with radiance, and the holy light of 5-colored clouds surging, bathing the bodies of many comatose powerhouses. Yu Xingxing opened multiple jade boxes, and used the power of Yuanshan to mobilize the heaven and earth treasures and holy pills in the jade boxes, drawing out majestic and huge energy, and entering them into everyone's bodies to heal quickly. The 2 of them started the treatment, and the efficiency was extremely fast. But what is missing now is time. Among them, Ji Wuchen and Long Jiushan fell into a severe coma. When they were attacked, they used all their ultimate moves, almost sharing the burden of several waves of offensive and breaking out of the siege, almost losing their lives. Jiang Taishu said through voice transmission, "Sister Wuxuang." Fei Wuxuang turned to look at him, saw the look in his eyes, and sighed slightly. "Brother Taisu, that's all." The latter swiped his green jade finger, and a bunch of 5-color aurora merged into Jiang Taishu's body. His primordial spirit and the injuries in his body were temporarily relieved. Jiang Taishu immediately raised the happy flag and sent a dangerous message to his lord with the Zhou Tian Dai seal. Jiang Taishu pinched his fingers, gritted his teeth against the injury, deduced arithmetic. The fortune-teller's fortune-telling tool, the happy flag, was shining brightly, the holy light was blazing. "It's only a matter of time before the other party is found, and we can't stay here for too long. We must gather the power of Fong Ling and Your Excellency Lang Fanyun to return." His demeanor showed a bit of guilt, and he secretly said in his heart, "This old man also has a certain responsibility. He believes that no one can do arithmetic except the old man Wuji, so he secretly hides it from the Lord and asks His Excellency Fong Ling and the others to find Xiangxiamen. Legacy. Ashamed. Guilty." Jiang Taishu thought that he could predict all the secrets in advance, and with Xiao Linger and Zi Qianqiu helping him, he felt that any danger could be predicted in advance. Only then did the battle strength of the main team leave nearly half to accept the inheritance of Xiangxiamen, but it was almost destroyed by the move. He is ashamed of his lord. Fight my life to escort everyone's comprehensiveness, otherwise, even if I die, I will have no face to see the master. Jiang Taishu waved his Xiaoyao flag, and the stars all over the sky were arranged in a star map across the sky. He was out of breath, and when he looked at the star map, his face changed slightly. "It's gone. The fate of those holy kings who went to Chiyu to raid has completely disappeared. This situation cannot disappear. The only possibility is that their fate has been covered up, and he can't deduce the other party's position." Boom. At this time, the outer boundary and the space in the hurricane area were greatly broken. A group of powerful breaths descended between heaven and earth. Jiang Taishu's pupils shrank. The Genesis Alliance has actually caught up. Today is the death day of the old man, Jiang Taishu. At the time of despair, Jiang Tai's humility is like a mirror. Boom. The Supreme Elder and the servants of Xinyan Palace responded very quickly. And all those who still had the ability to fight swept out of the palace in an instant and appeared in the air. These little mice run quite fast. Isn't it saying that Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun have already broken through the Holy King realm, and I still want to have a good fight with them, but there will be many opportunities in the future, so use these guys first. Xinyan Palace, why bother to choose Lin Chen? One step is wrong, every step is wrong. Don't blame us for being ruthless. Lin Chen, who has the blood of the martial god, belongs to this old man. When the playful sneer echoed in the world, hundreds of figures appeared in the void around the two great palaces. Although there are not many people, everyone is a strong player. There are even several saints on the list of saints. Especially the group of figures in the front, the 5 holy kings gathered together. They are the Holy King of Ghosts, the Holy King of Chankuan, the Holy King of Celestial Signs, the Holy King of Yin and Yang from the Genesis Alliance, and the Holy King of Thousand Foxes, one of the most troublesome in the Holy Prison. However, when Jiang Taishu first glanced through the void, he focused on a black-robed man behind the 5 holy kings. The black-robed man was in the center of the team, and because of him, he covered up the fate of the entire team. From this standpoint, he is the opponent's mathematician. I saw that the man in black robe also looked at Jiang Taishu for the first time. A pair of pupils under the black robe slowly turned a round of astrolabe, and the astrolabe crossed the dark red, extremely mysterious. It is the heartbroken red detained in the holy prison, the eye of hell. The first mathematician of the human race in the ancient times. Unfortunately, Jiang Taishu, there are too many burdens around you. As a mathematician in the same realm as this seat, you and I have not been able to really confront each other once. Heartbroken Red shook his head, laughing at himself. Shang Guanju's beautiful eyes narrowed, and the girl in the blue skirt beside the sound transmission Elder Taisheng, we are surrounded, and with the current fighting strength, I am afraid it is too difficult to save everyone from killing them. The chief grand elder was expressionless, and said indifferently, this is the fate of our choice. Let's cover Ruoyan and the important disciples too. Evacuate. The facts show that we lost the bet. Shang Guanju said coldly, can't you let those old guys get out? The girl's pretty face was as pale as water. They have already left the customs and traveled to the major galaxies. Even if the old man has just sent a message, it is impossible for them to come back in a short time. Shang Guanju clenched his silver teeth lightly, and his expression changed. How did you chirp? The impatient uriner turned into a stream of light and appeared in front of the two. It was Lin Pingon. She put her hands on her hips, looked at the others 5 holy kings, and pouted, give me that guy who is neither male nor female, and the other 2 old things. You can handle the remaining 3 holy kings, right? The girl in the green skirt frowned, you want to commit suicide? She admits that the disaster of pain is powerful, but the holy king Qianhu of the holy prison is a holy king of the same level as her. He can stop Lin Pingon alone, let alone deal with the other 2 holy kings. Lin Pingon stroked the blue silk in his ear, and suddenly smiled slightly. What he gave me, I will give it back to him. Boom. Calamity energy was transformed into shape, and Lin Pingon stepped on the 3-headed calamity poison dragon and swept away. The girl in the green skirt and Shang Guanju had no choice but to keep up with Lin Pingon. The handsome and enchanting holy King Qianhu raised his eyebrows, and a rare, dignified expression appeared. Has this thing really turned into a spiritual body? The disaster of pain is really disgusting. Brush. Lin Pingon was killed, and the delicate palm of his hand was haunted by the aura of death and disaster, and he took the picture with a palm over his head. A number of swaying fox tails rose from the back of the 1000-fox saint king, and pointed at it. Boom! 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 The aura of calamity in the sky exploded, and quickly condensed into 10 poisonous dragons dancing, killing the Holy King of Ghosts and the Holy King of Qiankuan. Want to play 3? Painful disaster, you look down on yourself too much. The 2 Holy Kings each made a move to crush the poisonous dragon, and the great melee of the Holy King started in an instant. Shang Guanju and the girl in the green skirt immediately intercepted the King of Heaven and the Holy King of Yin and Yang. The Dharma protector's Shang Guanju was injured, and the chief Taishang elder shared the pressure for her and took the initiative to attack the 2 kings. The entire eastern part of Xuanyu is turbulent, and the space is turbulent. If it weren't for the fact that the temporary strongholds established by the 2 palaces were relatively marginal, this battle would have affected many human races. The other powerhouses in the alliance acted immediately, and the previous generation Xinyan Palace Lord appeared in a flash, and she led the protector hall to block the offensive of the powerhouses in the alliance. And the servants who still have the fighting ability rushed to the front row, regardless of their own health, and confronted the powerhouses of the Genesis alliance head-on. The powerhouses who came this time are all powerhouses no less than rank 4 saints. Under the premise of multiple sieges, the wounded servants are also caught in the delayed battle. The heartbroken Red in the center of the alliance team yawned and said boringly, "It's really boring. They plan to withdraw to the spatial passage to the west, and it is enough to cut off their retreat." Broken Heart Red spread out a scroll of scriptures and slowly read it, and said casually, "In addition, the daughter of the martial god bloodline that you want is in the Xinyan Palace. There is no one around her who can beat her, so go get it yourself." As soon as these words came out, 7 saints immediately urged the movement to bypass the main battlefield. Jiang Taishu gritted his teeth. The other party has completely figured out their course of action, and he is powerless to stop it now. In fact, if Broken Heart Red assists the 5 Holy Kings in the battle and predicts the actions of Lin Pingyan, Shang Guanju, and others for them, the Holy King battle circle of the Genesis Alliance will win faster. However, Broken Heart Red and them are only a temporary cooperative relationship, and each has a ghost. Hey, Wu Pianju's trash is gone, there just happens to be a replacement. Besides, this one is more malleable, but it is less unstable than Wu Pianju. We must take her down. There is still a disaster here, as long as you take away the daughter of the god of war, and then kill Ji Wuchen, Zi Qianzhou, Xiao Linger, and other people who are extremely threatening, and retreat perfectly. The goal of the saints is particularly clear. They came to kill Xiao Linger and take away Shen Lingshuang. Boom! In Xinyan Palace, everyone was broken into, and by Ruoyan and Shen Lingshuang, who were injured and unconscious, were surrounded by saints. Brush! The 4 elders of Xinyan Palace were forced to withdraw from Bai Ruoyan's side to face the saints. Shen Lingshuang had no fear, her pretty face was full of determination. Standing in front of Bai Ruoyan and several Xinyan Palace elders. Last time it was Sister Ruoyan who protected me, this time it's my turn to protect my sister. The headed saint in white greedily swept away by Ruoyan, who was in a coma, and said with a stern smile, "The goddess of Xinyan Palace, if she grows up, it is a big threat, kill her on the spot, her body, this young man takes go, and refine it into a slave girl." Sigh. The white-clothed saint grasped the void with 5 fingers, and the space twisted and twisted, twisting towards Shenling Shuang. Shenling Shuang went up to her desperately. Outside world. Bang! With a loud bang, the aura of calamity exploded. Lin Pingon stepped back again and again, bleeding from the corner of his mouth. She suddenly coldly drank the voice transmission and everyone said, "Everyone leave immediately." As soon as these words came out, the pupils of Shang Guanju and the girl in the green skirt shrank, as if they realized something. The Qianhu Holy King's response was extremely fast, and he quickly transmitted his voice. She wants to detonate her spirit body and turn it into a primitive plague of pain. Stay away from her. When she heard that Lin Pingyan was about to incarnate into the most primitive suffering, broken heart, Hong stared at Lin Pingyan with great interest. He was completely unconcerned about hanging up high. Is she going to fight us to the end? Be careful, suffering is no small matter. If you want to kill us, it's not so simple to rely on a disaster of pain. We can retreat. After the outbreak, she can't retreat. It will instantly become the target of public criticism in the 36 regions. The pain of the past, the death is extremely tragic. She will not be the first and will not be the last. Brush. 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 All the holy kings forcibly terminated the battle and retreated. Seeing the panic and fear that everyone showed, Lin Pingyan felt a sense of returning to the before. A satisfied smile suddenly appeared on her petite little face. It's not bad to be able to be a person once. Boom. The calamity energy in Lin Pingyan's body began to become violent and restless, like countless giant beasts that had been suppressed for a long time. All of them wanted to be slaughtered. The sky of the entire profound realm suddenly became dim, low, purple-brown. Clouds like clouds and dragons entwined, all over the profound realm. Countless human races in Xuanyu felt a fear from the instinct of life. It's like ushering in a calamity in the dark, there is no way to hide. When disasters came to the world, all living beings felt the omen of death. At this moment, a large number of hidden world powerhouses in Xuanyu sensed the location of the calamity. Broken heart, Hong waved his sleeves, put away the scriptures, stroked his beard and stared at Lin Pingyan, tisk, amazed. Interesting. It is rumored that when the disaster of pain breaks out, it can trigger the disaster of the human race, and even affect the overall luck of the human race. Now it seems that it is true. Perhaps, the old man can use her to make a bigger one. Killer, hee. However, the next moment, Broken Heart Red's expression instantly became solemn. Huh? No. There is a mysterious atmosphere approaching. He immediately voiced, all the holy kings, all alert, someone is approaching. At this moment, a familiar laughter came to Lin Pingyan's ears. Silly girl, you've held out long enough. I saw that the warm palm of the young man patted Lin Pingyan's snowy shoulder. And the calamity energy of the riot in the body instantly quieted down. The rest, leave it to me. Lin Pingyan was startled, tears in his eyes. Hear that familiar voice. Shang Guanju, Jiang Taishu, Fei Wushuang, and all the servants suddenly emerged from despair with new hope. Wearing a silver robe and turning it over, when a tall and slender figure stood in front of Lin Pingyan. Everyone in Bingxin Palace and Xinyan Palace were ecstatic and almost wept with joy. Lin Chen, come back. My lord. Jiang Taishu was both happy and ashamed, with mixed feelings, and a little doubt in his heart. He and the Lord have the seal of death on Sunday, why does he have no perception when the Lord is approaching? Inside the palace of divine flame. Bang! Clang! The blade that slashed towards Shenling Shuang stopped in the air, and the lines did not move. What? The golden-armored saint who wielded the sword was horrified. He saw that his blade was blocked by 2 fingers. Shenling Shuang was startled, looking at the familiar back in front of her. Tears welling up in her eyes. Master! Shenling Shuang hugged her up and sobbed with a crying voice, they attacked us, and Sister Ruoyan was injured and didn't wake up in order to protect me. Before she finished speaking, Shenling Shuang felt that her body trembled. Slightly after the master heard that Sister Ruoyan was injured, he said coldly, Ling Shuang, they did it, right? Right. Before Shenling Shuang could speak, the crimson fairy beside by Ruoyan bit her silver teeth lightly. These saints are listed as saints, and they also want to catch Bai Ruoyan's sister to refine it into a slave girl, and make Ling Shuang a substitute for Wu Pianju. If that's the case, then it's gone. Boom. Boom. A series of vibrations shook the inside and outside of Xinyan Palace. Before all the powerhouses had time to shock Lin Chen when he returned, a loud bang rang out. The 7 saints flew out of the Xinyan Palace and were directly knocked out. Prince! Master, are you all right? Be careful, Your Highness, the thief Lin Chen is back. The servants of the saints were about to rush up to protect their saints, and a figure stepped on the cloud and passed by in an instant. I saw that the silver-robed hands were filled with holy power, grabbed the white-robed saint, the Zhenwu Emperor, and yanked it horizontally. Pft! Tear! A crack-like tearing sound resounded through the sky. All the servants of the saints and the powerhouses of the Genesis Alliance were horrified and their scalps numb. The Zhenwu Emperor Shui Xiaolong, who was written down in history and looked up to his countless enchanting legends, was torn into 2 halves alive. What catches everyone's eyes is a young and calm face, with starry eyes and a calm demeanor, flashing with crazy killing intent. The great holy kings, who are as strong as the holy prison, when they saw this seen with their own eyes, also had goosebumps all over their bodies, and their hearts were shocked. Tear up the saints. All the saints present today felt chills down their spines. Destroy saints, with bare hands. What the hell is this monster? Bang! Boom! The sky exploded and roared, trembling and throbbing. Countless blood clouds appeared out of thin air in the high sky of Xuanyu. Shrouded in blood clouds, whistling violent wind and blood rain. A gust of gloomy wind howled, like the miserable cry of heaven and earth, and the heaven and earth were shrouded in a dark haze. At this moment, in the 36 regions of the Holy Realm, all the human race powerhouses in the heaven-opening realm all sensed the coming of this haze. The blood rains, the heaven and the earth cry. The air is exhausted, and the omen appears. This is the vision that the Saint Talents list has perished so far. It not only represents the luck of the human race, but also a weak point. You must know that although most of the saints on the list are not as powerful as the top powerhouses, they have a lot of life-saving trump cards. Even the Holy King does not have much confidence that he can instantly kill the Holy Talent. But Lin Chen directly tore up the list of saints, so that Shui Xiaolong of the Zhenwu Emperor didn't even have the chance to play the trump card of escape. How strong is Lin Chen now? Lin Chen's eyes swept away, looking around the audience, his voice was as cold as a knife. You Genesis Alliance, you seem to have a lot of fun killing before, now it's me. Clang. As soon as the voice fell, another phantom clone raised a knife and slashed. Sigh. Tear. An aurora knife gas was pulled away from the tip of Julian knife, and the knife was like a hurricane, spinning at an extreme speed. There are gods in ancient times, and their tears have no trace. The blade, Qi, instantly splits the shadows into 5. Qianhu, Holy King, narrowed his eyes. This knife is no trivial matter. He stepped out one step, folded his hands together, and the 9 fox tails behind him were in full bloom, flashing with snow-white holy light, just as he was about to take Lin Chen's god tears. Boom! The arrows that burned the 9 heavens and 10 earths released a sharp edge that penetrated the heavens and the earth, divided into 5, and shot at the 5 holy kings of the Genesis Alliance from the rear. What? The 1000-fox Saint King did not expect this move. His foxtail curled like a peacock, the snow-white holy light soared, and he was forced to take Lin Chen's burning arrow with the holy kings. When the fierce heat wave of arrow light exploded in an instant, the saints didn't even have time to be surprised by the strength of Lin Chen's attack. At the moment when the 5 holy kings were involved, the aurora sword Qi trembled, and the pieces of sword Qi that covered the sky and the sun were blasted. The shards of the knife gas are like broken jade, and they are twisted towards all the powerhouses in the alliance. This knife god tears made the pupils of all the powerhouses in the alliance tremble with fear. Almost all the powerhouses have a similar thought in their hearts. This kid must be crazy. Lin Chen's crazy attack moved everyone. He actually launched such a large-scale attack in all directions in this place, and his people will definitely be involved. He is planning to burn all the jade and stone. Boom. 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 Infinite shards of blade air smashed into the area of the strong men of the alliance, smashed the space, smashed through the earth veins, and shattered the sky, as if the world was turned into chaos. Even if the alliance powerhouse has the holy artifact and trump card to traverse the void, it will be pierced by this knife that smashes the void. Unless you can far exceed the speed of the knife gas shattering space, you can't escape at all, but you will die even worse. And Broken Heart Red, who was protected in the center of the Holy King's team, completely lost his previous calmness, and his eyes were filled with incredible shock and astonishment. He completely did not expect the trend of this offensive. He couldn't figure out the fate of this child. Weird, so weird. Could it be that this son's destiny has surpassed this face? But it's not right. With his realm, even a creature that has surpassed this face can still spy a little. But the fate of this child seems to have never existed. It does not belong to, or does not exist in this world at all. The wolf smoke spread, and when it slowly dissipated, the blood rain cloud and smoke dyed the sky red. Xuanyu was shaken by this knife, and this time, the record of god tears can be described as horrifying the world. Hundreds of powerhouses in the Genesis Alliance, now there are only dozens left, less than 10%, and more than 90% have fallen. The surviving saints on the list of saints have lingering fears, and they look like they will survive the catastrophe. They almost stopped cooking. If they use their life-saving trump card a little slower, they will surely die. Using God Tears with Lin Chen's current cultivation level is a complete one-sided battle. Many saints still have strong life-saving defense cards. Even if they are penetrated by defense, they will be seriously injured at most, and their death is the last step. But Lin Chen's Destruction Crack and Destruction Explosion talents will trigger a secondary chain reaction. Even if you are lucky enough not to be submerged by the sword shards, and you only get a life from a serious injury, once you trigger the Destruction Explosion talent, you will basically die. Therefore, the most terrifying thing is not the sword technique, God's tears, but the God's tears used by Lin Chen, which is the real nightmare. After launching this kind of attack, I don't believe that his Xinyan palace was unscathed, injuring the enemy 1,000, self-injuring 800. Just as the saints and the 5 great saints looked around in the distance, the scene in front of them completely stunned them. I saw that the triple holy power barrier enveloped the Xinyan palace and the Bingxin palace, protecting most of the unconscious wounded. 3 Lin Chen's phantom avatars stepped proudly in the air and suspended in front of Xinyan palace and Bingxin palace. His 3 avatars joined forces to defend the holy force, which could easily prevent the bombardment of the blade gas fragments. And those servants who were in the battle circle, just now, were also unscathed. This is. The servants looked at their bodies with ecstasy, and in the red golden halo that vaguely surrounded their bodies, a yin and yang dragon energy poured into their bodies. All the servants felt a warm vitality, and the divine light was still healing their injuries. It's amazing. This is the Lord's holy dragon blood magic power protecting us. And it's not just one kind of peerless supernatural power, it seems to be 2. My Lord's trip to the dragon clan is a shocking transformation. The servants were full of ecstasy, their experience was vicious, and at a glance, they could see that Lin Chen used 2 kinds of bloodline supernatural powers above the peerless level. Taishi divine light plus immortal creation. The 2 major bloodline supernatural powers, one for defense and one for recovery, not only protects the safety of the servants in the blade shards, but also accelerates the recovery of their injuries. Unscathed, how is this possible? It's terrible, how strong is he now? Those who are exactly the same as him are his clones. His clones are actually so strong. The saints are heartbroken. They have heard of Lin Chen's legend, but they generally believe that most of Lin Chen's combat power in Xinyan Palace relies on external forces. It's only been half a year, what shocking changes have happened to him to have such combat power? This kid's holy power is no less than mine. With holy power alone, only Big Brother Zhenlong and Big Brother Qianhu can overwhelm him. The ghostly Sage King's sullen eyes revealed disbelief. Heartbroken Red reviewed the situation and immediately said, "Withdraw." He pointed behind him, holding the phantom clone of Jiao Xingxing's angry bow. If his clones have such combat power, we can't move their group now. This action is that we crossed the line. The most important thing is. After taking a deep look at Lin Chen in the distance, Broken Heart Hong said, "I can't see through this, not at all. It's a very unwise choice to fight." Qianhu Holy King made a decisive decision, waved his palm, and the void opened. A space channel. Want to run after pretending to be forced? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, suddenly grasped the frozen heaven sword, raised the sword and slashed horizontally, with divine power. An incandescent, dazzling heaven-opening great sword fell from the sky, divided into 5 pieces, and smashed heavily towards the 5 holy kings. Boom! 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 The space disintegrated and exploded, shattering into a paste one after another. The heaven and earth returned to chaos, and the Xuanyu space of hundreds of thousands of miles was crushed into pieces. Did you escape? Lin Chen exhaled, the sharp edge in the star's eyes is still sharp. The Genesis Alliance, we have only just begun, let this commander force you to have a good time with you. In the space channel, the remaining strong alliance members have lingering fears, and the sword just now almost affected them. If the Holy King Qianhu hadn't fully resisted, they would have lost another group of people here. The holy King Qianhu looked down at the crack in the palm of his hand. The speed of the overflow of holy blood was getting faster and faster, and he couldn't heal himself. He murmured to himself, although I was distracted by securing the space channel, it was able to break through this king's defense and completely hurt me. This son has surpassed the combat power of ordinary holy kings in an all-round way. The Thousand Fox Saint King felt an unprecedented level of difficulty. It's only been half a year, and Lin Chen's son's growth has reached such a point. If you give him another year and a half, wouldn't it take every day? Lin Chen, this kid is really the #1 enemy of the Holy Prison and the Genesis Alliance. If you don't kill this kid for a day, it will be useless to slaughter all his team. The Yinyang Saint King on the side was uncertain. Heartbroken Hong TSK amazed, as expected of a young man who dares to challenge hegemony. This old man is an eye-opener today. It seems that in the future, there will be more opportunities to play with him, Jiang Taishu. Ha ha ha. Inside the Xinyan Palace, Lin Chen quickly rushed into the palace on a jade bed. Bai Ruoyan, who had fallen into a coma, had a pale face, poignant and beautiful like a withered flower on the high ridge. When Lin Chen was about to pass the immortal creation bloodline supernatural power to Bai Ruoyan, Fairy Crimson suddenly said, "No, Miss Bai Ruoyan has entered a state of self-healing now. The eternal holy fire is repairing her broken heart. Only by cultivating the same mental method can it speed up her recovery. Any other power will interfere with the original protection of the holy fire." Host. Hearing this, Lin Chen said solemnly, "Is your life assured?" Fairy Crimson nodded, "Yes, but the time to wake up has not yet been determined." Hearing this news, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If there is any problem with Sister Ruoyan, he has to rush to the headquarters of the Genesis Alliance now and kill these guys. The only way to speed up the treatment of Bai Ruoyan now is to maintain the state of the elders of Xinyan Palace. They both practice the Xinyan Heart Sutra mental method, which can maintain Bai Ruoyan's holy fire and maintain the activity of repairing the host. Therefore, Fairy Crimson assists the elders, and the elders assist Bai Ruoyan. Lin Chen was turning around, and the beautiful person threw himself into his arms and hugged him tightly. Rena raised his head lightly, his cold jade-like eyes flashed with tears and worry, and said, "This time you went to the Dragon Clan, you didn't suffer any harm, right?" Lin Chen's heart warmed. Just now, Bingxin Palace and Xinyan Palace both walked on the edge of the gate of hell. Ling Yueqi was actually worried about him, Lin Chen, not herself. Lin Chen smiled and said, "What can I do to the Dragon Clan?" Shen Lingshuang jumped straight away, her tall and slender body hugged Lin Chen, and she burst into tears, "Master, you're finally getting fat." I was so scared just now. I thought I would never be able to see my master in the future, and I wouldn't be able to eat in the future. Lots and lots of delicious candies. Lin Chen was hit by her with a ball and hit someone with a heartbeat. After the initial awakening of this Nizi's martial god bloodline, her physique developed at a particularly ferocious speed. Today, she is not as fierce as before, her stature is only inferior to that of the little demon empress. Lin Chen patted Nizi's head, and scolded with a smile, "The last sentence is the point of eating candy, come down quickly, it's such a big man to stick to." The master. Shen Lingshuang shook her head like a frightened little white rabbit. "I don't, it's safest to hug the master. I want to hug the master's thigh tightly, and I won't go anywhere." Lin Chen laughed angrily at her, and then a group of avatars and servants entered the Xinyan palace. Boom! Jiang Taishu knelt directly in front of Lin Chen, shaking the floor to cracks. My lord, this subordinate should be damned. Jiang Taishu lowered his head heavily, wanting to kowtow to Lin Chen to apologize. As soon as Lin Chen waved his hand, Jiang Taishu stood up automatically, and said solemnly, don't do these things, sit down and talk if you have something to say. Jiang Taishu, Fei Wuxuang and other servants smiled wryly, and when they sat aside, they looked restless. And Lin Chen's holy dragon was outside, healing many wounded servants with the blood and supernatural powers of the yin and yang fortune-telling dragon. Yin and yang create the blood of the divine dragon, the real divine dragon of healing, and the recovery speed is unparalleled for both the human race and the dragon race. Moreover, the holy power of Lin Chen's clone is majestic and powerful, and it only transmits holy power to everyone, and the normal healing speed is also very fast. In the main hall of Xinyan Palace, the chief Taishan elder and Shang Guanju never disturbed Lin Chen. The two of them already knew from the combat power that Lin Chen's return showed that today's him is not what he used to be. When the two resumed their breathing, Shang Guanju said with a teasing smile, how is it, Elder Taishang? My vision is still good, Xinyan Palace bet on this kid, it's not a loss. The girl in the green skirt is neither salty nor light, don't be in a hurry. You know how much power the Genesis Alliance has united this time, but Lin Chen's son is indeed the first person in many senses throughout the ages. Even in the holy world, those who were amazing and peerless saints before the founding were not comparable to him. In the main hall, Lin Chen listened to the recent events quietly. First, the four brothers from the Sifang Jiahai on the 17th floor fought the Genesis Alliance to cover the retreat of the people, and finally blew themselves up and fell, and 10 servants on the 16th floor were also killed in the battle. However, their last ray of spiritual origin resided in Yuxingsheng. In the future, if Lin Chen's cultivation base is strong, he may be able to refine a body for them, and he will also be able to immerse himself in the body and be resurrected again. Maybe there will be a lack of spiritual memory. The only limitation is that after the resurrection, it is difficult to restore the cultivation base of this life to the heyday of Dao, and it is no problem to be a saint who enjoys the rest of his life. Secondly, Fang Ling and others left the team temporarily. That's right, they accepted the last inheritance of Xiangxiamen with Jiang Wanner, but Lin Chen didn't know about it. If Fang Ling and others did not leave the team, even if the other party dispatched 5 holy kings as the vanguard, on the premise of uniting with the Xinyan Palace, everyone could leave calmly. Lin Chen sighed, his eyes were full of killing and fierceness. Jiang Taishu thought he was angry for his fault, and immediately said resolutely, my lord, let Miss Ruoyan suffer this disaster and the team suffer such a huge loss. I'm too shameless to face you. I just ask that after the team leave here as soon as possible, I, Jiang Taishu, are willing to ask for my life to kill myself. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and laughed, too soon. You think too much. It is true that you have a little responsibility to accept the inheritance of Xiangxiamen without me, but in the final analysis, it is because the other party has, and it's not your fault that the team was attacked by a mathematician of your level. Hearing that the Lord didn't have any intention to blame, Fei Wuxuang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, based on their understanding of Lin Chen, if Jiang Wanner wanted to completely hand over the inheritance of Xianxia sect to Lin Chen, he would. never want it. First, Jiang Wan'er was the last descendant of Xiangxiamen, and her mission was even heavier than other servants. The major inheritances in the sect are the most important foundations to revive the glory of the ninth grade. Second, the major inheritances of Xiangxiamen are the meaning of Jiang Wan'er's parents' desperate protection, and it is the proof of their will inheritance. If they are passed on to outsiders, it is equivalent to denying everything about their parents. Therefore, put forward positively, Lin Chen has a high probability that he will not want the inheritance of Xiangxiamen. The servants will choose this sneaky way. Jiang Taishu didn't care too much, and said seriously, "My lord, now that you have returned, our team will move as soon as possible. The other party has already discovered our position. This old man expects the team to move to the primordial sword city in Jianyu, Qingqing. Miss and the little demon empress are there too." Lin Chen raised his hand and laughed cynically. "No, the team will continue to recuperate here. First wake Ji Wuchen and Shao linger before leaving. Otherwise it will be a little troublesome to move with Xinyan Palace and Bingxin Palace." With this move, it was Jiang Taishu's turn to be stunned. Even with the lord in charge, this is an exposed location. If you let the other party gather strength, the next time you come, it will not be 5 holy kings, there may be 10 or more. At that time, with the strength of the current team, it will become a drag on the lord. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Tu Su, let me ask you, what is the best defense?" Jiang Taishu said without hesitation, "Attack." Lin Chen said, "Then let me ask you, why your Zhou Tian death seal didn't sense my return?" Jiang Taishu was struck by lightning. He looked around the 5 Lin Chen present, his pupils shrank. Could it be that all those present are the avatars of the Lord? In fact, the main body has not returned yet? Then, where did the main body of the Lord go? Seeing Jiang Taishu full of doubts and a question mark on his face, Lin Chen's avatar smiled as coquettishly as ever. "Too empty, you can heal with peace of mind. I promise they won't have time to mess with us. I'm ready to go to the headquarters of the Genesis Alliance now." Jiang Taishu was struck by lightning. The main body of the Lord is actually almost killing the headquarters of the Genesis Alliance? The servants' mouths were slightly open. The two sides steal each other's home? As a tribute? Why is the Lord so fierce? Jiang Taishu's mouth trembled. "My lord, your way of thinking, you really never play cards according to conventional thinking." Lin Chen's clone shrugged. "How high is the sky, how sassy I am." More conflict unfolds. Lin Chen heads up the Genesis Alliance. The best defense is the offense. Even if Lin Chen's team continues to migrate, it is only a matter of time before they are discovered, so they will fall into a completely passive state. It's no use knocking them back, they'll regroup. We must give a certain powerful offensive, and strive to catch them by surprise, and hit them hard before they can coordinate many strong people. In this way, the Genesis Alliance will not be able to act in a short time, and Lin Chen's team will have time to breathe. Besides, there is no more suitable candidate than Lin Chen. He is the only character the opponent can't predict. As the candidate to infiltrate the Genesis Alliance, he is the only one. Jiang Taishu said worriedly, "My lord, the current Genesis Alliance is not what it used to be. They have united the Wu family, the Holy Prison, and the 3 newly joined Ling Jiupin sections. The 12 family Jiupin sects they have joined together have a powerful background. It has become a brand new hegemonic existence in the Holy Realm." Lin Chen said, "Since I dare to go, it means that I have prepared a big gift." For them. At that time, even if you don't use arithmetic to cover up the secrets and expose our team directly, they will not dare to touch us. Jiang Taishu was startled, and bowed deeply. My lord, this old man truly admires your choice. That's right, it's not that Jiang Taishu is inferior to the heartbroken red of the holy prison. The two sides are in the same realm, and the gap is extremely small. It's hard to know who's better until you've actually fought against each other. The reason why Jiang Taishu didn't deduce heartbroken is because he wanted to shelter and cover up the luck and secrets of everyone in Lin Chen's team, and he had to deduce and calculate the actions of the Genesis Alliance at all times. Hiding Lin Chen's team invisibly added a lot of burden to Jiang Taishu. But Heartbroken Red does not need it. The powerhouses of the Genesis Alliance do not need Heartbroken Red to deliberately hide. He only needs to concentrate on deducing and deciphering Jiang Taishu's arithmetic, so the arithmetic contest between the two sides is an unequal competition. Lin Chen's clone patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, next time, I'll give you a fair fight with him, and let them know that I, Lin Chen's #1 mathematician, are not easy to mess with. Jiang Taishu clenched his fists heavily. It must live up to the Lord's entrustment. In the extreme east of the Holy King's domain, there are hundreds of heavenly palaces. Clouds and smoke are lingering, the palaces here are suspended, there are dragons and phoenixes flying, and the vision of the basalt transformation of the vermilion bird. A touch of purple air comes to illuminate the mountains and rivers from the east, and the 10,000 Zhang sages reflect the heavenly palaces. If the holy world is superb, the luck will cover the sky. This is the headquarters of the Genesis Alliance today. They have given themselves the title of heaven, and they want to become the new Lord and heaven of this holy world. Living in the heavenly palace, looking down on all living beings. They have already monopolized a part of the luck of the holy realm. During this time, many strong men have made breakthroughs one after another, breaking the sky and breaking through the realm. Especially the saints on the list of saints. In the list of saints, many are still in the open sky cultivation base. They are pursuing perfect promotion, and they will not easily break through. But the development of Genesis has allowed them to condense the luck of the holy world. Their cultivation can be described as 1,000 miles, and many of them have become the perfection of the open heaven, and even the first turn saint and the second turn saint. Headquarters Tiangong. Dozens of saints and hundreds of high-ranking members of the alliance gathered in the Tiangong headquarters to discuss the challenge of the two domains of Yan and Huang. Mr. Shui, who was sitting in the first place, frowned. The two regions of Yan and Huang are really hard bones. In the 36 domains, these two domains are the most resisted, and they are also the strongest. Another heroic and beautiful female saint nodded seriously. Even their 9th grade sects have to fight with us to the end. These two domains have consumed a lot of our vigor and strength. A sage in black armor with a tiger-backed waist sneered. What are you afraid of? In half a year, 6 domains have already been under the control of our alliance. If this goes on, it's only a matter of time to suppress them in the second domain. When the siege begins, are you afraid they won't surrender? The temperament next to him is elegant, and the brows are full of confident, white-clothed saints who are in charge of the situation, but they shook their heads and smiled. Hey me, you think too simply and occasionally. Those with weak minds and weak bones will surrender when they should surrender. Those who will not surrender after another era, 10 era, and 100 era, the two Regions of Yan and Huang are destined to be the thorniest enemy after that Lin Chen. A saber saint who was carrying a pot and drinking booze, his eyes lit up. Speaking of which, what happened to the holy prison's actions? Didn't broken heart read calculate that the other party had a daughter of the martial god bloodline, which could just make up for the lack of Wu Pianju's position. The bizarre woman in green clothes giggled. Maybe they also wiped out Lin Chen's team. Hasn't there been no news of him for half a year? Maybe they went to retreat and practice with their tails tucked in, so scared that they didn't dare to come out? A Zen sound was clear and melodious, and all the saints immediately put away their discussions, with serious faces. Everyone, this child should not be underestimated. From the jade screen in the main hall of the Tiangong, the young man's quiet and indifferent voice came slowly. The spiritual imprint I was in charge of just now shattered more than half. My Genesis Alliance lost more than 400 strong men, all of whom died in Xuanyu. As soon as this statement came out, the whole hall was amazed. Almost as soon as the voice fell. Boom! On the edge of the sky of the Holy King's domain, there was a rolling roar. And the entire sky trembled and throbbed. Countless blood clouds appeared out of thin air in the high sky of Xuanyu. Shrouded in blood clouds, whistling violent wind and blood rain. The gloomy wind howled, like the miserable and mournful weeping of the heavens. And the earth, the 9 heavens and 10 earths were actually covered with a dark haze. This chi machine first appeared in the Xian domain, and then within half a day, it spread to the Holy King's domain. The blood rains, the heaven and the earth cry. The luck is exhausted, and the omen is now. This? Could it be that it is the direction of Xuanyu? Who is this time? In such a short period of time, 2 people died? All the saints spread out the list of saints at the same time. I saw that on the list of saints, the orange brilliance gradually disappeared. And another name dimmed. From the son of the fallen Holy Kingdom, Xuexiaolong, the emperor of Zhenwu. The saint has fallen. This first-class event actually happened twice in a short period of time. The clear voice behind the screen slowly came out. Xuexiaolong is dead. The location is Xuanyu, which happens to be the area where those guys lurked after escaping. It seems that they missed. The expressions of dozens of saints are uncertain, which is very exciting. What does the fall of the saints represent? They are very clear, since the other party has the ability to kill Xuexiaolong, it is possible to kill them. Behind the screen, the upright figure suddenly stood up and said with rare excitement. It actually came. The voice just fell. Boom. 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 The entire Tiangong shook violently, and the 2 figures were blasted into the Tiangong like meteors, smashing 2 big pits. Dozens of saints stood up one after another, and when they saw the 2 being thrown over, their pupils shrank. It turned out to be the 2 saints, son of Jiufeng and descendants of the divine sword. All the powerhouses stared at the gate of the heavenly palace. I saw a figure stepped up the steps and entered the heavenly palace. What caught the eyes of the saint was wearing a silver robe and a black mirror, 1 person and 1 shot, coming alone. The person who ascended the temple took off the black mirror, and the young and handsome face was full of cynical banter, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. This is the headquarters of the Genesis Alliance? The guard is not very strict. Next time, the guy who guards the outer hall, can you send something decent? Don't use this kind of crooked melon and cracked dates, it's not enough to pass the time. All the senior management of the Genesis Alliance were so angry that their eyelids jumped wildly. So arrogant. The saint talents list is regarded as a crooked melon and a cracked date. However, when all the high-level officials took a closer look, they realized that this person's face was too familiar. Could it be that this son is Lin Chen? Is he the only one? One person and one shot dare to break into my Genesis alliance. It's so deceiving, I can't bear it. Dare to say that the saint is a crooked melon, courting death. Numerous high-level officials stood up angrily, and none of those present were lower than rank 7. They were all high-level officials from all sides of the alliance, and there were even 12 half-step saint kings. Clang! Jian Shao turned into dragon roar, a swipe of sword light was like a jade dragon flying in the sky, swept straight to Lin Chen, and the sword was like a crack in the sky. There are kendo saints who don't say a word, and even though they use a lore sword towards Lin Chen, their power is not strong, but they squeeze the space of the Holy King's domain into a vortex. Lin Chen stepped on it suddenly, and his shoulders shook. Running Tai. Fu Tianju, the holy power is fully activated, and it suddenly erupts with itself as the center. Boom. Boom. The space formations of the Genesis headquarters all flew up, like falling apart, and were shattered into nothingness in an instant. Hundreds of heavenly palaces, the dozen or so at the center, were all shaken. The situation changed suddenly, and all the visions of the Genesis headquarters were covered by a holy force that terrified the world. All the high-rises were shaken flying, and the first palace was shaken to pieces. I see, in the void. When countless fragments of the palace were scattered, Lin Chen walked through the air with a single shot, staring silently ahead. Oh, how can this kid have such a powerful holy power? Didn't he say that his trump card is an external force of pure power? Is the cultivation of holy power so powerful? Don't be careless, get one piece. When most of the powerhouses of the Genesis Alliance were adjusting their battles and preparing to attack Lin Chen in the college entrance examination, everyone was stunned. As strong as the Saint Talents list, when condensing the offensive, the eyes that swept towards Lin Chen were completely shocked. At this moment, Lin Chen's whole body is flashing with 106-pointed stars, and every holy cave is brewing the infinite holy power that moves mountains and fills up the sea. All the high level and dozens of saints were struck by lightning. 100 holy caves? What the hell, are you kidding? The tens of years old holy king? What kind of realm is this guy? The saints were stunned, and Rao had a very high vision and had never seen this scene. Lin Chen has reached the realm of a holy king? But, it's not right. 50 of his 100 holy acupoints are in the same position, and he does not even have the energy of life and death. A representative of the 9th rank sect, the half-step holy king, twitched wildly, and said in a trembling voice, could it be that he, Lin Chen, created a new cultivation system for the human race, directly from the condensing realm to the Holy King realm? Hearing this, many high-level executives exploded in their minds, with question marks all over their faces. In this world, is there such an outrageous possibility? Blood Universe, Forbidden Technique, 6 Suns Burning Heaven Sword. The previous Kendo sage raised his sword in anger, the holy blood burned, and he slashed Lin Chen across the sky. The 6 kinds of flames burning the world-destroying atmosphere in his palm were quickly captured by the sword edge, and when the sword was cut out, it turned into a sky-shattering sword wheel and slashed towards Lin Chen. As soon as the Kendo saints shot, dozens of saints responded one after another, and displayed many unique skills towards Lin Chen in an instant. Unwilling to be left behind, the top leaders of the alliance displayed their strengths, and resorted to numerous killing techniques against Lin Chen. Lin Chen lightly waved his hand. Boom! The sacred flame in the palm of the hand exploded, and a giant palm that burned the holy flames, carrying 9 fire marks, split the shadows in an instant, and ruthlessly crushed the Genesis headquarters. Boom! 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 The holy fire burned thousands of fields, hundreds of heavenly palaces turned into a sea of fire, and all the protective barriers of the alliance were burned through. The entire Genesis alliance was instantly chaotic. Lin Chen's 9th burning heaven palm, which was split into shadows in an instant, directly turned the alliance into a mess. Countless alliance powerhouses were taken aback when they exited the border. The space barrier of the alliance, but enough to resist the strong attack of the Holy King realm, will be burned through and destroyed to such an extent. Pfft. Hundreds of high-level officials and dozens of saints either vomited blood or retreated. They were burned by the remaining energy of the flame. The holy power was distorted, and the holy body was charred black. The saints who have life-saving ace and body protection are safe, only a small number of people are injured. However, the eyes of the saints were even more horrifying. They were all 42 saints present. Lin Chen, he was able to fight against them with his own strength, and even the high-level and various power representatives were repelled by him. There is no doubt that this is definitely the combat power above the Holy King. Could it be that he really opened 100 holy caves and reached the Holy King realm? This is too scary. Don't hide your head and show your tail, the lead dog of the Genesis alliance, get out. In Lin Chen's eyes, crazy killing intent flashed. He wants to make up for the revenge of the attack on the Bingxin Palace. I saw that the first palace was broken everywhere, but the screen was not damaged at all. Whoa! The screen slowly opened from both sides, and a luxurious and handsome figure, sitting and lying slowly, stood up. Seeing him for the first time, almost everyone, including Lin Chen, can feel his difference. The long-haired man was dressed in a phoenix-tailed robe, with feathers on his head and long hair in a shawl. He had a pair of delicate phoenix eyes, pale crescent eyebrows, and a white and feminine appearance, like a beautiful young master who came out of the world. The most mysterious thing is that he has a pair of 5-colored pupils that are both demonic and feminine. Colored pupils seem to have infinite magic power. At first glance, they are captivating, and they will be forever ensnared. Not to mention ordinary powerhouses, even the saints on the list of saints dare not look at him too much. It seems that in the blink of an eye, he will be controlled by his eyes. Young Master Lin Chen, you are famous, like thunder. The man with colored pupils was calm, as if he was in control of everything. Between his brows, there is a kind of self-confidence in charge of the universe. This kind of self-confidence is not conceit, but the absolute courage that makes people extremely convincing. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. This person is not simple. It is also a saint. He and the 42 saints are completely different levels. Suddenly, a touch of sincerity appeared on his fair and handsome face, and he stretched out his hand to Lin Chen and said, "Little friend Lin Chen, why bother with the lives of those worldly people? Since ancient times, kings and losers have been defeated. Overlords have always been built on endless sacrifices, and legends have accumulated on mountains of blood and corpses. When you and I join forces, why not be afraid to dominate the list of saints?" Boom! The dark thunder turned into a dragon. Lin Chen stabbed and swept away with a Single shot, and the shadow was split in an instant. The color pupil man's expression was condensed, and Lin Chen's shot was murderous, and the sharpness of the +17 slaughtering gun was revealed, which is no trivial matter. The man with colored pupils flicked his sleeves and waved the 9th grade holy artifact 6 paths of samsara fan. The colorful and splendid holy light winds form a fan, condensing the breath of the shattering of the reincarnation of all things, turning into a magnificent vortex and sweeping away in bursts. Boom! 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 The magnificent 5-color vortex collided with the sharp dark thunder gun. Light, and the hundreds of heavenly palaces were crushed into pieces by the aftermath and turned into dust. The countless powerhouses in the Genesis headquarters were affected, and the third-rank saint and below were slightly affected by the lightning and turned into black ashes in an instant. With a cultivation of rank 4 or above, even if they are not killed instantly, their defenses will be completely torn apart by the destruction. Crack, and they will enter a state of chronic death. Only the saint talent ranking and rank 5 cultivation level or above can reluctantly withdraw or defend against the spread of the battle circle. The 5-color peripheral light slowly disappeared, and the 2 people in the void stood in the air. With great interest, the boy with colored pupils pointed at Lin Chen with a fan. Interesting, you can actually be on a par with this seat, evenly divided. Lin Chen, I have to admit that you have the potential to stand at the top of the list of saints. He smiled evilly and handsomely, and said aloud. Speaking of which, I haven't reported my family yet. This young master is the 10th on the current list of saints. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. He is one of the top 10 figures on the saint talent list. There is no absolute difference in strength among the saints in today's list of saints. If any saint has absolute strength, he must decide his life and death. But there are 10 people who are special. That is, the top 10 of the saint talent list. These 10 people are the pinnacles of the human race of the holy world today. They are existences above the rules. The existence of these 10 people is the focus of attention of all races today, but even the most powerful beings such as the Devil Emperor and Shenlong are extremely powerful, because they are the closest existence to the God. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself, it's no wonder that the Genesis Alliance can unite more than 100 saints in the same era. Apart from the top 10 of the saints, no one has this kind of appeal. Interesting, the stronger the potential, the more attribute light balls. In Lin Chen's eyes, there is a ruthlessness that is barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes. What about the top 10 on the list of saints? Follow it. If you don't beat up this son of a bitch Genesis Alliance today, he will not be called Lin Chen. The young master with colored pupils displayed the 6 paths of reincarnation. Fan, and the deadly aura of Huang Quan, who did not fall into reincarnation, circulated around him. He covered his smile and chuckled lightly. This seat is the 10th on the current list of saints, Ying Jiufeng. Lin Chen. Lin Chen, this seat has long known that you are not the type to submit. His laughter was charming and moving. However, the more a man you are, the stronger the pleasure will be when conquering you. Lin Chen's mouth twitched, and he felt a chill. Oh, this guy is not a pervert. The next moment, Ying Jiufeng's demeanor changed, and he snorted coldly. Holy world, you don't need 2 overlords. Boom. A pair of 9-colored phoenix wings spread their wings in the sky, and countless colorful feathers floated down from the sky. The colorful lights spread all over the headquarters of the Genesis Alliance, magnificent and magnificent. I saw that Ying Jiufeng, who had high-flying 9-colored phoenix wings, flashed with 106-pointed stars all over his body. The 6-pointed star at the center of the eyebrows is even more blazing, and the sky and the earth are completely destroyed, as if there is a starry sky hidden in it. It turned out to be a holy king. This scene stunned countless alliance powerhouses. The cultivation speed of the top 10 of the current Saint talent list is much faster than before. No, the Jiufeng Alliance Lord is really here. Quickly withdraw. The battle in the top 10 of the Saint talent list is not something we can withstand. The arrogant saints saw this scene at this moment, and they also began to withdraw to the outside world. Lin Chen felt an unprecedented blood pressure on his body, like the pressure of a dragon. Phoenix bloodline? And its pure divine Phoenix bloodline, perfectly fused with the bloodline of the human race. The background is really not small. Is this the top 10 on the list of saints? Lin Chen's fighting spirit rose, and he smiled sternly. The Holy King. Cultivation base of the top 10 holy talents, let me try to see how strong he can be. Ying Jiufeng laughed, as you wish. Tear. The 3 streamers of absolute shadows are like lotus blossoms in the sky. The endless lotus afterimages flash away, and the 9th rank holy level flying knife is beginning to show its edge. A natural disaster is coming. Ying Jiufeng pointed a finger, and a roulette wheel rose above her head, which turned out to be a 9th grade holy artifact. The dazzling 9th grade roulette, with golden brilliance, revolves in an instant, overflowing with countless omen of natural disasters, or hurricanes, or thunderstorms, or meteor showers, all pouring into Lin Chen's momentary shadows lotus dance superior. The 9th grade holy artifact may be extremely rare for ordinary holy kings and holy talents, but it is not too rare for the top 10 of the holy talent list. Huh? Ying Jiufeng noticed something was wrong. Although Lin Chen's flying knife is strong, the skill level is not enough. Logically speaking, he should suppress Lin Chen's lotus dance, but the offensive of the two is actually evenly matched. But just now, when his offensive came into contact with Lin Chen's flying knife, there was a momentary stagnation. The space was distorted and ripples appeared. Lin Chen stepped on the cloud shadow, and he was in control of the sky, and smashed the top of Ying Jiufeng's head with a gun. He hesitated, but Lin Chen would not hesitate. Tear. The shadow of the gun ripped apart the afterimage, and Lin Chen actually hit the air. Lin Chen, your movement skills are very strong, and you really don't have the advanced orange-level movement skills in this seat, but if you compare your speed with the descendants of the Phoenix, you are courting death. Ying Jiufeng, who flapped the 9-colored phoenix wings, turned into a 9-colored divine light and fell down like a knife, approaching the speed of light, slashing Lin Chen vertically. Clang! Lin Chen held the spear in both hands and swung it violently. The thunder light traversed, and the volley stopped Ying Jiufeng, who was moving close to the speed of light. Puff! The 9-color sharp blade still cut Lin Chen's shoulder, but his reaction was extremely fast. His knees suddenly turned up to the top of the gun, and the front of the Demon Slayer gun bounced up. From the wings of the phoenix, the blood of the phoenix flows out. Brush! The two retreated instantly, each with a wound. Lin Chen's body was like a wandering dragon. He turned around in awe, and 8 burning dragons rose above his head, roaring into the sky. 8 burning dragon heavenly sounds. The terrifying spiritual dragon sound turned into a storm-like crushing. Ying Jiufeng made a seal with one hand, showing a huge phantom of the true Phoenix primordial spirit all over his body, tens of thousands of feet high. Screaming in awe. Ancestor Feng Shao. The sound waves of Feng Shao, which gradually expanded like a ring, were destroyed layer by layer, like a sharp sword piercing through countless burning dragon sounds. Boom. 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 All buildings in a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles were turned into powder, and the space was twisted and collapsed in an instant. The terrifying cracks in the earth roamed like a giant python, spreading all the way to millions of miles away. The sound of dragon and phoenix shakes the world, and the terrifying collision of primordial spirits can be said to tear the world apart. Countless powerhouses are suffocating cold air. It's amazing how Lin Chen can beat the 10th Genesis Alliance leader on the Saint talent list to such a level. There is no doubt that he now has the combat power of the top 10 of the Saint talent ranking. When the powerful people of the Holy Kingdom who were alerted to leave the customs, and a large number of hidden old monsters constantly cast their attention, their hearts were even more throbbing. Such a powerful space of the Holy King's domain has also been distorted to such a degree that if it were placed in another domain, it would be such a shattering battle. This time the primordial spirits were fighting against each other. Lin Chen was slightly inferior, and his pace continued to retreat. The colorful wings of Jiufeng spread out in anger, responding to the calmness between Jiufeng's eyebrows, full of absolute confidence. The 6-path reincarnation fan swept, and the 9-colored swords flashed like feather blades. Tear. Lin Chen stepped on the cloud shadow and retreated violently, and the two of them were so fast that they turned into a beautiful beam of colorful light, and the blood-colored sky light flashed all the way. The afterimage of the demon-slaughtering spear was like a tide, and Lin Chen's marksmanship was fully activated, supplemented by the flying knife. Ing. Jiufeng put the sun and moon wheel on his head to protect his body, and slashed at Lin Chen with a 6-path reincarnation fan. Boom. 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 The two are like the aurora between heaven and earth, moving thousands of miles in a flash, from the sky to the earth. Wherever they go, the Genesis Alliance headquarters is completely destroyed. The powerhouses of the Alliance retreated again and again, their expressions horrified. This is a real pinnacle match. The combat power displayed by the two is an outstanding level in the Holy King's territory. Boom. 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 The Genesis headquarters is high in the sky, and two divine lights are like aurora rivaling the sky, stirring back and forth. Every time the two beams of divine light meet and fight, the overflowing holy energy aftermath shatters the sky. During the battle, Lin Chen glanced up and down at Ing Jiufeng, and was amazed in his heart. There are really a lot of ultimate moves. I have refined thousands of high-grade different crystals, together with ambolite strengthening exercises and strengthening holy weapons, and the increase brought by the talent. The same holy power in the past can still be evenly matched with me. Ing Jiufeng's heart also trembled. He didn't show it on the surface, and his surprise to Lin Chen increased more and more. Through the fight, he knew that although Lin Chen's holy power was powerful, he even possessed 100 holy acupoints, but in the actual realm, his holy acupoints did not contaminate life and death. Naxing entered the heart, and he did not reach the realm of opening the sky. Therefore, his actual cultivation base is only a complete condensing realm. Are you also a monster beyond the norm, Lin Chen? My interest in you is really getting bigger and bigger. Ing Jiufeng's whole body is full of splendid brilliance. The palm of creation. The nine-color extremely colorful brilliance gathered in his palm, and the stars radiated everywhere. Ying Jiufeng's whole person became stained with the eternal and immortal Buddha nature. With one palm, all living beings perished. With one palm, the era is broken. The expressions of many strong men of the Genesis Alliance have changed greatly. This energy fluctuation seems to shatter everything in the world. Even the hidden Saint King of the Holy Kingdom felt a shocking horror. This is a combat technique that is infinitely close to the top orange level. Exercises. In charge of creation, in charge of destruction. Ying Jiufeng smashed out Lin Chen with a palm. In this palm, he also poured out the energy that he had refined and refined. Two superlative crystals, which only existed in legends. However, it is at the level of 1 to 1,000 with the top-grade different crystals. The two are not the same class at all. Since you want to fight, I will fight with you to the end. Lin Chen's movement stopped, and his shoulders were shocked. A phantom divine light holding Juyin in the hand appeared in the world. Lin Chen's first clone came down, his arm holding the knife was full of brilliant brilliance, and he suddenly slashed away with a knife. The waves and rain are raging to the sky. When Zhu Yan was slashing obliquely, the body of the blade shot out countless detonating fire rains, carrying violent and sharp edges, splitting the shadows of light, and shooting out suddenly. At this moment, the blade technique used by Lin Chen is already equivalent to turning the clouds over the waves, except that there is no knife intent. There is almost no difference. Boom. 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 Dao Yuqing smashed the sky, pierced through the splendid Aurora's palm of creation, tore open countless openings, and spurted out a violent and fiery aftertaste that scattered all over the Alliance headquarters. Lin Chen just happened to let his offensive break out on the site of Genesis headquarters. Once an enemy is involved in the aftermath of his battle, the speed of destruction is much faster than that of ordinary powerhouses. The aftermath of the knife rain caused many of the strong men to be swept away by the second wave of offensive before they had time to retreat. He didn't come here for the sake of fighting and being ranked very high on the list of saints. Lin Chen is going to fight until the Genesis Alliance can't raise his head. In a short time. Sigh. Tear. Holding a gun in one hand, a dark thunder mixed with red light penetrated the last founding palm. Ying Jiufeng said in astonishment, a clone that is not inferior to the main body at all? If one person can't take over, add another person. The number wins? It's a violent and simple tactic. Lin Chen, who stepped on the cloud shadow, pushed the tip of the slaughtering spear to collide with the six-path reincarnation fan again. Clang! The two were deadlocked in mid-air, and in response to Jiufeng's holy energy, they suddenly increased their strength, and they wanted to use the second trick, dark force, to shoot Lin Chen through the holy fan. What? Ying Jiufeng's heart trembled, and when his dark energy erupted, it seemed as if he was intercepted by a magical force. No, it should be said that it was stopped. This is not the first time. This guy's holy weapon has some kind of mysterious power. Lin Chen quickly picked up the second shot. Ying Jiufeng stepped on the splendid streamer, swept his wings, and quickly retreated. Huh? He backed up? Lin Chen looked at his demon slayer spear when slightly surprised. In addition to the orange glow that comes with the enhanced function itself, the gun body seems to be lingering with some magical power. Lin Chen said in surprise, speaking of which, it was the same when I fought with that Elder Tianyu before. I thought it was an illusion, don't you think? Without saying a word, Lin Chen held the gun in both hands and swept it horizontally. Invincible thunder gun, Wan Jun destroys the world. Lightning like lightning flashed side by side, swept across Ying Jiufeng like a flash, splitting shadows in a flash. The thunder light contained Lin Chen's unique holy power, and penetrated the first defense of the Jiangshan Sun Moon wheel on top of Ying Jiufeng's head. Boom! 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 The thunder light exploded and exploded all the way, including Ying Jiufeng's escape route was blocked as much as possible. Amazingly, the thunder light that exploded somewhere had a short period of stagnation before it spread. It just so happened that Ying Jiufeng was in that position. He withdrew with a slightly embarrassed figure. Although Lin Chen's shot was powerful, he hadn't really broken his defense yet, Ying Jiufeng. However, Ying Jiufeng's eyes were full of surprise and astonishment. The same is true of Lin Chen. He stared at the 9th grade holy weapon slaughtering gun in his hand with ecstasy. It turns out that the special attack sense is not my illusion, it is indeed my ability. No, it should be said that it is the ability attached to my attack type, holy artifact. It can affect time and space. Time and space stand still. Now Lin Chen can do this in a short time. Although it was unconscious before, Lin Chen did notice its existence now. As long as Lin Chen uses the greatest holy power and activates the greatest power of the holy artifact itself, this special ability will be triggered. All of this stems from the fact that when Lin Chen forged many sacred artifacts, Jing Wuxia and Six-Finger Shan Yuan fused the dragon scales of the Tian Eternal Ancient Dragon. That piece of dragon scale still retains the divinity of the ancient dragon of the universe. Otherwise, with the size of the ancient dragon, the size of the dragon scales is not so small. The divine ancient dragon scale was cast into Lin Chen's sacred artifact, and it would glow once the strength of the strongest attack was stimulated. And the reason why Lin Chen couldn't use this effect before was because his cultivation was not enough. As Lin Chen is stronger than now, he had to use it with all his strength to trigger it a little. The second is that the rank of the sacred artifact is not enough. Lin Chen's sacred artifact has a growth limit of 9th rank. Only when the sacred artifact reaches its peak can it radiate its special abilities. Now, this special ability with a small divine will likely become Lin Chen's new trump card. Boom! 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 The fierce battle between the two sides intensified, and it was a furious attack that ignored the life and death of the Genesis headquarters. Seeing the battle between these two people, the saints who retreated all the way were completely dumbfounded. They had imagined that there was a gap between themselves and the top 10 of the saint talent list, but they never thought that the gap would be so huge. At this time, 4 pillars of light bloomed in the world, and 4 more breaths descended. This sun is Lin Chen? It's really ferocious, dare to single out my Genesis headquarters. 4 holy kings, representing different 9th grade sects, arrived at the headquarters of the alliance. Lin Chen's eyes swept away, and when he saw another holy king join, the corners of his mouth rose faintly. Yes, that's right, more. His action this time is to steal home. When Lin Chen's body was flying up in a hearty battle, his other avatar had already started to act. If I don't turn the Genesis Alliance upside down today, I won't be called Lin Chen. The Shuangsha Sage King wearing a black and white dress, the Taishu Sage King with a silver holy wheel hanging behind his head, the bull-horned young man Crimson Ghost King with a red light ring around his body, and the Jew Gung carrying double swords, Holy King. The 4 holy kings immediately surrounded Lin Chen and one of his clones. These are the holy kings of the 4 denominations closest to the headquarters of Genesis. The battle strength of the holy king is not trivial, as strong as the background of the 9-rank sect, and it is impossible to send a holy king to the Genesis headquarters to drink tea all year round, which is unrealistic. Except for the vengeful old-fashioned forces like the Holy Prison and the Wu family. Therefore, most of the people who attended the events at the Genesis headquarters were the suzerains and patriarchs, and they were basically half-step holy kings. And this time, the 4 holy kings came in one breath, which has proved the efficiency of the alliance headquarters. Ying Jiufeng voiced Lin Chen and smiled sternly. Lin Chen, you have no chance of winning. It's still too late to surrender. Now. This seat still has enough room for you, don't be ashamed. Lin Chen jokingly smiled and said, no chance of winning? Who gave you confidence? Just rely on your brain full of excrement. I said today that I want to smash your Genesis alliance, and I will hit your climax until you reach your climax. Not good. Boom. 4 phantom divine lights descended from the sky, blooming between heaven and earth. 4 breaths, verve, state, appearance, and completely consistent Lin Chen were born. At this moment, Ying Jiufeng's pupils shrank. He finally realized that this incident had begun to exceed his expectations. The 4 phantom avatars flashed in the air in unison, and swept towards the 4 holy kings who came to help. The 9-layer burning heaven palm, GK opening heaven sword, burning heaven archery technique, and once they launched the offensive, the unique skills of their clones appeared one after another, and they suppressed the 4 holy kings at the first sight, shocking the entire alliance. Clone? This child's clone can actually be comparable to the main body? 5 clones. It's terrible, each of them has the power of a holy king, so isn't Lin Chen equivalent to 6 holy kings? Isn't it true that his main body can only reach the holy king realm with external force, and his clone does not have this level at all? What happened to him in just a few short months? The dozens of saints on the list of saints were completely dumbfounded. The mentality has been hit again. Is it true that they, whose feelings are called the hope of the human race, are not even as good as a clone of someone else? The most important thing is the other party still younger and lesser than them? People are more handsome than the younger generation of their contemporaries, no, and later generations. People are more mad than people. Is this guy really human? If you give him a few more years, wouldn't it be hanging the holy king? The motherfucker who wrote the book wouldn't dare to write like this. Seeing that Lin Chen's clone actually stopped the 4 holy kings, Ying Jiufeng's expression finally changed. His appearance is no longer light, but facing Lin Chen sternly. You deserve to use your trump card, Lin Chen, dare to break into our alliance headquarters, you'd better show the strength to sweep the holy prison that day, otherwise, you won't even be able to escape today. Ying Jiufeng waved his palm, and the 4 sapphire bottles exploded, containing the blood of the powerful Phoenix clan. When it exploded suddenly, it turned into a phoenix, and a phoenix roar echoed in the sky. Seifeng True King formation. The essence and blood burned like a blazing flame, and when Jiufeng fan swung the sky, the essence and blood burned violently. I saw that 4 red lights were burning with raging flames, turning into beams of light and rising between the heavens and the earth. The phoenix shadow, lingering in the void, hangs in the sky, forming a powerful 4-sided enchantment, covering the headquarters space. Qi Xiao burns, blazing light, freeze. It seems as if the world has turned into a Crimson red, echoing with endless phoenix Ming, this is the space of formation. That belongs to Ying Jiufeng alone. Oh? What a powerful spirit formation. Lin Chen was surprised. These formations must have come from the handwriting of someone like Taishan Beidou in the formation world, and combined with Ying Jiufeng's methods. Once formed, even 10 holy kings can be easily trapped. He had seen Zi Qianzhou's formation and the key to cracking the formation. Lin Chen can be sure that this Sifeng Zhenwang array must have come from a master formation master who is not inferior to Zi Qianzhou, or even worse. Lin Chen was amazed in his heart. It seems that my guess is correct. There are even more terrifying masters lurking within Genesis, like the mathematician who is comparable to Jiang Taishu. This time stealing home is the right one. If they are allowed to join forces to attack, I will deal with difficulties instead. Boom. The changes continued, and a hot air wave shook Lin Chen back. Ying Jiufeng's whole body is blooming with 9-colored aurora, and the colored pupils glow with different expressions and coercion. He began to grow tail wings, and the divine light of his wings skyrocketed. His eyebrows were like Danxia, and his arms derived feathers. When the 4 holy kings sensed this breath, although they were suppressed by Lin Chen's avatar, they still felt a sense of suffocation, and their hearts were shocked. Lin Chen, did you actually force the top 10 of the Saint Talent list to take out a real trump card to deal with him? Ying Jiufeng laughed arrogantly. Lin Chen, feel honored for your existence. It's no exaggeration to be called the luckiest human race to be able to live to see this noble posture. Lin Chen was moved again. Good guy, the pinnacle of the Saint Talent list, how fierce. No wonder, even the dragon and the true god also need to pay attention to the characters. It was the first time he had seen a character with more god-level bloodlines than himself. The phoenix bred 9 chicks, each of which was once a divine bird. Ying Jiufeng, on the other hand, is the bloodline of the phoenix family that integrates the 9 sons, a perfect inheritance, and a peerless saint who can practice the human race. That's right, he has 9 divine bird bloodlines. Moreover, Ying Jiufeng can perfectly integrate the cultivation of the human race, which is unprecedented in history. The Phoenix clan, who once had the same splendid civilization as the Dragon clan, was wiped out for their attempt to occupy the Ashura clan. Ying Jiufeng was the lucky one after the genocide war. She was sheltered by the true god of the race and survived by luck. He is not only the descendant of the true phoenix, but also the bloodline of a generation of true gods, perfectly integrated. To be precise, there are as many as 10 kinds of god-level bloodlines on his body. Lin Chen, who owns the system, only has the bloodlines of the 4 gods. Above, the heavenly god dragon, the yin-yang fortune dragon, the Taishi ancient dragon, and the extreme prison water god dragon. Ying Jiufeng, there are actually 10 kinds. Lin Chen couldn't even help applauding him, his heart was full of amazement. It's really a man who fell from the sky. Has such a vast civilization and era in the holy world actually gave birth to this kind of guy? Moreover, it is so strong that it is so special that it ranks 10th on the list of holy talents? Someone Lin is very curious, what kind of monsters are the first 9 on the list of saints? It is true that the stronger the strength, the different levels of contact. And the scenery you see is also completely different. Once a god's blood can also be all-powerful. Now put in front of Lin Chen, there are 10 kinds of existences that are one. Lin Chen, let me see what trump cards you have, otherwise, die. Boom. Ying Jiufeng's figure flashed, this time his movement speed soared by 2 notches, and Lin Chen could barely react. Boom! Lin Chen raised his gun and was blasted away. Ying Jiufeng chased after the victory, attacking Lin Chen all the way. The two great ninth-grade holy artifacts of the imperial envoy broke out a more violent offensive. The strength of the offensive is far beyond the battle of ordinary holy kings. Even Lin Chen has many means such as strengthening exercises and orange level talents, facing Ying Jiufeng, who has 10 kinds of god-level bloodlines. Lin Chen and a clone shot and stabbed each other, covering and cooperating with each other, and started a tug-of-war with Ying Jiufeng. The 4 holy kings who came to help were shocked when they saw Ying Jiufeng's fighting power. This is the 10th combat power of the Saint talent list. It's better than me and the 4 of them swarming up, and it is very likely that they will end up in a disastrous defeat. The same realm, the gap can be so big. Saint King realm, let alone the premise of fellow practitioners, even if it is slightly higher than a small realm, it is not so easy to suppress a Saint King. In a heads-up situation, the powerhouses who can become holy kings are all chosen among the billions of geniuses, and there is no absolute difference in strength. However, only the top 10 of the holy talents list is an exception, because they are a human race outside the standard. Reincarnation is dead. Fan Yunlan, reincarnation shattered. With Lin Chen as the center, the 3-layered vast roulette suddenly unfolded, and the center overflowed with an infinite aura of destruction. Dark Thunder Wan Jun. Lin Chen went all out, the tip of the spear pulled up the thunder light that covered the sky, split the shadows in an instant, and the flash ripped apart the roulette of destruction. With the characteristics of the eternal ancient dragon, Lin Chen forcibly tore open an opening and rushed out when the last layer of destruction roulette desire exploded. Lin Chen, who was surrounded by the offensive, was at a disadvantage all the way. Ying Jiufeng laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, Lin Chen, you are here as the deity." Jiufeng spread her wings. Ying Jiufeng was chasing after Lin Chen, and sneered. "This seat knows that you still have a stunt capable of destroying the avatar of the true god. Since you are here as the deity, logically speaking, it's good to use this trump card now, but you won't be able to use it in a short time, right?" Lin Chen raised his brows. "Oh? It seems that you have investigated me very well. That handsome man forced you to test you. How many people in our dark horse club?" Ying Jiufeng's offensive continued unabated, and the corners of his mouth were full of contempt and disdain. Ying Jiufeng especially appreciates Lin Chen's strength and courage, but he disdains Lin Chen the most. "It's really stupid. Lin Chen, you could have taken your people to leave the holy world and hide for a while, at least until your trump card to kill the avatar of the god of war can be used again, and then go out of the mountain is the best choice." Ying Jiufeng's eyes fell on Lin Chen, as if looking at a dead person. Sarcastically. "But you choose to fight against my Genesis alliance now. Could it be that you are reluctant to those mortals? You fight for these lowly mortals? Stupid. Too stupid. So people at the bottom will never be able to become great. If they want to conquer the world, how can there will be no sacrifice?" Between Ying Jiufeng's brows, he glanced over the confidence and courage, to take charge of the situation, and said coldly, "Life is not fair. In this world, the seat called happiness is limited. Lin Chen, you fight for these mortals, what can you get in the end? Fame? Status, or sad self-pity and redemption? Life is the lowest thing in the world, it can be replaced by everything, and you can't change anything. Thing. Lin Chen said, Someone Lin, do whatever they want, and do whatever they want. Life and death are bearish. There's not so much bullshit, it's better to force lie to come up with an extra trick. After speaking, he stabbed Ying Jiufeng with a rounded shot. Seeing his attitude of fighting for a long time, Ying Jiufeng felt a trace of doubt in his heart. Why, at this time, he still hasn't taken out his trump card, and would rather be at a disadvantage and fight with himself? Looking at the corners of Lin Chen's mouth that could not stop rising, Ying Jiufeng suddenly felt a shudder in his heart. Could it be? A trace of unease flashed across Ying Jiufeng's heart. Outside the enchantment time, a little bit forward. Almost at the moment when the formation barrier was unfolded, the alliance powerhouses who retreated outside the headquarters breathed a sigh of relief. And when their minds were the most relaxed, the host consumes 1.7 million holy rune energy and activates the slow rune brush. A gray-white talisman that was stagnant in space was born and suddenly burst open. All alliance powerhouses fell into a short-term stagnant void. Boom! The raging flames burned all over the thousands of fields, the 5 9-fold. Burning palms came down in an instant, and the 5 fingers acted as meteors, erasing all obstacles. 9 burning heaven palm, wind demon death finger. Boom! 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 In the alliance, hundreds of strong people were bombarded and killed, and they didn't even know how they died before they died. Many saints' defensive holy artifacts and unique skills passively stimulate protection and consume another life-saving means. This sneak attack was too unexpected. In addition, when the formation barrier was unfolded, the strong men even breathed a sigh of relief, perishing when their minds were the most relaxed. What? Not good. And sneak attacks. Only the saints can react worthy of it, but the stagnation effect brought by the slow rune is extremely terrifying, and the space is frozen like a golden soup. Guys on the Saint Talent list, since you choose to join the Genesis Alliance, it means that you are already mentally prepared. When the icy voice, like a sharp knife, reverberated in the audience, all the saints fell into an ice cellar, and the chill went straight to the sky. Tear. A flying knife whistled like a streamer of horizontal lines, slashing through the air. With a flash of sword light, the head fell to the ground. Another Saint Talent list has fallen. 2 Lin Chen, one on the left and one on the right, appeared like ghosts, stepping on the cloud shadow, rushing in the sky, and entered the many strong men in the alliance. Its goal is the saints on the list of saints. Lin Chen, there is actually a clone. This time, the saints sincerely felt the fear of death. Only when they faced Lin Chen did they feel what is equality of all beings. They deeply realized that even if they were saints, they would die in front of this man. Lin Chen's movement skills are beyond the reach of ordinary saint kings, let alone these saints, who are still in a state of being attacked and can't react at all. The light of the knife is like a thunderbolt, and the light of the knife is like a peach blossom. Among the flashing saints, the speed of movement and offensive gave them no chance to even use their trump card to escape. One by one, the saints fell under the shadow of the sword light and cloud. The holy blood adorns the quartet, and the rain of blood roars in the world. Those half-step holy kings, represented by the 9th rank, this day, witnessed another historical change in the holy world. Lin Chen, the list of saints in blood. Chapter 17:14, Bloodbath. The list of saints, the holy world is turned upside down. Boom. The blood rained, and the dark thunder surged. Not only the Holy King's domain, but the 36 domains, in a very short period of time, was covered by the roaring rain of blood. The gloomy wind was blowing, and the roar was endless. Heaven and earth are weeping, air is exhausted. Lightning flashes and thunders, the sky is dark and the earth is dark, as if the world has suffered a disaster of extinction, and the hearts of all people are shrouded in a haze. This air machine is too strong. More than ever. Jiang Taishu, who was in Xuanyu, suddenly raised his head. Witnessing the vision at this moment, even though I expected it, I was still shocked and trembled. My lord, even if the gods descend to the earth, they are not 1,000th of yours. From ancient times to the present, even if one of the saints falls on the list, it will have a great impact on the entire holy world. But there has never been a sign of such a large-scale fall of saints in history. Together with this battle, Lin Chen will undoubtedly set off drastic changes in the holy world, in the vast space channel. As a mathematician, heartbroken Hong reacted in an instant, and his expression was full of surprise. This vision. Could it be that the so-called saint talent list perished? The face of the Yinyang Holy King of the Alliance, to which he belongs, changed greatly. The location where a large number of saints perished came from the Holy King's domain. Could it be that, is something wrong with the Alliance? However, it is impossible. With the 10th place on the list of saints, even 8 saint kings can't kill so many saints. Although the saint talent list is young, it is not so simple to kill. Who is this to have such a terrifying handwriting? The 1000 Fox Saint King was shocked. There is only one person who can do such a thing. Lin Chen. The Holy King Qianquan, who has always been calm and composed, lost his voice. And shocked for the first time, no, this guy, how could he have arrived in the Alliance earlier than us? He was still in Xuanyu before. Suddenly, he was struck by lightning. He was in Xuanyu before? No, all they saw was multiple Lin Chen, but they didn't know which one was the real body. Could it be that? The Holy King Qianquan and the Holy King Qianhu glanced at each other at the same time, almost thinking of one piece. In fact, his body did not return to the Bingxin Palace at all. Perhaps, he went straight to the Genesis headquarters in the first place. Steal each other's home. What a stealing home from each other. Good you Lin Chen, you are so talented. Go back at full speed. The Yinyang Holy King roared. He was afraid that his sage nephew would have 3 strengths and 2 weaknesses. The martial god family, the Shenwu Hall, and several elders whispered. Master Wu Pianju has regained his confidence and is going to retreat? He should know exactly what state he is in right now. If he loses his divine blood, no matter how close he is, it won't help. Maybe, it's the last stubbornness. He used to be majestic, but now he's disgraced. I didn't expect this ending. It's the end of my martial arts family. When the elders sighed, there was a rumbling sound, and there were signs of depletion of luck in the outside world. Brush. A beam of azure light fell from the sky, and the sky was falling, and the ancestor of the Wu family immediately appeared in the lobby with a solemn face and a solemn voice. The list of saints has been bloodbathed, and Genesis has undergone drastic changes. We have to prepare to leave early. Wu family, extreme martial plane. There are endless holy materials and weapons hanging all around, and only one person sits cross-legged in the void. It is Wu Pianju, who has already fallen. He held the jade-green jade rui in his hand, and his expression had a hysterical madness and excitement. It's getting weaker and weaker, and my father's divine blood reaction is getting weaker and weaker. Wu Pian's handsome face was twisted, but there was an abnormal excitement. Ha ha ha, Lin Chen, Lin Chen, it's not far away. What bullshit, Genesis, holy prison, Lin Chen are all garbage, and there is one last step left, I can step on all of you and eat shit. Ha ha ha. Wu Pianju's frantic laughter echoed throughout the plain, it was creepy. Heavenly sanctuary, somewhere. The pure energy of the 9 yin and 9 yang, like a dance of double dragons, lingered around, turning into a dragon energy, and injected into the dozen or so figures sitting cross-legged. Boom. The changes in the outside world's luck quickly spread to here. What? Sitting cross-legged, the true Dragon King of 9 Suns opened his eyes filled with disbelief. Although he doesn't value the saints of the Alliance very much, but the destruction of so many saints in one fell swoop, there is no precedent in history, and something must have happened in the Alliance. Things have changed, and the healing will be suspended first. The true Dragon Saint King transmitted his voice coldly, and everyone who was healing stopped immediately. This group of people is the Peerless powerhouses imprisoned by the eye of hell, the deepest part of the holy prison. They were more or less aware of the upheaval in the Alliance. They are not interested in the life and death of Genesis, but what they are interested in is the guy who challenges the Alliance at this moment. This person is qualified to be their opponent. The Holy Dragon King said coldly, go quickly, the Genesis Alliance, and capture the enemy, this is your first mission. Everyone immediately flashed, moved the void, set off from the heavenly sanctuary, and headed to the Holy King's domain. Outside Alliance headquarters. A flying knife rolled up the light of the knife, and the peach blossoms smashed down the saints. A flying knife is as fast as lightning, and everything it passes is ashes. Lin Chen's 2 phantom clones crushed the powerhouses in the Genesis headquarters. One is that the sneak attack took the lead, and the other is that the powerhouses of Genesis either went out to suppress other regions, or had more important matters to go outside the Holy Realm. As a result, almost no one can stop Lin Chen. If it is an ordinary Holy King, or even a sneak attack by 2 ordinary Holy Kings, the current Alliance headquarters can also withstand it. After all, the half-step Holy Kings of the 12 representatives of the 9th grade sect are here, and they have many killers in their hands, and they can completely hold the scene. But what happened was Lin Chen, a monster, whose movement was so fast and abnormal, and his attack on evildoers was outrageous. If his defense was broken by his attack, it would not be cured, it would become more serious, and even had a surprise body explosion. In addition, the 2 avatars cast, flickering light and shadow, 1 person. And 1 move are 10 moves, and he's still doing sneak attacks. Who can resist this? There are 5 avatars in the enchantment and 2 outside the enchantment, and Lin Chen used all the avatars. As long as the Holy Dragon remains in the Bingxin Palace, he can know the status of the Bingxin Palace at any time. Moreover, the Holy Dragon is not as weak as the primordial spirit clone, and even if it is attacked by the Holy King, it will not fall immediately. If anything happens in Bingxin Palace, Lin Chen can rush back. Therefore, he dared to go all out. This time stealing home has hit the middle and high level of the Genesis Alliance. Only relying on top combat power, they can't fully spread their plans. The strength of these middle and high-level powerhouses is essential. And Lin Chen's clone was killed on the spot. The 42 saints present are all destroyed. No one can escape. Someone Lin treats everyone equally, regardless of gender, as long as they Join the Genesis, the saints who attack mortals in a massacre will all greet them, and all living beings are equal. The sky's full of attribute light balls and a large number of attribute treasure chests are suspended in the void, and even let Lin Chen release his primordial spirit clone to collect it for him. Well, the harvest is good. There are quite a lot of good things on these saints. Each one is very rich, and the most important thing is that there are 3 saints who are in charge of the Alliance's core medicine resources and resources. Holy artifact control. Lin Chen's phantom avatar smiled knowingly. In this way, the resources equivalent to the recent half-century of Genesis fell into Lin Chen's hands. You move my people, and I'll fuck your alliance. Ying Jiufeng, this is just the beginning. The entire Holy Kingdom fell into the boundless darkness, the sky trembled, as if the end had come. The overall air fortune of the human race seems to be depleting every time. The trend of skyrocketing blood rain increases by 1 point, the speed of air transportation exhaustion increases by 1 point. The host has obtained 20,000 points of holy level martial arts essence, 9,900 points of top-level heaven value, 10,000 points of thunder energy, 2 billion points of suit essence, 19 million points of intermediate strengthening points, 5.1 billion points of holy level blood. The host will get an orange level talent exclusive treasure chest, a special divine material fragment, and 2 holy artifact reminder coupons. Suddenly, Lin Chen's primordial spirit avatar touched a quaint treasure chest, lingering with orange-yellow brilliance. The host obtains the exclusive treasure chest of the exercises, open it and obtain 1/3 of the top orange level exercises, which can be fused at any time. After the fusion, the host will randomly obtain a top-level orange exercise. The attribute treasure chests dropped by the saints from the death of the saints are various, and some are not inferior to the saint kings. What's more, the attribute fragments of the top orange level exercises were dropped. After all, no saint is a simple person, and every saint is the most precious and special talent of the human race. Lin Chen's bloodbath on the list of saints is equivalent to breaking the rules and declaring war on the entire holy world. At this moment, the Genesis headquarters was completely turned upside down by Lin Chen's 2 avatars, and the 100 heavenly palaces that had been cast earlier. The underground city has all turned into a dream of Wang Liang. Headquarters powerhouses are even more deadly wounded. In front of Lin Chen, all living beings are equal. Inside the headquarters barrier, Ying Jiufeng's handsome face flashed violent anger. You still have a clone? Lin Chen joked and laughed. As soon as a dark horse appears, focus on the back. Caring for the Jubu area. Behind you is an essential criterion for being my dark horse opponent. It seems that you don't know me well enough. Ying Jiufeng's blue veins are exposed, he has a taste of being played by all parties. The information he received was clearly that Lin Chen could only use 5 clones. He obviously had to see Lin Chen used 5 clones to play his trump card, but he didn't expect to be tricked. Could it be that it's those 9 guys? Ying Jiufeng realized that she had been deceived. This is obviously because the 9 saints such as Qianing Shua who quit Genesis had concealed it. This guy must have more than 5 clones. This seat wants you to die. Your life is not spared. Ying Jiufeng is wearing Jiushao Aurora, the fan swirls and rotates like a tide. And 9 kinds of aurora linger around the fan. The entire formation space began to vibrate violently, and the red-golden blade light revolved extremely rapidly, expanding rapidly, and the edge became more and more fierce. At this moment, the four holy kings in the audience were instantly shocked. This power, can't be wrong, is definitely the legendary orange level top level. Exercise. The orange level top level exercises, the number of people remaining in the holy world of the human race is very small. Those who are as strong as the Saint Talents list and possess the complete orange rank top level exercises are also a minority among the few. Even the last time Wu Pianju was dying in Lin Chen's superspace counterattack, the Hell's Way he used was just a broken orange level top level exercise. Escape. Ying Jiufeng has the intention to kill, this sun is about to end. Damn, using this trick here, we have to be disabled. The four holy kings fled scoldingly, retreating desperately. The four even joined hands and launched a defense to retreat to the edge of the formation space. You must know that Ying Jiufeng, who has activated all the blood of the divine bird, is already a monster among monsters in her own strength. The ordinary holy king can't get out of his hands for many rounds. The four of them are together, and it is only a matter of time before they lose. For the top-level orange level exercises in such a state, the ordinary holy king would have to die without a whole corpse. A ray of 9-color holy light appeared, and Lin Chen's palm finally condensed into a group of 9-color starlight. Ying Jiufeng laughed in anger. Is this your strongest attack right now? This seat will take it. Lin Chen smiled playfully. I'm afraid you won't be able to catch it. As soon as he finished speaking, Ying Jiufeng waved his fan horizontally, and hundreds of golden talismans condensed out of thin air. Jin Lu released 10,000 feet of golden light, and shot out the red golden blade light like a gust of wind and rain, and twisted towards Lin Chen in an instant. Great compassion creation curse. 9 robbery stars. Lin Chen threw his palm towards the sky, and the stars of the 9 tribulations fell out of his hand. Boom. At this moment, the formation space shook. Outside the Alliance headquarters, those attacked powerhouses hadn't found Lin Chen's clone to deal with the surprise attack, but their pupils shrank. The surface of the formation enchantment surrounded by the red phoenix actually began to tremble and crack. Click. 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 The formation barrier, which was enough to trap 10 holy kings, began to crack. The same doubt flashed across the minds of countless powerhouses at the same time. What a fierce battle broke out inside this barrier. The cracks increased, and finally the formation space was overwhelmed, and an explosion cracked. A terrifying wind wave suddenly erupted from the formation space, crushing all the buildings millions of miles outside the headquarters. The mountains and rivers were crushed into pieces by the aftermath of the collision, and the ley lines collapsed. Numerous Alliance powerhouses who came to help were blown away. No one can imagine how terrifying the power of the center is. As far as the eyes can see, there is only a huge storm of red-gold wind blades, and the 9-color beam of light blooming between the heavens and the earth. When the 9-color beam of light rotates, it annihilates all things, and energy close to it. Lin Chen's figure retreated violently, slightly embarrassed, and a shocking hole was torn open in the robe of the star-chasing sky. The 4 avatars were guarding Lin Chen's side, and the 5th phantom avatar died directly in the aftermath of the collision. Ying Jiufeng looked down at his right arm. A bloodstain the size of a thumb was split open, and he was actually injured by a broken defense. Moreover, the wound on the arm continues to expand and cannot be cured by any means. The other 4 holy kings also had scars from cuts all over their bodies. They hurried back and greeted Lin Chen and Ying Jiufeng's family members. Cordially all the way, wiping honey with their mouths. At this moment, the space suddenly stopped. Lin Chen's eyes changed. The energy aftermath from the collision between him and Ying Jiufeng's great compassion creation curse was second only to the last time he used Godslayer to enter the dragon's clone. Such violent energy has been stabilized? The azure-blue primordial spirit power came like an aurora from the horizontal line, condensed into countless primordial spirit powers, and turned into innumerable strands, so that the energy of the collision between the two began to differentiate and dissolve. Brush. The empty vacuum spun open countless wind eyes. A terrifying hurricane erupted in the center of the eye of the wind, swallowing the stars and the moon, absorbing the violent energy of the collision between the two. Then, the space trembled, transmitting a powerful space force, stabilizing the energy of the wind eye. So smooth cooperation, and, all masters. Lin Chen thought to himself, could it be that it is the trump card of the Genesis Alliance? The phantom clone was immediately alert, the rune energy was consumed violently, and the holy power that the clone had just consumed was quickly replenished. Seeing this scene, Ying Jiufeng frowned and said, "Why did it take so long to come? This kid has caused the Alliance headquarters a lot of losses, and you have to pay the main responsibility. Hey, little baby, if you give me some face, you will feel like a big cake face? We are not your servants, don't point fingers at us. 9 kinds of divine bird bloodlines are indeed very strong, but you have to become a god to teach us a lesson. You are just a chick now." When the energy aftermath of the collision between the two was completely dissipated, 17 figures appeared in the void. The leader is the true Dragon King. When he saw Lin Chen's deity, for the first time, the tiger's eyes narrowed. This king, this is the first time that I have seen the holy power of the holy king, without opening the king's holy cave. This son is the first. Although he is an enemy, he has to admit it. This little guy is the most outstanding human race he has ever seen, no one. And when Lin Chen looked up, in addition to the oppression of the Holy Dragon King, the other 16 people gave a very subtle, but extremely dangerous sense of crisis. The energy aftermath of the 9 tribulation stars and the great compassion creation curse was melted away by this group of people. A cold man dressed in white waved his sleeves and robes horizontally, using heaven and earth as the seal, and his 10 fingers formed a seal and condensed the sky. Empty stillness. The space is being gradually and completely blocked. From the Genesis headquarters to the extreme eastern part of the Holy King's domain, almost all the space has become an absolute cube, and it is impossible to enter or exit. This kind of handwriting has opened the eyes of the entire alliance. This kind of space magic, a few grades stronger than Lin Chen's heart sank. Judging from their appearance, this group of people are all men, women, and children, but they are all real old monsters without exception. Some didn't even have a complete human form, but they gave Lin Chen a tingling sensation from the primordial spirit. Brush. Lin Chen's 2 phantom avatars returned, a phantom divine light descended, and Lin Chen's 7 avatars protected the main body. Intuition tells Lin Chen that this group of people is extremely dangerous. A little carelessness can lead to the death of Huang Quan. This son is Lin Chen? Your courage is commendable, and you dare to go against the tide. It's a pity. To have the old man style back then, it's a pity, it's a pity. His only mistake was meeting us. The 16 people looked at Lin Chen up and down with eyes full of playfulness and banter, curiosity, or jealousy and amazement. As if looking at a caged prey. Lin Chen suddenly smiled and said, "You still want to fight me before your injuries have recovered?" The enchanting beautiful woman at the head giggled, her beautiful eyes flashing with the black light of hell, and said with a smile, "Little guy, we don't need a heyday to deal with you." Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, "So confident?" While chatting and laughing, Lin Chen's eyes finally fell on the stern man at the end of the team and the elegant young man with an evil temperament. The sword intent of these two broke the universe, and the sword intent suppressed the 9 heavens. As far as the attainments of the sword and the sword are concerned, they have surpassed Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun in an all-round way. Even Lin Chen has an intuition. If it is duel, even if the phantom clone is besieged, if he does not use the God of War suit, he may not be able to win either of the two. Especially when he noticed the special 9-chamber seal of the two, Lin Chen suddenly said, "You are from the holy prison? Why didn't I see you when I first entered?" As soon as this statement came out, everyone's faces were also very exciting. This little guy has even entered the holy prison? Why didn't they hear the real Dragon King mention it? Tao Yao Yao, who was wearing a peach robe and had a soft and boneless waist, smiled coquettishly. "We are imprisoned in the eye of hell in the holy prison, located on the 19th floor and even deeper." At this time, Ying Jiufeng released the bloodline activation state and sent a cold voice to the true Dragon Holy King. It is very likely that he will not be able to use the ultimate move that shatters the holy prison. Kill him. No matter how dead or alive. This son, the people around him are not enough. The real Dragon King's eyes lit up. This kid has lost the trump card that can't break the holy prison? The Holy Dragon King immediately turned to everyone and said indifferently, "Your injuries and strength have recovered 80%, it's time to play." After he finished speaking, he looked at Zhou Baichuan, who was dressed in white, and the latter nodded slightly with a stern look. "Space, the blockade has been completed just now." Snapped. 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 Lin Chen applauded and joked, very good, this time stealing home. I didn't expect to see so many characters. It's really wonderful." Lin Chen's abnormality caused the Holy Dragon King to laugh instead of being angry. "Why, when death is imminent, is your brain twitching or crazy?" "Death?" Lin Chen laughed cynically. No, I don't have any advantages or specialties, but my whole body, even my life and bones, are very hard. The hardness of my life is directly proportional to my handsomeness. The title of the first handsome, just by all of you here, can't take my life. Pa. Lin Chen snapped his fingers, and the green light beam came out of nowhere, bathed him in his body and his clones, and disappeared in an instant. The host activates the superspace plane, consuming 70,000 top talent points. At the moment when Lin Chen disappeared, all the strong people present appeared sluggish for a moment. Even Zhou Baichuan, who used to be stern and arrogant and was absolutely confident in his spatial technique, almost glared his eyes out when he saw this scene. What's the situation? This is so special that it crossed his space magic and escaped directly? This is impossible. Unless it's a true god. However, even if the true god makes a move, he has to break his space blockade first. Now his space blockade is intact, why is there no one? All the powerhouses looked at Zhou Baichuan unanimously. The Holy Dragon King even flashed killing intent, staring at Zhou Baichuan. When Zhou Baichuan sensed everyone's eyes, the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. Hey, what are you looking at me doing? I am. You won't doubt that. I let the water out, right? The Holy Dragon King said coldly. You shouldn't really be merciful to him. Zhou Baichuan jumped in anger. Yes, you can insult my personality and handsomeness, but you can't insult my practice. Be merciful? If you don't believe it, try it now to see if you can travel through the void. If you can tear through the void, I will stand upside down. Who knows, did you quietly reinforce it after he escaped? My day, what are you talking about? At the moment of the enemy, you actually dare to cooperate with the enemy and do things with your butt? Hit him. I'm so. Yes, just slap him in the face. After finally attracting the other parties. Thief leader, you actually let him go. Zhou Baichuan was surrounded by other bosses and beat him up. Ying Jiufeng's face is uncertain. Lin Chen even has such a technique. If this is the case, see you next time. If you want to kill him, you must break his trick, otherwise this son will never be killed. But right now, there's still a bunch of mess to clean up. Lin Chen's heavy damage to the Genesis Alliance can be described as a blow to the head. A large number of saints on the list of saints have fallen, and Ying Jiufeng must bear the accountability of the forces behind his saints. And countless strong people were involved in the battle between him and Lin Chen, causing irreversible injuries. These people are the backbone of the alliance. Without them, Genesis would not be able to fully operate for a while. In addition, the alliance had lost nearly a quarter of the saints, and most of the things at hand had to be stopped. This move is really a delaying strategy. Ying Jiufeng secretly made up his mind. The best defense is to attack. This guy Lin Chen is more like a poisonous snake. If you make a move, you will pay for it, and it will be done immediately. The more you stay, the more dangerous this kind of person is. Next time, it will be my turn to sacrifice. Play the trump card and kill him. In Bingxin Palace, Lin Chen's figure appeared beside Xinglong. This time, the servants sensed the Zhou Tian death mark in Lin Chen Yuanshan, and finally determined that this is the safe return of Lin Chen's deity. Lord Jiang Taishu said in surprise, the vision of the saint talent list just now. Lin Chen nodded and said with a smile, I did it, but it was a gift to them. Plus some interest. How proud. The 42 saints on the list of blood-washed saints are unique in history. And they are only a meeting ceremony. All servants, at this time, have eternal pride in their hearts. Following such a master, their injuries are not in vain. Lin Chen looked at Fei Wuxuang and Fairy Crimson, and said with a smile, "Two beauties, I have to rely on you to help heal my injuries." Lin Chen looked around the audience and said loudly, we will only move our positions until everyone recovers from their injuries. The corners of his mouth rose wildly, and the evil charm smiled. Next, I will let you all take off. When the combat power takes off, all the fighting forces take off? Hearing this, everyone's morale soared and their eyes brightened. Since the Lord has opened his mouth, he will definitely not break his promise. Of course, including those friends who follow my servants of Lin Chen, I, Lin Chen, will not treat you badly. After the healing is over, you are free to move, and whether to leave or leave your choice, I will also give you corresponding rewards. After all, you were injured because of me. Lin Chen transmits sound to all of Bingxin Palace and Xinyan Palace. Then, he looked at Yu Xingxing, and threw a few chi fortune planting capsules at him. This thing was obtained from Genesis, and it should be helpful to you. When Yu Tuxing Yuanshan infiltrated the Chi Luck planting capsule, he happily said, the pill recipe from the Danshan family? And there are 3 volumes of 9th grade pill recipes. The value of a 9th grade pill is comparable to that of an orange level. Advanced practice method. It is no wonder that Yu Xingxing was so pleasantly surprised. This item is hard to come by. Although he has now broken through the ranks of 9th grade pills, it is still quite difficult to create his own 9th grade pills. Hi. There are ready-made, naturally will not let go. Lin Chen disregarded the excessive consumption of holy energy on his body, stepped into the Bingxin palace, and said bluntly, if you follow me, I will let the avatar give you the reward, so you don't need to say more polite words, you have to take it if you don't take it. The hidden old monsters who followed the servants all looked at each other and clasped their fists respectfully. Thank you, Your Excellency Lin Chen. Lin Chen handed over half of the Qi Luck planting capsule from the Genesis Alliance to his clone, and entered the Bingxin palace with his servants. Lin Chen Xian used Yin-Yang fortune-telling dragon's immortal creation bloodline supernatural power to heal the main force's servants on the 19th and 18th floors. Half a day later, Fei Wushuang, Yu Xingxing, Jiang Taishu and others were the first to return to their heyday. Lin Chen said bluntly, Tu Su, starting today, when I am in charge, you no longer need to hide the chi of the entire team, concentrate on deducing the movement of the Genesis Alliance, and confuse the mathematician on the opposite side. As soon as these words came out, Lin Chen's servants were once again amazed. Too domineering. On the premise that Jiang Taishu did not hide the secrets of the people in the team, any first-class mathematician could deduce the position of Lin Chen's team based on clues. This move is undoubtedly telling the enemy, let the horse come. There is one sentence that stands out, the front is tough. Yes. Jiang Taishu cupped his hands deeply, and a strong fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. In this way, he can really have a head-to-head confrontation with Heartbroken Red. Lin Chen looked at Long Jiushan, pushed the palm of his hand, a treasure box appeared, and said with a smile, Jiushan, take this opportunity, your injury and strength can be improved together. When Long Jiushan took the treasure box, his expression was ecstatic. The marrow of the divine bone. Besides, there are so many. My lord, you are so strong. Long Jiushan is expected to have at most half of the bone marrow in this treasure box, and there is a probability of more than 50% to achieve the holy king of body refining. Now it has doubled the amount than expected. If he does not become a holy king, he will be killed by one head. Moreover, the second absorption will not be as painful as the first absorption. Refining, but it will bring a lot of benefits and will be extremely useful. Lin Chen smiled and said, my holy dragon will assist you at that time and speed up your refining speed. Long Jiushan said excitedly, yes. If I don't become a holy king, I, Long Jiushan, will not pass the test. Lin Chen laughed and scolded, your uncle, then I will be beaten to the ground. By someone, can't you get out? Long Jiushan immediately straightened his back and raised his voice, I'm thinking about being on the 5th floor this time. In the whole holy world, no one can press my lord to fight, only my lord can press others to fight, so, I can peace of mind to retreat to the holy king. Lin Chen, I hope that the bookstores in the holy world will have your books, or I will smash them. As soon as these words came out, Bingxin Palace burst into laughter. After Long Jiushan went to retreat, Lin Chen told him that he did not need to move for the next move. He treated everyone before moving. In terms of guarding, his 7 avatars stand in every direction of Xuanyu. That is, an existence like a hegemon. Who dares to come in the secret realm of Bingxin Palace retreat? All sect secret realms and retreat planes are related to a sect's sect. Medium. Take away the sectarian media, you can always establish a spatial passage, to the secret realm, and even move with them. Lin Chen turned on the system in a single thought. Tiandao Pickup System version 8.0. Host, Lin Chen, Cultivation, Sacred Realm 5-layer Consummation, Sacred. Essence, 17,622.5 billion points. Ultimate Strength, 510,000 Zunli, Meat Shell Awakening, plus 500%, Saint Level. Chi and Blood, 19,904,000,000 points. Saint Level Spiritual Power, 999 billion, the peak of Yuanshan early stage. Saint Level Exercise Essence, 11 million points, Holy Level Rune Energy. 24.08 million points, Top Heaven Value, 22.99 million points. Top Talent Points, 72.86 million points, Set Essence, 2.912 billion points. Intermediate Strengthening Points, 92 billion points. Holy Elemental Energy, Fire 3.89 million, Earth 2.99 million, Wood 2.33 million, Gold 3.66 million, Water 3.54 million, Thunder 5.67 million, Wind 5.67 million, Light 5.46 million point and Dark are 6.43 million points. Set Column, Gold God of War Set 5-piece set, incomplete. Treasures with special attributes, Orange rank top-level exercise fragments. 3/3, 12 Holy Artifact Upgrade Coupons, Divine Material Fragments, 1/3, 9. Orange rank exclusive talent treasure chests, more than 4 treasure chests. Orange rank will be obtained advanced talents, there is a very small chance of appearing top-level orange or top-level one-time talent. If there are more than 10 talents, there is a high probability of appearing top-level orange. Talent. Talent bar, Bloodline status bar, Exercise status bar. Life Awakening column, Nirvana column, Characteristic Rune column. Godhead column, Idol 2 of 3, Godhead fragment, cooling, remaining, 168 days to activate. Lin Chen's attribute value has skyrocketed again. The most important thing is that his orange rank top-level exercises are full. Lin Chen's heart throbbed, and the top orange level exercises were born, and no one could calm down. Others have top-level orange level exercises, and Lin Chen has top-level orange level exercises. There are 2 concepts. His enhancement function and instant light splitting can teach enemies with the same level of cultivation techniques to be human. At this stage, my strongest is the cultivation of the holy power, followed by the primordial spirit, and the third is the strength of the body. Don't come to the cultivation of the primordial spirit and the body. Lin Chen swallowed his saliva. The orange level exercises are not like the purple level exercises, which can be fused in quantity. If you want to use the fusion function to integrate top-level exercises, you need a lot of low-level exercises. The exercises above the intermediate level of the orange rank can basically only be possessed by the 8th or 9th rank forces, and the number is extremely scarce. If the system, fusion function, is used, dozens or hundreds of intermediate orange level exercises are required to fuse a high-level orange level exercise. The orange level high level is already one of the unique skills of the 9th rank sect. What is the concept of 100 orange level intermediate exercises? There was only one possibility, and that was that Lin Chen robbed 1/10 of the 8th grade sects in the holy world. In some sects, the inheritance of the exercises is passed on to the disciples through elders or high-level faxes, and they do not learn and cultivate through the original exercises. And I want to rely on the number to fuse the top orange level exercises. In that holy world, there will only be a madman who has to choose the ninth grade sect to fight every day, and it has to be the kind of destroying sect. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. Brother Chen, do you want to integrate the top of the orange rank by quantity? Forget it, don't think about it, it will ruin your brain. To put it simply, this is the only way for Lin Chen to obtain the top orange level exercises at this stage. System, I want to fuse the fragments of the exercises. The host chooses to fuse the orange level top level exercise fragments and start random synthesis. In the system space, a vortex of orange light began to rotate, and 3 pieces like broken jade began to fuse. Lin Chen clenched his fists and stopped breathing. An hour later, Lin Chen was still nervous and didn't dare to breathe. 2 hours later, Lin Chen ate roasted gluten. 3 hours later, Lin Chen picked his nostrils. 4 hours later, Lin Chen kindly said, I'll take you to fight. 5 hours later, Lin Chen said, why haven't you finished your novel yet? You've read 2 novels. Can you give me some support? 6 hours later, Lin Chen said, this exercise is not suitable. After 7 hours, Lin Chen, square root. Finally. Ding. There was a crisp sound from the system, and Lin Chen was shocked. Coming. It's here. Successful synthesis, the host obtains the top orange level martial art. Combat technique annihilation starburst, the summary of the exercise method. Using extreme attack combat skills, if you want to use this trick, you will cut your way back. Use the limit of life to stimulate all the holy power of the holy cave, pull it out, condense it into an annihilation starburst and finally release it. Simple and clear. This orange level top level practice method directly ignores the cultivation base. Whether it is the Holy King or the Kaitian realm, launching this move is to use up the holy power of all the holy caves. Simple and rude, one move to see the winner, divide life and death. If the holy power remains in the holy body, this move will backfire on itself. Therefore, this trick annihilation starburst is to open the bow without turning back the arrow, only to do it with all your strength. Lin Chen frowned. If he used this move, the holy power of the holy cave would be completely emptied. The saint has no holy power, and he is very clear about how miserable the end is. Stronger than him, Lin Chen, if there is no holy power, he can only rely on several limited means such as medicinal pills to restore holy power. Suddenly, Lin Chenru was struck by lightning. I'm such a genius. Yes, what annihilation starburst does the main body use, so that the clone can't be used? Phantom avatars are created through rune energy. Although Jin Xingyuan coins can also be used to make up for holy power, Lin Chen is more made up with rune energy, which is fast and efficient. As long as there is rune energy, Lin Chen's clone is the strongest man. No matter how many times you do it, the attributes are full, and the clone is hanging. Good guy, it's not too late. System, integrate the annihilation starburst. Exercise. The host began to integrate the top orange level exercises, consuming 900,000 points of holy level exercises. Lin Chen's current exercises are full of energy, and he can't beat him as strong as the top orange level exercises. 7 days passed in a flash. Xian Domain, vast river. A phantom avatar of Lin Chen stepped on the boundless river where the waves of eternity were boundless. He suddenly opened his eyes and smiled. A friend comes from afar, and the big sword greets you. You all come here from thousands of miles away, so you shouldn't come here to see the scenery. I Always like to open the skylight to speak eloquently and show up to talk? The raging waves of the vast river suddenly stopped, and 12 people stepped out of the void. Oh? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. The head of the 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman, some eyes opened and closed as if there were electric lights. Tigers had their backs, and electric snakes were coiled around their bodies, and thunder dragons roared above their heads, and the holy Megatron shook the universe. Some are dashing and awe-inspiring, and a large number of sonic booms are surging and whistling in the holy cave, as if a holy cave is hiding a world destroying storm. The 2 on the left, the women in red robes, are charming and charming, with a variety of temperaments, waists and limbs as slender as a beautiful snake. Jade hand holding a white bone jade fan, still holding a pipa and half covering her face. The beauty of the beauty is looming, and the beauty reveals a cold murderous intention. The last one had a stern expression, his face was as cold as a hawk, and his eyebrows were like knives. When he looked down at Lin Chen, his eyebrows were full of pride and disdain. There are actually 4 holy kings. And the other 8 people, men and women, young and old, without exception, are all half-step holy kings. Before, Jiang Taishu used arithmetic to cover up the secret, hiding the entire team. But now Jiang Taishu is concentrating on deducing the Genesis movement, completely exposing the team to the eyes of all forces. This visiting team is the powerhouse sent by the Xuanyu, Zhanyu, Guyu, Songyu, and the 9th-rank forces of these 4 domains to come to warn Lin Chen. Because Lin Chen's team position is at the junction of these 4 regions. Once any conflict or battle breaks out, they will be directly affected for the first time. The black-robed youth at the head said in a cold voice, "Why do you have so many strong men in Xuanyu?" This king of Kunlun, on behalf of Kunlunzong, ordered your excellency to lead everyone out of Xuanyu. You can't stay for one more day. Lin Chen smiled instead of anger. Are you teaching me to do things? My people are in Xuanyu, and they haven't done anything treacherous and deceitful. Why should I ask you to order me to leave? Sacred King Kunlun's stern face flashed a murderous intent, and he said solemnly, "It's not your turn to sophistry. Boy, the battle that broke out here some time ago has destroyed many of my cultivation secrets of the 9-rank sect. Wang trusts you. Brush." Lin Chan's clone flicked his fingers, and the 2 qi transplantation capsules were suspended in the void. He smiled and said, "This is an apology. My people will leave as long as the healing is over." No. A holy king surrounded by thunder dragons said coldly, "You are a disaster. Here, hurry up." Lin Chen sighed, "Why every time I want to have a good talk, there are always people who like to do things." As soon as he took back the Qi fortune planting bag, Lin Chen said, "My people will leave sooner or later, but it's not your turn to point fingers. I have already given you face. If you are not satisfied, come up." Lin Chen jokingly smiled and said, "I always convince people with virtue. Respect the old and love the young. I hope you don't kill them too much." Boom. With the movement of the mind, 106 pointed stars flickered all over Lin Chen's body, releasing a tremendous amount of pressure. The utterly charming holy king from Songyu, with all kinds of styles, giggled. "Brother Lin Chen, we are not scared. Put away your power, we have 4 holy kings here, 8 half-step holy kings. If you want to fight, it means that you have to fight with most of my Xuanyu forces. For the enemy, are you sure? You figured it out?" Suddenly, a flash of enlightenment flashed across Lin Chen's avatar's eyes, as if there was a sense of insight and a new life. He stretched out a finger and smiled. One move, if you can take my move intact, I will immediately leave with my people. On the other hand, if you can't do it, don't interfere in my affairs. Madness. The elders and chief deacons of the nine-rank sect couldn't help shaking their heads and laughing. This young man is crazy. If the 12 of them sincerely join forces, unless the opponent is more than 7 holy kings, there is no possibility of repelling them. Among the 4 kings, a handsome and unrestrained sage king in Xingyi raised his head and took a sip of spirits, wiping the wine stains on his sleeves, and smiled with a hidden knife. Young man, you are facing most of the 9th rank forces in the 4 domains. If you start a war, you will provoke the head forces in the 4 domains. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Don't use these to talk nonsense with me. I can do it in holy prison, I can do it in the martial god family, and the Genesis Alliance can do it. I'm still afraid that you people from the 4 regions. This place is too small, and I can fight in another place. Lin Chen waved his hand, the space opened, and raised his eyebrows at everyone. Come in and fight? Come here, within one move, this seat will let you know that the sky is high. This king really wants to see how powerful the rookies of the current era are, and the cattle critics are blowing the sky. 8 half-step Saint Kings and 4 Saint Kings stepped into the space plane at the same time. In a piece of ice and snow, this place is one of the retreat planes of the Bingxin Palace, which is very suitable for fighting. When everyone just arrived. LOL. Electric snakes danced, and thousands of thunder lights ripped apart the sky and turned into rolling thunder dragons. The violent thunder punishment holy king grabbed the void with one palm, crushed the space, and blasted at Lin Chen. Boom. 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 The ice and snow rolled up, and the wind blew up. The electric light spread. Lin Chen stepped on the cloud shadow, and the body was in control of the sky. Light. Don't take it lightly, this child's movement is not easy. The Kunlun holy king narrowed his eyes, and all the contempt in his eyes was put away. The cloud shadow dissipated, and Lin Chen smiled playfully. So violent? Immediately, his eyes flashed a strange light, and a rare excitement emerged. The subconscious Kakubi of the half-step holy kings tightened. What does this kid want? This kind of look is like the look of a bored child discovering a brand new toy. Saint Power, come out. With a cold drink, Lin Chen's shoulders trembled, the world changed drastically, and the terrifying tide of holy power surged like a giant wave. 50 holy acupoints and 50 virtual holy acupoints are rushing violently. With waves of hurricane-like holy power. Lin Chen's chi and blood seems to be burning violently, blazing like the sun, and the red sky rises. At this moment, the pupils of the 4 holy kings shrank. They sensed that all of Lin Chen's holy energy gathered at an extremely fast speed and came out of the body, with a desperate taste. Old. He laughed loudly and said, I can't let go of the holy king sparring that I sent to the door this time. Everyone was stunned. Holy king, sparring? Is this child arrogant to such an extent? Throughout the holy world, who dares to say that the holy king is used for training? The splendid holy king's jade hand waved continuously, and the pink petals floated all over the world with a graceful appearance. There was no previous calmness, and some were just waiting for the battle. The Qingpao Saint King said coldly, he wants to use all the holy power in one breath. Something is wrong. Above Lin Chen's head, a group of light that resembled a flickering lantern rose. Can be like a pole star, colorful, splendid, and magnificent, revealing absolute murderous intent. The four holy kings felt a bit of fear of death for the lantern-shaped energy. Light group. At this moment, all of Lin Chen's avatar, holy acupoint, holy power, has been taken out, and not even a trace is left. The next moment, the 9-color star trembled and divided into 5. Lin Chen slammed his 5 fingers into a grip, and 5 groups of beautiful stars bloomed in an instant. Star burst. The 5-color star suddenly burst out. Not good. Defend with all your strength. The 12 people predicted in advance, and each exhibited their own unique skills, and many visions of holy light took shape in an instant. At this moment, these 12 people are completely in a state of joining forces, rather than having their own thoughts. There is a risk of death if we do not join forces. Sigh. Boom. The stars are in full bloom, and the heaven and the earth return to chaos. Xuanyu, near the vast river. Boom. 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 The space trembled violently for hundreds of times, and the strong aftermath of energy spread nearly half of the mysterious domain. Although it has not spread to Xuanyu, it has left a kind of fear carved into the bones of the strong in Xuanyu. They don't know what happened, but if this energy erupts from Xuanyu, there will be countless deaths and injuries, and life will be devastated. The vast river is full of raging waves. 12 people were in embarrassed form, and they were suspended in the air. That move just now directly turned the entire plane into nothingness. A few half-step Saint Kings were even wounded, and their expressions were full of horror. This was under the premise of their joint defense, and they were also rewarded. However, Lin Chen had no killing intent towards them. This attack did not trigger the extermination crack. It was considered a disgrace to the other party and a chance for himself to try his sword. The splendid Holy King's beautiful eyes flowed with blue waves, and when he stared at Lin Chen, he was amazed and admired, and 3-pointed in awe. Terrible. With that move just now, if the people they were present faced alone, they would die. There is almost no way out. If their reaction is a little slower, I am afraid that even their 4 holy kings will be rewarded. Absolutely the top of the orange level exercises. But the problem is that even if they are better than the 4 veteran Saint Kings, even if they practice the top orange level exercises, they are far from being able to play this kind of power. This guy, who is so holy. Lin Chen's avatar's expression was full of ecstasy. Too strong. This is the top-level cultivation technique of the orange level, and its power is infinitely close to the 9 tribulation star. But the most powerful 9 tribulation star, Lin Chen can only use it once in a short period of time. And for this annihilation starburst, as long as Lin Chen's rune energy is enough, he can use it as many times as he wants. However, in order to use this kind of power, Lin Chen's clone must be in full bloom. During the battle, the clone will consume holy power, and the power will also decrease. But the most important thing is that Oblivion Starburst is only in the state of 0 enhancement, and it is only increased by extreme God possession, and the auxiliary effect of Ambilight is only applicable to the orange level. Advanced exercises or below, Annihilation Starburst is not within the scope of application. If Annihilation Starburst can be strengthened, the power can be improved by several grades. System, restore the state of the Phantom Avatar. Consume 400,000 points of holy rune energy to make up for all the holy power lost by the clone. 400,000 points. Lin Chen's existing rune energy is only more than 20 million. And using it almost once is equivalent to consuming a phantom clone. Seeing that Lin Chen's holy power has returned to its heyday, the four holy kings were completely stunned. What kind of monster is this? Restoring holy power is as simple as eating and drinking? That is the holy power of 100 holy acupoints. Do you think it is 1 or 2 holy acupoints? The Qingpao Saint King exclaimed, as expected of a guy who dares to challenge. Genesis, I will wait for the downfall. Lin Chen jokingly smiled and said, why, do you want to do it again? Next time, I won't be merciful. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched. Why is this called mercy? You are cruel. The four holy kings said their goodbyes one after another, and the 8 half-step holy kings also fled in anger. In the seclusion plain of Bingxin Palace, when Lin Chen's deity opened his eyes, he said with great satisfaction, I have just completed my training with sparring. There is no doubt that this move Annihilation Starburst will become my most recent a powerful killer, if I activate the Godslayer talent. State to use this move, I will be as strong as the Dragon Clan Tianyu Elder. That day, and it will not be as simple as getting injured. Lin Chen got up, and the consumption from the Alliance War has recovered as before. He smiled casually, it's time to go out. Brush. In the Bingxin Palace, Lin Chen summoned all the servants. In 7 days, the wounded person has basically been freed from the worry of life, more than half of the recovery, and it is no longer a problem to travel. When Lin Chen was sitting in the first hall of Bingxin Palace, all the servants followed his horse's head. Those present now are all Lin Chen's trusted confidants or servants. The previous palace master of Xinyan Palace and the Dharma protector, Shangguanju, were also there. Lin Chen's first sentence was still amazing. Next, I can let you practice the exercises, mental methods, alchemy, fingerprints, holy artifacts, bloodlines, etc. In a word, for the things you can improve your strength, I can make them original basic abilities, and then increase 4, start 5 times. Boom. The brains of all the servants exploded in an instant. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose wildly. Since he wants to start a full-scale war, then he will play big. He's about to showdown. What's the situation? Lin Chen's words subverted all the cognition and common sense of the servants. They wouldn't be too surprised if Lin Chen told them that he had a way to improve the power of their exercises. After all, there are special secret techniques similar to Fei Wuxuang's Ambolite that increase the power of the exercises. But what Lin Chen said is everything. Together with the sacred artifact, bloodline, mental method, and all the things that can improve the strength. Shangguanju Shuatue was stunned and said incredulously, You, Lin Chen, are you serious? How do you do it? I'm afraid you will have to pay a small price to accomplish this kind of thing. She was afraid that Lin Chen would do something impulsive and stupid. Now, he is the hope of the entire team, and no one can let Lin Chen have any trouble. Lin Chen joked and said, Why are you so worried about me? You can fall in love with me, but don't fall in love with me. Shangguanju rolled his eyes at him, You won't be stimulated by going to the Genesis Alliance, and you want to spend a lot of money to raise our cultivation base and strength collectively after you come back, right? If so, forget it, you are the leader and core of the team. Lin Chen raised his hand and interrupted her, Don't worry, I really want to spend a lot of money to strengthen you, but my price will not affect my strength and potential, let alone my lifespan. As long as you God's Fire Palace and I are in the same heart, and I can even make you have the same effect. Lin Chen's remarks reminded the servants of the big men who followed Lin Chen's second assault on the holy prison some time ago. Their mental techniques and cultivation techniques have all increased their power several times in a short period of time. Could it be that the Lord can also give them this level of ability? Lin Chen said with a smile, "From now on, you can concentrate on resting your mind and close your eyes, and inwardly deduce the mental techniques you need to use and the best martial arts and combat skills. Or secret techniques and secret techniques, each person can choose 3, and after the selection is over, practice it in your mind in turn." The servants immediately followed suit. After a little hesitation, Shangguan Ju and the previous palace master also began to sit cross-legged and closed their eyes, running the Xinyan Heart Sutra system. I want to use the attribute transfer function to transform the exercises and mental methods that have all the targets. Start to consume 5200 Heavenly Dao value, 8200 Heavenly Dao value, 2300 Heavenly Dao value, 20,000 intermediate strengthening points, and start the attribute transfer function. At this moment, all the exercises, mental techniques, and bloodlines deduced in the minds of all servants began to enhance. Then, Lin Chen snapped his fingers. Pa! All the sacred weapons, and treasures held in the air transport capsules of all servants will start to enhance. Lin Chen smiled coquettishly as always. Genesis, you have your Saint Talent List, Holy Prison Team, and Martial Arts Alliance, so what? I'm so handsome, I can make everyone in the entire team have the power of the system. Attribute value, I just saved enough. Let's see if your alliance is stronger, or if my team is more dangling. Lin Chen's crazy plan, systematization of all staff. Play is the heartbeat. Now, his attribute value is enough to strengthen the strength of the entire team. People who are as strong as Jiang Taishu and Xiao Linger who control special means, if they are strengthened, their strength can be multiplied several times. When everyone was receiving the baptism and strengthening of the system, Lin Chen stepped out of the Bingxin Palace. Lin Chen, there is still something to do. When he was looking up, what caught his eye was a jasper ice branch hanging on a cliff. The beautiful woman's green dress was as elegant as a lotus, her eyes were picturesque, and it was as quiet as a quietly blooming snow lotus blooming on the snow-capped mountains. The beautiful woman turned her head, looking forward to the dazed young man. Her jade finger lightly stroked the blue silk on her ear, and smiled sweetly. Is the matter completed? Lin Chen shrugged. How can it be so easy? I'm so busy that I don't even have time to find your fairy. Ning Qingxian smiled and landed next to Lin Chen, and said softly, Ling Shuang has already started to retreat. The two walked side by side. Lin Chen said, this girl has a lot of potential. I always feel that her life experience is not that simple. Ning Qingxian nodded and continued, maybe one day after the incident, we can find the whereabouts of her parents for her. According to the historical records of the Holy Realm, there is not only a martial god in the human race. She smiled quietly, are you going to leave again? Lin Chen smiled and said, yes, Fairy Jamaning. Ning Qingxian gave him a wide-eyed look, if you don't think I'm a burden, then take me with you. Then let's go. Lin Chen stretched out his arms and wrapped his arms around the beauty's slender waist, escaping into the void. His clone and the holy dragon need to stay in the Bingxin Palace. Now Jiang Taishu is still receiving system enhancements and cannot deduce the enemy's movements. All his strength must stay here. In the void shuttle, Lin Chen walked all the way through the void, this time. His destination was Chiyu. He was going to the Tsangyuan mystery realm, the ancient temple, where he came to the holy realm at the beginning of the year. Now that the situation in the holy world has changed drastically, the ancient God, as a wisp of the will of the true God, may be able to give him some pointers. In addition, Lin Chen succeeded in destroying the Son of Heaven, and he had to be informed of this matter, which made him a knot in the old man's heart. Feeling Lin Chen's warm arms, Fairy's jade cheeks were slightly crimson, and she seemed to think of something, and sighed faintly. I often think about why the human race always has disputes, and always has to use force to solve problems. There is always a better solution. Why can't we sit down and solve things peacefully? Is there really no such thing in this world? A peaceful world where everyone has lost their cultivation and is ordinary? Lin Chen suddenly said. Without cultivation, everyone's ordinary world exists in this world. Ning Qingxian looked at him in surprise. Lin Chen also said, my hometown is like this, the human race has longevity. But it is only 100 years old, and all living beings are equal. Ning Qingxian looked at the young man with a calm and somewhat self-deprecating look. He laughed and said, but, Qingxian, you are wrong. There is no world that can't afford disputes. No matter how advanced the ideology is and how equal everyone is, there will never be a peaceful world in this world. I know you are indifferent and elegant by nature, but this answer will never exist. Lin Chen turned to stare at Ning Qingxian, beating her heart word by word. It's not that the human race has a cultivation base to create a fight. Even if it has no power, it hides in a corner where it can't see its true face. As long as it can make a sound and express its desire, the disputes between people will be eternal. Whether it is the intersection of swords and swords with cultivation, or the opposite of evil words bound by French. The essence of the two is the same. The evil of human nature exists forever. If you want it to disappear, unless you let the race disappear. Ning Qingxian was stunned, unable to calm down for a long time. After the era of Genesis, the destruction of the world began, and many areas were transformed into purgatory on earth. Ning Qingxian, who witnessed this phenomenon, was heartbroken and kept searching for another answer in the world. If in the world there really exists such a paradise, and the answer, can it save the current holy world? However, Lin Chen personally broke her naive expectations. After a long time, Ning Qingxian usurped her jade hand, grabbed Lin Chen's robe, buried it in Lin Chen's arms, and called softly. Really, isn't that possible? Lin Chen said helplessly, it's infinitely close to zero. Ning Qingxian said, haven't you always been able to create miracles? Even you can't do it. Lin Chen smiled bitterly, you look at me too highly, I'm not a great man. Ning Qingxian said, then, how do you save the holy world? Lin Chen caressed the beauty Qingxi, and said helplessly, I never save the world, it's just that Genesis is in front of me, I'm going to turn it over. That's all. Brush. A azure light flashed, and in the endless void, Lin Chen rushed to a secret realm shrouded in cold air. It is the Tsangyuan mystery realm that Lin Chen once entered. Before, Lin Chen did not have the strength to forcibly break it open. Now, he can tear apart most of the mysterious realm with a snap of his fingers. With a wave of one hand, Lin Chen and Ning Qingxian entered the secret realm together. Inside a quaint and desolate ancient temple. The white clothes fluttering, like a fairy, the beautiful person caresses the guqin and plays a song, Jin and I is too beautiful. Suddenly, Renner's eyes froze, and he swept the strings between his fingers. Who dares to trespass the ancient temple? Brush. The wind blade whizzed away, two figures appeared in the void, and the young man's laughter echoed. Well, this breeze is really good, and it blew back my hair that was messed up. On my way. The white man's beautiful eyes trembled, and her offensive did not even swipe the corner of the opponent's clothes. Visitors are no small matter. Qinglian, step back, my own. The old man in sackcloth appeared, immortal in style, with a childlike appearance. His eyes looked into the distance, and he stroked his beard and laughed. Little guy, I haven't seen you for a few years. The body training has reached the half-step king, spiritualized Yuanshan, holy. Even the old man felt palpitations in the force fluctuation, and he was in charge of more than 7,000 high-grade different crystals. Lin Chen respectfully clasped his fists. Senior ancient gods, live up to the high esteem. The apprentice who killed the master has already died at the hands of the kid. Ning Qingxian saluted with him. Ying bowed. Lin Chen handed the ancient god several scrolls that he had obtained by defeating Yin Tianzi. When the ancient god's will was received, he trembled. Hearing the news of Yin Tianzi, he fell into a long silence and slowly closed his eyes. In the end, countless emotions turned into a sigh that echoed back and forth in the hall. Immediately, Gu Shenlang said with a smile, little guy, come in for tea, and talk to me about the current situation of the human race in the holy world. Lin Chen and Ning Qingxian entered the hall and briefly explained the current situation of the human race in the holy world. Good guy, you actually went to the dragon realm. Even the holy prison formed by those guys dares to do it, ha 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 ha. What? You still slept with the demon empress? Boy, you can't tell that you are armed with a peerless killer. Ha ha ha. Really happy, this old man really wants to see such a famous scene of a happy life with his own eyes. Well, the Genesis Alliance, the bloodlines of the 9 divine birds, it's really tricky, but with your potential, it's only a matter of time before you surpass him. The ancient god hadn't laughed so freely for a long time. Hearing about Lin Chen's experience, he even wanted to keep him here for 10 days and 10 nights. Lin Chen said seriously, Senior Ancient God, now with my power, can I resurrect you, or continue the will of the primordial spirit? The ancient god raised his hand to interrupt him, and said with a light smile, little guy, I know what you want to say. I did fall to the holy realm before I perished, but I want to resurrect or take me away. With your current strength, you can't do it, at least you have to become a god. Lin Chen frowned, becoming a god, this road is still too far for him. Then, Lin Chen said again, Senior Ancient God, do you know these people? Lin Chen handed out more than a dozen portraits portrayed by the power of Yuanshan, which were lifelike and real as if they were real people. Moreover, Lin Chen explained all the characteristics of these 17 people. The ancient god has a long experience, and he must know more than himself. Maybe he can know the information of these people at his old man's place. For these 17 people, Lin Chen needs to take it seriously. The ancient god was surprised, it turned out to be these guys. He showed a look of recollection. Back then, after the War of the 9 Clans, some people who were fishermen got the chance to be gods. They were captured by the gods of the Holy Realm and pressed for secrets. The old man thought they were already dead. When the ancient god introduced all the origins of these people to Lin Chen, his expression was very wonderful. The top killer, magician, mathematician, primordial spirit body, proficient in forbidden arts, arrow saint, sword goddess. Lin Chen murmured to himself, in the dark, there is a magical certainty. Isn't this exactly the same as his team? Lin Chen pondered in his heart, it seems that there will be a battle between my people and them. Then, Lin Chen said again, by the way, Senior, why does the human race Kyushu have your divine artifact Sky Pagoda, and the origin of the eternal holy fire? What is it? As strong as the current Lin Chen, he also failed to fully understand the origin of the eternal flame. Even when he wanted to help Bai Ruoyan with the blood of the divine dragon of good fortune, the eternal holy flame would automatically protect the master. And the energy was particularly powerful. If it is really a knife, Lin Chen's current cultivation level may not be able to beat the eternal flame. The eyes of the ancient god showed some hope and a low look of memory. After a long time, he slowly said, forget it, with your current strength and potential, you will know it sooner or later, and it's okay to tell you now. When the universe first opened, a ray of divine fire descended with the world, bathing all races in the God realm. Living beings, after the baptism of God. Fire, the human race has gods born. Then one day, the universe under the God realm broke into a powerful demon king from nowhere. Lin Chen's heart trembled. Demon king? He has only heard of the demon emperor, but never the demon king. The demon king is far superior to the demon emperor. According to the old man's incomplete memory, it seems to come from a farther universe, and it involved a peerless battle that shocked the realm of the gods. That battle involved the secrets of the higher universe. The only news that has survived, perhaps only the dragon clan, there was an ancestral dragon that was on the verge of death, and it also descended on the Shinha galaxy. As for the follow-up, the memory of this old man has been lost. But what is certain is that the human race of the God realm sent 9 messengers, carrying a wisp of the eternal fire of the fire, to suppress the devil god king. Even if it is just the fire, it is far beyond the power of the ordinary fire. Come down from the God realm and kill one of the 9 messengers of the demon king. Recalling this incident, the ancient god revealed a lingering fear for the first time. He didn't even show timidity in the face of the battle of annihilation before his death, but that battle left a deep impression on him. Lin Chen was shocked. The ancient god actually came from the realm of the gods. 9 messengers? Senior ancient god is actually one of the 9 messengers from the God realm. God realm, this world is too ethereal and illusory for Lin Chen. He never imagined what the God realm would be like. The ancient god continued, the devil king at that time was seriously injured and wanted to devour all the galaxies near the Kamigawa galaxy to recover his wounds, but was stopped by the 9 messengers from the God realm, and the battle of the gods occurred at the edge of the Kami River galaxy, which is both the mortal world, scattered locations. In that battle, countless creatures were destroyed, 6 of them were sacrificed with 9 messengers, and when he finally killed the demon king, he was forever imprisoned by the eternal flame, and his last remnant was suppressed by the sky tower. Stay, and then use countless stars and the sky tower as the eyes, until the will of the demon king is burned with the holy fire. Speaking of this, the ancient god sighed. As long as the demon king has a bit of will, it is possible to make a comeback. The eternal holy fire has a certain restraint effect on the demons. So the holy fire must stay here forever until it burns into nothingness. And the demon body of the demon king is indestructible, surpassing ordinary divine power. Although it died, it did not completely perish. After being shattered, it turned into pieces. So far, another round of demon wars in the lower realm has been triggered. And the demons who obtained the fragments of the demon king's body are the Gods who later became emperors, and most of the demon emperors in the demon world obtained the demon body of the demon king. Fragment, Fang became emperor in the demon race. After the talk, Lin Chen's heart was full of waves. The eternal flame has such a long history. The ancient god seemed to be thinking of something. He pointed at Lin Chen's eyebrows, and said with a smile, as for the sky tower in the Kyushu continent, it is a thing of the gods, it needs the gods of 9 messengers to be fully activated. The old man can only let you become its ally, but you don't have complete control. There was a fire mark between Lin Chen's eyebrows, and then it gradually disappeared and hid in his body. Lin Chen cupped his hands. Thank you, Senior, for your blessing. The ancient god smiled and said, if you encounter danger in the mortal world, activate this seal, and the sky tower will help you, but if you are in the holy world, it will be beyond its reach unless you can completely control it. Moreover, you are not saying that you or does his little girlfriend control an eternal flame. If you want to revive the old man's soul, maybe you can try to use the eternal flame. Lin Chen and the ancient god talked a lot, and Ning Qingxian listened quietly, as if seeing the magnificent ancient times, the period when the sages of the human race came out. And Lin Chen also really understood that before the creation of the holy realm, all kinds of amazing and brilliant people emerged from the human race. Well, it seems that before the creation of the holy realm, there was no one who was more handsome than me, so I can rest assured. Someone Lin stood up solemnly and said with a casual smile, Senior Ancient God, if you have anything to do, call me with the mark of your primordial spirit at any time. Gu Shenfeng smiled lightly. Of course, when the old man expects you to become a god, the old man has to wait. Lin Chen teased, what's the use of waiting? Seniors eat hot pot and sing songs, and listen to fairy bullets, and play the piano. I may become. The two looked at each other and laughed. This kid doesn't even blush for bragging. The old man likes it. In the end, Lin Chen asked, by the way, Senior Ancient God, how to deal with this method of cultivating different crystals. Lin Chen spread out 7 ancient books and handed them over to his old man. The ancient god was stunned, and he released his spiritual consciousness and swept away. Before Yin Tianzi was alive, he even pushed the method of cultivating high-grade heterocrystals. For this disciple's talent, his old man's eyes are still hot. It's a pity that you have to embark on a path of killing masters, otherwise one apprentice and one teacher will surely become an eternal legend on the list of saints. The ancient god shook his head and laughed. It's up to you. The old man is very at ease with this little guy. Just a little. He specially took out 2 ancient books and said with a smile, this book of middle grade and low grade different crystal cultivation methods, the old man wants you to publicly grant it to everyone in the entire holy world for free. In the future. Lin Chen was slightly surprised. The ancient god laughed. His laughter was bold and transparent. Ordinary geniuses have limited access to the upper levels. In this case, this old man is willing to set a precedent for this, and then help mortals in the world. May the sincere geniuses in the holy world be like dragons. Lin Chen smiled. Senior is righteous, this kid admires it. Well, I will choose a suitable time and teach it to more mortals in the holy world in a more suitable way. If I throw my hands out irresponsibly, it will cause an uproar, and I will avoid the knowledge of evil sects and treacherous people. After creating the isomorphic method, more people are endangered. The ancient god smiled and said, I don't worry about you doing things. After leaving the ancient temple, in the void, Ning Qingxian asked curiously, what's next? Lin Chen shrugged. Next? The next step is very simple. It's over, Ollie. 2 days later, in Bingxin Palace. All the servants looked at themselves with a shocking look, like discovering a new continent, and then looked at Lin Chen. My burning Heaven Luoyang Heart Sutra, the power has increased more than 6 times. Bloodline has broken through. My bloodline is actually close to the bloodline of the descendants of God. And my 7th grade holy sword demon moon broken soul, I tried it just now. And its power is not inferior to the 8th grade. The old man's signature technique has broken through a whole new realm. Even the previous doubts are all figured out. All the servants almost knelt down to Lin Chen. Lord, always drop God. In the past 3 days, their cultivation techniques have broken through. Their bloodlines have soared, and their combat skills have been enlightened. All of which have at least doubled their power. Placed within the same level, they are now smashing opponents of the same level in minutes. It's as easy as an adult hammering a child. This improvement is a qualitative change from the inside out. They really can't think of anyone else who can do it except a true God that surpasses mortals. Isn't this a miracle of God? The chief grand elder of Xinyan Palace even stared at Lin Chen stubbornly. The bottleneck of her realm has not increased since the last time she retreated for 100 years, and this time it has loosened a little. Just because the spiritual power of Xinyan Heart Sutra has skyrocketed. Domineering as Shangguanju, and like a developed girl at this time, Shui Tu stared at Lin Chen in shock. Terrible. Her mental skills and her unique skills have tripled in power. This is the ultimate foundation of what an immortal has. Lin Chen pretended to be frightened, clutching his chest, and said in horror. What do you want to do in Xinyan Palace? Let's talk about it first. I'm the owner of the gun. Shangguanju glared at him fiercely, looking very charming, and couldn't help but say, what the hell are you doing? Don't ask. Lin Chen interrupted her with a half-smiling smile. How do I do it? I'll teach you at night when I have time. You Xingyan Palace just need to no, help me take care of Ruoyan, follow me with peace of mind, and similar things will happen in the future. The benefits will be available to the entire Xingyan Palace. The 3 people in Xingyan Palace were shocked. The previous palace master was shocked and full of relief. The chief grand elder even rekindled his fighting spirit. She knew very well what it would mean for Lin Chen to transform their spiritual level. This level is far beyond the transformation benefits that Wu Pianju brought them. This son of Lin Chen, they have followed suit. After seeing the change in the demeanor of the chief elder of Xinyan Palace, Lin Chen laughed. Everyone, don't talk nonsense, let's go, take off the sword. Domain. Zi Qianzhou opened the formation, and Xiao Linger used the space channel. During the journey, Lin Chen also continued to refine a large number of new high-grade heterocrystals that he had cultivated, and the element attribute values were soaring. 4 days later. Sword Domain, Primordial Sword City. The quaint and sensible city released a fierce sword intent. The Sword City is listed as a tomb of swords, a sword tablet, and a forest of swords. Boom. 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 A sword tablet was shattered, a group of saints were blown away by a sword. And holy blood was sprinkled in the sky. The blue-robed man at the head, with a handsome face full of coldness and dignity, stared at the 20 people in the void. Among these 20 people, there are actually 3 holy kings, and one of them is a famous sword king. The king of Kendo reigns in the world. Enter the Tao with the sword and become a holy king, and control the sword's will to destroy life and death. This is The king of the real kings. And the man in green robe who was injured was Jian Qingqing's father, Jian Qing. At this time, Primordial Sword City is encountering an unprecedented disaster. Jianqing roared unwillingly, "Have you even become the lackeys of Genesis? The luck of dominating the sword region is not enough, and you have to cut off all the escape routes in this world." 20 people in the void sneered for a while, and their eyes were full of mockery and disdain. The leader of the purple-clothed Sword King raised his head and laughed. "Jian Qing, you are too naive, you are too naive, you win or lose, why do you need to say more? This king only asks you whether to hand over Lin Chen's thieves or not. This king just warned, the next sword will not be so simple." The Saint King in white next to him sneered, "The person who knows the current affairs is Junjia, Jianqing, your decision will save the life of the entire Primordial Sword City, don't kill yourself just because of a little friendship." Lin Chen's servant team moved to this time, and the rumors were leaked. When some people returned to Jianyu, they were scrutinized by some mathematicians in Jianyu. And it happened that the strongest 9th grade sect in the sword domain, the Eternal Sword Sect, had a good relationship with Genesis, so they dispatched a very small number of top elites to grab people directly. "If you don't, you will die. It's very simple, behind the Eternal Sword Gate is the Heavenly Sword King, Zhao Lingtian. This person is the most powerful swordsman in the 36 domains of the Holy Realm today, besides the Sword God, and the only person who can reach the level of sword intent. In this era, the Sword God does not appear, and the King of Swords is the strongest king of swordsmanship. Of course, it is not under the premise of the beginning of the Jin dynasty. Why be a person from difficult Sword City? The lackeys of the Genesis Alliance will always be so cruel and violent. This old man doesn't want it, I will fight with you." At this time, the Danyu Presbyterian Association, Yi family, Jiata, Zixia King, Dali and some servants and hidden world powerhouses appeared one after another from the secret passage of Jianqing. All of them looked at death as if they were at home, with a posture that the fish died and the net was broken. There are several servants at the top of the 18th floor and the 9-turn peak, who have already done their best to break the boat and stand in the opposite direction of the opponent's holy king. The purple-clothed Sword King raised his eyebrows. "Have you finally appeared? Take you down, and count me as a gift from Jianmen to Genesis." Zheng. With a dragon cry, his sword was unsheathed, and the purple-colored cloud ripped apart the sky. His sword swept across and slashed, and the soft cloud light shattered everything, as if it was only this sword. The vicissitudes of life turned to ashes in just an instant. With this sword down, those who can survive will only be important people. Everyone looked at death as if they were going to die, and they were going to face it. The space trembled violently, and the air, clouds and light shattered into the sky, like the stars, beautiful. You kendo experts are stunned. The previous sword of the Tai Sword King was enough to obliterate most of the creatures below the half-step Holy King cultivation level. Boom. Brush. At this time, the distant clouds were divided, and the two vast palaces moved like a void, banging and banging from outside the Primordial Sword City, pushing them all the way. I saw that the young man stepped on the top of the palace, and the two palaces flashed and turned sideways all the way under his feet at an extremely fast speed. The powerhouse of Eternal Sword Sect was dumbfounded. He actually drifted here with two palaces? Is the road so wild? Boom. When Bingxin Palace and Xinyan Palace descended outside Primordial Sword city, he jumped into the air wearing a silver robe, swirled in the air, and when he stepped into the sky above the clouds and overlooked the strong man in Jianmen, the corner of his mouth rose, and he laughed jokingly. You guys from Genesis? Well, you've been surrounded by me alone. Jianmen people. A man surrounded them? The way is wild, little brother. Boom. Clang. Clang. Zheng. The light of the sword dances wildly, the sword energy is soaring to the sky. And the light of the sword is like a tide. Everyone in Jianmen was stunned. What is the origin of this child? Do it. As soon as we meet? Tai golden king sword. The purple-clothed sword king cut out a golden avenue, and Gangjin's sharp edge shook the sky. The sword of innocence. 2 void dragon sword. There are hundreds of sword moves, and the 20 strong swordsmen of the ancient swords each use their unique skills to block Lin Chen's offensive. Boom. Boom. Lin Chen's holy dragons, Taishi divine light, shrouded everyone and covered everyone to retreat quickly. Lord. The servants shouted in surprise and ecstasy. They felt a whole new realm. The Lord, who had not seen him for half a year, has skyrocketed to an unbelievable level. The red-haired beauty beside Jianqing looked at the man in her heart. She was very happy, and she was sincerely happy for his soaring strength. Yi Qingguo in the team waved his pink fist and shouted excitedly, Lin Chen. Why are you here? Quickly flatten them. Master? Lin Chen? King Tai sword, who barely took over the first wave of Lin Chen's offensive, was startled, his face horrified. Are you Lin Chen? Lin Chen held the slaughtering spear in his hand, stepped on the cloud shadow to kill, and laughed sternly. Stop talking nonsense, look at the gun. Those who move lousy must be prepared to eat lousy's big black gun. The gun body danced, and the sky was full of dark thunders dancing like electric snakes, and the world-destroying thunder lights rushed down like electric dragons. Boom. 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 The electric dragon spear shone in an instant, and they smashed down one after another. The electric dragon penetrated the defenses of many strong swordsmen, and was played a life-saving trump card in one face. Hiss. Zixia King Valley, Danyu, and Yi family's people are suffocating. What kind of combat power is this? Smashing the half-step king, the 9-turned saint, and hitting 3 saint kings face-to-face still have the upper hand. Lin Chen, how perverted has he become in the past 6 months? Linger. Lin Chen snorted coldly, and Xiao Linger transmitted a voice through the air. My lord, the barrier has been completed, please let go and fight. After speaking, the massive amount of space holy light flashed one after another like silver light, and everyone who was under the protection of Taishi divine light flashed to a distance of 100,000 miles in a flash. Boom. 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 When there was another series of explosions, the Tai Sword King and the 2 Holy Kings were once again hit by Lin Chen's clone in melee combat. This time, Lin Chen aimed at the gap in their melee range, and with the speed of his movement, he instantly started to fight. When he realized that there were actually 5 avatars of Lin Chen, and all of them possessed the holy power of the Holy King realm, the Sword King Tai immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Quickly withdraw. He was about to tear apart the space and sneak, but found that an invisible barrier had cut off all the outside space. They can't find a space to go to the outside world. They wanted to escape, but Lin Chen didn't give this chance. It was the Avatar's close-knit melee attack that gave Lin Chen the best chance. Supernatural talent. The three clones smashed away with one palm. First, the Tai Sword King and the two Holy Kings disappeared in an instant. Then, the other two phantom avatars instantly transformed thousands of cloud shadows into the afterglow, and all the strong swordsmen were ingested into the superspace plane. In time and space, Lin Chen appeared, with 7 phantom clones, looking down at all the people. In Jianmen. Give you 3 breaths, kneel down to seal the cave, and explain the Genesis story. I can spare your life, otherwise, I will die. A killing intent flashed across Lin Chen's eyes. The Tai Sword King grinned and said, "It's just a special space holy artifact, what's your arrogance?" Lin Chen shook his head and said, "I gave you the opportunity, if you don't cherish it, then go to Huangquan Road and regret it." Since he doesn't surrender, Lin Chen will take the initiative to attack. Zheng. Lin Chen's clone slashed out a divine power Kaitian sword, and the Kaitian giant sword smashed down. Immediately afterwards, the clone pulled Jiaxiixing's anger and shocked Xinglei, and shot an arrow, splitting the shadows in an instant, divided into 5. Boom. 1 Sword King, 2 Holy Kings, and 17 Sword Gate powerhouses joined forces to block Lin Chen's offensive. The Tai Sword King said with a sneer, "I still want to kill us at this level." Before he finished speaking, his pupils suddenly trembled. In the space just above it, Lin Chen's phantom clone suspended 5 magnificent lantern-like star clusters, overflowing with the aura of destruction, making them feel the fear of death. The previous 4 Holy Kings were on full defense. This time, Lin Chen has used 2 orange-level advanced skills to disperse their resistance, and now is the moment when the holy power is running. Lin Chen smiled. Annihilation, starburst. Boom. Another nuclear day. The stars were shining, and the smoke of the wolf shrouded the superspace plane. The energy of the starburst evaporated countless mushroom clouds, and the energy of the world was like a giant python. Seeing that the Tai Sword King and the 2 half-step Saint Kings were still injured, Lin Chen didn't say nonsense, and he didn't bother to ask. Tai Sword intent. Sword King Tai vomited blood, and slashed out another sword. A wisp of nihilistic sword intent wiped all of Lin Chen's blade chi fragments into nihility. Oh? Lin Chen was surprised. He mobilized his clone again, and cast annihilation. Starburst. Sword King Tai gritted his teeth fiercely, and cut out 3 strands of sword intent to protect his body. Boom. The destructive aura of the annihilation of the starburst burst forth again. When the wolf smoke disappeared, the 3 figures were covered in blood, still standing in the energy storm. Lin Chen couldn't help but wonder, this is the sword intent of the Deshang. Period, it's really strong. Lin Chen does not cultivate artistic conception, and artistic conception can be roughly divided into early stage, middle stage, great achievement, and enlightenment. The sword intent of this Tai Sword King is slightly inferior to Feng Ling's. And if the strong Sword King uses the sword intent, it will be a battle of life and death. Lin Chen was enough to kill the Holy King's annihilation starburst, but he didn't kill them twice in a row. The Tai Sword King said savagely, "Lin Chen, if you killed us, Lord Zhao Ling Tian will not let you go. Now that the 3 of us are released, you still have a chance." Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. "Everyone is an adult, don't be so naive. I killed so many people in your Jianmen, do I let you go? Go to your Jianmen for supper and drink, and you will be spared?" "I?" Zheng. Lin Chen didn't use his spear, he slashed violently with the frozen heaven sword in his hand, and the 5 heaven-opening giant swords fell straight away. The Tai Sword King disregarded the injury, slashed his sword to the sky, and sacrificed the last trace of sword intent to strangle the sky with the giant sword. God Tears Burning Sky Arrow. Lin Chen's avatar slashed again. Jiao Xingxing angrily pulled his bow and shot, splitting shadows in an instant, penetrating the defense of the 2 kings. Then, the sword light exploded, strangling 3 people with endless pieces of sword energy, frantically triggering destruction blast and destruction crack, sending them all on their way. The superspace plane is so powerful. Here, all means of escape from the Holy King will be blocked. On this day, the Eternal Sword Sect was shocked. The core elders, 2 holy kings, and a sword king all fell at the same time. The host obtained 12,400 top-level Heavenly Dao points, 8.9 billion holy level blood, 40,000 ignition energy, 20,000 holy level rune energy, 20,000 holy level martial arts essence, 6.9 billion suit essence, 42 million points. Intermediate strengthening points, 1 billion points of saint-level spiritual power. The 3 holy kings perished, and Lin Chen's attribute value was soaring. However, Lin Chen is not what it used to be. The quantity and quality of the attribute values dropped is directly proportional to the difficulty of the creatures the host kills. Lin Chen frowned. The guy who understands the sword intent is really difficult to deal with. This is still the sword intent in the Deshang period. If it is the realm of sword intent to the spirit, I am afraid that Lin Chen's body and 7 clones may not be an opponent. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and the meaning of thought passed over. In the Genesis Alliance, the most powerful holy kings under the true gods, Jin Taichu and Jiang Pui, respectively, have reached the realm of sword intent and sword intent. These 2, Lin Chen could have predicted, were the toughest enemy types. I also need experts of the same level to hold back these 2 guys. If you don't solve the problems of these 2 guys, there is no chance of winning against Genesis. Thinking of this, Lin Chen suddenly smiled. It seems that I can only leave it to Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun. The host gets 2 orange-level talent exclusive treasure chests and 1 special divine material fragment. At this time, the system light screen popped up, and Lin Chen was shocked. His orange-level talent treasure chests exceeded 10. Fusion now, you will have a high probability of getting the top talent of the orange rank, and guarantee an advanced talent of the orange rank. Once again beheading 3 holy kings, Lin Chen's harvest can be said to be extremely rich. Every human saint king, after countless epochs of accumulation, has a great net worth. One person can be compared to an entire 8-rank sect, and there are still more. Looking at the large number of exotic treasures scattered throughout the supertemporal plane, these are the treasures and accumulations in the Qi Luck planting capsule of the Sword Sect powerhouse. After being killed by Lin Chen, they are suspended and dropped here together with the attribute light ball. Lin Chen opened the air transport capsule and took it all away. He sighed helplessly. Battle is the fastest way to accumulate wealth, and it's true. Unfortunately, if there are no such things, I would rather not fight, find a beautiful paradise, and chat with the beauties, practice guns, do. Isn't he good for exercising? He fights all day and night. The human race has a lot of shit. Lin Chen's avatar quickly incorporated a large amount of golden Saint Yuan coins to restore holy power, and cast a starburst, which consumed more than hundreds of thousands of holy rune energy. If it weren't for the battle, Lin Chen would try his best to restore the holy power of the clone with medicinal pills or gold coins. After all, Lin Chen's current rune energy is not enough for him to splurge. In the primordial sword city, Lin Chen turned back here. Lord. The servants who escorted the Danyu elders immediately clasped their fists and said respectfully. Yi Qinggu flew like a butterfly and circled around Lin Chen like a curious baby, looked up and down, and smiled slyly. Okay, Brother Chen, I haven't seen you for half a year. You've been so fierce? You pushed back all those people just now? You're amazing. Lin Chen jokingly said, who are you looking down on? I've already killed them. When this statement came out, everyone was shocked. Yi Qinggu and Yi Lishue's mother and daughter lit up. Done? Those are two holy kings, one sword king. Zisha Wangu and Jiata and others were in awe, and there was still shock and amazement on their faces. In just half a year, Lin Chen has advanced by leaps and bounds to such a high level. They more or less know that Lin Chen paid a huge price when he challenged Xinyan Palace and killed the 4 holy kings and Yin Tianzi. But now, Lin Chen has killed 3 holy kings, a dozen rank 8 and rank 9 saints while talking and laughing. The current Lin Chen is not what it used to be. The people present deeply felt a feeling of betting right in the next game. That's right, it's time to start betting. They are on good terms with Lin Chen, and if Lin Chen and Genesis win the duel, they will benefit immensely. At this time, Xiao Linger was very happy, clapped her hands, and said happily. Big brother Feng Ling, they are rushing back. Xiao Linger noticed her own improvement, she was full of joy, stared at Lin Chen with her eyes full of autumn water, and her emotions were full of admiration and admiration. Even with a lot of experience, it is difficult to suppress the excitement at this moment. If she hadn't experienced it herself, she wouldn't even believe that her space magic had improved several times. If it was before, it would take at least 6 hours before she could perceive Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun approaching the edge plane of Jianyu. Now, as soon as the two of them arrived at the edge of the holy world, she already knew it through space magic. The means of the Lord can be called heaven-defying. Hearing Fang Ling's name, Jianqing suddenly realized, we sent a message to His Excellency Fang Ling and the others when they encountered danger just now. Jian Wuji, who hadn't seen him for a long time, patted Lin Chen's shoulder and sighed, boy, I haven't seen you for so many years, you are so strong. Lin Chen said humbly, Senior Jian Wuji, I don't deserve to be praised. You can praise me a little more when you have time. The crowd laughed. Immediately, Lin Chen smiled and waved his hand, his eyes swept around and said with a smile, since they are back, everyone, let's take root in Jianyu. Temporarily. At this time, Jiang Taishu suddenly said, my lord. The crowd looked at him. His expression was very serious, and he said solemnly, although this is inappropriate for the old man, His Excellency Fang Ling. Lin Chen raised his hand and interrupted him. Lin Chen smiled and said, I know what you want to say. You come out of the holy prison to follow me, and I will respond to your expectations. Lin Chen's eyes looked into the distance, and he laughed sternly, overflowing with rage. I want to completely liberate the luck of the sword domain and the sword domain. After this, as long as you have enough attainments, all beings in the holy world, and sword cultivators with the highest sincerity, everyone can enter the spirit of the sword, and the spirit of the sword can reach the gods. Sword domain, eternal sword gate. Above the clouds, a cloud gate stands between heaven and earth. The man in white sat cross-legged in the cloud, with a black sword, without a sheath placed beside him. The sword intent between his eyebrows became more and more exquisite. Condensed, immortal, and he dominated the ages. There is a kind of Xeon realm. At will. This person is the pinnacle of Kendo in the current era of the Holy Realm, the King of Swords, Zhao Ling Tian. Sword intent is the highest realm of swordsmanship and the ultimate realm of expressing self-strength. Those with sword intent can transform 10,000 swords into one thought and gain insight into all things in the world. When the mind moves, the sword intent is instantly released, and it will break through anything blocking it. For example, the user wants to split an island. When he has this idea, the sword will split the island instantly. The sword will follow your heart, and a thought will come. Nothing can stop it. Sword intent and sword intent are attached to the user's primordial spirit sea of consciousness, the primordial spirit power and holy power that will be consumed every time it is used, can make any attack power skyrocket. Sword intent and sword intent are the most powerful means of attack between heaven and earth. If it is attached to any swordsmanship and swordsmanship, it is the most terrifying artifact of killing. At this time, if the cultivation base has reached the Holy King realm, they can clearly see the vision directly above the head of the Sword King Qing Tian. Transform into a dragon, as if the dragon came into the world, the giant dragon spit pearls. The dragon tails are connected, and there is a vast dragon entrenched in the high sky of Jianyu. What's even more amazing is that the vast starry sky directly above the dragon is spinning a huge vortex. Inside the whirlpool above the dragon's head is a quaint and vicissitudes of giant gate. Around the giant gate, the bones of heroes are piled up like mountains. The tombstones of the heroes are full of feathers. There are too many heroic legends buried in this general, condensed but not scattered. This is a scene that only the Holy King realm can see. The Holy King opened hundreds of holy acupoints, and the last one is the sacred eye acupoint located between the eyebrows. Only with the holy eye can you get a first glimpse of this scene. This scene is called the Gate of Luck. In addition to the highly skilled mathematicians, only the Holy King's holy eye can get a first glimpse of air luck. Qi luck is the existence of the balance between heaven and earth. It is impossible for ordinary people to understand or see the true face of luck in their entire life. Air is like water, and life is like fish. A fish that has lost its water, no matter how much you slap the fish tail, it will only be able to move forward by the slightest. If you want to leap over the dragon gate and turn into a dragon at one time, it is impossible. And the luck of the sword domain is the key of the sword saints in the whole holy world to the realm of entering the gods. If the luck is condensed and closed, the sword saints of the whole holy world cannot spy into the realm of gods. Now, the luck of Jianyu is all imprisoned here. Here, there is only one overlord, the Heavenly Sword King. People who have lost their luck will never be able to step into the realm of Kendo and God when the gate of luck will never be opened. Unless, it becomes the realm of Kendao Tongshan before the gate of air luck is closed. Suddenly, the Sword King Zhao Ling Tian opened his eyes, his sword intent cut through the void and cut off the sky. He said coldly, Tai is dead? Together with the other two. Who dares to shoot at my sword door? Boom. The sword intent splits the sky, and the sky splits in half. Dare to violate my sword gate, court death. Tear. The sword light is like a dragon, swiftly slashing the sky. The first Sword King in the Holy World, dispatched in person. Genesis Alliance Headquarters. Ying Jiufeng walked in the air, looking at the family of martial gods who had just arrived when he made up his mind. Ying Jiufeng glanced at it, and the Holy Dragon King seemed to have seen through his thoughts, and said indifferently, "It's not the time to launch a full-scale attack, although these people have recovered a lot from their injuries, but the holy cave is still very vacant, and they are still far from their prime for a period of time." Ying Jiufeng said coldly, "How long will it take?" True Dragon Saint King said, "At least 3 months, this does not include the large number of prison criminals. Of course, if you can find me another 9th rank holy pharmacist, the speed can be doubled." Ying Jiufeng frowned, and immediately flicked his sleeves. "Forget it, 3 months is only 3 months. It's just the time to call for the 9th rank families to send holy kings to assemble. This time, I want to kill this guy. Lin Chen all at once. 12 9th grade sects and noble families gather, and that scene will be the world-shattering battle in the history of the holy world." Ying Jiufeng seemed to be thinking about something, and the corners of his mouth rose. "In addition, send messengers, invite the family sects behind the 42 saints, and ask them to send strong men to help us take down Lin Chen and others." As soon as these words came out, the holy King Qianhu smiled knowingly. Next, it will be the time when the holy world will change completely. Lin Chen's bloodbath on the list of saints, the result of this action will never end so easily. Sword Domain, Primordial Sword City. Boom. Boom. Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun knelt down ashamed. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched wildly. His uncles, the Holy King, kneeled down without hesitation to admit his mistake. "This kind of scene, how many times I've seen it, my mother's shocking. My lord, it's our fault. If the Lord wants our lives, there is no other way." Lin Chen supported his forehead and raised his hand to stop him. "Stop, stop. Stand up for me, one by one. After staying with me for so long, you still don't know my temper? If you don't do this with you guys, it's all over. It's over, turn it over." The two looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Lin Chen continued, "I ask you, how is the inheritance?" Fang Ling Dao, very smooth. "Xiangxiamen has gone through the ancient times. There are countless strange people, and the background is even comparable to the 4 9th rank forces. There are 8 inheritances in total, and we are now acquiring 6 inheritances. Among them, Qi Fian and Shangguan Wudi, Yun Tianguang, Qin Jiuxiao, Situ Chongqing, and Jiang Waner have received inheritance or baptism. Among them, several of them may break through and become holy kings." When this statement came out, everyone was shocked. Exit and become a holy king. With this kind of background, Xiangxiamen deserves to be one of the hegemonic forces in the ancient times. Lin Chen TSK is amazed. Such a family, if it wasn't involved in the war of the 9 clans, I am afraid no one can destroy such a behemoth as Xiangxiamen. Lang Fanyun continued. "Fang Ling and I were originally going to protect the Dharma, because the plane we are in is remote and far away, but when we received the call, Jiang Waner happened to have left the customs, so we rushed back. The remaining 6 inheritances will be handed over to Ji Wuchen and Zi Qianchou, but I didn't expect the incident to happen so suddenly. If it weren't for the Lord." Lin Chen smiled and said, "I understand in general, but no matter how strong the inheritance is, it takes time to control it. After you finish things later, you can take me directly to the place of inheritance. I will help them." Then, Lin Chen said solemnly, "Their opportunity is indeed here, and the opportunity and future of the 2 of you will be created for you by me." The 2 of them were stunned for a moment, and then their bodies were shaken, as if they were struck by lightning. Could it be that the Lord, he Lin Chen laughed proudly. You've been waiting for a long time. The sword will reach the realm of God. And the sword will enter the realm of God. The two were trembling, as cold as Fang Ling, also exuding excitement, ecstasy, and anticipation. Yeah, how many epochs they looked forward to. The purpose is to pursue the spiritual, enter the realm of God. That realm is an absolute watershed. Even in the holy prison society, he chose to follow Lin Chen because he wanted to gamble on him. Bet that Lin Chen will take them out of the holy prison, bet that Lin Chen's future will liberate his luck and open up a new era. The waves turned like a dream. Is this day coming? Lin Chen smiled and said, your accumulation has long been enough, it's just that you were harmed by the traitor back then, and the luck of the two domains of swords and swords was blocked again. As long as you liberate your luck, you will be able to advance to that realm immediately. However, before that, I still need to make a little preparation for you. After all, our opponent, the next one is the Sword King with Sword Intent. Sword Intent is a no-brainer. In one sentence, as strong as Xinyan Palace's chief Taishang Elder and Shangguanju joined forces, they encountered a supreme Sword King with a sense of sword, and only one defeat. And it is a fast defeat, and there is no suspense in the battle. Not to mention, Sword King Qing Tian also has an eternal sword gate, which is one of the strongest forces in the sword domain. Lin Chen said, since the other party has already shot, and they are trying to win, we want to join forces with Genesis, then we don't need to be polite. Prepare our strength, and fight directly. You too, remember what I told you last time. Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun were stunned for a moment, and immediately sat cross-legged, using their minds to deduce their strongest swordsmanship and swordsmanship. Seeing this, Xiao Linger waved, her slender jade fingers gently stroked, and a space barrier isolated and covered everyone. The host activates the attribute transfer function, which consumes the Heavenly Dao value. This time, Lin Chen strengthened the two people's mental skills and exercises to the extreme that they could be strengthened. This is also one of the reasons why Lin Chen did not strengthen Starburst of Annihilation for the first time. He needs to improve the entire strength of the team by a few grades. Systematize the whole staff. It's that simple and rude. And these two holy weapons. Lin Chen stared at the Destiny Heavenly Sword and Extreme Sacred Sword floating in front of him and smiled playfully. Pa! Lin Chen snapped his fingers. Start to strengthen the designated 9th grade holy artifact, consume 28812. Strengthening points. The two sacred artifacts began to glow with extreme brilliance, skyrocketing all the way. Strengthen the 9-rank holy artifact. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose wildly. Yeah, Genesis, this time, the young master has strengthened all the 17 exercises and the 9th rank holy artifact. I want to see whether your team is stronger or my team is stronger. Dragon Realm. 15 senior officials of the ancient dragon clan convened a meeting in private and gathered together. Today's 25 ancient dragon clans form the main force of the dragon world, and the ideas of each clan are completely different, and there are often frictions and collisions. If it is said that the dragon clan in charge of the previous 10 dragon kings is a faction that hates the human race, then the current 15 ancient dragon clan are rational faction, they are pursuing more possibilities. On that day, after saying goodbye to Lin Chen, Longjia caused an uproar. The reason is that more than 50 descendants of the dragon's bloodlines are soaring, and they have raised a level, which is unprecedented in the original history. Even Shenlong can't do such a heroic handwriting. Jiwalong Mountain, the elders of the Dragon Clan, the Dragon Kings, gather at the summit. Today, the situation is not what it used to be. If you miss the tide of the times, there will be no chance to regret again. Yes, we should see more possibilities. Lin Chen, who dares to fight and dare to fight, disdains to be in the company of treacherous evil, and even the will of the 7 Shenlong ancestors recognized him, proving that he is the light of the dragon family. This son can easily improve the bloodline of our more than 50 gods, and it is still a moment, proving that he even has the ability to improve all our bloodlines. A group of senior officials of the ancient dragon clan exploded. Also, Lin Chen is not afraid of anything. Obviously he is the type who eats soft and not hard. Yes, as tough as Lin Chen, no doubt as handsome as the king of machines. I'm beyond my capacity. I should know it with love and reason with it. The old man has received the information. He is turned upside down in the human race holy world. It is better than the human race holy prison to deal with him. More human forces are going to target him, and now Lin Chen is an enemy on all sides. In addition to the departure of the gods, now is a good time to enter the holy world of the human race. It's a good time to help Lin Chen, and the only chance to befriend him. But think about it clearly, we have made an agreement with the human race. And we can't cross the border, otherwise the human race will attack it. Then let them attack it. It's good, we can also share the pressure for Lin Chen. Think about it, if Lin Chen defeats the Genesis Alliance afterwards, who will be the most influential person in the Holy Realm? It's Lin Chen. At that time, what if you don't follow the previous agreement? If Lin Chen wins, he is the rule. The hotter the high-level officials and the Dragon Kings are, the more excited they are. Everyone's views may be different, but at least the goal is a high degree of consistency. They all want to make friends with Lin Chen. The icing on the cake, it is better to send charcoal in the snow. This is an opportunity worth our gamble. Finally, a great Dragon King stood up in person, the great Dragon King of the Extreme Prison Water Dragon. She is dressed in armor and wearing a crown, and her heroic appearance is valiant. She patted the table and said sternly, "This time, regardless of your opinions, this king would like to send a Dragon King and 4 dragon venerables to assist Lin Chen." Ha ha ha. The Dragon King of Extreme Prison is really good. I can't be polite to my family. This king also sent a Dragon King, 3 dragon venerables, and a dragon guard army. This king personally brought someone over to find him. This king doesn't believe that he doesn't remember my favor. Che, you are too young. This time, the old man not only went there personally, but also brought my princess there. What? You guys want to make trouble? Well, my Wanhuashan Dragon Clan also brought a few Dragon Clan dukes over there. Your uncle, who do you look down on? Believe it or not, this king ordered to take the stunning beauty of my clan with you. The descendants of the dragons outside the peak were stunned. The dragon realm turned the world upside down because of a human race. Some descendants of Shenlong even twitched the corners of their mouths, covering their faces with shame. These high-ranking dragon lords, dragon kings, and high-level elders of the Dragon Clan in the past are now fighting for Lin Chen with red-faced ears and thick necks, just to help. Good guy, after fighting to the back, one by one is going to send beauties and secret treasures. If you don't know, you thought it was going to come to propose marriage. Suddenly, for some unknown reason, some dragon elders suddenly found that the number of people was small. What's the matter, old devil? The dead old ghost is gone, are these guys not going to help? No, they slipped away. The stupid dragon is still fighting, and the smart boss has already started to go back to take the dragon to bring his sister, and set off to find Lin Chen. Damn. Don't force me too much, this king will go back and bring people. I'll take you to fight. The 10 dragon kings who stopped outside the top of the mountain heard the conversation of the ancient dragon clan, and they were so angry that they almost cursed their mothers. The dignified dragon clan actually wants to beg for pity on a human clan. Begging for their favor, what a disgrace to the ancestors. Support and opposition, the conflict re-emerged. The dragon world, after thousands of centuries, finally began to boil completely. 15 days later. Holy Realm, 1,000 domains. Hundreds of schools compete for beauty, and Qianyu is equally famous for many sects with different characteristics. Today, Qianing Xue from the Wuji Palace came to visit the 9-rank sect of Qianyu, the Yuehua Baiyang sect. Baiyangzong, Moon Tower. Sect Master Yuehua was dressed in a soft and beautiful palace attire, graceful, and smiled softly, haha, thank you niece Xue for coming to inform us today that our sect will be fully prepared, and it is our luck that we can establish a relationship with Wuji Palace. Qianing Xue bowed slightly, neither humble nor arrogant, and smiled sweetly. Senior is joking, I'm just passing on Grandpa's orders. Click. At this time, when a crisp crack sounded, Sect Master Yuehua and Qianing Xue were completely shocked. The languid and evil voice echoed in the void. This is the human race? It's so boring, why don't you even have a look at it? Sect Master Yuehua's pupils shrank. She is a dignified 9th grade sect master, only one step away from the Holy King, and it is impossible to sneak into his Baiyang sect without a sound like the old Holy King. Brush. Qianing Xue held a spear in her hand, her fighting spirit was soaring, and she faced a looming figure in the sky with a heroic appearance. I saw that the young man wearing red wings stepped out of the clouds, and appeared, and the whole sky was dyed blood red in an instant, and the suffocating energy was soaring. Qianing Xue and Sect Master Yuehua said in unison in shock. Demon? How dare the demons enter the holy world? How can there be such a daring demon race? No. Sect Master Yuehua's beautiful eyes trembled as he said in a trembling voice. This demon race has the aura of a demon emperor. Moreover, it's very pure. It's the son of the first-generation demon emperor, don't tell me. Son of the demon emperor. I saw that the red-winged demon youth smiled evilly. It's been a long time since I sucked the luck of the sect of the human race. This time, this prince will completely drain them, ha ha ha. A red eye opened between his eyebrows, and he looked down at the sacred and majestic moonflower Baiyang sect under his feet, opened his arms, and laughed wildly. Weak human race, this prince will give you a chance. One move, if your entire sect can take this prince's move, this prince will let you go. If you can't, die. The maniacal laughter of the red-winged youth carried a majestic demonic energy, resounding through the clouds and sky millions of miles around, shaking the sky and shattering the space. At this moment, countless hidden powerhouses of Yuehua Baiyang sect shook and left the customs one after another. Qianing Xue's heart palpitated, a rare expression of fear. This devilish energy. You can't go wrong, it's already comparable to the 10 people on the list of saints. Sect Master Yuehua snorted coldly. The whole sect obeys the order and faces the enemy at all costs. The son of the devil emperor, 1,000 domains have appeared. With one's own power, singled out the 9-rank sect. Blood domain. Boom. A beam of holy light soared into the sky, turned into a meteor-like light, and the chi machine vibrated. At this moment, the holy world shook. Another holy king has fallen. The enchanting and charming person is wearing a red skirt, with 2 red snakes coiled around the slender waist, spitting out snake letters, as beautiful as Yanji is alive. She walked in the air, followed by a group of demonic figures, but she disapproved of wiping the blood on her lips and giggled. The blood of the holy king and the marrow of the holy bones are really delicious in the demon world. The gods are not there, the demons should stand. I really look forward to how delicious the blood of the human race Lin Chen is. All the gods continue to search for Lin Chen's whereabouts. Yes. The moment the Blood King fell, the world shook. The major 9th grade sects that are still waiting in the 36 regions finally realized the seriousness of the problem. Sword domain, the highest sky in the primordial sword city. Jiang Taishu sat in the void, staring at the star of luck that disappeared in the sky, pinched his fingers to calculate, and his face changed slightly. Heavenly Demon Venerable exists, there are more than one, at least 10 or more. There are also several demons that smell especially weird. This kind of luck, if the Devil Emperor covers the sky. This old man has never heard of it, has never seen it. You must inform the Lord as soon as possible. Within the ancient sword city, Lin Chen met Yi Li Xue, Yi Qingguo, and everyone from Zisha King Valley. After listening to Yi Li Xue's words, Lin Chen was surprised. The closure of the gates of luck in Jianyu and Daoyu has something to do with the top 10 in the list of saints? Yi Li Xue's icy cheeks were full of solemnity, and she said seriously, yes, if you want to open the door of luck in the sword region, Shibi will provoke the top 10 big men in the saint talent list. Lin Chen was thoughtful, and then he joked with a smile, since you all know. Auntie, why did you ask me to kill Chu Taishan in sword domain? Yi Li Xue said helplessly, then I didn't ask you to act now. Who would have known that you would take action so soon? My estimate is that it will take at least 3,000 years for you to equalize or surpass him. The little demon empress Yi Qingguo muttered to herself, her hands clenched tightly. Chu Taishan, is this the one who caused the mother's lineage to be so desperate? Sword domain Chu Taishan. This person is also an ancient legend in the top 10 of the Saint Talent list. In front of Lin Chen, Zixia Wangu, Shang Wanju, and others, Yi Li Xue revealed many years of secrets. Yi Li Xue was born in the heavenly sanctuary. Yi Li Xue's grandmother was the descendant of the concubine of the true god of sword domain. Then, after the 9 clan wars, the whereabouts of the true god was unknown. And the descendants of the Yi family grandmother were deeply affected by it. Because the blood became a living sacrifice. From Yi Li Xue's grandmother, she has the blood of the gods. The mysterious thing is that after the Yi family divine blood will interbreed with the descendants of other gods, there is a certain probability that a magical bloodline mutation will be obtained. And to a large extent, it will feed back the cultivation of male gods, so the former Yi family is a real sacrifice. The Yi family was kept in captivity like a beast by the Chu family in Daoyu. And they continued to reproduce and give birth. The task was to generate more descendants for the descendants of the Chu family and even other families. The Yi family, which was thoroughly encircled as a tool for reproduction, was once regarded as the trading currency for the Chu family to befriend the descendants of other gods. The women of the Yi family have one of the most outstanding talents, but they are not as good as pigs and dogs. The males and untalented baby girls of the Yi family will be abandoned or killed. Yi Lixue was the one who was later abandoned. As strong as Yi Lixue, every time she talks about this memory, she will be painful and fragile, so she will be so heavy when she entrusts it to Lin Chen. This is the road of revenge that belongs to her and the countless descendants of the Yi family, and it is the meaning of her life until today. After that, Yi Lixue rescued more useless abandoned babies from the Yi family, set up the follow-up Yi family, and met Zixia King Valley. However, Yi Lixue's scars were forever imprinted on Yi Lixue, and she kept hatred in her heart until Yi Qingwu's arrival gave her new hope. The divine blood in Yi Qingwu's body is a return to the ancestors, and even surpassed Ye's grandmother for a time. And if Yi Qingwu is combined with a descendant with the blood of the gods, her own cultivation and aptitude will undergo great changes, and her descendant will be a supreme holy baby born with a list of saints. Qualification. The ordinary descendants of gods, Yi Lixue did not know the bottom line beyond her control, so he chose the Zhao family with the background of descendants of gods. If according to her original plan, after Yi Qingwu married into the Zhao family, her child would be Yi Lixue's most hopeful capital for revenge. It wasn't until I met Lin Chen that everything changed. After listening to Yi Lixue's experience, Shang Wanju couldn't help but sigh. She sighed, if Xinyan Palace accepts Wu Pianzhu's policy, I'm afraid it will end up being the second Yi family. Lin Chen smiled playfully. It seems that we need to solve it in one breath. It doesn't matter, do the sword domain first, then the sword domain. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was shocked to hear it. Lin Chen, is he going to challenge the oldest dual domain overlord in the 36 domains? Boom. At this time a fierce sword intent, pierced through the sky. The two artistic conceptions, far beyond the maturity period, are infinitely close to the charm of the sword, and the charm of the sword. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows with a smile and said, it seems that they are done. Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun are out. Their sacred artifact, mental method, and practice method have all been comprehensively strengthened. The battle is complete, it's time. Brush. At this time, Jiang Taishu stepped into the hall and said respectfully, my lord, I have something to clarify. Lin Chen said, could it be the fall of the Holy King some time ago? Jiang Taishu nodded, yes, the fall of this Holy King is related to the group of demons, and the demonic energy is overflowing, spreading all over the world. Oh? Lin Chen was very interested. You mean, this Holy King was killed by the demons? The fall of the Holy King is not unusual for Lin Chen. In the past, he thought that there were very few Holy Kings, because he had not yet come into contact with this level. Now he is standing at the peak of the holy world. In addition, the situation has changed completely, and it is not unusual for one or two holy kings to fall. But if it has something to do with the demons, forget it. The holy world is the territory of the human race. What is the concept that the demons can kill a holy king in the territory of the human race? Jiang Taishu said solemnly, that's right, it's best to keep an eye on the Lord's actions. The fall of the holy king this time is no trivial matter. Not only are there signs of the heavenly demon lord being born in the holy world, but the old man also deduced that there are more than 3 types of demonic energy in the world. The nobility of the devil's energy is the veneration of the emperor among the devils, the same as the devil emperor. Devil emperor? Someone Lin rubbed his chin and said with a smile, it seems That my handsome name has reached such a level, I'm really flattered. I'm under the pressure of being handsome that I shouldn't bear at this age, okay? Annoying. After finishing speaking, Lin Chen got up with sharp eyes. Leave the matter of the demons aside for the time being. If they want to make things happen, they will also involve Genesis. Just in time for a mess, we'll go straight to Huanglong. Let's go. This time, it's our initiative to attack. Tai Shi will cover our qi and go on an expedition. Eternal Sword Sect. Eternal Sword Gate General Sword Hall. Today, the 3 Sword Kings of the Eternal Sword Gate gathered together. Sword King Qing Tian, go out in person. The remaining 2 Holy Kings of Jianmen were also summoned by the Sword King Qing Tian. In addition to the 3 who had fallen before, there were actually 4 Sword Kings and 4 Holy Kings in Eternal Sword Gate. This kind of background is also the top level in the 9-rank sect. Zhao Lingtian sat on the sword hall and said coldly, this time I won the primordial sword city, which led to the fall of my Jianmen elders, which is a great shame. I personally lead the team and do everything out to destroy this. Son. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the kings changed slightly. An old sword king, with a childish face, said worriedly, Sir, several members of the Saint Talent list have asked you to stay in the sword gate all the time and act like this. Huh? Zhao Lingtian glared coldly, are you asking me to do something? Everyone else has come to Jianyu, and the person who killed this king will make me lose face. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the boy's laughter echoed in the sky, stern and domineering. Your face? Since you decided to join forces with such world-destroying dog thieves as the Genesis Alliance, you have been fed to the dog. No, it should be said that when you dominate the luck of the sword domain and block the progress of all swordsmen in the world, there is no face to speak of. A group of figures tore through the void and appeared. It was Lin Chen and his party. This time, Lin Chen brought the chief elder of Xinyan Palace, Feng Ling, Lang Fanyun, Lin Pingon, and 6 phantom clones with him. There are not many people, but they are all the highest combat power that Lin Chen can use now. The remaining clones stayed behind. Sword Intent is not an ordinary generation. They are not trying to defeat each other this time, but to kill. If you want to destroy the strongest sword king in the sword domain, you must start with the killer. Oh? Zhao Lingtian led his people out of the sword gate, suspending in the air, and looking at Lin Chen from a distance, he smiled scornfully, you are Lin Chen? And Feng Ling, the waves are over the clouds, I can't imagine that you can really come out of that holy prison. Feng Ling said indifferently, don't act like you're in control of everything. Forget how you followed me back then and asked about swordsmanship. If it wasn't for you and that old monster who planted things and put me in jail. You're here now. I'm still a brother in front of me. Feng Ling clenched the hilt behind his back and said indifferently, the old monster is already dead, and the next one is not far away. Zhao Lingtian laughed loudly and said, don't mention the courage of those years, just because you want to challenge me now that you have become a holy king, do you think you can settle the account with me? Feng Ling's sword intent rose, his edge was radiant, and he said coldly, no. I'm just following the Lord, and I'm here to kill the enemy. Zhao Lingtian swept his eyes, and said in surprise, the disaster of pain and Shanwei of Xinyan Palace? Even you, do you want to fight this king? Elder Shanwei of Xinyan Palace said indifferently, I'm not fighting you, I'm here to kill you. Ha 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 ha. Sword King Qing Tian seems to have heard the biggest joke in the world. Kill him? At that time, he was one of the top 10 saints on the list, and he had already become a saint. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen pushed Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun away. His uncle, what nonsense are you talking to him? Give him a shot in the face. First. Lin Chen's palm was filled with 9 colored stars, and he raised his hand and threw the 9 colored stars to Zhao Lingtian abruptly. Brush. A beam of 9-color aurora instant light split shadows, turned into 5 meteors and fell. The starting point is the 9 robbery stars. Lin Chen's current cultivation is the strongest ultimate move. Zhao Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and a ray of Peerless sword intent was displayed between his eyebrows. Boom. 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 A strange scene appeared, and Lin Chen's 9 tribulation stars were all smashed into pieces and fell into endless vacuum cracks. Lord, be careful. Fang Ling lost his voice. Pfft. The speed-like sword intent shot and slashed Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun. Deployed their sword intent to protect everyone. And Lin Chen and the 3 phantom clones were affected by sword intent. Sigh. Sword intent swept past, holy blood spilled out, and under the premise that all of Lin Chen's clones motivated the golden thread jade clothes, a big wound was still cut open. Although Lin Chen's body was not injured, the star-chasing Tianqian Roban. His shoulder was cracked with a sword mark. Lin Chen's pupil shrank. This guy, what a perverted strength. Just by his cultivation, he has surpassed the Supreme Elder Shanyue of Shenyan Palace. With the blessing of sword intent to divinity, he actually cut off his 9 tribulation star. Not to break, but to cut into nothingness. Not only that, a face-to-face, even the clone was injured. A grim smile appeared on Zhao Lingtian's stern face. You can force me to use sword intent from the very beginning, Lin Chen, your strength is indeed an extraordinary holy king. Today, you took the initiative to send it to my door. Which is exactly what I want. Today, this king will let you know what the strongest sword king is. Watch. This king smash your defensive holy weapon. Zheng. A sword whistle turned into a dragon's sound, Zhao Lingtian's sword collapsed. And the sword swept in like a raptor. Lord, be careful. Let's stop him. Lang Fanyun and Fang Ling slashed and pulled out their swords and twisted them like sharp scissors. The blades and swords collided immediately. Boom. The 2 of them were half-stepped and immersed in the sword intent and the sword intent. They slammed Zhao Lingtian head-on, and the terrifying edge split the sky millions of miles east of the sword domain into giant python like cracks. Zhao Lingtian drank coldly. Jianmen obeys the order and takes down Lin Chen, regardless of life or death. Call out. Call out. Call out. The 2 holy kings and 2 sword kings of Jianmen were suddenly born and attacked Lin Chen. Lin Chen immediately said, Senior, peace, these people are handed over to you. The 2 girls nodded, and Lin Pingon pouted. She still wanted to fight the strongest enemy. It's not that Lin Chen doesn't believe in Lin Pingon, but Zhao Lingtian's sword intent is too sharp. Ordinary strong people, if they are not careful, they will be cut by the sword intent, and when a sword strikes, nothing can stop them. In addition to Fang Ling, who is equivalent to sword intent and sword intent, Lang Fanyun can barely stop them. Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun, the combat power can be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. After the sacred artifact and the cultivation technique have been strengthened, the combat power has at least doubled. But in the face of the sword king Qing Tian, he could only be slightly flat. The battle of the three people shocked the entire Jianyu. Lin Chen frowned, and said in his heart, "My good fellow, a sword king who is capable of swordsmanship is so strong. If I went to the Genesis headquarters to steal my house and succeeded in stealing my house, I would continue to fight. I'm afraid it would be because of that Jing Taichu. And Jiang Pui is enough for me to drink a pot." On the other side, when Lin Ping'an and Elder Shanyue stopped each other's two sword kings and two holy kings in an instant, the aftermath of the war in the eastern part of the sword region was instantly reeling, and the world roared. When Lin Chen looked up, he faintly felt that there were certain things in the high sky of Jianyu. That's right, it's luck. Although Lin Chen has 100 holy acupoints, half of the holy acupoints are virtual holy acupoints of the mind. In terms of combat power, he is comparable to the Holy King, but in terms of realm, to be precise, he has not really opened the eyes of the Holy King, so Lin Chen cannot see the figurative existence of luck. However, Jiang Taishu told him that as long as he attacked the most concentrated point of air luck and opened the door of air luck, the air luck of the sword domain would be completely liberated like other domains. Brush. Lin Chen couldn't care about other battles. He stepped on the movement, swept straight, and went straight to the door of luck. 2 of his 6 clones immediately moved downwards, blocking the remaining powerhouses in the Eternal Sword sect and never giving them a chance to disturb him. Clang. Suddenly, a sword roar came, and a peerless sword intent that transformed into a white dragon came from the 9 heavens. Lin Chen couldn't guard against it, and he stepped on the movement technique with great speed. Burning sky arrow, divine bird swallowing the sea. Slow rune, 9-fold burning heaven palm. Lotus dance. Dark thunder Wan Jun. The gunlight flashed, swords, lights, swords, and shadows danced in the sky. Boom. 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 The sword intent exploded. Lin Chen's figure retreated sharply, his eyes narrowed, and he couldn't fight? Ha ha ha. Lin Chen, do you really think this king is just here to retreat and practice? Zhao Lingtian's laughter was arrogant and arrogant. He held a sword, and while killing Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun, he sneered. The gate of luck in the sword region has long accumulated the sword intent of my retreat for 100 years. Each sword intent is comparable to the offensive of several holy kings. Lin Chen, what can you do to break the luck of my sword domain? This king has completely transmitted the sound of several other top 10 saints on the list of saints, and they are also part of the controller of luck. You dare to provoke the Genesis Alliance, it is courage, but you dare to provoke my Jianyu Jianmen, yes, courting death. As long as the saints stare at you, you will surely die. Zhao Lingtian's wild laughter made Lin Chen's eyes narrow as he looked at Fang Ling and the two. Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun are not weak, it's just that the powerhouse they faced before was very strong. Such as the martial god clones of the martial god family, they didn't even have a holy weapon at that time and they couldn't compete. But now, there is a qualitative difference. One is the return of the holy artifact, and the other is that all the enhanced exercises and holy artifact have advanced by leaps and bounds, and it is not what it used to be. As for sword intent and sword intent, they are the closest to the realm of immersion and transcendence. Under the joint state, Zhao Lingtian can't suppress them. Zhao Lingtian continued grinning and said, before the sword intent of this seed is exhausted, it can be compared to dozens of powerful holy kings stationed here to attack together. If you want to liberate the luck of the Sword domain, go to 100 holy kings and talk about it first. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen sneered coldly, Fong Ling, wave over the clouds, beat his son of a bitch for me, don't force him. Order. The two of them took the lead, and with a slap of the sword, the offensive doubled in an instant. Zhao Lingtian was immediately forced by the almost desperate two to fight with all his strength. Lin Chen turned around, facing the sky above, in the surging sea of clouds. The Peerless sword intent gradually revealed. One after another sword intent almost exists in substance, blank and clear. Overwhelming, and there are even signs of layers of sword nets. And what constitutes the sword net turns out to be every unrivaled and refined sword intent. There are 3 layers of sword nets in total, and the sword intent of each layer is stronger. Lin Chen's eyes were full of incomparable courage and self-confidence, and he smiled sternly. It's equivalent to a group of holy kings? Then the young master will blow them all up. Saint Dragon possession. Lin Chen's pure power suddenly soared from 600,000 to 990,000. Lin Chen was full of rage, and laughed wildly. It's just right, killing so many saint kings and talents. All 5 of my God of War sets have reached 88% of the charge. What's the use of it? God of War set, fully open. A ray of the golden light of the God of War is dazzling and dazzling, lighting up the sky. Lin Chen is full of fighting spirit, and the divine light is unparalleled in the world. Boom. 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 The peerless divine light across the sword domain surged violently from Lin Chen's body, with 1 million powers, 2 million powers, and 3 million powers. 4 million powers. Directly to 5 million Zuanli, and it is still rising. The space of heaven and earth trembled, and the air flow swept wildly, turning into a vortex with Lin Chen as the center, and the pure power shattered all directions, just by releasing its might. Lin Chen's pure power climbed all the way up, and the hurricane continued. Do you want the sword? Want to be domineering? Open it to Lao Tzu. Lin Chen threw his fist up and punched into the sky. The fist shot out the golden light of the God of War, crushed the galaxy, and opened the world with the fist. The massive sword intent in the void sensed it, and immediately shot down a large number of sword intent cuts. The nihilistic sword intent is sharp, and the ghosts and gods are easy to make. It can be described as the most terrifying offensive wave between heaven and earth. Without further ado, Lin Chen's avatar followed, and the attack immediately broke out. Boom. 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 Lin Chen and his clone faced the wave of sword intent, punched the sword intent, and went head to head. Lin Chen's pure power has soared all the way to 6 million power, and it's more than that. Still haven't stopped. Look at life and death, just do it if you don't accept it. What the hell is the eternal sword gate? Open it to me. Lin Chen, who is wearing golden armor and radiating golden light, is making great strides all the way. His swinging legs are as fierce as a mad dragon, swallowing the world with rage. Every blow shatters the sky and clears up the turbidity. His punches are like starbursts, running through the universe. Every punch can turn the eternal sword intent into stars all over the sky. In the high sky of Jianyu, the terrifying and raging shocking explosions constantly echoed. Every ray of sword intent that was blown up reverberated in all directions. Lin Chen's mighty dominance dominates the universe, engulfing the world with rage, crushing all blocking sword intents, making many strong men and elders in Jianmen dumbfounded on the spot. Is this special still a human being? It was the pinnacle of swordsmanship to actually explode countless sword. Intent. Chapter 1730, Tear the Sword. Intent, blow over the gate of luck in the sword. Domain. Sword domain, Harren Hall. Today, the Hall Master of Harren Hall is discussing the retreat plan with his own Supreme Elder. Today, the Jinyu family is the dominant one, and their luck is isolated and blocked. Even if all the 9th grade sects in Jinyu join forces, they cannot open the door of luck. It's very simple, you can't beat the Eternal Sword Gate. The Sword King Qing Tian alone crushed all the Sword Kings to death. The strongest swordsman, the swordsman is able to communicate with gods, no one can compare with him except the sword gods born in the sword domain. In addition, Wang Jianmen wants to make good friends with Genesis. As soon as this trend comes out, the 9-pin sects are moved by the wind. Boom. 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 At this time, the sudden spatial vibration attracted the attention of Hall Master Harren. That direction is. When Hall Master Harren looked into the distance, he activated his sword intent, and when he understood the void, his face suddenly changed greatly. Eternal Sword Gate? Someone actually started a war on their territory? Who dares to eat the gall of a bear's heart and a leopard, and show his sword to the Eternal Sword Gate? Go and see. Sword Domain, Jade Upper Sword Pavilion. The pavilion master, who was in retreat, suddenly opened his eyes, with a wisp of nihilistic sword intent dividing the void, looking through 1,000,000 miles away, his eyes narrowed. My dear, there are still people in this world who dare to use the sword against the King of Swords. Today, I want to see who Fonging Hao dares to have such audacity. Boom. The Lord of the Jade Upper Sword Pavilion turned into a jade dragon sword light, and swept across 100,000 miles. Sword Domain, Divine Sword Valley. The white-haired old man holding the sword trembled slightly, the old body sleeping for 100 years, the dust on his body was like the white snow of the rising sun, and it began to slowly melt, bathing in the new year, shining brightly. He stood up, but his old eyes were as sharp as swords, and he could see into the distance. The old man said hoarsely, Who is it? There is a sword intent, a sword intent, eh? No. That terrifying wave of sword intent is dissipating. His face showed surprise, his figure gradually disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was more than 100,000 miles away, and he moved as if moving out of thin air. On this day, the battle of the Eternal Sword sect shocked the entire sword domain. All the swordsmen are here. They were really curious, who would dare to use the sword against the King of Swords. The 8th rank sect of the sword domain is a top-ranked domain. If it weren't for the fact that the 8th rank sect was not enough to watch the battle, they would even be willing to go to the battlefield to witness this historic moment in person. Regardless of success or failure, at least in the world today, there are still people who dare to challenge the strongest sword king. Hall Master Harren and a group of elders, the old man of Divine Sword Valley, the master of Jade Shangjian Pavilion, and the chief elder of Taiji Hall. When many strong men arrived, Hall Master Harren's eyes widened, and his eyeballs almost fell out. Yushang Sword Pavilion's pupils shrank, and his scalp felt numb. My sword god is on top. Is this really something people do? Their eyes were fixed on the glittering golden figure, directly above. Their fists shattered the world, and their legs swept the galaxy. Every punch and every leg was violently and brutally bombarded on the wave of sword intent. Boom. 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 One after another, the peerless sword intent that is enough to injure or even kill the holy king, evolved the supreme swordsmanship of the ancient times. And they fell down one after another, and they were all blown up by one punch. Lin Chen's pure power of more than 6 million powers directly shook the wave of sword intent of the Sword King. Lin Chen used the Godslayer talent to temporarily enter the state of Godslayer, and the explosive holy power is comparable to 6 million powers. However, the use of combat skills is required to activate moves with holy power, but pure power does not. Pure power, you can hit the highest explosive power at the fastest speed. It was almost a cover for avatars. Lin Chen's fist shattered all sword intense, and beat him all the way. Lin Chen's aura was like a broken bamboo, and he was invincible, and his pure power went straight to 7 million. Zhao Lingtian was in chaos for the first time, and the rhythm of the fight with Fang Ling and the two was out of order. If it goes on like this, the sword intent that has accumulated 100 years of cultivation may not necessarily be able to resist this guy. What a joke, this king's condensed sword intent is enough to resist the attack of the holy king of an entire domain. Could this kid's continuous attack be able to resist an entire domain in the 36 domains? Boom. The fist was raging like a tyrannical wind, and Lin Chen smashed the sword intent of the rushing punch again, and the triple sword intent of the Door of Luck. God of War golden body. Lin Chen activated the characteristics of the God of War suit, and his whole body was covered with a layer of faint golden light that enveloped him like a coating, resisting a large number of explosive sword intent aftertastes. The more he fought, the more fierce he was, his fists swept all the way like the sky, swinging his legs and attacking. Even when the battle was extremely enjoyable, a fierce sword intent shot like a poisonous snake. Lin Chen's 10 fingers pierced sharply, piercing the sword that slashed the world like a snake. Then, with a horizontal pull with both hands, a sword intent was torn apart. The elders of the Hall of Howren almost dropped their eyeballs. Tear the sword intent. Sword intent communicates with God's peerless sword intent. Every sword intent is also equivalent to the sword move of the first sword king. How could this young man be as strong as a monster? Boom. 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 Sword intent exploded, turned into shattered light, and fell on the young man's body with golden light, like a god of war. At this moment, all sword region powerhouses were stunned. Such a scene is the first in the history of the sword region. He is divinely splendid, golden light and divine splendor is immeasurable. Standing on the sky, the dragon of luck in the sword domain, and the mortal beings in the sword domain. His fist, like the power to shatter the rules of heaven and earth, smashed the rolling sword intent with one punch without fear. Boom. Boom. Lin Chen exploded the triple sword intent wave, and the gate of luck began to show signs of shattering. There is only the last sword intent left, and it is also the strongest sword of the Sword King Qing Tian condensed for many years. A hysterical roar from the King of Swords, who couldn't fight against Lin Chen in person. Qing Tian Jiani, go. Kill the sun. This sword is the last trump card of the Sword King Qing Tian to dominate the Door of Luck, and it has been brewing for many years. He even has the confidence to obliterate more than 2-digit holy kings with one sword. Boom. 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 The most massive sword intent, like a dragon in the world, fluttered its teeth and claws at Lin Chen, showing a peerless edge, and swooped down. Lin Chen was brazenly unafraid, dressed in endless golden brilliance, stepping on the dragon of luck, swept away in the direction of the gate of luck. Threads of luck leaked out from the door of luck. Lin Chen felt that this strange force, like the will of countless dead swordsmen before their death, poured into his primordial spirit and ignited all of a sudden Lin Chen's anger and emotion. Almost instinctively, Lin Chen carried Qi luck in his body, roared into the sky with the power of Qi luck, and spread it throughout the sword region with the power of Qi luck. Shout out, sword saints. Roar, sword cultivators. Entrust the will of Kendo to the new era. The divine radiance shone, and Lin Chen's whole body burst out with hot and scalding blood, as hot as fiery, and his strength soared all the way. Betting everything, Lin Chen slammed a fist, and wherever the fist went past, it crushed the endless space in an instant. With Lin Chen's fist as the center, a vortex of golden light and divine brilliance is formed, and the strongest sword intent of the Sword King is head on. The huge sword intent in the shape of a dragon trembled violently. The fist wind is twisted, and the sun and the moon are implemented. Boom! Boom! In the high sky in the east of Jianyu, the sword light like broken ons exploded in the sky, scattered everywhere, and illuminated the sky. The young man shrouded in the golden glow, his feet were endless golden light. And he was in the shattered vortex of sword intent. This scene is really not an ordinary happy. In front of him, the gate of luck standing high above the heavens, and the earth is full of cracks, and with a click, it all shatters. The door of luck is broken. The luck of the sword region is completely liberated. Many powerhouses in Jianyu stared blankly at this scene. They stared at Lin Chen in trance and astonishment, shocked and unbelievable. In the seemingly endless darkness, a beam of light suddenly shone into it. Moreover, this beam of light comes with grace and pride. When the light came in, all the darkness had been expelled. The supreme powers of the nine-rank sects seemed to have a clear understanding and feeling in their hearts. The gate of luck that gradually collapsed and disintegrated without any sound, but I could feel that the space was shaking violently, and ripples continued to appear. Immediately afterwards, it turned into a meteor shower, and the power of luck, scattered in all directions, was thrown to a farther area. All the swordsmen in the holy world who understood the meaning of the sword had a new understanding and perception at this moment. In the endless darkness of Kendo, they saw a candle. The candle burns bigger and bigger, and finally becomes a beacon, illuminating the distance. Although the end of the light is still far away, in Kendo, there is no longer darkness. Do not. Zhao Lingtian burst into a mad roar, holding swords in both hands, his qi, blood and primordial spirit suddenly became violent several times, his vitality disappeared, and his strength skyrocketed. He slashed violently with a sword, pierced through the rainbow, and a shocking rainbow cut through the sky. Although the range was not large, it instantly repulsed Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun. This sword is in no way inferior to the might of the strongest sword intent. Just now, pfft, the waves turned and vomited blood, and the flesh and blood of the whole body seemed to be smashed and smashed by the sword intent. That sword is the sword that Zhao Lingtian burst out with his life. Zhao Lingtian didn't care too much, turned around and rushed towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I'm going to kill you. Zhao Lingtian was furious, his hair was messy, and his expression was full of hysteria. Zheng. A sword roar roared the heavens and the earth, and the sword light intercepted and killed. Clang. Fang Ling stood in front of Zhao Lingtian with a sword, his expression was sharp, and his eyes were particularly sharp when he held the sword to hold. Zhao Lingtian. Zhao Lingtian's pupils shrank. This guy's sword intent, isn't it? Lang Fanyun bleeds from the corners of his mouth, and grinned for the first time in history. This time, let you walk ahead of me first, and I will catch up soon, old man. Boom. A peerless sword intent shot up from Fang Ling's body. Zheng. 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 At this moment, the many swords of the Eternal Sword sect are faintly worshipping the two in the void. All kinds of holy swords are worshipped, and the sword is comprehended by the mind. Sword intent is divine. At this moment, Fang Ling's sword intent realm, Zhao Tian, is the same as that of general, sword intent and divine realm. He actually entered. His talent is still such a monster. The moment his luck was liberated, he stepped into that realm without hesitation. Fang Ling. Fang Ling, you are still alive. This is the biggest obstacle to this seat. Zhao Tian was shocked, but he still pretended to be calm on the surface. And roared hideously, Fang Ling, why do you fight with me? I have been immersed in sword intent longer than you, and I am stronger than your accumulation in terms of cultivation. You can't beat me. Zhao Tian was furious and swung his sword to slash, 1,000 slashes in an instant. Fang Ling was calm, like a quietly burning flame, burning bigger and bigger. You're wrong, Zhao Tian, it's not that I can't beat you. Clang. Fang Ling took out his sword and slashed horizontally, blocking all of Zhao Tian's sword moves, and said indifferently, it's the question that I must stand in front of you at this moment. For the sake of the Lord, I have already put my life and death aside. This sword is beyond life and death. The first sword king in the holy world, take the sword. Fang Ling held his sword and slashed Zhao Tian violently. The terrifying sword intent cuts through the sky in one fell swoop. Clang. Boom. 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 The sword intent splits the heavens and the earth, severes the earth, and when the space is divided, just the aftermath of the sword intent that shoots, cuts out an abyss of hundreds of thousands of feet. Zhao Tian held the sword with both hands, and when he blocked the sword above his head, there was a creaking sound all over his body. His holy bone was actually squeezed out of the sound? This guy's sword intent is advancing, but not retreating, and his holy power is fully activated. He is going to play with me. Is he crazy, and he is going to play with me after finally reaching the gods? Zhao Tian was completely shocked. He was stunned by Fang Ling's courage. There is no retreat in swordsmanship. This should be the highlight of his life. Now, retreat is the best choice for him. However, he chose to face himself. There is a difference in the cultivation base of the two. Fang Ling still chooses the most violent offensive, and every sword is a gamble. He doesn't care about the outcome at all, he just wants to block himself with his life. Crazy, utterly mad. This Lin Chen is a lunatic, and the people around him are all lunatics. Boom. 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 Zhao Tian was entangled again, Fang Ling's power was rising all the way. And the realm of sword intent was still deepening. If it weren't for the limitation of luck, he would have been promoted to the realm of Jiani Tongshan. Not to mention that after countless epochs of backlog in the holy prison, the sword intent of the imperial envoy, who is now wanton and carefree, has fully erupted in his swordsmanship, giving Zhao Tian a kind of ruthlessness that will never retreat. Even Zhao Tian couldn't take him down by storm. On the other side, Lin Chen stepped on the dragon of luck, and the power of luck was slowly fading. Lin Chen's expression was a little surprised. The previous punch, according to His estimation should not be enough to instantly crush the strongest sword. Intent of the Sword King. When Lin Chen urged his primordial spirit to look around, he found that there was a group of people in the direction where the fluctuating luck in the distance dissipated. A group of incomplete figures, like the afterglow of the setting sun. They carry swords, carry swords, carry swords, and smell swords. But invariably, their eyes were silently watching Lin Chen, as if they had relieved some important things, and finally disappeared into nothingness. It was not only Lin Chen who witnessed this scene, but also those powerhouses who came to watch the battle. It was a shock. Lin Chen smiled knowingly. It turned out to be them, those strong swordsmen who fell. Their luck was imprisoned here, so just now the gate of luck broke in the middle, and the sword intent was released with Chiyu, that punch not only my strength, and their sword will help. After understanding the reason, Lin Chen took advantage of the opportunity of Chi luck floating out before the power of Chi luck had completely dissipated, and released his primordial spirit to attach to Chi luck, and drank it coldly. The world sword cultivators obey the order. I am Lin Chen, and I will inform all sword cultivators according to the will of the sages of Kendo. From now on, the way of swordsmanship will no longer be controlled by luck. And above the way of swordsmen, everyone is like a dragon. Boom! This sound transmission, with the power of luck, began to gradually spread throughout the holy realm. Presumably soon, the sword cultivator who understands the meaning of the sword will receive all of Lin Chen's words. And more power of luck began to spread to the whole holy world with the sword domain as the center. In the end, they all turned into clouds and merged into the 36 domains. When Elder Shangyue resisted a holy king and a sword king, the corner of his eyes showed some hope and surprise. She looked at the boy who was stepping on the door of luck in the sky, and muttered to herself. Unexpectedly, he actually did it. Ruoyan, this girl, really chosen. Extraordinary man. I am afraid that the current situation will change the holy world because of him. However, Elder Xuanyue's gaze instantly became sharper, and the more aggressive he acted, the more serious the consequences would be. Lin Chen shatters the door of luck and liberates the luck of the sword domain. What kind of chain reaction it will cause, she can't know better. At that time, Zhao Lingtian was able to condense the luck and block the luck. And there were many hidden forces to help, and he had a very close relationship with the top 10 of the current list of saints. In this battle, Shibi will attract those monsters in the top 10 of the saint talent list. Lin Chen Shibi will become the target of public criticism. This little guy is very powerful, but he is also a good player in causing trouble. There are still several tough battles to be fought in the next Shenyan Palace. It is really disturbing. Fighting power. Elder Shangyue is helpless. Seeing that this little guy can help her improve her mentality and has a precursor to breaking through the realm, she should help him with all her strength. On the other side, Zhao Lingtian witnessed this moment with his own eyes, and his eyes were completely split. His years of accumulation were in vain, and he even wanted to raise his sword and rush up to kill Lin Chen. But Feng Ling stood in front of him stubbornly, and even fought against him at the cost of injury. Boom! Lin Chen's 4 clones aggressively attacked Zhao Lingtian, besieging him in various ways, and cooperated with Feng Ling to besiege Zhao Lingtian. And when the luck disappeared, there was a scarlet gold attribute treasure chest left in the void. Lin Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed it. The host opens the treasure chest of divine materials and obtains special divine materials fragments, 3/3. After the host has collected them, a special divine-level material can be fused at any time. God-level material. Lin Chen is ecstatic. The meaning of this thing is no trivial matter. Lin Chen has to find a time to release any of it. Any piece of God-level material is of great value to Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked back suddenly. The bare feet in his eyes were not afraid of the ruthlessness of wearing shoes, and said awe-inspiringly, "It's just the culprit who blocked the luck. Kill him." Boom. Lin Chen smashed the void and swept Zhao Ling Tian away. On the other side, among the strong swordsmen, Hall Master Howren felt the new path of swordsmanship guided by luck, and said, in a trance, is it true, this Hall can perceive the path of sword intent again, as long as one retreat, sword intent can rise again. The pavilion master of Yushang Sword Pavilion was intoxicated. This seat's original sword intent, I actually saw the candlelight on the swordsmanship, all thanks to this sun. The Divine Sword Old Man in Divine Sword Valley did not speak, but Wei Wei put his hand on the hilt of the sword. Brush. The next moment, the Old Man of Divine Sword disappeared in the increasingly fierce battle circle. Boom. Lin Chen opened the sky with a punch and bombarded Zhao Lingtian's back. His defensive holy weapon, purple gold flowing blade armor, cracked open. Tear. Lin's swinging leg ran over like a sword, and Zhao Lingtian was forced to cut off a sword and forcibly take Lin Chen's offensive. A giant sword of opening the sky fell from the sky, and it came violently with an unstoppable sword intent. Not only that, at the very front of Zhao Lingtian, Ruihua rushed into the sky. The space was scorched black, and shot like a billowing fire dragon. Immediately afterwards, a thunder dragon-like sword intent suddenly erupted. And an ancient sword like a secluded spring stabbed at Zhao Lingtian. 5 Shadows Divine Edge Sword. Zhao Lingtian mobilized his holy power, his power surged, he raised his sword and slashed, and he used a completely new sword technique. His sword slashed out 5 divine shadow-like sword marks, entwined with sword intent, like a wandering dragon, crushing all the attacks of the crowd. When the figure retreated violently, Zhao Lingtian coldly shouted with an ugly face, "Oh, you damn old ghost also want to come and participate." I saw that the Old Man of Divine Sword was suspended in the air, immortal, holding a vast ancient sword, and the sword body was faintly blue, reflecting the firm and unshakable gaze in the old eyes. This son is the last person who entrusted the will of my sword-domained sages. This old man's body should also respond to his call. I have wanted to challenge you for a long time. Zhao Lingtian, today's old man, has no plans to go back alive. Zheng. The Old Man of Divine Sword slashed diagonally with his sword, slashing out an avenue of blood, and the sword intent of the Deshang stage was awe-inspiring. Mad, what a lunatic. Zhao Lingtian was besieged and cursed repeatedly. Lin Chen doesn't care about 3721, the other party wants to help, it is someone else's business. He only has one question now, hit him the first sword king. The fist style was as sharp as a knife, shattering the space. Lin Chen threw his fist like a dragon, and punched Zhao Lingtian hard. Even the waves turned the clouds hard to withstand the injury, and joined the siege camp. The Sword King Qing Tian was besieged by Lin Chen and his 4 clones, Lang, Fanyun, Xinjian Old Man, and Fong Ling, and he was still undefeated. The strongest Sword King deserved it. Very good, Lin Chen, you have won this seat. But don't think about a peaceful death, things won't be so simple. Zhao Lingtian mobilized the space holy artifact Phaseless Shifting Cloak and was escaping into the void with a series of vertical flashes. Linger. Lin Chen seemed to have foreknowledge, and he suddenly transmitted a sound. OM. Two huge space blades were born, like a pair of sharp scissors, suddenly cut down. Pft. The tearing sound like cracking brocade spread all over the sky, and Zhao Lingtian's space teleportation was interrupted. What? Space magic. Zhao Lingtian's face changed slightly. Brush. Lin Chenhua turned into a beam of golden light and came out of the sky, and the avatar stepped on the cloud shadow, and when the main body and the avatar appeared, they each punched up. Boom. 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 Zhao Lingtian was caught off guard, the last trace of defense was broken, and he vomited blood and was injured on the spot. Supernatural talent. The host activates the superspace talent 5 times, consuming 5 million top talent points. Brush. A beam of green light passed by, and Lin Chen and the 4 clones, together with the sword King Qingtian, all disappeared. When he reappeared, Zhao Lingtian had already appeared in an empty gray-white space, with no boundaries around him, as if it were eternal and boundless. What the hell is this place? Space Saint artifact? No, it's not that simple. Zhao Lingtian was moved, and said in horror, could it be, God created the space? Lin Chen and the clone appeared together, he jokingly said, you can also understand it as the divine creation space. The first Sword King is really difficult to deal with. I have to use the clone 5 times at the same time to have a high probability of pulling you in. Lin Chen's smile gradually became cold, and he sneered, however, today is the final chapter of the story of the first Sword King. System, life and death. The enemy has hostility and killing intent towards the host, and the host has successfully selected a target, consuming 4 million top talent points. The orange flame of life burned in an instant, burning all over Lin Chen's body. Boom. 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 The soaring golden light of the god of war shot into the sky in an instant, illuminating the entire superspace plane, and the endless radiance of the sky was falling, surrounding Lin Chen soaring and climbing. Zhao Lingtian was moved, and Lin Chen's pure power continued to soar. Desperate for life and death, once opened, there will be no way out. Lin Chen's death fight against Zhao Lingtian will end. Feeling Lin Chen's mutation, Zhao Lingtian's pupils shrank. Are you crazy? Use your vitality to burn your life. Do you want to fight with me? I have no grievances with you. It's not enough to release the luck. Do you still want to take my life? Lin Chen jokingly said, who said I would die? I am indeed fighting with my life force, but if you want me to perish with you, you think too much yourself. Hum. 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 The violent energy fluctuations became hot and heart-pounding. Lin Chen's 4 avatars, or on the bowstring, on the tip of the sword, or on the edge of the blade, were spinning 5 groups of lantern-shaped 9-color light groups. Magnificent and majestic. Gorgeous. Zhao Lingtian's heart trembled. This sun actually controls such a terrifying big killer. Try this, first Sword King. Lin Chen snapped his fingers, and he cloned himself or swung out his sword, or raised his sword and slashed furiously, or pulled his bow and shot, and a full 20 groups of 9-color star core-like energy swept over. With this blow, all the holy power of the 4 avatars was exhausted. Zhao Lingtian immediately held the sword, and the sword intent of the gods was awe-inspiring, wrapping around the sword edge, and once again applying the 5 shadows divine edge sword. This time, he used the strongest sword intent, and his primordial spirit and holy energy were consumed in an instant. 5 Feng Ju, Shen Feng hidden. Starburst. Wu Dao Wanru long sword light and 29 color star nuclei exploded with a bang. Boom. 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 The terrifying energy swept the entire superdimensional plane. Lin Chen didn't think that this wave of bombardment could kill the strongest. Sword King. Tear. The energy flow was torn apart, and a figure rushed into the world. Destroying energy mushroom cloud. It's Lin Chen. He raised his hand into a fist and punched Zhao Lingtian's head. This guy can ignore these energy aftermath and move forward? Zhao Lingtian was startled. He had just activated the sword intent, and he was in the free period, and he could only use the holy power to slash away with the sword. The fists and feet slammed, and the sword edge slashed. Fighting head to head. With swinging legs and fists covered in golden armor, Lin Chen fought and eliminated, not afraid of his sword at all. Clang. 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 The two fought close to each other and fought frantically. Zhao Lingtian's wounds became more and more, and from time to time, he even caused a small explosion of pure power in his body. What a weird attack method. Not only could my injury not heal, but a weird force even penetrated my whole body, ignoring my sword intent protection, and it exploded from within. Zhao Lingtian was horrified again. Lin Chen's methods exceeded his understanding time and time again. Hundreds of phases divine walk. As soon as the blood was sprinkled, and the cloak was waved, Zhao Lingtian wanted to escape into the void, traveled thousands of miles, frantically urged the space holy weapon, and quickly exited Lin Chen's attack range. However, he was horrified to find that no matter how much he escaped, he could not escape the space here, let alone tear the boundaries of the space. As if eternal time and space, there is no way out at all. Any means of escape also makes it useless. Thanks to your escape, you bought me time to recover. When Lin Chen's laughter echoed, the 4 clones appeared again in full. This time, Zhao Lingtian was completely dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? Isn't this goddamn fantasy? I've seen a ghost today. Just now, he clearly felt that all of Lin Chen's clones had been exhausted. How could he return to his full state in such a short time? Bullshit, you are here. Even if it is the top-level holy pill, there must be a refining process. Starburst early in. For you. Sigh. Boom. The clone's annihilation, Starburst attacked from all directions of Zhao Lingtian. The host triggers destruction explosion and extinction crack talent 4 times. Zhao Lingtian swung his sword, and the sword intent split the aftermath of the energy, clutching the wound, frantically swallowing the medicinal pill. The broken holy artifact is constantly healing him, and he doesn't even care how strong the energy of the holy pill is, and the damage to the meridians. Now, he only has one thought: to kill Lin Chen. Apart from killing him, there is no second possibility to escape the space. The airflow was torn apart. Lin Chen once again activated pure power, and the golden body of the god of war protected his whole body. He didn't care how many times Zhao Lingtian's second wave of offensive triggered the talents of destruction explosion and destruction crack, and continued to beat Zhao Lingtian at close range. Don't give him a chance at all. Consuming 1.6 million points of holy rune energy, it is making up for all the holy power lost by the clone. Seeing that Lin Chen's avatar actually began to recover his holy power at a rapid rate, Zhao Lingtian finally showed his panic. This is the closest he has been to death since he became the first Sword King. Lin Chen, let's talk about how this king still has a lot of coordinates of Spatial secrets, I can give you. Help you surpass all the holy kings, just around the corner. Yes, this king can help you condense your luck and make you a person who controls a domain of luck. Don't kill me, we all have to talk about it. This king can also help you get to the top 5 places on the list of saints. Lin Chen joined forces with this king. Lin Chen slammed his fist down, the divine brilliance stirred, and he shouted. In awe, what are you talking about? Isolating luck will definitely cut people's wealth and kill their parents. After so many years of domination of luck and framed Fong Ling, don't you think? Hammer you to death, I am sorry. For myself. Boom. With a punch, Zhao Ling Tian retreated, his pupils trembled, and a piercing cold light shot straight to the sky. I saw that at this time, Lin Chen's 4 avatars were holding the annihilation starburst, overflowing with the energy of destroying the world. Wait, little friend Lin Chen. Climb. Pulling the bow and shooting fast, the arrows shot out like dragons, and the swords came, and the annihilation starbursts of the clones swarmed up again. Boom. This time, Zhao Lingtian's sword intent and the remaining defensive holy weapons were not enough to resist Lin Chen's 3rd wave of offensive. Although Lin Chen's holy power is only equivalent to that of an ordinary holy king, his momentary shadows and supernatural possession have raised the power of annihilation starburst by several levels. With 3 consecutive bangs in one go, the entire superspace trembled. After a while, the host kills the hostile target and has removed the state of life and death. Talent. Attribute light balls and treasure scattered in the sky, Zhao Lingtian's body was suspended in the void. The 3rd wave of annihilation and starburst, Zhao Lingtian failed to completely resist the past. In terms of pure power, in fact, the 3rd starburst was not enough to completely kill Zhao Lingtian. But the chain reaction of Lin Chen's destruction explosion and destruction fissure was too strong. It started to destroy from the inside of his holy body, and even the primordial spirit was completely destroyed, and he didn't even have a chance to fight back. Sword intent is really powerful, so it won't smash you. Sword intent can both protect the body and become the strongest attack method. I'm really envious. When I can fix one. Lin Chen glanced at Zhao Lingtian's body, and Lin Chen sighed enviously. The first sword king known as the strongest in the holy world has ended. A dazzling attribute treasure chest is suspended in front of Lin Chen. Together with the artistic conception, it takes a long time to accumulate, and it is not a realm that Lin Chen can learn. At least the current version of the system does not have the function of comprehending the mood. Lin Chen has a system, but it does not mean that he is omnipotent. The means deposited by each strong man over countless years are very individual, especially powerful, and have their own path and Taoism. Even if Lin Chen has the system, he can't all go through the hundreds of epics and thousands of epics accumulated by the other party at once. The way. The host obtained 25,900 top-level Heavenly Dao points, 250.9 billion points of Holy Level Essence, 16 billion points of Suit Essence, 92 million points of Intermediate Enhancement points, 2.3 billion points of Holy Level Spiritual Power, 16.6 billion points of Holy Level Blood, 40,000 points of Gold System Energy, 190,000 Saint Level Rune Energy, 520,000 points of Saint Level Cultivation Technique Essence. When the clone took away the attribute Light Ball, Lin Chen's attribute value soared. Especially the essence of the suit, it can be called skyrocketing. The background of a strongest sword king, especially when many 9th grade Holy artifacts were blown up and shattered by Lin Chen. The essence of the suit dropped was huge. Not only did Lin Chen consume the God of War suit this time, but also made the charge of the God of War suit soar to 95%. Boom. After Zhao Lingtian died, only a dazzling, orange light lingering attribute treasure chest was left. The surface of the treasure chest was covered with a faint divine light, as if divine, which made Lin Chen full of curiosity and stretched out his hand to grab it. The host obtains a treasure chest of top-quality god-level materials, and after opening it, he gets a 9-layered god. When the attribute treasure chest is opened, a green agate that is as bright as a star is suspended in the superspace. The dazzling divine light glows from the agate jade. The magic is that the agate stone contains 9 kinds of brilliance, and each kind of divine light contains different energy. 9-layered divine star. It turned out to be a different ore of the gods. How amazing! Just holding it, there is an illusion that the stars, sun, and moon are in hand. Lin Chen's heart throbbed. This thing is a divine material that can be used to refine artifacts. But the most important thing is that it is the making raw material for the 6th piece of the God of War set. Lin Chen didn't care about cleaning up attribute values and loot, and after taking it directly into the air transport capsule, he immediately left the superspace plane. Back to the outside world, Lang Fanyun saw Lin Chen and said immediately, "My lord, are you all right?" Lin Chen smiled and nodded. "It's all minor injuries, no harm done." Fang Ling hesitated for a moment and said, "My lord, that guy." Lin Chen said, "Dead, I killed him in the space I created." If the outside world dies, the death potential ratio of Sword King Qing Tian will trigger a new vision, but the superspace is isolated from the outside world, so outsiders cannot perceive it, unless there are saints similar to the saints, and there are saints. The absolute connection and maintenance of the fate of the human race. As soon as these words came out, the faces of many Sword Region powerhouses were very exciting. Died? The first Sword King actually died? That is the master of the Sword Gate who is known as immortal. A calculator once predicted that if the Sword God does not appear, even if the Sword Region gathers all the power, it may not be able to conquer the eternal Sword Gate. At this time, Lin Pingyan flew over and said unhappily, "Those guys ran very fast, I didn't kill them, so angry." Lin Chen smiled, "There is no time to pursue them, we still have important things to do." Lin Chen didn't blame Lin Pingyan. If a strong man above the Holy King insisted on fleeing, it would be very difficult to completely kill Fang Wen. On one. The reason why Lin Chen was able to kill the Holy King many times before was entirely because of clones to fight more and less or the ultimate rebel. Plus one-handed movement speed to suppress, otherwise, how could the strong of the Holy King be so easy to kill? Lin Pingyan giggled and said, "Then leave them alone." In order to quell my anger, I went out of my way to find something good. After finishing speaking, Lin Pingyan threw a few top-grade nativity rings, and 5 top-grade Qi Luck capsules, to Lin Chen. As soon as Lin Chen took it, it turned out to be the family of Wan Gujian men. He gave a thumbs up and called him an expert. Professional, so professional. This girl, I really like it more and more. As expected of messing with me. Li So. Without saying a word, Lin Chen released the Holy Dragon, and the Holy Dragon, in human form, pushed with the palm of his hand to activate the bloodline. Supernatural powers of the Yin and Yang fortune-telling dragon. The vast and deep Yin-Yang dragon in its palm is filled with immortality, and immortality, shrouded in waves and clouds, turning into two yin-yang profound dragons. His injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immortal creation. Lin Chen's yin and yang creation dragon blood supernatural power. Although his holy dragon has not yet fully reached the level of the dragon king, the blessing of +17 can be strengthened so that Lin Chen can use this magical power, and the recovery speed is no less than that of the Dragon King himself. At this time an old hoarse voice came. It's really blue that is better than blue. The old man of divine sword was dressed in sackcloth and came in the air with an ancient sword on his back. Lin Chen slightly cupped his hands and said with a casual smile, "Hello. Senior, I just dealt with the Sword King Qing Tian, thank you for your help." "You're welcome." The old man of divine sword nodded and squeezed out an unprecedented smile. "Even if you don't need the help of the old man, you can kill him without any problem. Little friend Lin Chen, you are really the light of my holy world. We Jianxiu owe little friend Lin Chen a big favor. Little friend Lin Chen has opened the way for us to Kendo. If you need it in the future, just tell me. Go up the mountain of swords and go down to the sea of fire, and do whatever you want." At this time, the ninth-rank powerhouses in the sword region came up to express their gratitude and saluted with fists. Lin Chen jokingly smiled. "Oh? Are you willing to go up the mountain of swords and go down to the sea of fire? Okay, then we are going to overturn the domain of swords and liberate the luck of the domain of swords. Let's go. Let's go together." As soon as these words came out, everyone in Jianyu opened their mouths slightly, and their eyelids jumped wildly. Lin Chen smiled coquettishly. "The swords are in the same family. Since they are a family, they must be neat and tidy. Oh, is this guy still human? This has just liberated the luck of the sword domain, and this is the sword domain? Seriously? Do 2 domains in one day? Are you not good at being an individual?" Lang Fanyun listened with joy, but he wanted to say, "My lord, will it be too hasty? Should we withdraw first?" Lin Chen immediately stern face, pretending to be serious, "Remove what to do. In case someone reacts, make another round, mobilize the strong to guard against us, then to fight at that time is really stunned, this commander can't force it. Do this shitty business. Mr. Liu is right, if you want to do it, then you have to do it to the end. The man who dares to do everything is the real warrior." As soon as they heard that Lin Chen was going to dry the sword domain, the strong men in the sword domain showed embarrassment. If they are not afraid of the powerhouses of the enemy sword field, but if they are in danger and go to their base camp, it is not something that can be solved by fighting. The swordsmen have found reasons to excuse themselves. "Little friend Lin Chen, I suddenly remembered something in the pavilion." Yes, our sword pavilion is on fire, let's go back to put out the fire first." "Oh, my disciple was injured suddenly, the old man has to rush back to heal him. Little friend Lin Chen, come to my Harren Hall for tea when you have time." "Oh, I just remembered that my wife is going to give birth." "Little friend Lin Chen, let's not accompany you for now. My wife gave birth too." "Lin Chen, your wife, is it the same?" "Lin Pingon, look at your cowardice." The clone swept away and took away a large number of attribute light balls dropped by the eternal sword gate. Boom! A dragon chi rose into the sky, dragon chants burst forth, and tens of thousands of dragon talismans released the divine light that covered the sky and enveloped everyone. Boom! 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 The situation changed suddenly, the endless spiritual energy turned into a vortex, condensed above the high sky of the eternal sword gate, and transformed into the phantom of the ancient dragons, roaring towards the sky. Elder Shanue said in surprise, "This is the birth of the Dragon King. This is..." Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, and then he was ecstatic. "My holy dragon has finally broken through." Lin Chen looked at the holy dragon who was treating Lang Fanyun at this moment. The dragon energy in the dragon veins contained the mountains, rivers, sun and moon, and each dragon vein glowed with new vitality and power. It seems that with just one breath of the dragon's breath, the sun, moon, and stars can be swept away. Dragon King. The real Dragon King. If it was said that the previous holy dragon could only rely on several peerless supernatural powers and the powerhouses of the Holy King realm to deal with, then now, even the real hard and rigid Holy King is completely true, and can even occupy the absolute upper hand. The combat power has soared by more than a notch. Even the speed of treating Lang Fanyun's injuries has more than doubled. It seems that the holy level qi and blood attributes obtained from Zhao Ling Tian have made my holy dragon break through the final limit. Lin Chen smiled like a rose. The breakthrough of the holy dragon is not only the transformation brought about by the combat power, but also the substantial improvement of the life saving ability, which is not what it used to be. However, at the moment, Lin Chen ignored the remnants of the eternal sword sect, looked up at the sky, and said with a sound transmission, "Linger, are you ready?" Xiao Linger stepped out of the sky and emerged, dressed in a blue dress. Beautiful and beautiful, as blue as autumn waves, Ying bowed her body. "Master, the space channel is ready and can take off at any time." Without saying a word, Lin Chen picked up Lang Fanyun and Feng Ling, and laughed loudly. "Go, let's go to his knife domain. Good things come in pairs. Since we want to liberate our luck, the two domains must be neat and tidy." Elder Xianyu shook his head helplessly, only to keep up. Lin Ping'an waved his little pink fist excitedly, and said excitedly, "I don't know what good treasures will be waiting for me in the next site, so high, I feel like my life has reached its peak." Seeing a painful disaster brought by Lin Chen like this, Elder Shanue was speechless. Why does everyone who has something to do with Lin Chen become extraordinarily abnormal? Brush. The space channel was closed, and everyone disappeared. On the other side, the realms of the Holy Realm. The World Sword cultivators obey the order. "I am Lin Chen, and I will inform all sword cultivators according to the will of the sages of Kendo. From now on, the way of swordsmanship will no longer be controlled by luck. And above the way of swordsmen, everyone is like a dragon." The grand and deep voice, soul-stirring and grandiose, spread throughout every swordsman's sword intent perception. Their sword intent became pure, and there was a ray of light on the dark road. Lin Chen? Could it be the Lin Chen who challenged Genesis? Has he liberated Qi Luck, the sword intent of this seat, actually goodbye to the end? It is rumored that the luck of swordsmanship has already been blocked, and it has a lot of relationship with the Sword King Zhao Ling Tian. Could it be that there are still people here who dare to challenge the first Sword King in the sword domain? If there is no torch after this, he is the only light. The sword intent of the Desheng period. Ha 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 ha, the swordsmanship of this seat. What a good Lin Chen, I would like to call him the craziest. Ha 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 ha. It seems that all the sword cultivators in our holy world owe Lin Chen a favor. All over the holy world, many different voices come and go. This day must be a milestone in the history of Kendo. Outside the sky, the round wheel is like a grinding disc, rotating slowly. Here, there are 5 figures sitting cross-legged. These 5 people, the weather is full of life, extraordinary and refined, surpassing all living beings. Some were shattered around their bodies, and their virtual images of wild and ancient beasts such as Songlong, Zhenlong, Kuimping were shattered, and there were supreme giants lurking in their bodies, with qi like rivers and blood like vast oceans. The man in white in the center suddenly opened his eyes. His aura is amazing, his body is good at mountains, rivers, sun and moon, and 5 colored clouds rise above his head. The person beside him is in high spirits, wearing a 9-layered scorching sun, blood flames billowing, a round of yang yen swept across the universe. And the sea of fire burned all over the 9 heavens and 10 places, swallowing the sky and devouring the earth. On the opposite side, the snow-clothed boy, wearing a knife, lingered sharply. When I opened my eyes, I saw at a glance that the avenue of the void was cut open, and the strong sword intent was radiated with dragon roars. What's more, there is an illusion with 3 heads and 6 arms, 6 eyes, and 4 ears, extremely strange, a pair of eyes as deep as a galaxy, staring at the distant void. The space suddenly collapsed. The last person, the sunflowers are scattered, the temperament is evil, the handsome young man is extraordinary, and the pair of peach blossom eyes are as beautiful as a woman, but it is just a cold murderous aura between the eyebrows, swept away, Xingyin disintegrated. These 5 people are all legendary figures in the top 10 of the saint talent list. 8th on the list of saints, a knife in the world, Nangon Shenyuan. 7th on the list of saints, sunflower evil monarch Jin Wuxia. The 6th on the list of saints, Yaoiwa Chonger. 5th on the list of saints, king of 9 sons, Jin Tai. 4th on the list of saints, overlord Yang Qianjin. The 5 legends of the sage list woke up from the retreat at the same time. And when they looked at the distant void, they were shocked, stunned, surprised, and surprised. The holy world is ever-changing, and they have never frowned. The killing of ordinary powerhouses has no effect on their pattern. Their cultivation base has basically escaped the disputes in the holy world and pursued a higher realm in the Holy King's territory. Luck is one of their fastest shortcuts. Luck is connected to this universe. And those who have accumulated enough luck can turn bad luck into good luck, and turn difficulties into auspiciousness. When they want to explore more opportunities, they need more luck accumulated in their bodies. And here, an important secret is involved. That is, the top-quality spiritual plant for luck. Every top 10 on the list of saints needs to have a top-quality spiritual plant with his own destiny. Ordinary chi luck spirit plants can only absorb chi luck on their own, thus producing corresponding treasures and resources. And the top-quality spiritual plant can partially control the luck. A top-quality spiritual plant can even accumulate luck, which is a very scary thing. This is very different from the top-grade and middle-grade spiritual plants that can only absorb chi luck. This is also the reason why top-quality spiritual plants are so rare. Those who are protected by luck are far more than ordinary geniuses. And beside Lin Chen, there is also an existence who controls his luck, Fairy Crimson. About her existence, Lin Chen has not really known. However, that is another story. At this moment, what moved this group of saints who had collapsed in front of Mount Tai without losing their color was that the luck of the sword region had collapsed. It's like every day you are served by a beautiful beauty who is all over the country, suddenly one day it is replaced by a flower, and then at the end even the flower is gone. In this holy world, is there anyone who dares to think about the top 10 things in their holy talent list? Jianyu's luck has collapsed. What is Zhao Ling Tian doing? No, the imprint of his sword intent has been broken, and he can't die any longer. It's really a rice bucket. It's a pity that I waited for the aristocratic family to condense the luck for him, and I couldn't even hold a gate of luck. What kind of garbage is this? The three saints looked at each other, and the contempt in the conversation was extremely cold and arrogant. Suddenly, a voice accompanied by the power of shattering luck, slowly spread to the sky. The world sword cultivators obey the order. I am Lin Chen, and I will inform all sword cultivators according to the will of the sages of Kendo. From now on, the way of swordsmanship will no longer be controlled by luck. And above the way of swordsmen, everyone is like a dragon. These words immediately caught the attention of the five great saints. They stood up abruptly, smashed the void, and the murderous intent flashed in their eyes, wishing to rip their bones and skin. Leading the list of saints, Yang Qianjin almost squeezed the words out of his teeth. Lin Chen? At this moment, the five legends on the list of saints were eyeing Lin Chen at the same time. Holy realm, ancient realm. A similar scene was staged, and the vast and huge Tianqing city suffered a strange sign of time and space stopped. All the races stared with big eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. This space suddenly stopped. It was like a godlike method. Even the heaven opening realm, who is as strong as the Saint Ninth layer, who is guarded here, can't move. When the void was still, the voice carrying the power of rolling air came. Jianshou and the world listens to the order. I am Lin Chen. This voice caused two curious and elegant voices to appear in the still void. Lin Chen? Haha, go and see if you don't know. The next moment, the time and space stand still. Everyone in Tianqing City suddenly regained their freedom, and everyone was panting as if they were facing an enemy. Even the heaven-opening realm master sitting inside Tianqing showed unprecedented fear and shock. Difficult. Could it be the Holy King? No. There is no such terrifying Holy King. Could it be God? Taiku Sword City. The bright red hair that fluttered slightly was beautiful. Jian Qingqing lightly stroked a strand of red hair, stared into the distance, felt the change in his sword intent, and muttered to himself. Lin Chen, you must be safe and sound. Then, Jian Qingqing turned around and said indifferently, I have received the agreed signal, ready to retreat. Yes, miss. Everything is ready, start moving. What can be taken has been taken, and what cannot be taken has been burned. All the belongings in the Sword City have been packed down, including the 3rd and 4th rank forces in Chiyu that Your Excellency Lin Chen instructed. They have also accepted it. Take off. Seeing the appearance of his granddaughter alone, the third old man shed tears of emotion. This granddaughter is good in everything, but the grandson-in-law he looks at is a little too strong. Unexpectedly, our Bingxin Palace has gone from that little third-grade force to where it is today. A few years ago, we were still worried about whether the Zhenzhou mentality could be perfected to the orange level. Unexpectedly, today will usher in the most important turning point in the history of the Holy World. If it weren't for the fact that Zhenzhuan hadn't come down to earth in the past, in order to befriend Lin Chen's son and lead Yueqi's disciple to the entrance, we would have been reduced to the ashes of this catastrophe. The 3 supreme elders of Bingxin Palace sighed with full heart. The owner of Bingxin Palace smiled softly. So, choice is greater than effort. An inadvertent choice for the mortal world has changed the future of our Bingxin Palace. As Lin Chen said, giving mortals a chance to survive is always the best way to survive. The human race retains a ray of fire. The crowd began to move. Ling Yueji and Shangguan Zhu led Bingxin Palace and Xinyan Palace to evacuate, respectively. After this battle, the pattern of the Holy Realm will undergo great changes in advance. According to what Lin Chen said, before the victory and defeat with the multi-party forces, they were related to him, Lin Chen. The Holy World is not a place for them to stay. This is a great battle that is not qualified to participate in the war if the cultivation level is lower than the open heaven realm. Zi Qianzhou's hands formed a seal, slamming the void. Thousands of formation talismans flew up, burned into flames, and turned into a golden lion soaring in the sky. Wherever they passed, a unique space channel was opened up. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Taishu waved the free and easy flag and pushed it horizontally with one hand, the Brahma ancient seal in his palm covering the space passage. Everyone, this old man has covered up the secrets of this space channel. Please hurry up and hit the road, Jiang Taishu said to the crowd. This time, the destination of everyone will be one of the important inheritance sites of Xiangxiamen. The inheritance place of Xiangxiamen has its shielding secrets. As long as it can be reached, the abandoned place of Xiangxiamen will be in absolutely safe area, and no mathematician or strong person can spy on its location. Stay there, everyone will be safe enough. On the other side, the third day after the liberation of Sword Region's luck. Sword Domain, 9-rank sect, Wuxiang Sword Palace. There are thousands of attics here, and each attic is shaped like a sharp knife, showing its edge. Today, the Sword Palace formation is wide open, and the sword chi whistling and wandering like a cloud dragon slashes the void. The Wuxiang Sword Palace is also one of the 9th-rank forces in the Sword Domain. Since the ancient times, it is the only heavenly sword saint who has entered the knife intent. The Wuxiang Sword Palace has also passed down the top 10 of the saint talent list from generation to generation, and has a deep intersection with the top 10 of the other saint talent list. It is a truly unshakable giant. But today, it is the first time that the Wuxiang Sword Palace has entered a state of alert. Just because a legend was born out of nowhere to break the balance of countless epics. It has challenged the martial god family, the holy prison, the Genesis Alliance, and even the luck of the Sword region, and was released by him. Such a character, even if the possibility is only 1 in 1,000, Wuxiang Dao Palace must beware of it to the end. Inside the Palace of Swords, the heavenly butcher sword Saint Namgong Jichen appeared in the palace. He has a tiger's eyes and a brow, and he is not angry and arrogant. He wears a purple gold robe and releases the sword intent like a dragon. When the whole person travels through the void, he splits the vast avenue. The void around him is surrounded by his sword intent, slicing the space and turning it into nothingness. The sword is fascinated, and the mind is instant. If you move the knife intent, it will even be faster than most of the orange level intermediate moves. Namgong Jichen said coldly, "This seat tells you to be on guard. Where are you?" A stern, black-robed sword king cupped his hands and said, "Brother Jichen, I have already recalled all the holy kings outside. I am afraid I will be able to return to the sword field within 7 days." Namgong Jichen's eyes narrowed. "Can you all come back in 7 days?" The mathematician's scrutiny results came from this family, and the person who solved the boy of the King of Swords has disappeared in Jianyu, and he may do something. The other sword king in white was elegant, but he poured himself a cup of hot tea leisurely, took a sip, and smiled casually. I feel that Namgong Zun is a little too cautious. There is indeed a good way to kill Zhao Ling Tian and destroy the Eternal Sword sect, but the price he pays will certainly not be small. The third golden armored sword king opened and closed, and laughed rudely. That's right, the holy king who is in the same realm as us. How much it will cost to kill him completely, don't we all know it, let alone a strong man of the same realm as Namgong, your excellency. I'm afraid he is still hiding in a corner to heal his wounds, praying that we don't find him. Namgong Jichen frowned slightly, but the solemnity between his brows was indeed a little less. As the protector said, the price to be paid is too high to kill a powerhouse of their level. Lin battle 2 domains? Lin Chen has no such ability. What's more, they didn't have any grudges against Lin Chen, so there was no reason to come to them. Namgong Jichen said indifferently, having said that, just in case, from today onwards, you need to be at the headquarters for more than 3 years. I have informed Shan Yuan to let him return as soon as possible. The graceful king of swords in white stood up, with a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth. Do you sit in the sword palace? Haha, it's okay, I just went to Ye's house to find some women to play with. I recently traveled to several spatial coordinates, and it was very tiring. Immediately, an elder brought 3 naked and beautiful women to the front of the white-clothed sword king. The 3 women's skins were as white as sheep's fat and delicate, with crescent eyebrows and crescent heads. What's weird is that each woman wears a collar around her neck, engraved with different numbers, such as 282, 351, and so on. The 3 women lost the light in their eyes, and stood in front of the white-robed sword king like puppets, trembling with a little fear. The black-robed knife king glanced at him and said indifferently, "Don't die on a woman's belly." The king of swords in white sneered, "Can someone from the Yi family be called a woman? It's just a bunch of tools." The golden armored sword king stood up and said with a sneering smile, "Palace master, don't worry, Lin Chen doesn't have the guts to come, he dares to come to the sword domain, I'll call him Dad." Boom! Boom! The Wuxiang sword palace suddenly crumbled, a violent earthquake, and 2 explosions came from the outside world. The 4 kings immediately urged the sword to investigate. At this time, an elder in a yellow robe outside the sword palace ran in a panic and trembled. "Dharma protectors, palace master, someone outside has indicated that they want to see you." Namgong Jichen frowned and said, Who else dares to come to my sword palace to act wildly?" The elder Huang Pao trembled and bowed, shaking his voice. He said that he was a dark horse takeaway, and he could deliver anything quickly. Sending a person's head, it was also fast. Namgong Jichen? Just after the elder Huang Pao finished speaking, the cynical laughter of the youth came from outside the sword palace. Professional team uninvited. The golden light shines on the world, Gung Jin's sharp edge opens up the sky and the earth, the sword light slashes like a crescent moon, and a sword splits the hall of the Wuxiang sword palace. Boom! The sword palace fell and collapsed one after another, causing the apprehension of the disciples and elders of the entire Wuxiang sword palace. What's the situation? This formation is fully open and there are still people infiltrating? Whoever eats the bear heart and leopard dares to come to the Wuxiang sword palace to make trouble. The most important thing is that the first hall of the sword palace has the Sword Intent Guardian Palace, which is in the realm of the gods. It is impossible for ordinary holy kings to shake the sword palace. With a wave of Nangong Jichen's hand, the sword wind rolled up all the ruins. His eyes were as cold as a knife, staring at the silver-robed figure in the void. The moment he recognized the person who came, Nangong Jichen said, coldly, Lin Chen, Fang Ling, waves and clouds. You guys really dare to come to my sword domain? Lin Chen? The other 3 sword kings were shocked. What the hell, this kid really dares to come. Is there anyone in the world who is not afraid of death? Challenge the strongest forces in sword domain and sword domain for several days in a row, but no normal person would dare to think like this. Not to mention taking action. He actually dared to come, if it wasn't for the sake of face, just this courage, I really called him dad. Is it certainty, or is the fish dead and the net broken? Want to burn all the jade and stone, and die for the swordsman of the world? Is there such a great person in this world? The expressions of the 3 sword kings were instantly solemn, completely different from the contempt and disdain just now. It was replaced by a dignified and calm demeanor. The 3 sword kings are all veteran saint kings who have become famous for thousands of years. They know that it's okay if the other party doesn't come. And they must be prepared when they come. In this way, a tough battle is inevitable. Despising the enemy will only lead to destruction. Lin Chen carried the demon-slaughtering spear on his shoulder and glanced around, and found that many naked women wrapped in chains were being held by the elders of the sword palace like animals. When Lin Chen's eyes finally fell on Nangong Jichen, he asked very calmly, The current appearance of the Yi family is the ghost of your Nangong family? Nangong Jichen was taken aback. He was about to ask Lin Chen's motives, why he wanted to attack his Wuxiang sword palace, but he spoke first. Nangong Jichen shook his head and laughed. Did you come to seek justice for the Yi family? Little friend Lin Chen, are you not a partner of justice? Ha ha ha, the Yi family is just an appendage of my Nangong family, a useless dog. Now that this dog can be useful, it is also the blessing of my ancestors of the Nangong family. He smiled so casually, and said in a natural tone, it is an honor for the Yi family to be pregnant with my Nangong family's seed. The blood of the gods. Not everyone can have it. Even if it is a dog, they are also the most honorable dogs, wagging their tails and begging for pity, becoming loyal dogs of my Nangong family. Hearing this, Lin Chen's expression gradually became gloomy. The people around Lin Chen, except for Elder Shanyue, who was still a little indifferent, everyone's eyes were full of anger. Lin Pingyan, who had always been cheerful and mischievous, now had a chilly look on his pretty face, and his murderous aura was awe-inspiring. The roaring poisonous dragon was entrenched on top of her head, and the roaring aura of calamity turned into the shape of a storm, making the 3 kings feel a no-nonsense sense of oppression. At this moment, Lin Pingyan finally has the appearance of a painful disaster. She just wants these guys to die as painfully as possible. Nangong Jichen suddenly said, Isn't it a matter of course for the strong to molest the weak? Lin Chen, when you attack my Wuxiang sword palace, it is nothing more than letting your people turn the clouds and enter the realm of sword intent. I can open the door of luck, let him go deep, break through the realm of the sword and enter the realm of God. How about it? This seat can also give you 2 rank 8 knives, to show friendship. You and I are not mortal enemies, and there is no need to evolve into Zhao Lingtian's ending, right? Talking to this point, Nangong Jichen is soft, but hard. You killed Zhao Lingtian and used a lot of killing moves. If you come back to fight the Wuxiang Sword Palace, I am afraid it is impossible to retreat. Lin Chen smiled abruptly. Originally, I wanted to question you about blocking Qi luck, but now, I have changed my mind. You really deserve to die completely. Lin Chen's shoulders trembled, and 6 beams of divine light descended from the sky. The 7 phantom clones appeared together. Lin Chen already knew that Jiang Taishu and others had begun to evacuate safely. Since this is the case, there is no need to stay there for the time being. Today, he is going to turn on all the firepower and destroy the culprits of the Wuxiang Sword Palace and the Nangong family. For a quarter of an hour, Lin Chen didn't want to delay court death. The golden armored sword dynasty drew the sword, and cut out a storm of 10 rolls of sword light, with one sword, covering Lin Chen and others. Roar! The poisonous dragon roared, and the power of the purple-brown poisonous dragon was devastating, crushing and bursting, destroying the Peerless sword of the golden armored sword king. Lin Ping'an's pretty face was like frost, and his fingers were connected, and the catastrophe storm in the sky descended on a halberd formed by catastrophe energy. Holding the calamity poison halberd in his hand, Lin Ping'an felt like a lightning bolt, rolled up a violent calamity storm, and swept towards the golden armored sword king. The sharp halberds attacked with stabs, and the golden armored sword king retreated step by step, frowning. Is it a disaster of pain when you come up? Motherfucker, what kind of monster is this kid around? Clang! The swords intersected, and Fong Ling and Lang Fanyun on the other side blocked the Heavenly Butcher Knife King, Nangong Jichen. Lang Fanyun's injury made Lin Chen recover with all his strength in a short period of time, and 90% of it has been cured. When he held the knife and blocked the two, Nangong Jichen had a gloomy expression, and gritted his teeth. Swords are powerful. Fong Ling, you actually made a breakthrough. Fong Ling said in a cold voice, don't think that controlling the luck of Daoyu makes you feel superior. Back then, Fan Yun and I walked in front of the two of you. Now you should pay back the debt, and you won't lose a single cent. Humph. Idiot talking about a dream. Nangong Jichen was suddenly shocked. The sword intent was in the air, and he slammed towards the two of them. Fong Ling sacrificed the sword intent of the gods, and the waves turned the clouds and was unwilling to be left behind. The artistic conception of the three is like 3 wild beasts fighting together. Nangong Jichen's sword is like a real dragon, Fong Ling's sword is like a blue dragon, and the wave-turning sword is like the most ferocious tiger. Chop into countless pieces. The entire Phaseless Sword Palace completely began to collapse. Everyone in the Sword Palace obeys the order and must stop Lin Chen at all costs. Nangong Jichen gave a cold drink, and in the Wuxiangdo Palace, the other two elders of the Holy King immediately set off and flashed in the direction of Lin Chen. Elder Shanyue waved his sleeves and slapped his slender hand sharply. When he shook off the other 2 holy kings, he said coldly, Lin Chen, go. Give these guys to the old man. Elder Shanyue alone not only stopped the other 2 holy kings, but even separated many high-level powerhouses of the Wuxiang Sword Palace from the Sword Palace. Senior Yu Lao. Lin Chen and all the avatars started to act in an instant, and the 3 phantom avatars stepped out of their movements to face off against the 2 Sword Kings, Black and White Shuangsha. These 2 people have realized the sword intent of the Desheng stage. Although they are far inferior to the waves, they are still very difficult to cultivate. The 3 clones of Lin Chen can only stop them. Xiao Linger was like a white rainbow on the battlefield when she passed Through the Palace of Swords, she quietly rescued the woman from the Yi family. Lin Chen stepped on the cloud shadow, and he was in the sky, rushing all the way to the end of the Wuxiang Sword Palace. He can feel that the door of luck is there. Sigh. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and the sky split open without warning. The majestic and peerless sword intent split the world. The terrifying sword intent slashed out an avenue covered with golden light. On the golden light avenue, it seemed to come from above the 9 heavens. Casting a scroll down, and a young man in snow walked on the face. With a single sword on his back, Qiyu is arrogant, and his cold sword. Eyebrows swept over the sword intent of killing Ling Tian. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. This is another peerless saint on the list of saints. Lin Chen felt unprecedented pressure on that golden avenue. This sense of oppression is not inferior to Ying Jiufeng, and even better. Then the first line. Lin Chen was immediately ready for battle. The holy dragon possessed the body. And the pure power directly broke through the power of 1 million. There is no doubt that the visitor must be one of the top 10 tigers in the top 10 of the Saint Talent list. Master Shan Yuan is back. Ha ha ha, this kid Lin Chen is dead, dare to come to my sword field, he will know what cruelty is later. Master Shan Yuan is the 8th on the current list of saints. What kind of stinky fish and rotten shrimp is he, Lin Chen? It's not worthy to carry shoes. For the young master. Among the high-level executives of the Wuxiang Sword Palace, many members of the Nangong family have soared in popularity. It seems that this Nangong Shan Yuan is like a god in their hearts. Nangong Shan Yuan raised his eyebrows and smiled sternly. You are Lin Chen? You are such a big dog, it's worth it for me to use the time and space. Shen Shui to rush back immediately. I didn't expect you to have the courage to fight Jianyu and Daoyu. Time-space Shen Shui, which can be designated or randomly and quickly teleported back to an area across multiple planes. It is extremely valuable. And extremely rare. Nangong Shan Yuan noticed the abnormality of the Sword Palace, and sent it back with a skeptical attitude, but he didn't expect Lin Chen to really dare to call. Lin Chen jokingly smiled and said, arrogance is the tone of my actions. Pretending to be forceful is my basic skills. Surprisingly, it's my style of doing things. I'm handsome enough to really do whatever I want. Nangong Shan Yuan sneered, is this a wild dog who became a monk halfway through, arrogant? In my eyes, you and the nouveau riche are undoubtedly nothing more than that. Zheng. A sharp edge pointed at Lin Chen, and Nangong Shan Yuan held the 9th grade holy sword Tiangong flowing blade surrounded by golden clouds, and the sword intent rolled towards Lin Chen. His sword intent realm turned out to be the peak of the Deshang stage, and he was only one step away from the realm of the waves. Nangong Shan Yuan stepped directly in front of Lin Chen, guarding the door of luck in the sword domain alone. Lin Chen immediately activated the God of War suit. God of War 5-piece suit. In a single thought, the 5-piece suit of the God of War possessed the body. And Lin Chen's pure power went straight to more than 5 million gods this time. Last time, when Ying Jiufeng activated the bloodline of the divine bird to fight against Lin Chen even had to combine the main body and a phantom clone to delay the opponent. This young sword saint, who is also in the top 10 of the Saint Talent list, is only strong but not weak. Although Lin Chen now has an extraordinary Saint King level combat power, there is still a big gap between the top 10 of the Saint Talents list. Ordinary methods don't work for them. If you want to fight quickly, you can only use the God of War to fight the enemy. At this moment, the two seem to be chatting and laughing, but in fact, they have entered a state of highly concentrated preparations. Let the surrounding battles be turned upside down, the two of them only see each other. Usually in this case, both sides only see each other, either to go to war or something very outrageous to happen. When the two faced off, a supreme elder of the Holy King realm broke out of Elder Xuanyue's interception line. The Holy King Elder swept into the position of the Door of Luck, stepped into the air, and completely opened the space enchantment inside the Door of Luck, waiting for him. Have you let one go? You can only leave it to Lin Chen. Elder Xuanyue frowned. Although she is the chief elder of Xinyan Palace, she still has a taste of lack of skills and single-handedly singled out the middle and high-level members of the entire Wuxiang Sword Palace. Nangong Shenyuan was not in a hurry for Lin Chen to start the war, as if he was waiting for the situation to change. He said slowly. Lin Chen, right, I heard some rumors about you during the retreat. Some people describe you as the creator who surpassed the sages of the human race. Some people say that you are the only one who broke the balance of the saint list, and what's more, think that you are a rising star, beyond the creator gods. Lin Chen smiled casually. These words make me often think about who was praising me back then and leaking rumors. Praise you? Nangong Shenyuan seemed to hear a big joke. Ha 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 ha, Lin Chen, no matter how much praise you have in the holy world, in our eyes, you are just a nouveau riche. This Nangong Shenyuan, the eighth on the list of saints, is not on the same level as Ying Jiufeng, who you played against before. What the blood of gods, the real powerhouses, don't need to rely on these things. We are the strongest from birth. Nangong Shenyuan stretched out a finger with incomparably strong confidence and composure, as if telling a fact that was about to happen. One knife, to deal with you, this seat only uses one knife. Suddenly, Lin Chen also stretched out a finger. One punch, knocking you over, even this handsome guy only uses one punch. Clang. Nangong Shenyuan raised his sword. The indestructible aura of Gengjing was entwined like a dragon. The golden glow filled the sky, and the edge was unparalleled. Lin Chen closed his fists, and the golden radiance flashed one after another. After the holy dragon broke through the million power, he could calmly break through the pure power of 7 million with the God of War 5-piece suit. There is no longer the same burden as before. You can let go and fight as much as you like. Boom. Tread cold to cast flying snow, and it will look like 1,000 miles. Again. Nangong Shenyuan swung his saber suddenly. The saber intent skyrocketed, and a wicked dragon-like saber intent wrapped around the blade and shot out. The rainbow-like golden light knife rainbow slashed through the sky, as if it flashed in a flash, slashing at Lin Chen. Gorgeous. Lin Chen punched the sky, and the pure and violent power turned into a beam of golden light, running through the sky, and the two golden beams fought against each other. Lin Chen actually used pure strength to smash Nangong Xuanyuan's knife head-on. Sigh. Boom. 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 The sword intent collapsed, the golden divine brilliance disappeared, and the aftermath on both sides lifted the foundation of the entire phaseless sword palace uprooted, and the crust collapsed and collapsed. The high-level executives of the Wuxiang Sword Palace almost dropped their eyeballs. With this move, the two sides fought evenly. Nangong Shenyuan stepped back 7 steps in a row, his eyes narrowed. There is something wrong with the golden armor this kid is wearing. What kind of violent pure power? It is not much better than that barbarian. However, fighting with Nangong Shenyuan was not Lin Chen's purpose. Lin Chen suddenly smiled and said, "Thank you for the spatial coordinates sent by the Nangong family." Nangong Shanyuan? Clap. Lin Chen snapped his fingers. The target is successfully locked, and the host activates the transformation talent, which consumes 1.8 million top talent points. I saw that Lin Chen's phantom clone disappeared in an instant. The elders of the Holy King near the Gate of Luck in the Sword region also disappeared, and suddenly flashed to the position of the clone that had disappeared before. And the position of the phantom clone happened to be swapped with him. What? Nangong Xuanyuan's pupil shrank. Then, as if premeditated, all the phantom clones that were fighting with the two sword kings disappeared. The phantom divine light is like a flower in the sky, and when all the 7 phantom clones reappear, they have already come to the door of luck. I saw that at this moment, the holy power of all the phantom clones was evacuated, and the clones were in charge of the annihilation energy of the lantern-like 9-color splendid star cluster, which was beautiful and magnificent. In this situation, all the sword kings were stunned, and a chill went straight to the sky. What the hell is this? Lin Chen looked at Nangong Xianyuan and laughed jokingly. Nangong Liangzai, your coquettishness will eventually turn into a knife that stabs you. Nangong Xianyuan was shocked and angry. Yes, it was calculated. Chapter 1739, The Sword Intent, The Waves Turning Clouds. This scene showed all the powerhouses present completed the spatial position swap in an instant? And it is on the premise of not breaking the space enchantment. There are strong people in the Wuxiang Sword Palace all the year round, and there is also a Nangong Shenyuan in the Door of Luck to understand the meaning of the sword. It is equivalent to the Door of Luck in the sword field. In a short period of time, we need to supply Nangong Shenyuan with a shocking sword intent. As a result, there is no such thing as Zhaoling Tian of the Eternal Sword Gate, leaving a large number of sword intents to guard the Gate of Luck. Nangong Shenyuan had previously deliberately delayed the rhythm and let a Saint King Stage Elder enter the vicinity of the Gate of Luck first, and then opened the inner space barrier before fighting against Lin Chen. As everyone knows, cleverness is mistaken by cleverness. Lin Chen's shapeshift can realize the reversal of the spatial orientation of designated creatures. This is simply sending coordinates to Lin Chen. If Nangong Shenyuan would fight with Lin Chen as soon as they met, instead of arranging for someone to enter the Gate of Luck, he, Lin, would not necessarily be able to break through this hard roll of the 8th on the list of saints. And Nangong Jichen, who was fighting against Fong Ling and the other two, felt a deep-rooted fear and remorse when he witnessed this moment. Everything is on the street, it's too late. Lin Chen looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, overflowing with rage. Hello everyone, it's really good. This big gift is given to the beautiful swordsmen and beauties of the whole holy world. The Door of Luck in the knife domain, open it for me. Hum. 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 Almost at the same time as Lin Chen was laughing wildly, the 9-color splendid aurora bloomed from the palace of phaseless swords in an instant. Boom. 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 The continuous annihilation energy glows with 9-color splendor. The aftermath of the aurora of destruction, like a spiraling storm, razed all the buildings in the millions of miles of the entire Wuxiang Sword Palace to the ground. 7 moves to bless the annihilation starburst of the instant light and shadow. This move has completely become the beginning of the historical turning point of the knife domain. The aftermath of the terrifying energy shook Nangong Shenyuan back, and he was stronger than he was too late to save the scene. The power of 1, 10, and 10,000 paths of luck is like a flying dragon, rushing straight into the sky and rising into the clouds, arousing the perception of the sword cultivators of all living beings. The inexhaustible power of luck spreads and overflows at extreme speed from the four directions of the south, east, and northwest, and scatters wildly. The power of luck is like a wild horse galloping off its rein, like a boy who is out of the way, crazy output to the outside world. Before Lin Chen's avatar disappeared, he used the power of luck to transmit the voice of the avatar's primordial spirit. Knife domain Qiyun has been officially liberated. Fighting, I choose the dark horse to fight. Express, I choose the dark horse takeaway. Liberate Qiyun, buy 1 get 1 free. This Yuanshan sound transmission is completely spread to the entire holy world. With the spread of air luck, the first to cause a super earthquake is undoubtedly Daoyu. Nangong Jichin was furious. Gathering luck is no small matter. The first step alone requires more than 8 top-notch Qi luck spirit plants to gather together, and it takes a lot of manpower and effort to condense the Qi luck back, which is not an overnight thing at all. Lin Chen, this king will cut your head off. When Nangong Jichin was furious and wanted to leave the battle circle and forcibly kill Lin Chen's position, the rain-like sword light was unusually sharp, slashing sharply, and the terrifying sword intent split the space avenue in an instant. Nangong Jichin was forced to take a knife and block it. Clang! The knife light scattered. Nangong Jichin took a few steps back, and his pupils shrank. Boom! 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 Such is the peerless sword intent of a real dragon flying in the sky. The domineering intent is soaring between the clothes and robes, and the waves are turning clouds, and the sword is in hand, looking down at the world, looking directly at Nangong Jichin. Fongling smiled knowingly. It's really fast, you're too fast, so you don't want to fall behind me. Lang Fanyun held the knife and grinned unprecedentedly, because I will only be better than you. Fong Ling held the sword, guided Gong Jichin from a distance, and surfed the clouds and said with a smile, then play these few knockout matches for the Lord, and our friendly match will be the last. Nangong Jichin trembled all over. Obviously his strength was stronger than the waves, but there was a kind of awe and fear hidden in his heart that was awakened. He remembered how he used to follow Lang Fanyun for guidance. Now, the senior that he respected and feared back then is back. Nangong Jichin unconsciously took a small step back. Lang Fanyun snorted coldly, "Look straight at me, cub." Hearing this, Nangong Jichin became furious. "Damn, didn't you just break through the divine sword intent? What the hell are you, arrogant?" Fong Ling raised his sword and slashed violently, and laughed sternly, "Then see if you can stop the two of us." Boom! Boom! The three of them turned into 3 streamlined aurora in the sky, swords shadows, like flowers and shadows, and they were endless. Sword intent. Sword intent shoots indiscriminately, turning everything into chaos. On the other side, the 2 kings of swords and Nangong Xianyuan attacked Lin Chen with furious faces. Lin Chen's thoughts moved, and the 7 avatars came again. The host consumes 5.6 million holy rune energy and activates the phantom rune again. Just when Lin Chen was still planning to fight to the end with the other party. This piece of time and space suddenly stopped. Even Lin Chen became immobile. Nangong Xianyuan and the others were horrified. In today's world, apart from the legendary true gods, no one can absolutely suppress them. "Little girl, the guy you said you want to protect is him." At this time, Yun Yi's elegant female voice echoed in the sky, and Lin Chen was startled. I saw that the figures of Yi Qingguo and Shenling Shuang appeared out of thin air. Yi Qingguo floated towards Lin Chen, her beautiful eyes were full of autumn water, and she smiled slyly. Lin Chen, how does it feel to be covered by Miss Ben? Lin Chen couldn't move, and said in astonishment, is this what you did? But Shenling Shuang shook her head like a rattle. No, it's two seniors from the God realm. She wants to take us away. As soon as this statement came out, all the strong people in the audience were struck by lightning. Spirit world? Time, a little back to an hour ago, after the liberation of the luck of the sword domain, everyone in the ancient sword city evacuated. Jian Qingqing was in the primordial sword city, and she was the last group to leave. Jian Qingqing turned to look at Yi Qingguo and Shenling Shuang, and asked with a smile, is there anything else you haven't brought? Yi Qingguo smiled charmingly, yes, I didn't bring your lover, do you want my sister to help you chase him back? Jian Qingqing rolled her eyes at her, charming, and said with a slight anger, sister, don't laugh at me, this bad guy is busy. Yi Qingguo smiled, but not smiled, no matter how busy you are, you will have free time, right? Why don't I arrange something interesting for you? Shenling Shuang is like a curious baby, what is an interesting thing? Yi Qingguo smiled and said, ask your master to go and ask him what game he likes to play with your elder sister, by rune. Shenling Shuang nodded seriously, then next time I see the master, I must ask him seriously. Even if there is a game to play, don't bring me with you. Yi Qingguo covered her mouth and smirked. Jian Qingqing helplessly supported her forehead. This little demon empress really can't live in peace for a moment. At this time, the sky echoed with an elegant voice. Unexpectedly, in the small human race holy world, there is actually a daughter of the goddess of war after Zuanv. The crowd was immediately waiting for you. Who is it? Jian Qingqing coldly shouted with sword. I saw two beautiful and elegant figures slowly emerging from the sword city. Walking slowly. The other party's language was amazing. You don't have to panic, we are a human race from the God realm, we just came here to find someone and meet you by chance. Jian Qingqing's pupils shrank. People of the God realm.